Chapter 331. Ryan, who had been riding on Bloodfeather, 40 or 50 meters away from the rock face, now held his lance horizontally, squeezed his legs together, and followed Bloodfeather's resounding eagle cry. Instantly, man and eagle, like arrows shot from a bow, shot straight towards the rock face, their speed so fast that they arrived in an instant. Boom! With a resounding bang. At the point of impact with the rock face, a wave of white air suddenly exploded, sending a shower of debris flying. As the smoke and dust cleared, a basin-sized dent appeared on the rock face. Ryan's nearly 4-meter-long lance, however, vanished. At this moment, part of Ryan's hand was embedded in the rock face, reaching below his forearm, making the lance even less visible. Luckily, Bloodfeather's powerful claws gripped the rock face, cushioning the impact. Otherwise, it might have collided slightly with the rock face. The rock wall is more fragile than I thought. No, it's probably because my strength has increased, and I didn't control it properly. Ryan shook his head. Crash! He slowly pulled the dark lance out of the rock wall, dislodging a lot of gravel, and a round hole the size of a bowl appeared in the rock wall. At this moment, Ryan suddenly raised his head and looked behind him to his left. For black dots flew in the distance. Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately saw that they were 4 Griffin Knights. Clearly, the Griffin Knights on patrol must have noticed the movement here and came to investigate. Huh? It's Lord Ryan. As they got closer, the leader, Viscount Felker, soon exclaimed in a low voice. He flicked the reins and sped off. Fisher, standing nearby, also smiled, saying to the other 2 Griffin Knights, "Didn't you say you wanted to meet Lord Ryan? Look, here he is." Lord Felker, long time no see, Ryan said with a smile. He had just noticed that the visitor was none other than Viscount Felker, the vice-captain of the Griffin Squadron. He was an old acquaintance. "Lord Ryan, you're riding some kind of hippogriff, right? What a rare flying mount," the blonde Felker said, a look of amazement as he gazed at the majestic Bloodfeather at Ryan's saddle. "Yes, a Bloodfeather hippogriff. I also acquired it by chance. Viscount Felker, I've always envied you Griffin Knights, able to soar through the skies," Ryan said with a smile. The two exchanged a few compliments. At that moment, Fisher felt a ray of sunlight hit his face, flickering and blinding. Naturally, he looked up. Huh? The beam was actually coming from the rock face of the main peak of the Hrothgar Mountains. What was going on? He should be just north of the peak, the sun blocked. How could there still be light? Wait. Hiss. Fisher rubbed his eyes, squinting to look closely. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he gasped. Seeing Fisher's stunned expression, Felker and the other 2 Griffin riders beside him naturally turned their heads curiously. The next second, all 3, like Fisher, froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Their eyes bulged with horror. This intrigued Ryan, and he looked up. The rock wall he had just struck was pierced. A hole had been punched through the 7 or 8 meter thick rock wall at the summit of the mountain. Even more bizarrely, it seemed as if the sun was in the right position. A ray of sunlight had penetrated the hole, illuminating Munster's side from the other side of the mountain. The original beauty of the main peak of the Hrothgar Mountains, Golden Summit, might have to be renamed. It should be a new beauty. Fisher, a native of the area, muttered to himself, a little dazed for a moment. The original main peak of the Hrothgar Mountains, on clear mornings, would glow with a golden glow as the sun reached a suitable position. Hence, this beauty was named Golden Summit. After hearing Fisher's words, everyone, including Felker, fell silent for a moment. They couldn't believe that Ryan's recent strike had directly created a new attraction. Ryan was also slightly taken aback. After all, he hadn't given it much thought when he made his move. He simply felt that the rock face of the main peak of the Hrothgar Mountains was a good choice. Still, the effect before him truly surprised him. "Sir Ryan, I'm afraid you've added a new beauty to Munster. Perhaps the administration office will soon ask you for a suitable name," Felker said with a smile, though surprised. "Well, I just tried a new technique, but I didn't expect this kind of effect." Ryan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Sir Ryan, I think we should name this hole after you, Ryan's Hole," Fisher complimented. Fisher's motivation was simple. If he wanted to make the name known, he naturally had to let people know who had created the hole. But Ryan was immediately taken aback by these words. "What? Ryan's Hole, what kind of name is that? Drilling a hole through the wall to steal light is even better than that. I had originally thought Fisher was a clever young man, but now it seems he's a terrible name picker. How about Hole of Light?" "Perhaps that sounds better," Ryan said with a cough. Ryan's words immediately caught the 4 people's attention. "Your Excellency Ryan is right. Whole of Light has a deeper meaning, Felker immediately agreed with a smile. As the son of a noble from the imperial capital, reading people's expressions is naturally a necessary skill. Lord Ryan, this name is a brilliant one. The others immediately praised him, but their eyes kept glancing at the hole. The powerful penetrating power emanating from such concentrated energy was truly astonishing. A moment later, Ryan and Felker slowly maneuvered their mounts to a slightly flatter spot on the mountainside, where they chatted privately. Sir Ryan, as a knight with a flying mount, and with your sword-wielding status, you're practically equivalent to a Griffin Knight. You can skip the Royal Griffin Guard and apply directly for the Imperial Dragon Rider Reserve. Felker's face grew serious as he spoke earnestly. Dragon Rider Reserve? Ryan asked, puzzled. He only knew that the Empire's guardians, the Dragon Knights, seemed to be carefully selected from the ranks of the Royal Griffin Guard. He had no idea about anything else. Yes, Lord Ryan. Do you remember the token His Highness Menia gave you, the Red Dragon Scale? Of course. Ryan nodded. Actually, His Highness Menia had this in mind at the time, thinking you had a chance to participate in the Dragon Rider selection. However, considering you didn't have a flying mount and lacked relevant aerial combat experience, he gave you the Red Dragon Scale and allowed you to join the Royal Griffin Guard first. According to the standard procedure, most Dragon Rider candidates first join the Royal Griffin Guard, contract a Griffin, and train for a few days to become familiar with flying before being eligible to take the Dragon Rider assessment. But now that you have a Bloodfeather Hippogriff mount, you can skip this step. And with your diamond-level swordsman status and His Highness Menia's token, you likely have no problems with the background check during the Dragon Rider Reserve assessment. Felker spoke eloquently, and Ryan could tell he was trying to curry favor with him. On the other hand, he was genuinely interested in what he was saying. Oh! So what happens after passing this assessment and becoming a Dragon Rider Reserve? How long does it take to become a Dragon Rider? Hearing this, Ryan's eyes lit up as he asked. Previously, Ryan hadn't been very interested in joining the Royal Griffin Guard, primarily because the Griffin's inherent combat power wasn't very helpful to him. Also, since he already had a Bloodfeather Hippogriff, contracting another Griffin wouldn't make much sense. But contracting a dragon would be a completely different proposition. Not to mention the formidable combat power of a mature dragon, the benefits that the Epic Dragon Rider class would bring to Ryan would likely be no less than that of the Epic Thousand Blade King class. Well, that's hard to say. Felker paused, as if trying to organize his words. This piqued Ryan's curiosity. Because the ultimate creation of a Dragon Knight is the product of a two-way selection process. Dragons choose humans, and humans choose dragons, of course. However, the former is more important, as the number of dragons is far less than the number of Dragon Knight candidates, Felker said slowly. Oh! So that's how it is. Ryan raised an eyebrow and nodded. Dragon Knight selections generally only take place every 5 years. Unless there are extremely severe battle losses, additional tests will be held. This time, the battle in the Imperial capital resulted in the deaths of several Imperial Dragon Knights. Therefore, the Empire decided to hold additional tests. Ryan finally understood. Could it be that the Dragon Knight's mount, the dragon, is inherited from the previous Dragon Knight who died in battle? Ryan couldn't help but ask. Yes, dragons have a very long growth cycle. Moreover, unlike other creatures, dragons grow continuously. This means that the longer a dragon lives, the larger it grows, and the richer its combat experience. Felker patiently explained. Although the official Dragon Knight selection is scheduled for the Frost Descent month, if Lord Ryan is interested, you must travel to the Imperial capital as soon as possible, as the Dragon Knight Reserve examination takes place on the first Sunday of the harvest month. If you miss it, you probably have to wait another 5 years. Thank you, Lord Felker, for letting me know. Ryan bowed slightly in gratitude. You're welcome, Lord Ryan. I have some things to attend to. We can talk again next time we have time. Felker also bowed slightly, and said with a smile, Okay, Lord Felker. After Felk and his companions left, Ryan jumped onto Bloodfeather's back again and flew towards his mansion. Along the way, Ryan digested the information Felk had provided. It's already the month of flowers, followed by the month of the stag, the month of midsummer, and the month of flowing fire, and then the month of harvest. So, if I want to participate in this Dragon Rider selection, I only have a little over 3 months to prepare. As Ryan slowly descended Bloodfeather, his sister men immediately surrounded him, pulling him closer and excitedly asking, Brother, what took you so long? By the way, how does it feel to be in the sky? I want to fly too. Brother, can you take me for a ride? That's easy. I take you for a ride right now, Ryan said with a smile, patting Mint's head. Naturally, Ryan would fulfill such a small request from his sister. However, Mint's bright eyes rolled around, and she turned to Anna beside her, smiling sweetly. Anna, please come with me, or I be scared. Huh? Well, Anna was about to refuse, but Mint grabbed her hand and coaxed her into coming over. Anna had just been wondering, why would Mint be scared? But with Ryan as her brother, why would Mint, as a younger sister, be afraid? Before Anna could figure this out, Mint pulled her over. And now, another question loomed. How should the three of them sit? But while Anna was still dazed, Mint had already taken care of this. Sister Anna, if you hold me, I won't be scared, okay? Facing Mint's innocent eyes, Anna couldn't say no or anything else. All she could do was nod. Yeah, that's great. Mint smiled, her eyes narrowing into slits. Wait, that's not right. If I hold Mint, then I can't let Mint hold Ryan, right? Wouldn't Ryan have to hold her? Anna seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of panic crossed her beautiful eyes. Brother, then you have to hold Sister Anna, or she be scared too, Mint said loudly. Swish. Anna's face flushed. Although her intimacy with Ryan had grown tremendously since their reunion, it was still secret. But this time, being held in Ryan's arms in front of the guards still made her feel shy. Well, I actually... Before Anna could say anything else, Mint urged the two to hurry up. Brother, let's go! Okay. Ryan nodded with a smile. When Anna was fully embraced by Ryan, she immediately lowered her head shyly and clung to Mint tightly. Before takeoff, Ryan unleashed his innate sorcery, Metal Transfiguration. In Ryan's palm, a piece of slightly softer, enchanted thorium instantly transformed into a ring resembling the safety bar on a roller coaster in his past life. It encircled the three of them, and then passed under Shueyu's abdomen, securing it. After all, when it came to his sister and Anna, safety naturally came first. However, this would leave Anna and Ryan glued to each other. As a close combat blood-feather hippogriff, with Anna and the almost negligible Mint, there was no burden at all. As the blood-feather hippogriff flapped its wings again and took to the air, the three of them suddenly rose and fell violently. Mint naturally shouted with excitement, and Anna and Ryan couldn't help but be infected by this simple and pure joy. However, as Bloodfeather took off at high speed, Anna, sitting in front of Ryan, felt her hair flutter in the wind. As the pleasant fragrance of grass and trees, along with the hair, brushed Ryan's nose, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on Anna. The blood-feathered hippogriff's flying posture was quite unique, unlike that of ordinary eagles, more like that of a horse, with each flap of its wings causing a sudden rise and fall. This made Ryan a little uncomfortable. It was really hard to remain calm when they were so close, especially since they were so close. After a while, Anna suddenly felt something hard against her buttocks. At first, she twisted her waist uncomfortably, trying to adjust her hips and avoid the object. But then she realized she couldn't avoid it. So, she tried to press the object under her buttocks. But with Ryan's slight groan, Anna suddenly realized that the object that was causing the pain was. Instantly, Anna's face turned red like a hot iron, almost bleeding. For a moment, her cheeks felt hot, her whole body went limp, and even her arms around Mint went limp. Thankfully, Ryan had used Metal Transfiguration to bind the three of them together, clasping them tightly around Shueyu's abdomen. Even if Anna let go, Mint would be safe. Mint, sitting in the front row, waved her hands joyfully, occasionally letting out a cry. In stark contrast to Mint, Anna kept her head down the entire time, practically buried in her chest, and remained completely silent. Anna, why are you feeling so hot? Anna, why are you shaking all over? Are you scared? Brother, hold Anna tight. She's scared. With a slight twitch, Anna collapsed limply into Ryan's arms. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with mist. She couldn't even remember when Bloodfeather had landed in the backyard. As she came down, her legs gave way. If Ryan hadn't supported her, she would have fallen to the ground. But once she came to her senses, she fled the scene like a frightened rabbit. Brother, what's wrong with Anna? Doesn't she like flying? Well, Ryan was unsure how to answer his sister's question. You can't say your brother was holding a gun to your sister Anna the whole time, so she's shy, right? But Ryan briefly recalled what happened in the sky. He noticed that Anna was the type that softened easily when touched, seemingly unusually sensitive. Maybe it's her first time, so she's a bit nervous. But it's my first time too, so why isn't I nervous? Mint continued, puzzled. But after the beautiful moment, Ryan quickly realized something. I need to hurry up and learn the art of levitation. Otherwise, a fall from that height would be fatal or seriously injured. After all, Once the battle begins, anything could happen, so be prepared in advance, just in case. I need to go to the exchange hall this afternoon or early tomorrow morning to exchange for levitation spells and some rare metals. When Ryan returned to his study, he stopped by Ginny's room. Because Agatha's room was still under renovation, she was currently resting there. Since Agatha had suffered such an unforeseen disaster, Ryan felt it necessary to visit her. "Sir Ryan, why are you here?" Agatha sat up in bed with joy when she saw Ryan coming to visit her. The feeling of being valued by a great man warmed Agatha's heart. "Rest well, Agatha." Ryan waved his hand, signaling Agatha to lie down. "Thank you, Lord Ryan, for your concern. I'm actually fine, just a little scared." "Lord Ryan, Agatha is mostly frightened and has a few scratches." "Don't worry, I take good care of her," Ginny explained. "Yes, feel free to tell me anything you need." Ryan nodded. "Okay, thank you, Lord Ryan." When Ryan returned to his study, he quickly summoned the beautiful woman Jennifer and asked, "Jennifer, how are the guards you trained at the Chamber of Commerce?" Although the main reason for this attack was the attacker's strength, which was far too strong for the guards, it also sounded a wake-up call for Ryan. He planned to strengthen the mansion's overall defenses. It's been so short, only 6 months. Most of them are at the level of 1st or 2nd level Knight Squires. Very few have reached 3rd level Knight Squires, the beautiful woman said, frowning slightly and shaking her head. Ryan nodded, much as he expected. Nobles typically train servants or guards from a young age and select through a series of selections. While this generally ensures loyalty, it's time-consuming. This is one reason why it's so difficult for emerging nobles to quickly catch up with established nobles. "By the way, dear, we just received an invitation from the Goddess Church at the mansion. It's signed by Brandier," the beautiful woman said, pulling one out from the side and handing it to Ryan. "Oh, from Brandier?" Ryan took it, opened it, and read it quickly. After reading it, Ryan couldn't help but laugh. "Jennifer, you wouldn't have guessed that Bishop Theon has been transferred to Munster Cathedral to take charge." Bishop Theon is coming to Munster? "That's great," the beautiful woman said, her eyes brightening. "Tomorrow evening, will you accompany me to the welcome banquet?" Ryan nodded. "Okay, dear." After Jennifer left, Ryan pulled out the transparent prismatic crystal from his waist pouch for the first time. It was the memory crystal from his mentor, Monroe. Contained within it was the first level of the Heart of Steel, the most important advanced meditation technique of the Bishio Construct School. Previously, Ryan had been focused on his epic class transition, having temporarily put learning advanced meditation techniques aside. But now, he could begin studying them. As Ryan grasped the crystal and placed his consciousness within it, a flood of knowledge about advanced meditation techniques quickly flooded his mind. Chapter 332. Ryan began to carefully comprehend the first level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation in his mind, and soon, he understood a great deal of knowledge he had not previously mastered. The main purpose of the advanced meditation method is to further enhance and refine mental power. Furthermore, each level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method has the additional effect of enhancing mental manipulation. After successfully practicing the first level of the meditation method, in addition to the general effect of refining mental power, it will also increase the power of metal-based sorcery by approximately 20%. Seeing this, Ryan's eyes lit up. 20% is no small number. You know, there aren't many ways to increase the power of your magic. In other words, if the metal barrier I cast originally had a defense of about 40, successfully practicing the first level of meditation would increase it to 48. This exceeds the attack power limit of most first-level magic. Even a peak-level Grand Knight, even if he only mastered the advanced secrets, wouldn't be able to break through his metal barrier. Besides, I have the talent for top-level steel. Prerequisites. First, it's recommended for wizards whose natural magic is metal magic. Each level will increase their natural magic to a certain extent. Second, it's recommended for wizards with a metal affinity of over 80. As Master Magaro said, this is an advanced meditation method particularly suitable for those majoring in metal magic. It really suits me. Ryan nodded and immediately began practicing according to the requirements of the advanced meditation method. The first level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation is both simple and challenging. It requires visualizing a complex three-dimensional pattern composed of 36 will runes in one mental image. Since there are only 24 will runes, many of these 36 runes are repeated. It's like the English alphabet, but the A is repeated twice in the word congratulation. It's also like Lego, where multiple building blocks of varying shapes are combined to form a massive model. Thus, in terms of difficulty, it's a significant step up from the previous basic meditation method. No wonder Mentor Magaro asked me to practice it first. I'm afraid that for most wizards, even just getting started wouldn't take 2 or 3 months. Ryan nodded. However, my mental strength is significantly higher than that of the average first-level wizard, so I should be able to shorten the time. Ryan glanced at his attribute panel. His mental attribute was a whopping 64, and he was quite confident in learning the advanced meditation method. Ryan quickly followed the advanced meditation method and began to gradually visualize the first three-dimensional symbol in his mind. Half an hour later, after trying more than 10 times, Ryan quickly discovered that the difficulty of practicing advanced meditation lies in the complexity of the three-dimensional model after combining the 36 will runes. The difficulty increases as he progresses. However, for his mental strength of 64 points, it was not that difficult. On his last attempt, Ryan successfully visualized a complex pattern consisting of 34 will runes at once. In other words, he was only 2 points away from completing the first level. This speed was beyond Ryan's expectations, but also within reason. Just imagine, what first-level wizard has 64 points of mental power before learning advanced meditation? Most have around 30 points. Ryan's was almost double that. However, at this moment, Ryan felt a long-unseen swelling in his temples. Clearly, this was due to the time spent practicing advanced meditation, which was approaching his current limit. Huh? Suddenly, Ryan noticed that the mental attribute on his attribute panel had an extra parenthesis, displaying the following: Spirit, 64, atomization 1%. The effect is showing so quickly? What percentage of atomization has appeared? Although the system had indicated the activation of mental power atomization when he transitioned to a full wizard, it seemed that the concentration effect of the basic meditation method was too poor, so the specific value was not displayed. It's likely that it didn't even reach 1% back then, so the system didn't display the specific value. Ryan speculated. And now, even though he hasn't completed the first level of the advanced meditation method, the 1% value has already appeared, demonstrating the huge difference in the effects of the two on mental power concentration. Ryan felt it vaguely. Sure enough, there was a noticeable difference in mental power, a subtle sense of greater purity. This made Ryan excited. He had originally thought of taking a break, taking it slow, and eventually completing the first level in a few days. But now, seeing the significant results, he had other ideas. I still have 4 attribute points remaining. If I spend another 1 or 2, I feel I'd be able to break through. Then let's go all in. Feeling the effects of his spiritual energy purification, Ryan's desire rapidly grew. With almost no hesitation, Ryan added a single attribute point to his spiritual power, instantly boosting it from 64 to 65. Ryan instantly felt as if a stream of fresh air had suddenly flowed through his mind, sweeping away his mental fatigue and giving him a sense of clarity. Immediately, Ryan began to mentally outline the complex three-dimensional pattern of the first level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. The first will rune. The second. The 35th will rune. Not bad. Just 1 more. Ryan's face beamed with joy. After trying over 10 times in a row, Ryan felt his head begin to swell again, but the effect was noticeable. He was now attempting the last one. It's like building a house. The only thing missing is the roof. So, Ryan added another point. Half an hour later, Ryan delighted in the vision in his mind. At the base of the metal transfiguration magic model, a thin, circular base, also made of spiritual crystals, appeared. Clearly, the first level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation had been successfully mastered. The system prompts the following: You have mastered the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, incomplete, and your comprehension has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, incomplete. Your Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, incomplete, skill has been upgraded, and your experience points have increased by 1. Incomplete? That's right. I've only mastered the first level. Ryan quickly spotted a new skill icon on the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, class panel, a figure sitting cross-legged in meditation with eyes closed. The small text below read, Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, incomplete, level 1, 1/100, with the special effect Metal Control level 1. Metal Control level 1, passive your ability to manipulate metallic energy particles is slightly improved. He didn't know how much longer it took him compared to other wizards in the constructor school to master the first level of Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, but it couldn't have taken him just 1 day, could it? What a shame, Minter Magro isn't here, otherwise I'd be thrilled. These 2 attribute points are well worth the extra, Ryan said, feeling a sense of relief. Such a crucial task is finally accomplished. From now on, all I have to do is practice daily as per my schedule. Ryan once again focused his attention on the newly appeared pedestal in his mind's sea. This must be the special feature of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, the reason it can enhance the power of metal-based sorcery. You can try it yourself later, and compare the changes. At the same time, Ryan noticed that the silver mist surrounding the three-dimensional structure had become much thicker. The silver mist occupied the entire area of his spiritual sea, much more than before he had just been promoted to a wizard and had not yet practiced the advanced meditation. Ryan glanced at the system panel and was slightly surprised. He saw that the spiritual power value on the attribute panel had actually decreased. It displayed, Spirit, 65% atomization. You know, he remembered clearly that at the beginning, his spirit value was 64. After adding 2 points, it should have been 66, but now it was only 60. However, the degree of atomization had increased significantly, from 1% to 5%. Could this be the effect of advanced meditation on concentrating spiritual power? Removing impurities, thus reducing the total amount? That's roughly it. But before Ryan could think about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Huh? This is... He saw that the system prompt had refreshed again. The prerequisites for advancing to Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, are 1. The concentration of mutant dragon blood is rich or above. 2. Level 3 Crystallization Wizard or above. 3. Is the second prerequisite clear? His Crystallization Wizard? That's too high. Ryan couldn't help but gasp. He was no longer a wizard novice. He knew that levels 1 to 3 corresponded to 3 stages of spiritual power: atomization, liquefaction, and crystallization. But he was only at 5% atomization right now. There was still the liquefaction process, and only after that, crystallization. If it were an ordinary first-level wizard, who knows how long it would take to reach crystallization? 100 years? Or 200? Besides, a wizard's advancement wasn't always smooth sailing, so it was very possible to get stuck at a certain stage. But thinking about it, it was not surprising. A legendary class. The prerequisite being a crystallized wizard, that's not too much of a stretch. I can increase my attributes, and my mental power will increase several times that of an ordinary wizard. This process should be significantly shortened. Ryan was very confident about this. Also, this proves that Dragon Vein wizards are wizards, and are somewhat related to advanced meditation techniques. I've just mastered the first level of advanced meditation, and it shows the level of wizardry required. Looking at the prerequisites for Dragon Vein wizards, Ryan seemed to have a sudden realization. After pondering for a while, Ryan decided to test the changes before and after learning advanced meditation. First, of course, was the innate magic spell, Metal Transfiguration. However, Ryan didn't transform the dagger. After all, the dagger contained too little metal, and it had already been nearly instantaneous before. To achieve a more significant comparison, the total amount of metal needed would have to be larger. With a slight thought, Ryan saw that the hardened adamantium in his hand immediately began to transform into the shape of a pig's head hammer. The whole process was extremely fast. Ryan repeated the test several times and recorded the time. It took about 0.16 seconds, less than 0.2 seconds. Compared to the previous 0.25 seconds, it was over 20% faster. This delighted Ryan. He watched the pig-headed hammer quickly transform into a thick tower shield, and then, just as quickly, into a two-handed great sword. Indeed, no matter what form it transformed into, it was significantly faster than before. Don't underestimate this small time reduction. But often, battles happen in the blink of an eye. Also, looking at this from another angle, in the same amount of time, Ryan was able to transform a greater amount of metal than before. Guess I need to go to the branch office and exchange for more rare metals. Oh, and there's also the levitation technique. Rain acted immediately, putting away the hardened adamantium in his hand and walking out the door. Sitting in the carriage, Rain was still pondering the previous changes. It seems that the first level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation technique alone isn't enough to achieve the current effect. Rain carefully sensed the change. That atomized mental power is significantly more effective in mobilizing metallic energy particles than the unatomized mental power. I see. The speed increase is due to the added bonus of the atomized mental power. Although the bonus isn't significant, it's also due to the low degree of atomization. Rain nodded, musing. In the exchange hall, the young staff member stood up and bowed. Greetings, sir. How may I help you? I'd like to exchange some rare metals. Yes, sir. Please show me your emblem. Ryan nodded and handed his crystal emblem to the other party. The young woman was stunned upon seeing it. She took the emblem with both hands, with even greater respect, and placed it into a specially designed socket. She asked, Sir, what kind of metal would you like to exchange? Give me 20 pounds. No, 50 pounds of enchanted thorium, 50 pounds of hardened adamantine ingots, and yes, 20 pounds of radiant ingots, Ryan said after a moment's thought. In recent battles, with the enemies casting sorcery spells, Ryan had found enchanted thorium quite useful, significantly reducing the damage of enemy sorcery. The 20 pounds of demonized thorium he had exchanged before could only be transformed into a normal-sized kite-shaped shield. It was more than enough to face the first-level witchcraft, but it was insufficient to defend against Sam's second-level witchcraft last time. After all, this was using the first-level metal barrier spell to defend against the enemy's second-level spell, so it was understandable that it couldn't be stopped. But if there were enough enchanted thorium to form 3 kite-shaped shields, the defense would naturally be significantly enhanced. Add to that the secondary effect of this advanced meditation, metal control, and even if it still couldn't resist the second-level spell, the difference wouldn't be too great. As for hardened adamantium, it's hard enough for spearing, and its power is several times greater than ordinary steel. It's just like using a durable item as a consumable. It's expensive. But now that Ryan has enough contribution points, he naturally chooses to maximize his combat power. Finally, there's the glowstone. With the recent rise of cults, Ryan plans to exchange some for a reserve, just in case. However, the young staff member was stunned. Enchanted thorium is a whopping 180 merit points per pound. 50 pounds, that's a full 9,000 merit points. Is this really too much? Even for a diamond-level swordsman, isn't this a bit too much? Excuse me, sir. How much did you ask for? After the young staff member came to his senses, Ryan realized he might have asked for a bit too much, so he patiently repeated the request. Sir, let me check for you. 50 pounds of enchanted thorium ingots, for a total of 9,000 merit points. 50 pounds of hardened adamantite ingots, for a total of 1,200 merit points. 20 pounds of glowstone, for a total of 2,400 merit points. The total is 12,600 merit points. Is that okay with you? Yes, Ryan nodded. Very well, sir. I get it for you right away. Wait, I need to redeem another spell. Levitation. You can do that too. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later, Ryan walked out of the redemption hall, satisfied. He held a parchment scroll in his left hand, and a wooden box in his right. Meanwhile, Northern Munster Province, Dragon's Tooth Pass. Deep within the Adachi mine. A 5-man elite squad slowly advanced deeper into the mine. They were none other than the diamond-level swordsman squadron, the Black Swords, who had come all the way from Munster. Strange, do you smell it? Since entering the mine, I've been sensing a foul odor, like rotting food, the dagger-wielding member said, frowning. I smell it too. It wasn't noticeable at the mine entrance before, but now it seems to be getting stronger. I hadn't noticed it until you reminded me. Well, I can smell it now, too, said another member carrying a giant bough, his nostrils twitching. He nodded. Suddenly, Vice Captain Anthony, walking in front, holding a short staff and illuminating the light spell, froze in his tracks. He was the only official wizard in the Black Sword team, second only to Captain Black Sword Guerrero in power. Because official wizards possess keen perceptions and inherent magical powers that constantly protect them, he was the one who led the way in the exceptionally dark conditions of the mine tunnel. Seeing Anthony suddenly stop, the other team members stopped chatting and looked up. Then, their faces filled with horror as they gazed at the scene not far away. Over 20 meters away, deep in the tunnel, a bronze metal gate several dozen meters high opened to both sides. The interior of the gate was dark and gloomy. Even the light from the tip of Angty's staff couldn't reach inside. At the entrance, a massive, intricately arranged magic array could be clearly seen, emitting a faint green glow. The strange thing was that, logically, such a magic array should be presided over by someone, but now, no one was there. Captain, this is the forbidden door, a team member said in astonishment, pointing at the bronze gate. The scene before them was beyond the Black Sword team's expectations. To their surprise, there really was a forbidden door within the Adachi mine, and, more importantly, it was now open. Black Sword Guerrero nodded solemnly, his eyes still fixed on the depths of the gate, unblinking, as if he wanted to see through it. It's actually been opened. The wizard, Ant, standing at the front of the team, took 2 steps forward with a solemn expression. He came to the front of the magic circle, squatted down, and examined it carefully. Soon, he turned and said, Captain, this magic circle will be operational for no more than 24 hours. Judging from the symbols, it must be some kind of blood sacrifice magic circle. If I'm not mistaken, someone must have set up and used this blood sacrifice magic circle to open the forbidden door. Retreat! Black Sword Guerrero gestured to the wizard, Ant. He had just stared into the door, feeling a sense of trepidation. As a peak knight who had mastered the highest secrets, Guerrero trusted his instincts. They wouldn't lie. Captain, shouldn't we go inside and investigate? Another team member asked doubtfully. After all, they had come all the way from Munster to investigate this matter. But now, with no idea what lay within the open forbidden door, they hurriedly retreated. Yes. Captain, how about I go in and take a look? Asked a thin, leather-armored member, deftly swinging 2 daggers up and down. Hey, Plum, what's that on your face? Why is it so white? As the wizard, Auntie, approached with a light spell, a member pointed at Plum, who was wielding the daggers, and asked in confusion. Plum's face was equally puzzled. Is there something on his face? He immediately touched his face, and, indeed, felt something soft. With a slight effort, he pulled it off, feeling a slight sting. A white, fan-shaped object appeared in his palm. Huh? Is that a mushroom? Another member, at the end of the group, carrying a giant bough, approached curiously, observing the white fungus that resembled a ginkgo leaf. But when he leaned forward, illuminated by the light spell, the other 2 people beside him looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes widened, and their fingers trembled as they pointed at him, their faces filled with inexplicable horror. What's wrong? You 2 both look like you've seen a ghost. But when he noticed that everyone, including Captain Guerrero, were staring at him with shocked expressions, he knew something was wrong. He followed everyone's gaze, and immediately reached out to touch his face. Then he froze in place. His hand felt something soft on his face. With a strong tug, he snatched a white, mushroom-shaped object from his face. A stream of blood slowly flowed down, leaving his face looking sickly and terrifying. Ah! My face! Oh my god! It's on my neck too! What the hell is this? Chapter 333. At this moment, everyone began to search their bodies with fear on their faces. Soon, the members of the Black Sword team discovered that, with the exception of their vice-captain, the wizard Ant, who seemed to be constantly protected by his innate sorcery, they had not been infected by the mysterious fungus. Even the strongest captain, Black Sword Guerrero, the peak-level Great Knight, now had a number of white, Kakin-like fungal spores on his body. The other 3 team members, who were less powerful than Guerrero and had even weaker resistance, had already grown fully formed white fungi, the same mushrooms that had just resembled oyster mushrooms. Quick! Let's get out of here first! Guerrero commanded immediately, his uneasiness growing stronger. Just as the team quickly turned around and prepared to leave, suddenly, everyone felt the tunnel floor shake violently. Followed by this, a low, intimidating roar, never heard before, emanated from within the forbidden gate. Instantly, everyone felt a sudden chill in their hearts, as if they were trapped in an ice cellar. Even moving their legs was much more clumsy than usual. Instinctively, the members of the Black Sword squad stiffly turned their heads, and looked towards the forbidden door behind them. They saw 2 brown lights suddenly appear within the forbidden door. Boom! Boom! As the ground vibrated rhythmically, the 2 lights drew closer. The stench grew stronger. As they approached the area illuminated by the light spell, the Black Sword squad members finally saw clearly that these were not lights, but a pair of giant dragon eyes. The dragon was utterly hideous. The smooth scales that a normal dragon should possess were nowhere to be seen. Its skin was covered in wrinkles, pits, and even pus-stained skin, as if emanating from within some intense, corrosive energy. Move! Guerrero finally understood the source of his intense unease. The corrosive dragon before him must be the monstrous creature originally imprisoned within the Forbidden Gate. Although it had been sealed away for thousands of years, its lingering aura remained incredibly potent. Guerrero immediately sensed that this was a monster only the Imperial Guardians could handle, not the Black Sword Squad. Despite hearing their captain's nearly deafening screams, the others felt as if they were trapped in a swamp, their running speed less than a third of their usual pace. Ah! The corrupted dragon roared. Followed by a furious, cylindrical stream of yellow-green mist, it violently belched from its maw. In the narrow tunnel, this damage was practically impossible to avoid. The last member of the team was the first to be struck by the mist, and the fungi on his body began to grow wildly. In mere seconds, a dazzling array of gray and green fungi covered his entire body, even his face. Though he continued to run, to the eyes of others. Perhaps, stumbling would be more appropriate. The second. The third. The wizard Ankti's protective innate sorcery also shattered instantly, and fungi began to rapidly grow on his body. Black Sword Guerrero was no exception. Seeing the entire squad on the verge of annihilation, Guerrero paused, then suddenly turned back, slashing at the breath with all his might with his black great sword. At the same time, a deep roar echoed behind him. "Auntie, spread the word." As soon as he finished speaking, a radiance of the force, mingled with a hint of will, swung his black two-handed great sword, and like an arrow from a bow, he charged straight at the pursuing corrupted dragon. Black light. A flash of black light flashed, and Guerrero, the black sword, instantly slashed a gash several dozen centimeters long across the corrupted dragon's elbow, its forepaws as thick as stone pillars. Yellow-green ichor spurted out. Just when Guerrero thought he might be able to hold out a little longer, or even have a slight chance of escaping, but the next second, bang! A massive, razor-sharp claw slammed down from above, crushing Black Sword Guerrero to a pulp. "Captain!" At that moment, the wizard, Ant, had just finished chanting a spell, a pale blue whirlwind enveloping him, carrying him rapidly forward, when he witnessed his captain's tragic death before his eyes. "Hurry, hurry! I need to survive. I need to spread the message." For the first time as a wizard, Ant lost his composure like this, furious. But it was too late. It wasn't the corrupt dragon behind him that was catching up. It was the breath of the dragon that had infected him, and various fungi had begun to grow rapidly on his body. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the Adachi mine, a third-level wizard apprentice in a gray robe and a great knight wielding a sword and shield were chatting idly. Both were new members of the Black Sword team, and therefore, Guerrero had assigned them to the mine entrance, responsible for security and communication. "It's been 2 hours and 10 minutes. Why hasn't the captain and the others sent a message yet? Could something have gone wrong?" The sword and shield knight opened his pocket watch, checked the time, and frowned. According to the agreement before departure, the team inside the cave would send a message to the two of them every 2 hours. This was standard procedure for the sword-bearer team on exploration missions. No, Captain Guerrero's power has reached the quasi-legendary level, and with Vice Captain Ante, a full-fledged wizard, it's just an investigation mission. How could anything go wrong? The gray-robed apprentice shook his head. "Wait, Medeiros, do you hear that noise? It seems to be coming from the mine." The sword and shield knight, Luca, turned alertly and motioned for his companions to listen. "I hear it, but could it be the wind?" Medeiros, holding his short staff, listened for a moment, unable to discern the source of the sound. Because they were currently at the Dragon's Tooth Pass, strong winds were common year-round. This was why they had chosen to ride ponies, well suited for mountain travel, rather than the Imperial airships. "Ah!" At that moment, a distinctly human scream emanated from within the mine. The two exchanged glances, immediately becoming alert. "Quick, hide behind the hillside," Medeiros called out immediately. The two quickly hid behind the hillside, dozens of meters from the mine. Their mission was to maintain surveillance and maintain communication, not to engage in combat. This was Captain Guerrero's explicit order to the two men before they set out. A few minutes later, a humanoid monster staggered to the cave entrance, roared once, and then turned back, returning to the depths of the mine. What kind of monster is this? As a great knight, Luca had never seen such a bizarre humanoid creature covered in fungi. Medeiros, however, stared blankly at the scene before him, motionless. Medeiros? This puzzled Luca. Logically, Medeiros had considerable combat experience, having previously been a full-fledged member of a gold-rank team. He shouldn't have been so frightened by a monster. "It's over," Medeiros said, dejected. "It's over. The captain and the others are finished." "Luca, that wasn't a monster just now, it was Vice Captain, Wizard Ante." Medeiros' words echoed through Luca's mind like a thunderbolt. "What? This? How is this possible? Really? Did you notice the amulet around his neck? I'm all too familiar with that amulet. It's a magical item that seals the water barrier." Luca was stunned. He recalled that the humanoid monster had indeed had something reflective around its neck. "Because I have that item too. I exchanged it for it in the branch exchange hall." Medeiros pulled out the prismatic crystal amulet from his chest and showed it to Luca. This made Luca instantly believe Medeiros' words. After a moment of daze, Medeiros muttered something to himself as he quickly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and began writing with a quill. "Report to the branch immediately." Barely half a minute later, a blood falcon soared into the sky. The next morning, Munster, the study in Ryan's new residence. Ryan was sorting through the 3 rare metals he had brought back from the branch yesterday: enchanted thorium, hardened adamantium, and radiant ingots. However, as Ryan fixed his gaze on the enchanted thorium, his brows suddenly raised, as if a thought occurred to him. After transforming a portion of it into 2 kite-shaped shields, he quickly transformed the remaining enchanted thorium into individual pieces of plate armor, modeled after the engraved mithril plate armor he wore. With the Armorsmith's Armorsmithing Mastery, passive, and the Master Armorsmith's Inscription Mastery, passive, Ryan had crafted a complete set of enchanted thorium plate armor, inscribed with the Minor Defense inscription, in less than half an hour. Looking at the matte silver plate armor before him, Ryan nodded with satisfaction. This set is like sorcery resistance gear. With enchanted thorium, and the addition of primary defensive inscriptions, the damage from enemy sorcery will be reduced by at least half. The only inconvenience is carrying it. But then Ryan thought of the Bloodfeather Hippogriff, which had just reached maturity. You can't carry it with you, but you can put it on Bloodfeather. You can change into a plate armor set before battle. Although Ryan possessed the innate sorcery skill Metal Transfiguration, a simple breastplate would be fine, capable of covering the chest in a fraction of a second. But transforming it into a knight's plate armor set with inscriptions and complex components would be impossible in an instant. After completing the above tasks, Ryan focused his attention on the parchment scroll he had just redeemed, Levitation. As a relatively easy first-level spell, Levitation is not difficult to learn. After a while, a system prompt appeared. You have learned Levitation, and your understanding of it has improved. You have learned a new skill. Levitation. Your Levitation skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. At the same time, a new icon appeared at the bottom of the Warhammer Wizard Legendary panel, next to the Ironheart Advanced Meditation. The icon depicted a person floating in midair, stepping on a cotton-like white cloud, seemingly symbolizing the cloud's support. Below the icon was a line of small text. Levitation Level 1, 1/100, Levitation Level 1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to attract surrounding wind energy particles using a specific spell model, causing the host to float in the air for 1 minute. Note, the spell takes 3 seconds to cast. Not bad. I don't have to worry about accidents while riding Bloodfeather. Ryan nodded, feeling delighted. But a 3-second casting time is still a bit long. Just as Ryan was debating whether to add points to Levitation or practice on his own, he suddenly noticed the icon for the Advanced Meditation Technique, Heart of Steel. Heart of Steel Advanced Meditation, incomplete, Level 1, 1/100, with the special effect Metal Mastery Level 1. Oh right, what are the effects of adding points to this Advanced Meditation Technique? Ryan thought for a moment, and realized he didn't really know. When he was learning basic meditation, he hadn't had to consider this issue. He had successfully completed the basic meditation technique by adding points to his mental strength. This piqued Ryan's curiosity. After a moment's thought, Ryan glanced at the 5 remaining skill points. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he invested a point in the Ironheart Advanced Meditation. As the Ironheart Advanced Meditation advanced from Level 1 to Level 2, a flood of memories of Ironheart cultivation flooded into Ryan's mind. Ryan closed his eyes and stood still, carefully absorbing the fragments of his memories of practicing the Advanced Meditation Technique. When he opened his eyes again, it was as if he had entered a mysterious space, having experienced years of arduous practice in the Ironheart Advanced Meditation Technique. And then, Ryan began practicing the Ironheart Advanced Meditation Technique once again. After a while, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the process of visualizing and outlining the first layer model of the Heart of Steel in his spiritual sea was surprisingly much smoother than before, with his efficiency nearly doubled. What does this mean? This means that within the same daily meditation time limit of approximately half an hour, he could only use his spiritual power to outline it twice. But now, he could visualize and outline it 4 times. What does this mean? This means that Ryan's spiritual power atomization process can be greatly accelerated. Ryan also has a basic understanding of the time required for spiritual power atomization. For other first-level wizards, even the most brilliant, it would take years to achieve an atomization level of over 90%. For most wizards, even if they can successfully break through bottlenecks without any setbacks, the process of spiritual power atomization takes almost 20 to 30 years. A first-level wizard who can complete this spiritual power atomization process within 10 years can be considered a wizarding genius. Within 5 years? I'm afraid it's rare in the entire Dragon Empire. This made Ryan's heart instantly excited. It's twice the speed now, but it can obviously be even faster. After pacing back and forth in the room, pondering for a moment, Ryan decided to continue adding points to the Advanced Meditation Method. With the addition of points, the Ironheart Advanced Meditation Method advanced from Level 2 to Level 3. A few minutes later, Ryan tried the Ironheart Advanced Meditation Method again. Sure enough, his visualization and sketching process sped up again. In about half an hour, he could complete 6 visualization and sketching cycles. It started with 2, now it's 6, 3 times the original speed. Level 3 is 3 times, so wouldn't level 4 be 4 times? Ryan's eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, he tried to add points to the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method again. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly appeared, point addition failed. The Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method, incomplete, limit has been reached. Ryan frowned slightly. This represents the first level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method. The fastest I can achieve is triple the speed? Okay, triple the speed. So what others would take 3 years, I take 1? Although it still feels a bit slow, it's manageable. Ryan thought to himself, somewhat greedily. No. I can also add points to my mental attributes. It's been proven before that if mental power is strong enough, it will further accelerate the atomization process. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he instantly realized something. This is why, for most wizards, various drugs that can enhance mental power are extremely valuable. A drug that increases the speed of mental power atomization? Possibly, but Ryan hadn't heard of it yet. Perhaps, it's time to start looking for a drug that boosts mental power. Through Jennifer's auction house? Or through the Munster branch of the Royal Apothecary Association? Ryan immediately thought of 2 avenues. After all, for Ryan, with his Breaking Bad career profile, he was already a top-notch pharmacist. He hadn't considered making his own potions before because, for him, it was clearly more cost-effective to spend his time improving his extraordinary combat skills. But now, if it was a potion related to mental power, he wouldn't be out of the question. By the way, when I killed Adams, the 3rd-level wizard apprentice in Shimmering Gold, I seized a spiritual book that detailed the recipe for a secret potion that boosts mental power. The ingredients are quite hard to find though. I can ask Jennifer to try searching through the auction house, Ryan recalled. As for why it wasn't made then, it was because the materials were hard to come by. But there's no rush for this. Perhaps I should study puppetry first. As for improving his mental power, Ryan had the advantage of being able to improve it simply by adding points, so he wasn't anxious. Instead, he was quite interested in the puppetry taught to him by instructor Magaro. Ryan pulled the thick book on the principles of puppetry given by Magaro from the drawer and began to peruse it. Flipping open the cover, Ryan saw the next page, almost entirely filled with the revision number, revision date, and content. Huh? It seems the school attaches great importance to the contents of the book Principles of Puppetry, having revised it numerous times. Indeed, this book is probably as important to the school as the Chinois dictionary in my past life. While it's basic, it's of immense significance. Ryan first spent some time reading the overview, then, following instructor Magaro's instructions, turned directly to the chapter on metal puppets. For Ryan, metal puppets were a perfect match for him. And his extremely high affinity for metal elements would fully unleash the combat power of metal puppets. As for other types of puppets, such as clay puppets, rock puppets, and flesh puppets, he could gradually explore them once he mastered the crafting of metal puppets. After all, beginners should avoid biting off more than they can chew. For puppets with low intelligence requirements, using the activation technique will suffice. For mid to high-level puppets with higher intelligence requirements, we need to add a control core. Reading this, Ryan fell into deep thought. Intelligence? Activation technique? Control core? Control core is about mid to high-level puppets. Let's ignore that for now, and focus on the activation technique. Ryan quickly made his decision. It didn't take long for Ryan to find the description of the activation technique on the last few pages of the puppetry principles. As a first-level sorcery, the activation technique is notoriously difficult to master. However, for Ryan, whose mental power reached 60 points, nearing the mid to late level, it wasn't difficult. Just like when learning levitation, a system notification sounded shortly after. You have learned the animation spell, and your understanding of it has improved. You have learned a new skill. Animation. Your animation skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. At the same time, a new icon appeared at the bottom of the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, panel, next to the magical metal barrier. The icon depicted a cane gently tapping the head of a clay figurine, as if the cane were granting it some kind of intelligence. Ryan focused his attention on the new icon, only to see a line of small text below it. Animation spell level 1, 1/100, animation spell level 1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to activate mysterious energy particles, imbuing a humanoid or animal-like inanimate object with rudimentary intelligence and simple mobility for half an hour. Note, this spell is a guided spell. The casting time and mental energy consumption depend on the complexity and size of the object. It worked. Ryan's face lit up with joy. Huh? Humanoid or animaloid? Duration, half an hour? Guided magic? Ryan immediately noticed a few keywords. After some thought, he based his work on the simplest entry-level puppet in the metal puppetry principle. No, not quite a puppet. According to the book, it's called an animated metal dummy. All it takes is to transform any metal ingot, such as iron or copper, into a metal block with a humanoid form. For other metal wizards, this would be a simple task, taking at most a minute. For Ryan, who has metal transfiguration as his innate magic, it takes only a second. In an instant, a half-human tall metal puppet appeared in Ryan's hand. After placing it on the ground, Ryan cast his first mastery of the magic of animation. As the incantation rang out, Ryan gently pointed, and a khaki beam of light, the thickness of his little finger, shone upon the metal puppet. After about 3 seconds, Ryan noticed a small speck of light in his mind. With the command "stand up," the metal figure actually slowly rose and began to walk automatically. Interesting, Ryan said, raising a brow. Also, perhaps due to his high affinity for metal, he barely felt any mental energy drain. This meant he could attempt to activate a larger, animated metal figure. Knock, knock. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. This made Ryan smile slightly, as if a thought had occurred to him. He commanded the animated metal figure, "Open the door." Chapter 334. What made Ryan laugh and cry was that, perhaps due to the lack of intelligence in the animated metal dummy, it seemed to be at a loss, unsure of what to do. Is it really not working? Ryan sighed, shaking his head. But then, a flash of inspiration struck Ryan. Could it be that the instructions were too vague and unclear? Turn the handle. Ryan tried giving this clearer command. The animated metal dummy seemed to have found its target, moving towards the door and placing its metal hand on it. With a click, the handle was engaged, and the door opened. Ryan's face lit up with joy. At that moment, Ryan saw the beautiful woman, Jennifer, standing outside the door. The beautiful woman glanced at Ryan, who was standing far away at the desk, with a hint of confusion in her heart. Huh? Who just opened the door for her? She looked down and, instantly, nearly jumped with fright. Ah! With a scream, the beautiful woman took 2 steps back, trembling as she pointed at the half-human height, animated metal mannequin in front of her. This is... Ryan quickly stepped forward and said apologetically, "Sorry to scare you, Jennifer. This is a new witchcraft I've learned." The beautiful woman patted her towering breasts, rolled her beautiful eyes at him, and said, "My dear, it's lucky it's daytime. If it were night, I'd probably faint from fear." Ryan smiled, put away the animated metal mannequin, and led the beautiful woman into the study. "Jennifer, what's up?" "Dear, it's almost lunchtime, and everyone's waiting for you." The beautiful woman couldn't help but pout at the wall clock, a little speechless. Ryan, following the direction of the beautiful woman's pout, glanced at the clock in the study, and suddenly realized something. He had spent several hours this morning learning new witchcraft. Time flew by unnoticed, and it was almost 12:30. "I guess I've been so engrossed in this, haven't I?" Ryan thought to himself. "Sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Let's go." Shortly after lunch, Ryan and the beautiful woman, Jennifer, boarded the long-prepared carriage and headed for the banquet at Munster Cathedral. Ryan also took the blue and white warhammer he had seized from the ancient mighty Munder. Originally, Ryan had planned to bring Anna along. However, it seemed that Anna's body had been overly sensitive the other day while riding the blood-feather hippogriff, so she felt incredibly shy the moment she saw him and declined his invitation to join her. So, at this moment, he and Jennifer were the only ones in the carriage. "By the way, dear, we've already gathered information on that Earth Dragon Knight. His name is Hansel, and he's best known for his Earth Dragon mount. It's said he recently consumed dragon blood fruit and is about to evolve. He came here to help after being hired by Sam's group." "Oh, they've gathered information so quickly?" Ryan raised a brow, still quite surprised by the beauty's efficiency. Alina from the Swordbearer division hadn't even reported to him, yet she already had the news. While the Axe and Auction House's network of connections was extraordinary, Jennifer had only recently become a shareholder of the Axe and Auction House's Munster branch, so she might not be familiar with many people and situations. "Well, dear, you don't know. Ever since the fall of Sam's group, Fabian and the others have become even more respectful to me. A lot of the intelligence they proactively reported, some of which I haven't even yet distributed," the beautiful woman said with a faint smile. She now fully understood the meaning of the shade of a great tree. With Ryan as her supportive figure, she was practically the uncrowned king of the Accent Auction House's Munster branch. Fabian, the branch's official head of operations, was fully committed to her. She also took this opportunity to instruct Fabian to strengthen business ties between the auction house and the Hammer and Rose Chamber of Commerce. Within a few days, the Chamber of Commerce had benefited greatly. Oh, by the way, you mentioned dragon blood fruit? Yes, I heard a few masters at the auction house chatting about it. It seems to have a special effect on the growth and evolution of dragonborn creatures. The beautiful woman nodded. This made Ryan ponder. The information the beautiful woman had just given him gave him a new idea. If it works on dragonborn creatures, what about me? Ryan couldn't help but wonder. Can the system absorb, for example, the beneficial ingredients in dragon blood fruit? Of course, dragon blood or a dragon's body, and something that promotes dragonborn growth are not the same thing. So, it's not guaranteed, but it's worth a try. Jennifer, next, please help me focus on 2 types of items at the auction house. One is dragon-related items, dragon bones, dragon blood, or the dragon blood fruit you mentioned this time. Secondly, keep an eye out for potions that can enhance mental strength. If the price is right, please buy them for me. By the way, please also buy the raw materials for this secret potion. Ryan also thought about how to make the secret potion. He immediately pulled a list of ingredients from his waist bag and handed it to the beautiful woman. Okay, dear. The beautiful woman took it and carefully stored it away, nodding in agreement. She didn't ask why Ryan needed these things, nor did she mention that they might be worth a fortune. Jennifer knew that Ryan's immense strength was the foundation of everything she had. However, at this moment, the beautiful woman's eyes were shimmering as she gazed at Ryan, her voluptuous body leaning towards him. Although she had been seeing Ryan frequently recently, because of Anna, Jennifer still adhered to her duties as a housekeeper within the mansion. But now, in the confined space of the carriage, and besides, she and Ryan hadn't done that in ages. And she was at an age where she really needed it. The beautiful woman blushed slightly, but she lowered her head. After a few rustling noises, Jennifer, we're in the carriage. Ryan groaned. Honey, haven't you been studying witchcraft lately? You can control a metal mannequin, so don't you know something like soundproofing? The beautiful woman asked, glaring at Ryan with her beautiful eyes. Ryan was speechless for a moment. He wanted to say, I really can't, but at that moment, he had no time to think about anything else. 10,000 words omitted here. After a long moment, the beautiful woman wiped her red lips, then slowly stood up and said teasingly, Honey, I didn't expect you really don't know how to soundproof. But suddenly, the beautiful woman's expression froze as she realized that her pale blue evening gown was being lifted by Ryan, revealing a hint of her large, snow-white buttocks, while her slender waist was held in place by his large hands. My dear, we're in a carriage, and you haven't learned soundproofing. The beautiful woman couldn't help but feel both surprised and delighted. Another 10,000 words omitted here. After a long while, the beautiful woman was finally able to rest against the seat in the carriage. She tilted her head, brushed her slightly disheveled hair from her ear, and looked at Ryan wearily. My dear, how am I supposed to go out to the banquet now? Soon, the carriage arrived in front of the magnificent Munster Cathedral. At that moment, a number of noble carriages had gathered in front of the cathedral. Many well-mannered male nobles, holding hands with their stylishly dressed daughters and wives, ascended the steps and entered the cathedral's interior. However, as they ascended the steps, they would occasionally glance at the silver-armored knight at the top, standing with his hands dangling, a double-handed hammer slung over his back. Is some important figure arriving today? Why is Lord Brandour waiting here in person? Many nobles whispered. You should know that Knight Brandour of Punishment holds a high position within the Church of the Munster Goddess. Even among the upper classes of Munster Province, his status is second only to the Duke of Munster and several marquises, and even higher than that of the earls. Hey, who do you think Knight Brandour of Punishment is waiting for? A young noblewoman asked curiously. I'm not sure. I didn't hear that His Excellency the Duke of Munster was coming. I suppose it's one of the marquises, right? The middle-aged noble beside him frowned slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face, and shook his head. Probably. As the carriage, emblazoned with the cross sword and hammer noble crest, came to a stop, Brandour smiled and quickly descended the steps. At the same time, the tall and handsome Ryan stepped out first, assisting Jennifer, a radiantly beautiful woman with sore knees. Seeing Brandour personally greet him at the door, Ryan couldn't help but smile and nod. Naturally, this scene was observed by many nobles. So you're waiting for him. Who is this young man? A noblewoman observed the handsome Ryan curiously, glancing at the gorgeous Jennifer beside him with a hint of envy. You don't even know him. This is Viscount Ryan, a rising star in the Munster sword-bearers branch. It's said that even the Duke of Munster speaks highly of him. A middle-aged noble, seemingly familiar with the circumstances of the previous Munster cult attacks, explained. So impressive? The ladies and young ladies nearby covered their lips in amazement. However, their attention quickly shifted from Ryan's prowess to the woman he brought with him this time. Jennifer. So, who is the person next to Viscount Ryan? Judging by their age, they seem much older than Viscount Ryan. They don't seem like a couple, a young lady asked doubtfully. I think I've met this person before. They seem to be from a guild. Let me think. They're the president of the Hammer and Rose Guild. They should be Lord Ryan's white glove. Another noblewoman recalled meeting Jennifer at a banquet about a month ago. I see. It seems we still have a chance to have a deeper conversation with Viscount Ryan. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps Viscount Ryan simply prefers older, beautiful women. Humph. Haven't you heard the saying, men always prefer 18-year-olds? The noble ladies seemed relieved upon hearing that Jennifer was only wearing white gloves, and they began to tease one another. Although Ryan was young, he had already gained a reputation after his battles in Munster. Most of Munster's upper class knew of the arrival of such a powerful young man as Ryan in the sword-bearer branch. Sir Ryan, I was supposed to be the one to pay you a visit, but because of my brother's situation I've been. I'm so sorry. Brandier bowed slightly, nodding to Jennifer. Lord Brandwell, you're welcome. Ryan knew that the two cult attacks had inflicted heavy losses on the Church of the Munster Goddess, even Brandwell's own brother having died in battle. Naturally, he wouldn't consider it rude that Brandwell hadn't come to visit. Lord Ryan, while I'd love to chat with you a little longer, your old friend, Bishop Theon, is already waiting inside, and he's got a surprise for you. Look, shall we? Brandwell said with a smile. Of course, I haven't seen Bishop Theon in a long time either. Ryan gestured for Brandwell to join him, wondering what the surprise was. So, Ryan and the beautiful woman Jennifer, led by the punishment knight Branduer, quickly arrived at the prayer hall. Already inside the hall, a number of nobles were present. These people were well informed and understood the significance of Bishop Theon's presiding over the work, and many of them had volunteered to visit. After discussing this, Bishop Theon and Branduer decided that, given the circumstances, they might as well expand the gathering and hold a ceremony. Just as Ryan was still wondering why so many nobles had come to such an informal banquet, an elderly man in a light blue robe inlaid with gold, holding a scepter, approached from the back of the hall. It was Bishop Theon, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Bishop Theon, long time no see, Ryan said with a slight bow. Viscount Ryan, long time no see. You've grown beyond my imagination. Bishop Theon immediately returned the greeting, smiling. The current Ryan was no longer the Baron of Mayes County. Even Bishop Theon had to observe etiquette, and no longer address Ryan as child. Half an hour later. After awarding several knights with the Order of the Conch, the awarding ceremony reached its climax. In numerous battles against the Black Flame cult, Viscount Ryan made outstanding contributions. Especially in these two, he not only repelled the attacks of the evil creatures, but also joined forces with the Duke and others to kill the cult high priest. In recognition of Viscount Ryan's outstanding contributions in the battle against the cult, on behalf of the Church of the Goddess, I hereby present Viscount Ryan with the second-class Order of the Goddess. Bishop Theon spoke passionately as he lifted a fist-sized medal, gleaming with a brilliant silver light, from a tray held by his attendant. Only then did the answer come to light, and Ryan realized the surprise Brandier had mentioned was this. This second-class Goddess medal was truly remarkable, the highest-level medal ever awarded by the provincial-level Goddess Church. It was a notch higher than the Gold Conch medal. The second-class Goddess medal was slightly larger than the previous Gold Conch medal. Made of mithril, it featured a vivid and lifelike image of a goddess holding a shell. Viscount Ryan, may the goddess bless you. Thank you, goddess, and thank you, Bishop Theon. Ryan bowed in gratitude. Bishop Theon solemnly placed the medal on Ryan's chest. Viscount Ryan, please keep this second-level medallion of the goddess safe. You will receive assistance from the Church of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess anywhere in the Empire, wherever there is a temple. In addition, this medallion grants not only the divine spell Detect Evil, but also the divine spell Goddess's Protection. While it can only be used once, it is incredibly powerful. Bishop Theon said, looking at Ryan with a smile. After the medallion ceremony, Bishop Theon, Brandier, and Ryan conversed privately in a room. Bishop Theon, after you leave, what about Mayest? Ryan asked. Ryan, you know Rudolph, who will succeed me as Bishop of Mayest, Bishop Theon said with a smile. Hey, Archbishop Rudolph got a promotion too? That's good news. By the way, Bishop Theon, Master Brandier, I have something I'd like your help in appraising, Ryan said as he opened a wooden box. Appraisal? Brandier asked, a puzzled expression on his face. You have to remember that they were both clergymen, not expert appraisers. Inside the box that Ryan had opened lay a massive blue and white warhammer, emitting a strange aura that immediately caught their attention and interest. I obtained this from Munder, an ancient and powerful figure of the Black Flame cult. Judging by the way the warhammer feels, it doesn't seem like something from a cult. Ryan slowly stated his suspicions. Indeed, it doesn't seem like something from the Black Flame cult. Brandier, equally adept with two-handed warhammers, could no longer contain his excitement. He gently stroked the warhammer with his fingers. Ryan, what do you mean? Theon asked. I'd like to ask you two to check the cult's text to see if there are any records of Munder, the ancient and powerful figure of the cult, to see if you can find any information about the origins of this warhammer. Naturally, the Church of the Goddess knew the Black Flame cult best. Ryan hadn't considered bringing it to the church before because he wasn't familiar with the church's higher-ups in Munster. But things were different now. Both Bishop Theon and Brandier had a special relationship with him. Of course, Your Excellency Ryan, but we probably have to contact the Cologne Cathedral in the imperial capital. Because their collection is the most comprehensive within the church, it will take some time, Brandier said after a moment's thought. Meanwhile, on the sea approximately 10 kilometers off the coast of Meister, dozens of four-masted sailing ships, led by two five-masted galleons, were engaged in a fierce battle with over a dozen large sea beasts. These ships were the first and third squadrons of the Dragon Empire South Sea Fleet. For a moment, sea beasts roared, waves surged, and cannons roared. From each sailing warship, various magical lights occasionally rose, attacking the massive sea beasts. Suddenly, a lookout aboard a five-masted sailboat's face changed, and he immediately signaled to the deck crew below. Soon, Admiral Campbell, the commander of the South Sea Fleet, received the message. He quickly glanced skyward from his captain's cabin, a copper monocular in hand. Not far away, he saw a massive ellipsoidal airship, the size of a mountain, approaching the area where they were currently engaged in battle with the sea creatures. Admiral, what is this? The staff officer nearby stared at the massive airship with wide eyes. It was so huge at such a distance, one could only imagine how massive it was. As far as he knew, the Empire had never produced such a massive airship before. It must be a Federation envoy, Admiral Campbell said gravely, lowering his monocular. He had received the message before, but he hadn't expected a Federation envoy to enter Imperial territory from the waters off Maest. Normally, if they were heading directly for the Imperial capital of Tamriel, they wouldn't pass through Maest. They're deliberately taking a detour here. Admiral Campbell vaguely guessed their intention. On the bridge of the massive airship in midair, more than a dozen officers in Federation uniforms surrounded a beautiful middle-aged woman in aristocratic hunting attire, observing the battle below. They offered occasional comments. Lady Trenna, the Dragon Empire's naval equipment is at least 20 years behind ours. They still rely solely on sailing battleships, while our iron steam turbines have already begun to be used in actual combat, a senior colonel said, shaking his head. Although spies had previously reported this, seeing it with their own eyes was the best confirmation. The ship's artillery is also underpowered. Most are still old-fashioned bronze cannons. Compared to our steel artillery, they're far less powerful, and their range is a third less. A Federation Major General lowered his binoculars with a hint of disdain. The ship is manned by quite a few third-level wizard apprentices. There are also official wizards, which is not bad. Well, I'm afraid that's the only bright spot. If the Imperial Navy were to engage our Federation, I believe utter annihilation would be the only outcome, said another Federation Major General. Everyone, now that we've encountered them, we naturally must show some sincerity to the Dragon Empire. How do you think we can deal with these sea beasts? Asked the beautiful woman named Trenna. Simple, use thunder bombs, suggested the Federation Major General. Major General Condra is right. Thunder bombs are powerful enough to deal with these sea beasts. One can basically inflict severe damage. Okay, then, do as you say, General Condra. Trenna nodded. Send the Dawn directly over the sea beasts and prepare to drop the thunder bombs. The order was quickly passed down through the ranks. A few minutes later, two massive cylindrical bombs, half a man's height, swiftly dropped from the underside of the giant airship onto the sea beasts below. Boom! A dazzling white light flashed, and an explosion like thunder echoed. A gigantic crab-like sea beast, over 20 meters long, was blown in two, instantly killed. The other missile missed directly, exploding near an octopus-like sea monster over 30 meters long, severing more than 10 of its thick, sucking tentacles. At this moment, 2 rows of 12 black dots were rapidly approaching the Federation's giant airship. From a distance, they could vaguely make out what appeared to be the Empire's Griffin Knights. Chapter 335. On the border of Munster Province, at Dragon's Tooth Pass, 2 men were seen running swiftly, pursued by dozens of stumbling humanoid monsters. A closer look revealed that the dozens of humanoid monsters were covered in a dazzling array of mushrooms, and a yellow-green, rancid gas permeated the air. The 2 running ahead were the 2 survivors of the Black Sword team, who hadn't yet explored the mines. Level 3 Wizard Apprentice Medeiros and Sword and Shield Knight Luca. Medeiros, these monsters are getting more and more numerous. Yesterday, we successfully slew a dozen of them. I didn't expect these monsters to become so much more formidable. Why haven't the reinforcements from the branch arrived yet? Asked the Sword and Shield Knight Luca, a weary face as he ran. The 2 of them had already released both of their blood falcons. Even if something had happened to the initial falcon, it was unlikely that both had. The message had definitely reached them. Not so fast. The captain of the Munster branch is already top tier. Do you think sending in the other diamond level teams would be enough? Medeiros' face was grim as he scurried away, using swift wind. Hearing his companion's words, Luca's face darkened. Although he hated to admit it, what Medeiros said made sense. It's likely the branch is waiting for reinforcements from the Imperial capital. But I believe it should be soon. At least, the vanguard should be. Medeiros muttered softly, not knowing if he was speaking to Luca or himself. Since the day before yesterday, these fungus-covered humanoid monsters have been appearing sporadically in the mines. Upon discovering a human village, they immediately attack. This allowed the 2 to witness the entire process of villagers being transformed into these humanoid monsters. 3rd level Wizard Apprentice Medeiros named these infected individuals myconids, meaning spore men or mushroom men. After these ordinary villagers were infected and entered and exited the mines several times, the number of myconids decreased, but the ones that emerged gradually grew stronger. But the most troublesome thing was their high contagiousness. In close combat, they would quickly be infected by the yellow-green mist emitted by the enemy. Luckily, at a sufficient distance, with the strength of a Grand Knight, they could still withstand the attack. Otherwise, Luca would have been killed in the previous skirmishes. This led Medeiros and Luca to conclude that the mine must contain some source of infection. Considering the previously sealed door, they were almost certain there was a 90% chance the mine's sealed door was faulty. This also explained why their captain, Black Sword Guerrero, whose strength had reached the quasi-legendary level, hadn't made it out alive. Fuck. There's one up ahead too. Luca's sharp eyes immediately warned. Turn left. Medeiros shouted. Oh no! There's one on the left too. They've surrounded us. Luca said, his face pale. Just as the 2 men, panicked, contemplating whether to fight, the humanoid monsters suddenly stopped and quickly returned the way they'd come. This left Medeiros and Luca perplexed. They exchanged glances, each unsure what was happening. Boom! The 2 suddenly felt a vibration beneath their feet, followed by a rumble like a landslide from the direction of the Adachi mine. Even though they were several kilometers away, they could clearly see a sudden eruption of smoke and dust from beneath the ground. Then, a massive dragon burst forth from the earth. Ah! The dragon roared loudly, its body swirling with a thick yellow-green gas. From the torn hole in the ground, a swarm of myconids emerged, some the size of ogres. This must be the source, Medeiros observed, stunned. I understand. Those myconids are in and out, infecting humans, just to provide energy for this dragon. Medeiros, look at the direction it's flying. Luca's face darkened after hearing Medeiros' words. Oh no! It's heading towards the city of Blexen County. I know, it's trying to recover. Their expression suddenly changed. Munster. On the way back to the mansion from the church, Ryan didn't chat much with the beautiful woman, but instead wore a solemn expression. Because Bishop Thien and Brandur both agreed that even if the Emperor could recover, the situation wouldn't be much better than it is now. According to the Church of the Goddess, the catastrophe has already arrived, and only the most devout believers can receive the goddess's blessing. Originally, Ryan thought that after his class changed to the King of Thousand Blades, he should have no problem dealing with some short-term risks. But now it seemed the future might be even more difficult than he'd imagined. Those who fail to plan for the future will inevitably face immediate worries. We must not slack off on improving our strength. After returning to the mansion, Ryan took the third and final item given by Instructor Maguro from the drawer. The parchment scroll containing the iron battle puppet. It's nearly impossible for a Dragon Vein wizard to meet the requirements for a class change in such a short period of time. But I wonder if the battle puppet might offer a different approach, as I've imagined. Ryan's eyes flickered. He had been deeply impressed by the effects of his morning reanimation spell. The object he reanimated that morning was simply a piece of metal that had been casually deformed. At that level, it was a mere dummy. But this time, it was a precision-crafted puppet. Ryan was quite excited about the prospect of a combat puppet crafted and assembled from metal. At the same time, he wanted to verify a few ideas in his mind. Ryan unfolded the parchment scroll, revealing a complex and intricate blueprint of the components of an iron battle puppet. The blueprints primarily cover the specifications, dimensions, and materials for the feet, legs, and torso. Apparently, due to the nature of this combat puppet, there are no hands. Extending from the right forearm is a bladed axe, combining the stabbing power of a sword with the chopping power of an axe. Where the left hand should have been, a heavy tower shield has been placed. Typically, crafting this iron puppet would take about 3 months for a master blacksmith, and there's a high probability of problems arising during assembly, such as inaccurate assembly. Even for a rare metal wizard, completing one would likely take at least 3 or 4 days. However, for Ryan, a freak wizard whose gifted magic was metal transfiguration, the difficulty of making it wasn't much greater than crafting a complete set of knight's plate armor. Ryan took a quick look and began to work. Since this was his first set, Ryan used 2 iron shields hanging on the wall of his study as decorative materials, and quickly transformed and crafted them. In about half an hour, all the parts of a tin battle puppet were complete. After spending some more time assembling it, Ryan looked at the battle puppet, which had now taken human form, and smiled. "Animate!" With a soft incantation, Ryan flicked his finger, and the tin battle puppet quickly rose from the ground. Apparently, thanks to its movable joints, its movements were much more agile and swift. This made Ryan raise an eyebrow, and he nodded in satisfaction. If the previous animation spell on the metal mannequin consumed 1 unit of mental energy, then this time, casting the animation spell on the tin battle puppet, the mental energy consumed reached 3 units. This activation spell is quite unique. It's completely different from the generally fixed mental energy consumption of ordinary sorcery. This deepened Ryan's understanding of the note about activation spells. This spell is a guided spell, and the casting time and mental energy consumption depend on the complexity and size of the target. Also, judging by its speed, the iron battle puppet is quite powerful. According to the principles of puppetry, performing activation on an iron battle puppet is considered a success. At this moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. You have studied the iron battle puppet, and your understanding of it has improved. You've mastered a new skill. Ironhide Battle Golem. Your Ironhide Battle Golem skill has been upgraded, adding 1 experience point. At the same time, a new icon appeared at the bottom of the Warhammer Wizard Legendary panel, next to the spell animation. The icon's image was almost identical to a picture of the Ironhide Battle Golem. Ryan focused his attention on the small text below the new icon. Ironhide Battle Golem Level 1. Ironhide Battle Golem Level 1 effect. A small battle golem granted rudimentary intelligence and mobility by the animation spell. Note: the Ironhide Battle Golem's overall combat power is related to its material. Note: the Ironhide Battle Golem's level is synchronized with the animation spell's level, and cannot be directly increased. Interesting. Is Ironhide Battle Golem a separate skill? Ryan was slightly taken aback by the system prompt, but soon laughed. No experience bar. Ryan noticed this immediately. After level 1, there were no parentheses, meaning no experience bar. That's a good thing, because now I only need to improve my animation spell. This effectively saves me a lot of skill points. After completing one, Ryan continued crafting according to his long-held plan. This time, however, he changed the material. This time, he used hardened adamantine. Thanks to his previous experience, he was able to craft more quickly this time. 20 minutes later, Ryan had completed a battle golem with a shell made of hardened adamantine. 35 minutes later, he crafted another battle golem made of enchanted thorium. After completing the 3 battle puppets made of different materials, Ryan thought for a moment before taking the iron battle puppet to the training room on the first floor. He wanted to test the 3 different combat puppets to confirm his suspicions. When Ryan entered the training room, he was surprised to find 3 people already inside: Angus, Nero, and Barry from the team. The others were taken aback when they saw Ryan entering with 3 clearly puppets. Ryan smiled, thinking he wouldn't have to test them himself. "It's perfect, since you're all here. Let's test the effects of my battle puppets." "Captain, this is a battle puppet? That's rare." Nero marveled after examining the iron battle puppet. "This is because most wizards specialize in elemental magic, such as fire and water, with less common magic like earth and ice. In other words, the pursuit of powerful destructive power is the goal of most wizards. Only a relatively small number of people would spend their time researching potions, raising pets, or crafting puppets. Captain, could it be that you made all 3 of these puppets yourself? I haven't even seen the nameplates on them, Nero asked suspiciously. While he knew his captain was a metal wizard, he didn't think he'd go to the trouble of crafting such a puppet, having previously forced them to practice extraordinary combat techniques daily. Yes, I did make them myself. Huh? The 3 of them looked at Ryan in surprise, their eyes revealing a sense of incomprehension, as if to say, Captain, are you into puppet making again? Who's going first? Ryan, feeling the 3 men's strange looks, immediately stopped dwelling on the question and asked, Let me try first. Very, also curious about the 3 puppets, immediately jumped in. Ryan nodded and immediately brought the original iron battle puppet forward, positioning it in the center of the arena. Whoosh! The iron battle puppet stomped its feet and charged towards Very. Dang! Faced with a right-handed chop from the iron battle puppet, Very cautiously swung his sword with both hands, but the next moment, his expression relaxed, and he swiftly counterattacked. Dang! After parrying 2 consecutive attacks, Very circled around the iron battle puppet and struck a single blow, instantly cleaving its waist. Even though damaged, the iron battle puppet remained undaunted and continued its attack on Very. Ouch! No, Captain, I've damaged it! Very shouted, stepping back. It's okay, just a test, Ryan said, waving his hand. He didn't mind the damage. His focus was on the iron battle golem's performance. It's about the combat power of a full-fledged knight, with no obvious weaknesses and fearlessness, comparable to that of a seasoned knight. As expected, at the level of a full-fledged wizard, this iron battle golem is essentially useless. Ryan pondered as he stepped forward and placed his right hand on the damaged area. The next second, the iron battle golem was restored to its original state. Captain, the golem's combat power isn't very good. I could take on 10 of these by myself. Oh! Then try this again. Ryan smiled and waved his hand, and a dark silver battle puppet walked onto the field. Different color? Different material? Nero narrowed his eyes, quickly noticing the difference. Ding ding ding! The battle in the center of the field had already begun. In less than half a minute, Very launched several consecutive slashes, each hitting the surface of the hardened adamantium battle puppet, but after sparks flew, only a faint mark remained. Break the limit. Whirlwind slash. After several minutes, Very, feeling somewhat embarrassed, unleashed a series of bursts, unleashing his secret techniques, only to manage to sever one of the hardened adamantium battle puppet's arms. Captain, why is this puppet so hard? Very asked in surprise, taking a breath. Could it be hardened adamantium? Angus, standing nearby, stepped forward and touched it, exclaiming in amazement. No wonder. My goodness, Captain, you used all that hardened adamantium to make a battle puppet. How extravagant. Very's eyes widened. You know, many great knights don't even have a knight suit made entirely of hardened adamantium, yet his own captain has already started using it to make puppets. Captain, that one. Isn't it demonized thorium? Nero, the Marquis's son, asked, taking in the familiar metallic color. Yes. Ryan smiled slightly and nodded. Hiss. The 3 of them gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. You guys train first, I think about it. Ryan stepped aside, contemplating the combat prowess the hardened adamantium battle puppet had just displayed. With its exceptional defense and fearlessness, it's equivalent to the combat power of a peak knight. Against an opponent who can't use sorcery, it's comparable to a novice grand knight. As expected, different materials can lead to vastly different combat effectiveness. Also, ordinary iron battle puppets aren't completely useless. If they were equipped with powerful bombs, combined, they could become a devastating weapon. A self-destructing battle puppet. One isn't enough? Then 10 or even more. By the way, the combat puppet's notes say it synchronizes with the level of the animation spell. What would the effect be after level 2 of the animation spell? After all, animation is unique, a rare channeled sorcery. Ryan recalled the channeled sorcery he had mastered. The only one was Burning Touch. Curiosity fueled him. He decided to add a point to see the effect. As he added points, the animation spell instantly advanced to level 2, and memories of his training in the spell flooded back into Ryan's mind. After regaining his composure, Ryan immediately checked the changes in the wording for the level 2 animation spell. Level 2 animation spell effect. consumes a certain amount of mental energy to activate mysterious energy particles, imbuing a humanoid or animal-like inanimate object with rudimentary intelligence and a certain level of mobility, lasting for 1 hour. Huh? The duration has increased from half an hour to an hour? Ryan's eyes lit up. The other wording has changed too. A certain level of mobility seems to be more powerful than simply mobility. Interesting. Ryan nodded. Immediately, Ryan cast an animation spell on the hardened adamantium battle puppet and issued some simple commands. He noticed that the mental energy consumption of the level 2 animation technique had increased, while the hardened adamantine battle puppet's agility had also increased significantly. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the training room. Knock, knock. Come in. It was Alina, the Deputy Director of Mission Hall Affairs, who entered. She smiled and nodded at Nero and the others, then stepped forward to Ryan and said, "Sir Ryan, the Federation delegation will be arriving soon. The administration office has notified you that you can depart." "So soon?" "Okay, Sir Alina, let's go now. In the carriage. By the way, Sir Ryan, there's one more thing. The Duke of Munster has asked Admiral Edward to hire you as Munster's Chief Security Advisor. Admiral Edward means to let you make the decision on this matter." "Chief Security Advisor?" Ryan nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. He had previously served as a security advisor for the trade zone, and naturally knew that the position of advisor was essentially a sinecure. His primary responsibility was to handle special incidents or emergencies within the city after receiving requests for assistance from the administrative office. But Ryan's family all lived in Munster, and he had been immediately involved in almost every previous attack. In other words, whether he held this position concurrently or not made little difference to Ryan. Also, it was a gesture of gratitude for the Duke of Munster's gift of the mansion. After some thought, Ryan nodded and said, "In that case, I accept." Since Ryan's new mansion was located in the Noble District, the carriage only took 10 minutes to reach the airship landing platform. By then, the square on the airship platform was already bustling with people. A red carpet had been laid out, and guards of honor and military bands were stationed on both sides of the crowd. The Duke of Munster, Admiral Edward, flanked another elderly man in lavish attire, standing at the front of the welcoming crowd. "This is Duke Victor from the Imperial Capital, the person in charge of the Imperial Capital's welcome to the Eagle Federation delegation," Alina whispered to Ryan. Ryan nodded. He didn't push forward, but stood at the back of the crowd. Ryan wasn't particularly fond of this kind of welcoming and sending off, but he was eager to see how the people from the Federation would differ from those from the Empire. "Look, isn't that it?" a middle-aged nobleman said, pointing somewhere in the sky, seeming to be extremely surprised. This made several nearby nobles frown slightly. After all, such loud shouting was extremely rude among the nobility. However, when everyone looked up, they couldn't help but express astonishment. Ryan couldn't help but follow the crowd's gaze, a touch of surprise filling his heart. He saw an enormous airship soaring toward them from the distant horizon. The escorting Griffin Knights, by contrast, looked like flies circling a cake. Ryan had never seen an airship so large. By comparison, it was roughly 10 times the size of the Imperial military airship he'd previously ridden. As the airship drew closer, a humming, vibrating sound began to drift closer. "What's that sound? It seems to be coming from the airship," a noble asked in confusion. "I don't know. I've never heard a noise like this before. It seems to have a very regular pattern," another noble said, shaking his head. Ryan raised a brow. He was all too familiar with this vibration. In his previous life, the bustling streets, the low hum of cars whizzing by like the wind, the sound of their engines was much more pleasant than this. Clearly, the airship must be powered by some more primitive power source. Could it be a steam engine? Ryan's heart sank, and he couldn't help but speculate. As the airship approached Munster, the overwhelming pressure, like a small mountain, made the faces of many of the waiting nobles change. The Eagle Federation split from our empire hundreds of years ago, and has it developed to this extent now? One noble exclaimed in amazement. "This airship is truly enormous. It's more than 3 times larger than the largest cargo airship I've ever seen in the Empire." Another noble was equally astonished by the Federation airship's size. Ryan understood even more. The enormous airbag resembled a plump, ellipsoidal cloud, its surface off-white, likely made of some special, resilient and durable fabric. The massive ship-shaped cabin suspended below had a brassy metallic texture. With Ryan's excellent eyesight, he could discern the dense rivets covering the cabin surface with large brass plates. The cabin surface strength and craftsmanship alone surpassed even the Empire's. Furthermore, at the rear of the cabin, Two massive bronze exhaust pipes belched vast streams of white steam. Also, at the rear was a massive propeller, unlike the ones used on ships. This one was much larger. The humming sound just now was the sound of its power plant. Sure enough, it's a steam-powered unit, Ryan thought to himself. At this moment, the elegantly dressed elderly man beside the Duke of Munster snorted and said, "These arrogant Confederation idiots are trying to defeat dragons and gods by studying the technology of the ancient Goblin Empire. If the Imperial Dragon Knights weren't tied up, how could they get to show off like this?" Ryan glanced at the old man and thought, while the Imperial Dragon Knights were powerful, most people probably didn't understand the significance of steam power. He knew, of course, that steam power, in previous lives, was a symbol of the First Industrial Revolution. As the giant airship slowly docked, the band began to play. Just as the welcoming ceremony was about to begin, Colonel Stanley, with a solemn expression, strode in. He came to Admiral Edward and whispered something. From the Duke of Munster's side, his personal guards also quickly reported. Instantly, the expressions of both men changed. Chapter 336. The front of the massive Federation airship, which had just docked, was a cone-shaped structure, resembling the bow of a ship. It featured a massive glass porthole, adorned with intricate carvings and a bronze frame. Inside the porthole were the high-ranking members of the Federation delegation. From their commanding position, they naturally observed the small commotion among the Imperial welcoming crowd below. "It looks like something major has happened. By the way, where are our spies in Munster? Tell them to find out immediately. I want a rough outline within half an hour," Trenna said with a faint smile. "As you command, Your Excellency," a school officer immediately bowed. As the Federation delegation, led by Trenna, slowly disembarked from the airship, the welcoming ceremony officially began. However, compared to the joyful atmosphere, Duke Munster and Admiral Edward were filled with anxiety. Behind Duke Victor, they exchanged a quick exchange of views. They decided to leave immediately. After all, by the time the lengthy welcome ceremony was over, Bretson's side would likely be doomed. Special Envoy Trenna, welcome to the Dragon Empire. Duke Victor, it's a pleasure to meet you. These two are, Trenna said, glancing at Duke Munster and Admiral Edward standing beside Victor. "Oh, I forgot to introduce them. This is the Provincial Governor, Duke Munster, and this is Admiral Edward. Your Excellency, Special Envoy, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Your Excellency, Special Envoy, Duke Victor, I'm very sorry, but Edward and I have an urgent matter to attend to," Duke Munster said, unable to hold back any longer. After all, he was the primary person responsible for what happened on the territory of Munster Province. "Oh, Your Excellency, Admiral Edward, if you need any assistance, please let me know. The ship I've brought with me this time is our Federation's massive Lancelot-class gunboat, and it's quite capable." Trenna glanced at them curiously and spoke suggestively. The Duke of Munster and Admiral Edward exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. "Well, Your Excellency, we thank you very much for your kindness. Please allow us to discuss this with Duke Victor. We may need your assistance later." Duke Victor was visibly taken aback. Although he was the person in charge of receiving the delegation, the absence of the Archon in Munster Province was considered a serious diplomatic lapse. A few minutes later, Duke Victor excused himself to use the restroom, and he and the Duke of Munster immediately exchanged a greeting. "Ferreira, Duke of Munster's real name, Edward, is the situation really that dire?" Duke Victor's face darkened. "Yes, it may be worse than imagined." Admiral Edward glanced at Duke Munster and quickly explained the situation. "Duke Victor, a suspected undocumented Forbidden Gate was discovered at Dragon's Tooth Pass some time ago. Just a few hours ago, the survivors of a previously lost Diamond-level Sword-Bearer squad sent an urgent message. An ancient dragon is trapped within. It is said to possess a powerful corrupting energy, capable of corrupting living beings and restoring their strength. Currently, this corrupted dragon is on its way to Brightsin, and has already destroyed 3 towns along the way." "What? That means tens of thousands of casualties already." Duke Victor's eyes widened. "Yes, the problem now is that if we don't send strong and swift reinforcements immediately, if Brightsing is destroyed, hundreds of thousands of casualties will result. Furthermore, after Brightsing is destroyed, according to intelligence, if the enemy is recovering their strength by corrupting living beings, I'm afraid they quickly return to their peak strength." "That's the worst part," Admiral Edward said with a serious expression. "Yes, Duke Victor, we just discussed it. Now, we may need to rely on the Griffin Guards you brought with you to escort us. Otherwise, I'm afraid the force will be insufficient," Duke Munster said. Duke Victor paused after hearing this. After all, The timing was awkward, as the Federation delegation arrived at their first stop in the Empire. If all the Griffin Knights were withdrawn now, it would be a tantamount to telling the Federation that the situation in the Dragon Empire was dire, so dire that it couldn't even maintain basic stability. In diplomacy, this is a grave taboo and extremely detrimental to subsequent negotiations between the two countries. In other words, it's too late to wait for the Imperial Guardians to arrive, right? Duke Victor thought for a moment and said, "Well, so, we want to mobilize all the Griffin Knights and rush to Brightson immediately. Even if we can't stop the enemy, we must try to lure them away from Brightson. At least try to buy some time to evacuate some of the people in the county town. So, I hope the Griffin Guards you brought with you, Your Excellency, can also go with us," Admiral Edward added. Duke Victor frowned. Clearly, he was weighing the risks of hundreds of thousands of lives against the prospect of revealing everything to the Federation. But he soon realized that while the Empire and the Federation had fought few wars in the past century or so, minor conflicts had persisted, and countless spies had been planted on both sides. Could some situations truly be concealed by simply covering them up? If Brightsing were truly destroyed, such a tragedy would inevitably become untraceable. Rather than that, it would be better to have the Federation accompany him. While they would gain a better understanding of the Empire's strengths and weaknesses, the other side would also have an opportunity to see what new tricks the Federation had come up with in the past 2 years. "Ferreira, Edward, let's get the Federation involved," Victor said. "It's a good opportunity to see what these Federation men can rely on. Let the Federation join in." Duke Munster and Admiral Edward exchanged a glance, their faces brightening with joy. For them, quickly eliminating this huge hidden danger was their top priority. Yes, mobilize all the Griffin Knights. Oh, and the small airships too. Even if they're not as large as these, we need to make a big splash, Duke Victor added. There are only 2 small airships currently. The others are on missions and en route. It will take several hours at the earliest for a few more to be mobilized. Elsewhere, in the reception hall. "Do you have an idea of the situation?" Trena asked her adjutant, tilting her head. "Yes, I have a basic understanding. It's said that a corrupted dragon is currently en route to Bletson, and has destroyed several towns along the way." "A corrupted dragon? That's not easy to deal with," a Federation Major General muttered. "Can we handle it?" Trena asked calmly. "Not a big deal." "That's good. We can demonstrate our strength to the Empire. Come on, I go talk to Duke Victor." The beautiful woman Trena stood up and said, Special Envoy, won't this expose our strength? Don't forget, we're here to negotiate. Demonstrating strength leads to better negotiations." The beautiful woman couldn't help but laugh. In a corner of the reception hall. "Sir Ryan, this is an urgent mission. We need to depart now. Admiral Edward is waiting on the military airship." An anxious, capable young woman approached Ryan and said, So urgent?" Ryan raised his eyebrows. "Depart immediately?" This was the first time Ryan had encountered such an urgent mission. But then, something occurred to him. "Wait a moment. Yes, Sir Ryan, I just received urgent intelligence. The details will be released later. Admiral Edward will brief you on the airship," Alina said quickly. "Well, let's go," Ryan said, rising. A few minutes later. "Edward, who are you waiting for?" Duke Victor asked unhappily. "Oh, I just called a diamond-level swordsman from the branch. He should be here soon," Edward said apologetically. Facing a dragon, a diamond-level swordsman probably wouldn't be much use. Well, Admiral Edward thought about the many times Ryan had been able to turn the tide. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "Duke Victor, I'm familiar with the young man Edward mentioned. He's a man known for his ability to create miracles, and he's the newly hired Chief Security Advisor for the Munster administration," Duke Munster explained. At this moment, Ryan, accompanied by Alina, also boarded the airship. This is the one?" Duke Victor glanced suspiciously at the 2 people beside him, his disbelief evident. So young? How could he be so powerful? Perhaps he had connections. But even if Duke Victor had some suspicions, he wouldn't say them directly. Inside the cabin, Admiral Edward quickly and concisely explained the situation. "Just now, we received urgent intelligence. The Forbidden Gate at Dragon's Tooth Pass has been breached. An ancient, corrupted dragon has attacked several towns along the way and is currently heading towards Blexen County." "What? A dragon?" The Griffin Knights and several diamond-level swordsmen present were all taken aback. Ryan's eyes narrowed, his heart pounding with shock. Although he had previously known some news from Dragon's Tooth Pass, it seemed the Black Sword team had gone to investigate a mine suspected of containing a forbidden gate, He hadn't expected such a revelation. Silence. The Imperial capital should be sending troops soon, so our goal this time is to disrupt their attack and prevent them from attacking Bright City. At the very least, we need to buy time for the residents of Bright City to evacuate. A few hours later, the airship arrived near Bright City. Both the Empire and the Federation could see from the airship that Bright City's county town was in chaos. A massive dragon, tens of meters long, was wreaking havoc over it. At the same time, thousands of monsters of varying sizes were battling the county's defenders, but with the corrupted dragon leading the charge, the battle was almost one-sided. At this moment, the situation was precarious. Let the Griffin Knights advance first and search for the enemy's weaknesses, Duke Victor said, his face solemn as he observed the scene before him. As a Duke of the Imperial capital with extensive combat experience and a special envoy, Duke Victor naturally assumed overall command of the battle, while Duke Munster and Admiral Edward were responsible for deployment and coordination. As ordered, Duke Victor, the Griffin Knight captain said, bowing slightly. With a sharp whistle, he and Viscount Felker led 2 teams, totaling 24 Imperial Griffin Knights, forming 2 straight lines and rapidly charging towards the corrupted dragon. The Griffins flew at an extremely high speed, and within half a minute, the 2 sides were engaged. Compared to the corrupted dragon's massive body, which stretched tens of meters in length, the 24 previously majestic Griffin Knights now looked like a flock of sparrows besieging a giant eagle. Swoosh! The well-trained Griffin riders maneuvered their griffins, swiftly dodging the corrupted dragon's claws and wing attacks, dashing like the wind. At the same time, they hurled their sharp short spears at the corrupted dragon. Puff! Many short spears pierced the corrupted dragon's hide, instantly brightening the faces of many Griffin riders. Captain, their defenses aren't strong. A Griffin rider exclaimed with delight. This situation was far better than they had expected, because according to the dragon's normal defenses, their spears wouldn't even be able to penetrate them. But the next second, something unexpected happened. Be careful. As if stung by the annoying flies, the corrupted dragon took a deep breath, then unleashed a powerful 180-degree exhalation. A massive, intense yellow-green breath, like a high-pressure water cannon, instantly struck the 3 Griffin Knights, who were unable to dodge. As the others watched in astonishment, in just a few seconds, the 3 Griffin Knights, along with the griffins they were carrying, rapidly grew hair, rotted, and became covered in colorful fungi. Then, they lost their balance and plummeted from the sky. A single breath wiped out 3 elite Griffin Knights. This scene caused Admiral Edward and the others on the small airship behind them to change expression. After all, the Empire would have to spend as much gold as a person to train a qualified Griffin Knight. Every Griffin Knight lost was a significant loss for the Empire, but with 3 already lost in less than half a minute, the ensuing battle was likely to be difficult. What are these Federation people doing? Watching the show? Duke Munster couldn't help but curse. This is a battle taking place on Imperial territory. We can't intervene no matter when the enemy attacks, Victor said with a grim expression. Ryan thought for a moment, and decided to ask Admiral Edward if he could give it a try. Suddenly, the Federation's massive gunship began to move. Approximately 2 kilometers behind the aerial battle scene, in the captain's cabin of the Federation's massive Lancelot-class gunship, a group of Federation officers carefully observed the Imperial Griffin Knight siege of the corrupted dragon. Excellent control. Each one seems to be at the level of a Grand Knight, and they work very well with the Griffins. Well, they truly are the top elite troops of the Dragon Empire. However, training these Griffin Knights is probably extremely difficult. How many are there in the entire Dragon Empire? These 2 teams of Griffin Knights before us should represent the majority of the Griffin Knights in this Munster province. Oh, and that includes the team escorting us. In other words, there are only about 20 Griffin Knights per province at most. Excellent, but unfortunately, too few in number. This training strategy of the Empire won't be enough to cope with subsequent combat losses. The officers commented. What a powerful breath. Upon seeing the corrupted dragon's breath, the Federation officers' expressions changed. This corruption is truly astonishing. Tretta's pretty face darkened upon seeing this. She turned to the officer beside her and said, Vice Admiral Ruiz, the rest of the battle is up to you. Of course, Your Excellency, Ruiz, we should show our strength and let the corrupt Dragon Empire know the Federation's progress in recent years. Vice Admiral Ruiz bowed slightly and smiled. Turn left, prepare portside fire. All guns begin loading. Command streamed down from the brass tubes to the cabins below. The enormous gunship suddenly swung sideways in midair, causing Duke Victor and the others on the nearby airship to initially believe the Federation was about to flee. But the next second, They saw 2 rows of dozens of black holes suddenly appear on the side of the opposing gunship. Then, dozens of flashes of fire, and a barrage of sound echoed. Boom! Instantly 5 or 6 massive holes ripped open across the surface of the corrupted dragon's body, and yellow ichor gushed out. Ah! The corrupted dragon screamed, shifting its attention from the surrounding Griffin Knights to the massive creature nearby. Not powerful enough to destroy them. Looks like we have to use our secret weapon, Vice Admiral Rise said, his eyes narrowed. Main gun ready. A large hole opened in the middle of one side of the ship. Peering through the slender barrel of the hole, one could see a massive hexagram engraved on the base of the gun. 6 full-fledged wizards were chanting spells according to the orders just issued from the captain's room. As the spell rang out, the hexagram suddenly surged with a tremendous amount of energy, pouring into the massive cannon, covered in various inscriptions. The next second, boom! A ball of lightning-like substance slammed into the approaching corrupted dragon. Bang! As if sensing danger, the corrupted dragon dodged slightly to the side, avoiding a vital part of its body. However, a large hole was blasted through one of its fleshy wings, sending it plummeting. In the captain's quarters of the Federation's massive Lancelot-class gunship. Vice Admiral Rise, excellent command. I believe we will have a significant advantage in the negotiations with the Empire. Clapping. Trenna, a mature young woman, smiled and was the first to applaud Vice Admiral Rise. The others followed suit, and the applause erupted in thunder. Duke Victor and the others on the nearby small airship, upon witnessing this scene, initially relaxed, but were not particularly happy. Instead, they fell silent. The Federation gunboat's attack was as powerful as, or even more so than, a second-level sorcery. Something seems amiss, everyone. Look, Ryan warned. Instantly, everyone's attention focused once again on the falling corrupted dragon. The corrupted dragon staggered and plummeted to the southwest corner of Brightson County City, a cloud of dust rising in the air. Ah! Then, with a resounding dragon roar, with the fallen corrupted dragon at its center, thousands of surrounding Myconians, like moths to a flame, rushed towards its location from all corners of Brightson City. The smoke and dust made it difficult to see what was happening, but they knew something was definitely happening. Seconds later, the intact, corrupted dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Not good. They can recover by devouring these monster minions. Admiral Edward, a veteran of battle, exclaimed. The corrupted dragon sprinted towards the Federation's massive gunship. In ancient dragon language, follow the great Agnes and step into corruption. In ancient dragon language, ancient corruption. This breath was incredibly powerful. A cascade of yellow-green breath erupted against the side of the massive gunship's cabin, fiercely clashing with the instantly activated milky white magical shield. This scene caused Duke Victor's expression to change drastically. He explained, "We can't let the Federation delegation die here. This will directly erode relations between the Federation and the Empire. Signal the Griffin Knights, telling them to intercept Agnes regardless of losses. Have the Exxon behind prepare to detonate high explosives and ram her directly," Duke Victor said, a stern look on his face. "If that happens, the Empire will suffer immense losses," Duke Munster frowned. Admiral Edward's expression was equally grave. The swordbearers' only 4 griffins had already taken flight. At this moment, as if struck by a thought, Admiral Edward turned to Ryan and said, "Ryan, you're not a flying knight. You lead the team to the ground to eliminate the infected humans and monsters, ensuring they can't regenerate the corrupted dragon Agnes's injuries and strength." "That's right. We can't let this corrupted dragon recover again," Duke Victor nodded in agreement. However, Ryan's face was thoughtful, and he didn't immediately agree. After a moment's thought, he pointed at the corrupted dragon Agnes, which had just severely damaged the Federation's gunboat, and said, "Admiral Edward, let me try. Perhaps I can deal with it." It wasn't that Ryan wanted to show off, but rather that he had several considerations. First, he was an Imperial. Currently, both Admiral Edward and the Duke of Munster were treating him with great care. If the corrupted dragon continued its rampage, not only would the residents of Brightson suffer, but they would also inevitably be condemned by the Empire. Second, he didn't want to see the Griffin Knights, including Felker and Fisher, perish before his eyes, especially when he could still do something. Finally, Ryan actually wanted to verify some of his assumptions. Everyone, including Admiral Edward and the Duke of Munster, looked at Ryan, unsure of what he meant. Duke Victor frowned. He had already had a bad impression of Ryan, who had arrived late. This time, hearing the young man question Edward's orders further displeased him. But seeing Edward didn't say anything, he muttered a few words, but didn't reprimand him. As Ryan's mind moved, the lookout suddenly shouted, "A dire raptor has suddenly appeared behind us." "Don't worry, it's my mount," Ryan said calmly. "Huh? Ryan, you have a flying mount?" Admiral Edward's face lit up, but then dimmed at the thought of Agnes's might. Even if Ryan became a flying knight, it would at most be equivalent to adding a top-tier Griffin knight, with minimal impact on the battle. But Duke Victor, standing beside him, had misjudged him and looked at Ryan with an even more hostile gaze. "Are you a flying knight? Then why didn't you attack alongside the Griffin Knights when they were fighting the corrupted dragon? Are you afraid of death?" Just as he was about to scold them, bang, 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 3 heavy drops rang out. The Bloodfeather Hippogriff, having just landed, placed 3 combat puppets on the airship's deck. Ryan had already turned and walked over when he heard a distant voice. "Prepare 3 high-explosive bombs for me." Chapter 337. Ryan stepped forward and quickly cast the animation spell on the 3 combat puppets. With the LV4 animation spell, the 3 combat puppets sprang to life. That's right, Ryan had just invested his last 2 skill points in the animation spell, bringing it to LV4. The description of the LV4 animation spell naturally changed. LV4 animation spell effect consumes a certain amount of mental energy to activate mysterious energy particles, imbuing a humanoid or animal-like inanimate object with rudimentary intelligence and relatively agile movement for 2 hours. The highlights are relatively agile and 2 hours. At the same time, Ryan used his innate sorcery, Metal Transfiguration, to transform the left-hand shields of the 3 combat puppets, made of different materials, into barbed spikes. A weapon that, once pierced, is difficult to extract. "Puppetry?" the Duke of Munster exclaimed in surprise. He had always assumed Ryan was a peak-level knight, proficient in numerous extraordinary combat techniques, but now it appeared he was also a rare puppeteer. Admiral Edward, who knew Ryan better, was also taken aback by this. While he knew Ryan was a rare metal wizard, a dual-trained wizard, he had no idea he was also a puppeteer. Of course, the others present, who were unfamiliar with Ryan, weren't focused on this. They were more concerned with how this unfamiliar young man planned to defeat the corrupted dragon. After all, the dragon was surrounded by a highly contagious field of corruption, forcing the Griffin Knights to hover from a distance and launch ranged attacks. Duke Victor and the others, watching Ryan's smooth movements, vaguely knew the young man before them might have some sort of plan in mind. While curious, they didn't feel the urgency of the moment to ask. However, most of the people present were intelligent. A few, remembering Ryan's request for high explosives, had their eyes light up, but soon their faces shifted to contemplation. Even with high explosives, how to use them remained a question. At this moment, 3 packages of high explosives had arrived. Ryan, with a thought, saw 3 combat puppets each shoulder a bag of heavy high explosives. Ryan leaped onto his Bloodfeather Hippogriff. He then placed the demonized thorium-shelled combat puppet behind him, and grabbed the other 2 in his claws. "Go!" As Ryan squeezed his legs together, a cyan aura swirled around Bloodfeather. With a powerful flap of its wings, it carried Ryan swiftly towards the nearby corrupted dragon. The men aboard the military airship watched Ryan fly away, curiously wondering how the seemingly remarkable young man planned to defeat the corrupted dragon. Ryan had just sensed that the corrupted dragon's infection abilities were exceptionally strong, but its physical defenses were relatively weak. Simply put, it was an enemy with distinct strengths and weaknesses. But hand-to-hand combat was precisely his, and the Bloodfeather Hippogriff's forte. So, he had to get close and exploit his strengths. Of course, there was a prerequisite. He had to be able to withstand the opponent's yellow-green gas field, and ideally, even withstand the damage from its corrupted breath. Because the valiant Griffin Knights were desperately engaged in a battle with the corruption dragon, the arrival of a Bloodfeather Hippogriff, roughly the same size as the Griffin, went unnoticed by the corruption dragon Agnes. At this moment, Agnes's wrath was directed at the massive Federation gunship that had just inflicted heavy damage. Bloodfeather, throw! When Bloodfeather flew directly above the corruption dragon, Ryan quickly gave the order. The ordinary iron battle golem in Bloodfeather's left claw, laden with high explosives, clattered down onto Agnes's massive body like a spider. "Paw!" Agnes, tearing at the massive Federation airship with her claws, was startled for a moment as she felt an ant land on her back. This was because the iron battle golem's axe blade pierced the dragon's hide to stabilize its body, so the corruption dragon immediately sensed it. But she shook her head, remaining unfazed. Because any living thing, under its corrupting force field, would quickly rot and become its subordinate, known as a blood bag. But after a while, it realized that things weren't as simple as it had imagined. A slight tingling sensation lingered on its back. It could sense that the ant-sized creature was actually crawling all the way up, almost reaching its head. This puzzled it. Why hadn't this tiny creature been corrupted and become its subordinate? The corrupted dragon Agnes was forced to retract her claws, which were tearing at the protective membrane of the Federation gunship, and clawed at the back of her neck. The next second, boom! A fierce flash of fire flashed. The iron battle golem died a glorious death. Although it hadn't yet reached the corrupted dragon's head to explode, it had now almost reached the very top of Agnes's long neck, where it met her head. The explosion directly tore a large hole in the back of Agnes's neck, exposing her cervical vertebrae. Ah! A miserable dragon roar suddenly rang out. Seeing the battle golem self-detonation draw the corrupted dragon's full attention, Ryan's eyes lit up. Seizing this opportunity, he instantly activated the insignia's divine spell, Goddess's Protection, and launched a surprise attack. Charge! Blood Feather. Ryan covered the blood feather with a layer of enchanted thorium to best block the yellow-green mist surrounding the corrupted dragon. At the same time, the hardened adamantium in his hand rapidly transformed into a lance over 4 meters long. As blood feather's wings accelerated, Ryan and his eagle drew a silver line, swooping down from high above the corrupt dragon. Their target was the top of Agnes's skull, the hardest part of the skull. Why choose this most vulnerable part of the enemy? Because Ryan had previously gained a brief understanding of the undead creatures in this world, destroying the head was still one of the most effective methods. So, even for a corrupt dragon, the key to controlling its entire body likely lay in its head. Of course, Ryan wasn't 100% certain, but it was worth a try. Meanwhile, aboard the Federation Lancelot-class gunship, the Federation officers were no longer as calm as before. The heroic spirit they had used to direct the Empire's battle had vanished. Now, in the violently shaking captain's cabin, they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Activate the magic array's defensive energy to maximum. We must defend. Close combat teams, attack immediately. We've tried that. No. Everyone who exits the cabin is infected by the corruption dragon's corrupting force field. Not only do they lose their combat effectiveness, they quickly become its minions," a senior colonel reported quickly. If the cabin hadn't been reinforced with multiple layers of magical arrays, everyone in the captain's cabin might have been infected by the corrupting force field as well. Damn it! Why aren't the broadside guns firing? Vice Admiral Rise roared. The shaking is too intense. The guns can't be reloaded, a major general, seemingly in charge of the artillery, said gravely. Order after order was issued. Report after report of a puzzling situation. Delegation leader Trenna, though seemingly calm, was already roiling with turmoil. She cursed the chief engineer of the Lancelot-class gunboat. Although she was the representative and leader of the delegation, she was still not adept at actual combat. However, when she boarded the gunboat, the chief engineer responsible for its construction described the Lancelot-class gunboat as a magnificent Federation invention, its overall strength comparable to that of a dragon. She took the words, "comparable to a dragon in combat power," to heart. That was the reason for her earlier decision. Unexpectedly, in actual combat, the giant gunboat's shortcomings became extremely apparent. Despite its seemingly formidable firepower, it had few recourse when the giant monster got close, and its guns were unable to fire due to the violent shaking. It was now entirely dependent on the numerous defensive magic arrays engraved. Otherwise, the boat would have been destroyed by now, and everyone on board would have perished. Look! What's that? A sharp-eyed officer in the captain's cabin, upon spotting Ryan and the blood-feather hippogriff, pointed and shouted, his eyes widening. Everyone looked up. As the rod dragon drew near, a mournful roar erupted. A man and an eagle, both covered in dark silver armor and radiating a sacred aura, descended from the sky, brandishing their long lances and piercing the rod dragon's head. The silver light flashed and vanished, like a falling star. Puff! The crisp piercing sound could be heard almost within 100 meters. Before the Federation officers, stunned with shock, a bird of prey, the size of a griffin, perched atop the rod dragon's head. The rider on the raptor thrust a lance into the skull of the rod dragon, Agnes. The rod dragon's head suddenly drooped, its sharp claws freed from its entanglement with the massive Federation gunship, and it plummeted to the ground. Ryan's attack stunned the entire Federation. At that moment, the entire army, including the powerful and beautiful Tarina, could only think of Ryan's volley. Tarina's eyes shone brightly. She grabbed a telescope and eagerly observed Ryan. She asked, "The one who just attacked was probably a guardian of the Dragon Empire, right?" "Probably. I didn't see it clearly. We don't have any records matching this guardian's appearance," a servant reported quickly. But that divine light just now felt like the aura of divine magic. Huh? That's not right. Tarina suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Through the telescope, she saw the handsome, young Ryan perched on the back of a blood-feathered hippogriff. At his age, he couldn't possibly be a guardian of the Dragon Empire. And yet, he was so formidable. What was his origin? Tretta couldn't help but become quite curious. Ryan's attack also stunned everyone on the Imperial airship, including Ryan's superior, Admiral Edward, and the Duke of Munster. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Duke Victor, who had previously been very unhappy with Ryan, was now completely dumbfounded. After a long moment, Duke Victor regained his composure and glanced at Admiral Edward. He finally understood what was going on and cursed inwardly. No wonder we had to wait for this young man to board the airship. He's the Munster swordsman branch's trump card. Old fox. To be able to pierce the skull of a wrought dragon, this young man's strength is a true legendary. Even at the Imperial Capital Swordsman headquarters, he'd be at least a Mithra-rank swordsman, perhaps even an Adamantine-rank swordsman. And Edward actually hit him in a provincial branch. And he's talking about a diamond-rank swordsman? How treacherous. Such a formidable force at such a young age. A truly remarkable talent. Victor's previous annoyance with Ryan had long since vanished. His mind was now preoccupied with finding a suitable excuse to transfer Ryan to the Imperial capital, ideally to make him useful. In midair, the surviving Griffin Knights gathered around him. For most of the Griffin Knights, they had already prepared themselves for sacrifice. So, naturally, they were overjoyed to be alive at this moment. After all, a good death is worse than a miserable life, and everyone wants to live. Sir Ryan, you are truly amazing. Thanks to you, we finally won. Fisher was the first to fly over with his griffin, gazing at Ryan with admiration. Just now, he had nearly been sprayed by the corruption breath, and nearly returned to the goddess's embrace. Furthermore, after witnessing Ryan's combat prowess so many times, Griffin Knight Fisher was now a die-hard Ryan fanboy. Sir Ryan, that lance strike you just made was probably at the highest level, wasn't it? Felker, who could naturally see more, asked curiously. Putting aside how Ryan managed to resist the incredibly potent corruption field, even if he could temporarily resist the infection, he wouldn't be able to pierce the corruption dragon's skull with a single shot. However, compared to the relaxed expressions on the faces of the Griffin Knights, Ryan's expression on the blood-feather hippogriff remained stern. He stared at the falling corruption dragon with utter concentration. Because he knew full well that the corruption dragon Agnes was not dead. The reason was simple. The system hadn't indicated the experience point reward. But fortunately, Ryan had already prepared a backup plan. Following Ryan's gaze, he could see that another battle puppet, with a hardened adamantium shell, was lying on the falling corruption dragon. Also, although Ryan had just activated the divine spell goddess's protection, solidified within his level 2 goddess metal, which completely blocked the corruption dragon's corruption field, he could sense the rapid depletion of the divine spell's energy. The opponent's corrupted force field was indeed formidable. Although Ryan still had the weakening of his enchanted thorium armor and his top-tier innate steel body, he still tried not to resist head-on. Sir Ryan, what's wrong with you? Felker immediately noticed something was wrong with Ryan. Logically, Sir Ryan, having slain the corrupted dragon, should have been the happiest person, but at that moment, he noticed a solemn expression on Ryan's face. I can sense it. The corrupted dragon isn't dead yet. Ryan's voice wasn't loud, but it still silenced the previously celebratory atmosphere in the air. That's not possible. It's not dead even after this. Many Griffin Knights were startled and asked incredulously. But since the words came from Ryan, the one who slew the corrupted dragon, most remained skeptical and immediately went on alert. Aboard the Imperial military airship, the atmosphere relaxed as the corrupted dragon fell again after being pierced through the skull. But then, a messenger suddenly announced urgent intelligence from the branch. Detailed information about the corrupted dragon. Oh! Read it, Admiral Edward said. At the same time, he was quite speechless at this belated information. It arrived after the battle was over. Agnes is a ferocious ancient dragon from thousands of years ago, nicknamed Ancient Corruption. The enemy's weakness isn't the head. If the corrupted heart in its heart isn't destroyed, the corrupted dragon Agnes, with the constant support of her followers, is practically immortal. What? Be it Duke Victor, Admiral Edward, or Duke Munster, they had just watched the corrupted dragon fall and thought the battle was over. Unexpectedly, such a sudden change had occurred. Not good. Ryan is in danger. Quick, call Ryan. Tell him to be careful. Admiral Edward instantly realized something. After all, the corrupted dragon, having recovered once more, was undoubtedly targeting Ryan. As you command, Admiral. And after the corrupted dragon Agnes fell again, as Ryan had predicted, thousands of corrupted followers once again acted as power banks, healing Agnes's injuries. Hang! The corrupted dragon Agnes flapped its wings once again, charging towards Ryan. This time, the focus of its hatred was clearly Ryan. Sir Ryan, urgent information. The corrupted dragon Agnes's weak spot is in her heart. There lies a source of energy, the heart of corruption. Only by destroying it can she be completely killed. A Griffin Knight swooped over from the military airship and spoke quickly. Sir Ryan, we engage in a fierce battle. You look for an opportunity. Thelk said, his face grim. After several battles, Thelk, who had come from the imperial capital, was completely impressed by Ryan's strength. If anyone had the chance to destroy the corrupted dragon's heart of corruption, it would be Ryan. I don't think so. I have plans. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan controlled Bloodfeather and swooped down. This scene stunned the Griffin Knights. Is Sir Ryan planning to engage the corrupted dragon Agnes head-on? Sir Ryan had just relied on surprise to inflict heavy damage on the corrupted dragon, but this time, it was a head-on confrontation. This made the Griffin Knights less optimistic about Ryan. The same situation unfolded aboard the massive Federation gunship and the Imperial military airship. Whether it was the beautiful woman Trenna and a group of Federation officers, or Duke Victor and the others, they were all stunned to see Ryan actually confronting the corrupted dragon Agnes. Isn't that too confident? A successful sneak attack doesn't mean you can withstand a head-on confrontation. In the sky, two figures, one silver and one gray, one small and one large, appeared. One swooped down from above, the other swooped up from below, forming two straight lines, poised to collide. But just a few dozen meters away, a dazzling fireball suddenly erupted from the base of the corrupted dragon's left wing. It was the second combat puppet Ryan had arranged long ago, self-destructing. The sudden snap of the dragon's wing caused the corrupted dragon to completely lose its balance. The intense pain caused the corrupted dragon Agnes to momentarily lose consciousness. Shadow step. Armor-breaking blow. Ryan kicked off with his feet. His already swift speed, enhanced by the Bloodfeather, was now enhanced by his ultimate power. In an instant, as if he had performed a flash, he suddenly appeared directly in front of the corrupted dragon Agnes's chest. Puff! Ryan, wielding his long lance, withstood the intense corrosive energy and charged into the corrupted dragon Agnes's chest. Instantly, the stench of corrupted dragon's pus and blood, surpassing the snail noodles and stinky tofu of his previous life and comparable to canned herring, drenched Ryan. But Ryan had no time to care. At that moment, he sensed the location of the corrupted heart, radiating tremendous energy. Instantly, he used his innate sorcery, Metal Transfiguration, to bend the lance and plunge it deeply into the still-beating corrupted heart, resembling a heart. Suddenly, the corrupted dragon Agnes convulsed. Then, a chaotic energy field, like a magnetic storm, instantly spread outward from Agnes's center, like the shockwave of a thermobaric bomb. Ryan was also flung back over 10 meters by this invisible force, but was caught by Bloodfeather's claws behind him. At the same time, on the ground, all the mina within a radius of several hundred meters fell to the ground in unison, like wheat being harvested. At this moment, a system prompt sounded, ding! Detecting the host's baptism of blood and pus from the corrupted dragon Agnes, a moderately absorbable dragon gene fragment was detected. Yes/no? Note: absorbing this dragon gene fragment will increase the upper limit of the host's dragon blood concentration to a certain extent. Yes. The wording is different. Moderately, meaning a certain degree of increase. I originally thought the blood of this corrupted dragon wouldn't offer much of a boost, after all, it's been corrupted for years. But now it seems a real dragon, even if it stinks, is still a real dragon. It's significantly higher in rank than those legendary earth snakes and earth dragons. Ryan immediately chose yes. Just like last time, Ryan felt a sudden surge of heat rising from the part of his skin stained with the corrupted dragon Agnes's blood, as if something had seeped into his body. Also, the entire process lasted approximately 3 seconds. Is the effect really that good? Ryan glanced at the attribute panel, overjoyed. Just as he predicted, the effects of Dragon Bloodline had changed significantly. Chapter 338. Congratulations, your mutant Dragon Bloodline concentration has been upgraded to pure. Congratulations, with the power of your bloodline, your special sonic secret, Dragon Roar, has been enhanced and integrated into your physical innate abilities. Congratulations, with the power of your bloodline, you have unlocked your first form as a mutant Dragon Man. Pure? Ryan's eyes lit up at the sight of these two words. Upgraded? Your bloodline concentration has increased from medium to pure. This is consistent with my previous assumptions. Sure enough, there's another level after medium and before rich. Dragon Roar has become an instinct, a natural talent? That's great. Huh? This is... Ryan's eyes lit up instantly. Mutated Dragon Man first form? Transform into a Dragon Man? First form? Then isn't there a second form to come? Not bad, not bad. This trip wasn't in vain. The loss of the hardened adamantite and enchanted thorium battle golems is nothing compared to this gain. Rain was captivated by the first form of the mutant Dragon Man, so he stopped scrolling through the system prompts and immediately switched to the stats to examine them in detail. Mutated Dragon Bloodline, Pure, Effect, significantly increases affinity for water, fire, and earth elements. Grants top-tier talents of Danger Sense, Dark Vision, Weapon Mastery, Super Insight, Great Strength, Steel Body, and Dragon Roar. Also grants the ability to transform into the first form of the mutant Dragon Man. Mutated Dragon Man first form, Dragon Man Warrior form. Upon activation, the player's body size increases significantly, and their skin becomes covered in dragon scales. This player possesses exceptional defense and resistance, is immune to low-level poisons and diseases, and is immune to sorcery damage below 20 degrees Celsius. Note: duration is positively correlated with blood concentration and physical fitness. So powerful? Ryan's eyes widened. The mere appearance of the word immune twice in a row startled him. This was the first time he had seen the word immune appear in any of his class panels. Immune to sorcery damage below 20 degrees? Doesn't that mean most level 0 sorcery spells have no effect on me? Just as Ryan was pondering this, the system suddenly refreshed its message. Prerequisites for advancement to Dragon Vein Wizard. Legendary, R1, Mutated Dragon Bloodline concentration of Rich or above. 2. Level 3 Crystallized Wizard or above. 3. A complete set of Dragon Blood Essence. The current conditions are not met, and the Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, promotion failed. Huh? Prerequisite 3 is also clear? As the concentration of my Dragon Blood increases, the conditions for the Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, promotion become increasingly clear. No, it's completely clear. There are only 3 conditions to advance to the Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, class. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he was instantly overjoyed. He hadn't expected the Dragon Vein Wizard to have only 3 prerequisites. Remember, the previous epic class, the King of Thousand Blades, had a whole host of prerequisites. But then, Ryan frowned slightly. A complete set of Dragon Blood Essence? Although there were only 3 requirements, none of them were easily achieved. Suddenly, a thought struck Ryan. He swiftly controlled Blood Feather, and landed next to the fallen corrupted dragon Agnes. Immediately afterwards, Ryan endured a stench comparable to that of canned herrings, and once again dabbed in the corrupted dragon's pus and blood. After confirming that he could no longer absorb any dragon genes, he quickly departed. This caused the Griffin Knights in midair to exchange a moment's bewilderment before they also descended. Although they didn't quite understand Ryan's behavior, after some thought, they concluded that Lord Ryan was probably confirming the corrupted dragon's complete death. How cautious Lord Ryan! Meanwhile, in the captain's quarters of the Federation's massive Lancelot-class gunship, Lady Trina was still surveying Ryan through a telescope, while the other Federation officers, who had narrowly escaped death, also curiously took up their binoculars to observe the Imperial Flying Knight, who had defeated the dragon. I remember their mount. It seems to be a bloodfeather hippogriff, a relatively rare and ferocious flying species, said a Federation Major General. How could this person be so young? Lieutenant General Ruiz, the highest-ranking member of the Federation delegation, observed in amazement as Ryan, who had removed his knight's helmet, and was washing the raw dragon's pus from his body. Sir, I want all his information, Lady Trina said without turning. Clearly, Trina was intrigued by this young man, who had suddenly appeared and almost single-handedly defeated the raw dragon. One man was comparable to the massive Lancelot-class gunships, a massive effort and 2 years in the making at the Federation's first airship factory. This gave Trina ample reason to focus on him. Trina had already decided, if there was even a remote chance, she would do everything in her power to win him over to the Federation side. It's not that the Federation lacks talent, but rather that it needs to absorb top talent to cope with the upcoming changes and challenges. And this Ryan before us is young enough, powerful enough, and his demonstrated potential is truly dazzling. Yes, Special Envoy. By the way, find a suitable landing spot nearby. One of the Empire's county towns has been severely damaged, and we probably won't be able to return so quickly. Even on the other side. On the Imperial military airship, Seeing Ryan actually defeat the corrupted dragon Agnes, Duke Victor, Admiral Edward, and the others, it's impossible not to be shocked. After all, knowing a weakness and defeating an opponent using that weakness are two completely different things. Although the key to defeating the corrupted dragon Agnes lies in destroying the corrupted heart within her chest, but breaking through her corrupted force field, then ripping through her chest while she's off guard and attacking the corrupted heart is simply not something that ordinary people can accomplish. Their earlier urgent message to Ryan was simply to warn him not to mistakenly assume the corruption dragon was dead, and to help him avoid any subsequent counterattacks. Who could have imagined that Ryan would be able to defeat the corruption dragon once again? And this time, based on the intelligence they provided, he had completely slain the corruption dragon Agnes. Although Agnes had been imprisoned within the Forbidden Gate for thousands of years, her strength had been greatly diminished. Even after recovering for a while, she was still far from peak strength. Basically, her melee combat ability was roughly at the peak of legendary level. However, considering the formidable nature of Agnes's corrupted force field, overall, she still barely possessed epic-level combat power. That Ryan was able to kill him was astonishing enough. "Let's find a place to land and pay our respects to our hero," Duke Victor declared with a wave of his hand, his face beaming. Faced with such an epic victory, and commanded by his own man, even the usually expressionless Duke Victor made no effort to conceal his joy. Admiral Edward glanced at Duke Victor, a mixture of joy and sorrow. He slowed down a few paces, and whispered to Duke Munster beside him, "It seems we too can't hold Ryan back." Duke Munster shook his head, helplessly saying yes. "But at least we can hold him off for a few days. Don't forget, Ryan is also Munster's chief security advisor. I can help you hold off the Swordbearer headquarters for a while." Ryan's performance in this battle was truly dazzling. Flying knights who also double as puppeteers might exist throughout the Dragon Empire, but those with Ryan's level of skill are unlikely to exist. Duke Victor, having witnessed Ryan's strength, would undoubtedly be widely publicized in the imperial capital. He feared he would be unable to stay. Ryan, with the help of several water wizards, washed himself clean. Meanwhile, the wizards also took the initiative to clean the Bloodfeather hippogriff. After all, the corruption of the corrupted dragon was no joke. He didn't want Bloodfeather to become a monster covered in white hair and mushrooms. At this moment, a large group of men dressed as city guards, led by several knights on warhorses, arrived near the corpse of the corrupted dragon Agnes. Leading the charge was a bearded knight of indeterminate age. He initially gazed in shock at the massive corpse of the wrought dragon, daring not to approach. He then focused his attention on Ryan and the Griffin Knight standing nearby. "Respected sir, I am Lord Archon Isaac. Thank you and the Griffin Knights for your timely rescue of Brightson. Otherwise, Brightson would have been completely destroyed." The Brightson defenders, led by the bearded knight, removed their helmets and saluted Ryan and the Griffin Knights solemnly. "You're welcome, Lord Isaac. This is what the Griffin Knights and I should do," Ryan said, quickly stepping forward to help the Earl to his feet. He hadn't expected the bearded knight before him to be the Lord Archon of Brightson, a Earl himself. After a brief greeting, many Brightson citizens came over to express their gratitude to Ryan and the Griffin Knights. Meanwhile, Isaac, through the Griffin Knight's introduction, learned that the young man before him, Ryan, was actually an Imperial Diamond-level swordsman and the chief security advisor for Munster. He couldn't help but be filled with admiration. Although Brightsing is remote, it has a population of over 200,000. However, after this attack, it's estimated that at least a third of them were killed or injured. Isaac sighed. Fortunately, Lord Ryan and the Griffin Knights arrived quickly enough, otherwise the casualties would have been far greater. Hearing this result, Ryan couldn't help but sigh. 1/3 of over 200,000 people, that's at least 70,000 to 80,000 casualties. Are all the monsters within the Forbidden Gate so terrifying? Ryan pondered. Indeed, how can we describe the corrupted dragon Agnes's strength? Because of its unique corrupting ability, group attacks are essentially ineffective against it. Furthermore, the corrupted dragon Agnes's destructive power against cities far exceeds that of ordinary dragons. Thousands of corrupted followers can quickly destroy a city's defenses, giving rise to even more followers and feeding back to it, dramatically increasing its strength. Thinking about it, the resolution of this incident was actually quite fortunate. The corrupted dragon Agnes's strength has clearly not yet recovered to its peak. Ryan personally feels that it has only recovered about 20% to 30%. Currently, Agnes's dragon body defense is clearly not at the epic level. But once it has completely corrupted over 200,000 residents of Brightson, it's hard to say for sure. It might even recover a significant portion of its strength. By then, it will be much more difficult to kill them. No, perhaps there's no chance of killing them at all. Ryan shook his head, musing. Count Isaac, the situation in Munster province has been quite turbulent recently. If anything happens, feel free to contact me, Ryan said reassuringly. Thank you, Lord Ryan. Actually, the situation in Munster is relatively good. My nephew is in Marne province, on the northern border of the empire, and the situation there is much worse. 3 counties have already fallen. Count Isaac, clearly frustrated by the current situation in the empire, shook his head. Marne province? The Marne province in the frost tundra? Ryan asked, a thought suddenly forming. Yes, that's where it is. Lord Ryan, are you familiar with it? Not really, but I have a friend over there. By the way, Earl Isaac, what position does your nephew hold? He and Lord Ryan belong to the same swordbearer order. My nephew is a silver-rank swordbearer in the Marne province. At this moment, a large group of people, dressed differently from the Imperials, approached, accompanied by a distinguished lady. Ryan looked up, slightly surprised. He naturally recognized the visitors. They were from this Federation delegation, and the lady leading them was the head of the delegation. Her name seemed to be Trina. Viscount Ryan, your extraordinary and fearless performance in battle just now was truly admirable, said Lady Trina, her beautiful eyes daring. This time, Trina wore a black pleated skirt, replacing her hunting coat. This outfit, despite her previous appearance, added a touch of elegance to her high-ranking position. The overall impression she gave was one of unique charm. Receiving the praise from Federation envoy Trina, Ryan smiled faintly and bowed, saying, Thank you, Your Excellency, for the compliments. However, by comparison, the Griffin Knights are even more courageous and fearless than I am. As a member of the Imperial Swordbearers, I, like the brave defenders of Brightson, simply did what was expected of me. Hearing Ryan's words, the Griffin Knights beside him all felt proud. Even Viscount Felker had a look of confidence, and Fisher blushed with excitement. Look! Lord Ryan is not only formidable, but he also recognizes us so well. The Brightson defenders, led by Earl Isaac, were also filled with warmth. Although they had suffered a defeat, Lord Ryan and the Griffin Knights, their allies, did not look down on them. Scout Ryan, on behalf of the Federation delegation, I'd like to invite you to visit our massive Lancelot-class gunship, Trina said with a smile. Many things were naturally difficult to say in front of so many people, so Trina had come up with the idea of inviting Ryan to tour the airship. As long as Ryan boarded the gunship, she would naturally have a chance to spend time with him alone. In just a few minutes, she believed that with her communication skills, she could offer the young man before her a sufficient olive branch. It wasn't that she could persuade Ryan to switch sides with the Federation in a matter of minutes. But she would plant a seed in the young man's heart, a seed that might allow him to join the Federation. At the same time, she would let him know that the Federation's doors were always open to him. Ryan paused. Of course he wanted to take a look. He was quite curious about the Eagle Federation. Whether it was the steam-powered airship or the firepower displayed in the previous battle, the other side had its advantages. In this respect, the Empire was far behind. However, as an Imperial civil servant, it wasn't appropriate for him to casually accept an invitation to join a foreign airship. At this moment, the shrewd Duke Victor, observing the scene from afar, immediately shouted, Haha, Special Envoy Trina, it's still quite chaotic here. Why did you all get off the airship? It would be terrible if something unexpected happened. At Victor's voice, Trina frowned, thinking to herself what a shame, missing such a great opportunity. However, she could see that Ryan was very interested in touring the Lancelot-class gunship. In other words, she still has a chance. Duke Victor, you're being polite. We're just trying to see if there's anything we can do to help, Trina said with a faint smile. Victor, naturally, didn't believe Trina's words. Special Envoy Trina, thank you for your country's cooperation and assistance in the recent battle. Thank you very much. I believe the Duke of Munster will handle the next matters appropriately. In order not to affect your delegation's subsequent itinerary, I suggest we hurry back to Munster. What do you think? Victor said with a smile. Of course, we set off now, Trina nodded and said with a smile. At this moment, Duke Victor took 2 steps at a time and approached Ryan. With a beaming smile on his face, he warmly took Ryan's hand and said, Viscount Ryan, it's a pity for you to remain in Munster with your strength. You should go to the Imperial capital, where there's a broader stage and more resources for growth. Thank you, Duke Victor. However, my family is in Munster now, and I probably won't be considering moving to the Imperial capital anytime soon, Ryan said with a slight smile. Family? That's easy. Just come to the Imperial capital, and your family can move in with you. I handle all the paperwork. Victor patted his chest and assured. Well, I heard housing prices in the imperial capital seem very high. Don't worry, I take care of housing for you and your family. A luxurious mansion might be a problem, but a Viscount-level residence is one I can help you with. Victor waved his hand, indicating that this was no problem at all. Thank you, Duke Victor. Well, Viscount Ryan, to put it another way, with your considerable power, you deserve a higher treatment. You see, you're still a Viscount. If you were in the imperial capital, you'd be at least an Earl. Ahem, Duke Victor, Ryan's earldom is already in the process, Admiral Edward said with a cough. Poaching right in front of him, Victor. Is that so? Victor realized his own indiscretion, having spoken a bit too bluntly. But then, a flash of inspiration struck Victor. Perhaps persuading the young man from another angle would be more effective. Viscount Ryan, Victor said, I perceive you're quite young. You're probably not married yet, are you? No, Ryan shook his head. After all, such a thing couldn't be denied. The other party could easily find out by asking anyone. That's wonderful, Viscount Ryan. I have 3 granddaughters. The eldest, just 18, has already been ordained a full knight. She's currently attending the Imperial Royal Academy, and is quite beautiful. Do you think you could meet her sometime? Ryan choked. No. Duke Victor, that's too direct. Admiral Edward and the Duke of Munster, standing nearby, were dismayed. Don't like her? That's fine. My other granddaughter is 16, but already a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. She enjoys reading ancient books and has an elegant demeanor. Ryan was at a loss for words. Seeing Ryan remain silent, Victor rubbed his chin, frowning, mumbling to himself. You don't like it either? But my last granddaughter is so young, only 10. This made Ryan's face darken, and he quickly stepped around Duke Victor. A few hours later, Ryan returned to Munster with the main force. It was almost evening. Declining a subsequent dinner invitation, Ryan returned to his residence. Ryan was truly annoyed by the old man, Duke Victor's tireless and unbridled persuasion. After dinner with his family, Anna, and the beautiful woman Jennifer, Ryan finally had time to check his previous battle prompts. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and earned 17 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your Thousand Blades King, epic, class has been upgraded. Congratulations, your Thousand Blades King, epic, class has been upgraded. After the battle with the corrupted dragon Agnes, Ryan's new epic class, Thousand Blades King, had risen 4 levels in a row, reaching level 8, granting him 4 attribute points and 4 skill points. Adding his remaining points, his total remaining attribute points now stood at 6, his remaining skill points at 4, and his total remaining gold skill points at 23. But what Ryan wanted most at this moment was the effect of his newly acquired ability, Dragonoid Form, gained by increasing his bloodline concentration. When Ryan arrived at the training room, he thought for a moment, then turned and locked the door for the first time. This was because Ryan wasn't sure if his dragon form would be unusually ugly, and he worried about frightening his family. Also, as his ultimate weapon, the dragon form, he didn't want anyone else to know, not even members of his own team like Thierry. It wasn't that he didn't trust someone, but rather that he wanted to be on the safe side. In the supernatural world, there are many magical methods that can deceive people or reveal the truth. As Ryan silently chanted transform into dragon form, his entire persona underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. Chapter 339. Ryan's body suddenly swelled, squeezing the enchanted thorium plate armor he wore until it creaked. Ryan then remembered that in his haste for the test, he hadn't even taken off his plate armor. Just as he was about to quickly remove it, he raised his hand and was startled. Ryan noticed that the skin on his right hand had completely turned a dark gray, with fingernail-sized dragon scales emerging from the surface. Simultaneously, his once flat nails had become sharp and slender, like those of a ferocious beast. In that moment of pause, crack! Snap! Pieces of the enchanted thorium plate armor all over Ryan's body began to crack and fall from his body, with some fragments still clinging to his ever-expanding body. Suddenly, Ryan felt an intense itch in his tailbone, as if something had emerged, or more accurately, something had emerged. He glanced sideways, and saw a tail, over a meter long and also covered in dragon scales, sprouting from the last section of his coccyx. Surprised, Ryan instinctively swung it a few times, and found it surprisingly agile. But the problem was, he'd never had a tail before, so suddenly having one was a bit of a stretch. At that moment, Ryan felt his head hit something. He bent down slightly and looked up, realizing he'd actually hit the stone ceiling of the training room. This training room is a full 4 3.5 meters high. Ryan was quite shocked. But at the same time, he immediately crouched down slightly and bent down again to avoid hitting the ground floor. Fortunately, Ryan realized his transformation was complete. A rough estimate showed he was less than 5 meters tall, but close enough. Clearly, this level of change was astonishing. Nearly 5 meters tall. What does that even mean? The average ogre is only 3 meters tall, never more than 3.5 meters tall, and yet Ryan's height had reached a staggering 5 meters. That's quite impressive. This transformation. This drew Ryan's attention to the description of the first form. Mutated Dragonman first form. Dragonman warrior form. Upon activation, the body significantly increases in size, its surface transforming into dragon scales. This possesses exceptional defense and resistance, making it immune to low-level toxins and diseases, and immune to sorcery damage below 20 degrees Celsius. Dragonman warrior form? Ryan noticed the parentheses following the words first form. Is it because you're a warrior and need to fight hand-to-hand that your size has changed so much? Never mind that, let's test the effects first. But Ryan also realized that he was hunched over, his head barely touching the ceiling, making it impossible to test things like movement speed. With my size, it seems I have to go outdoors. However, Ryan casually picked up the knight's long sword, which felt like a toothpick in comparison, and struck his body with it several times. He wanted to first test the defensive power of the dragon scales on his body, and see how they compared to his previous steel body. Sizzle! Bang, bang! Ryan tested the fine dragon scales using 3 methods: stabbing, cutting, and hacking. The whole test scene was rather comical. From the side, a sharp claw carefully grasped a toothpick-sized long sword, slashing and stabbing at a sturdy arm covered in dragon scales. Sure enough, after completing the test, Ryan's eyes flickered, and he immediately noticed the difference. The previous steel effect was so sharp that a sharp weapon would create sparks, as if striking steel. But this time, the scales were completely different. It felt more like striking thick, hard leather armor, just as strong, but with a bit more resilience, hence the dull, thumping sound. Furthermore, dragon scales offer excellent stab protection. Without activating any innate abilities or skills, Ryan bent the knight's long sword, but the dragon scales only produced a white dot. A peak-level knight stabbed it, and it was just a white spot. Then even if the opponent unleashed a high-level ultimate technique, I'd probably only sustain minor injuries at best. No wonder it's described as superb defense. After a moment's thought, Ryan couldn't help but feel delighted. Just as he was about to put away his knight's long sword, he thrust it into the hilt a little too hard, and the entire hilt bent. Huh? My own strength? Ryan's control over his own strength had long since reached a high level. It was impossible for him to be so oblivious to its magnitude. He immediately realized that his strength had been significantly increased by his enormous size. Thinking for a moment, Ryan picked up a kite-shaped shield placed nearby and, with a slight force in his massive hand, squeezed it. Crack! Instantly, the steel shield was crumpled into a ball. Just now, Ryan had barely felt anything, yet he achieved this. Shoo, this level of power. After repeated testing, Ryan discovered that his strength was at least 4 times greater than before. Of course, in this situation, his immense strength talent could be considered overridden and unusable. Just as Ryan was about to test the final sentence, immune to sorcery damage below 20 degrees, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness within him. Then, his entire body rapidly shrank. At the same time, this physical weakness became increasingly pronounced. Ryan carefully felt his muscles and fascia, feeling fatigue and weakness. Clearly, under normal circumstances, he would need to recover before reactivating his dragon form. Has the duration expired? Ryan glanced at the wall clock in the training room. Exactly 2 minutes had passed. 2 minutes? A true dragon form? He shook his head slightly, naturally feeling that the time was a bit short. But after thinking about it, Ryan felt it wasn't so bad. After all, if the battle couldn't be resolved quickly after transforming into a dragon, then running away seemed like the best option. This also drew Ryan's attention to the note. Duration is positively correlated with blood concentration and constitution. It seems I need to continue to find ways to increase blood concentration. Also, for subsequent skill points, should I prioritize increasing constitution? Ryan shook his head slightly, muttering to himself, not necessarily. Mental attributes are equally important. Mental energy influences the power of sorcery. A dragon vein wizard is called a wizard, so they can't always fight in close combat, right? Oh right, after adding a point to my recovery, can't I activate my dragon form again? Ryan's eyes lit up, a sudden thought coming to mind. After some thought, he decided to confirm it first. After all, it would be hilarious if he found out in real combat that adding a point didn't activate it. Accordingly, his muscles and fascia aches were quite uncomfortable right now. As Ryan added a point to his mental strength, a surge of warmth surged through his body, instantly restoring him to peak form. At this moment, Ryan could feel that he could activate his dragon form again at any time. This made him laugh. Looks like there's no need to deliberately add points to my physical strength. Also, other people's backup or ultimate moves can generally only be used once per battle, but I can use them in times, within being linked to the number of remaining attribute points. Just as Ryan was testing the effects of his dragon form, Anna, who happened to be walking down the first floor corridor, vaguely sensed a captivating aura emanating from the training room. This aura? It's different from Ryan's safety? As a druid, Anna was particularly sensitive to the unique auras of people and animals, but this intensely intimidating aura was new to her. Curiosity piqued, Anna knocked on the door and called out, "Ryan?" Ryan, upon hearing Anna, quickly stepped forward and opened the door. But when Anna saw Ryan, her beautiful eyes blinked, then widened, and her face flushed red. "Ryan, you're so mean!" With that, Anna ran off, covering her face. "Huh? I'm back in human form now. What's going on?" Ryan, a bit confused, glanced down, and the next second, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Damn, I'm actually exposed?" It turns out that the tearing of the enchanted thorium plate armor wasn't a big deal, since I had a linen underwear underneath. But as my body expanded and contracted, the linen underwear was also violently torn. Although there were still a lot of strips of fabric hanging, something was clearly visible through the wide gap. No wonder Anna ran so quickly. This made Ryan feel uncomfortable, and he was too embarrassed to chase after Anna. It seems we need to solve the problem of elastic underwear. At least we need elastic underwear. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to expose myself every time I transform. Unfortunately, there's no acrylic material. The waistband can be made of elastic material like tendon. But how do we get elastic fabric? Ryan frowned slightly. Ryan had originally planned to rest, but then he thought, since he'd already ruined a set of underwear, he might as well take this opportunity to test his dragon form outside the city again. The previous test was incomplete. A moment later, a massive bird of prey soared into the sky above Ryan's mansion. It was Bloodfeather, carrying Ryan out of the city. Soon, he arrived at the wasteland where he had previously fought Asimov. The lava traces from the battle were still visible on the wasteland. However, Ryan's focus wasn't on that at the moment. After finding a relatively secluded spot, he transformed into a dragon form once again. With his previous experience, Ryan quickly adapted to the newly acquired tail, and immediately began testing the speed and agility of his dragon warrior form. A few minutes later, Ryan, having regained his human form, wore a calm expression, his expression unremarkable. Just now, he had discovered a minor issue with his dragon warrior form. His speed and agility hadn't improved significantly, only by about 30% compared to his human form. In other words, while the dragon warrior form significantly boosted his defense and strength, the improvement in agility wasn't as pronounced. However, overall, the improvement in combat effectiveness was already quite significant, roughly double that of his human form. Early the next morning, Nero, Angus, and the others arrived at Ryan's residence. "Captain, you actually went on a mission in secret yesterday." "That's not very kind," Nero said, half-jokingly. "Yes, we all heard. It's a dragon slaying. Such a grand undertaking. Aren't you asking us to join? Are you afraid we be a drag?" The red-haired beauty Evelyn chimed in, smiling. "So that's what it is." Ryan couldn't help but laugh. He immediately gave a brief account of the situation. "The situation was urgent, and I set out immediately after receiving the order. Furthermore, the Black Sword Squad had already been trapped, so I decided not to notify you." "The Black Sword Squad? Is that the diamond-level swordsman squad, the Black Sword?" Nero exclaimed in shock. Nero knew the Black Sword Squad's vice-captain, the wizard Anthony. They had exchanged sorcery experiences several times. The enemy's strength was even greater than his own, but he hadn't expected such a formidable squad to be completely annihilated by the corrupted dragon Agnes. "That's right," Ryan nodded. "And it's a good thing you didn't go. The corrupted dragon Agnes's corrupting force field will quickly infect anyone who comes near it. Without sufficient strength, it's practically impossible to counter." Ryan, his face hardening as he thought back to the situation, explained. The team members were stunned, their faces growing serious. "So it's a good thing the captain didn't take them with him." Just then, a servant knocked on the door and said, "Lord Ryan, there are 2 sword bearers outside who wish to see you." They say they are the surviving members of the Black Sword Squad. Oh, please let them in, Ryan said, raising an eyebrow. Having just mentioned the Black Sword Squad, he hadn't expected them to have any surviving members. Soon, a man in a gray robe and another in knight's plate armor entered. Respected Captain Ryan, I'm Medeiros, and this is Luca. We're both members of the Black Sword Squad. We both express our sincere gratitude for your slaying of the corrupted dragon Agnes, and for avenging the Black Sword Squad. After that, Medeiros and Luca bowed deeply to Ryan. You're welcome. I'm also a sword bearer, and this is what I should do. The two immediately recounted the incident, leaving everyone, including Nero, feeling a wave of emotion. After a lively chat, Medeiros said, Captain Ryan, we've come here for another reason. With our combined strength, we can't rebuild the Black Sword Squad. We also greatly admire your abilities. Therefore, we'd like to join your team. Of course, I can serve as a reserve member initially. Once I pass your team's assessment requirements, I can become a full member. Do you have the opportunity? Well, Ryan hesitated. But Nero, behind the two men, gave Ryan a signal, as if wanting them to stay. Okay, then you two will join as reserve members. Ryan thought for a moment and nodded. Thank you very much, Captain Ryan. The two men bowed to Ryan again. After the two men left, Ryan couldn't help but ask Nero, do you know these two? I've heard of them, but not intimately. Oh, then why did you ask me to keep them? Captain, how long do you think you stay with the Munster branch? I understand. Okay, I leave this to you. Ryan nodded. Indeed, neither he nor Admiral Edward could directly refuse headquarters transfer. In other words, sooner or later, he would leave Munster for the imperial capital. Nero's point was that once he left, the entire team's strength would plummet. The diamond-level squad status was likely lost, but maintaining it at gold level shouldn't be a problem by recruiting some new members with both strength and good character. After spending some time in Ryan's second-floor study, Nero and the others went downstairs to the training room for their own training. Ryan, on his own, began to quietly ponder something. One thing he had been pondering for a long time, choosing a new class. Since he successfully transitioned to the Epic class, King of Thousand Blades, he gained an additional class panel, improving from 5/5 to 5/6. He decided to choose tailoring. The reason for this was based on the blacksmith's promotion path. First, Apprentice Blacksmith, then Blacksmith, then Armor Smith, and finally Master Armor Smith. In other words, while the initial Blacksmith Apprentice class might seem unremarkable, its subsequent growth potential is exceptional. After 4 class changes, not to mention other things, the skill points and attribute points alone brought Ryan significant benefits. In contrast, those who started out as extraordinary classes, such as Beast Tamer, Extraordinary, and later Beast Priest, Legendary, while having good core skills, did not bring Ryan much benefit in terms of skill points and attribute points. For him, he currently had a considerable number of core skills, or trump cards. On the other hand, he didn't have many sorcery skills, and if he wanted to master a sorcery to a near-instantaneous level, skill points were essential. After considering all these factors, Ryan decided to learn tailoring. Soon, Ryan had his servant call over the beautiful woman, Jennifer. Jennifer, is there a tailor shop under the Chamber of Commerce? Huh? The beautiful woman glanced at Ryan with a puzzled look, a bit puzzled as to why he would ask. But for her, even though she didn't understand, it didn't stop her from quickly answering, Dear, of course there are. There are currently 3 tailor shops under the Hammer and Rose Chamber of Commerce. Which one has the best tailors? Well, in terms of tailoring, it's probably Julius Tailor's shop that's the best. The head tailor, Julius, has reached master-level tailoring. Master Tailor? Very good, Jennifer, take me there. Ryan was still quite happy. He hadn't expected Jennifer's Chamber of Commerce to have a master tailor under its wing. It was actually going even smoother than he'd anticipated. Aw? Honey, are you going to make clothes? But my 3 tailor shops mainly specialize in women's clothing, with very few men's. You know, women love beauty, and it's easier to make money. The beautiful woman was taken aback, then immediately realized. In her mind, she naturally assumed Ryan was planning to have his clothes custom-made. But in her mind, as a Viscount, Ryan's clothing would naturally require the help of an outstanding men's tailor, befitting his status. No problem, men's clothing is all that matters. I'm going to learn tailoring. Ryan was also taken aback, then immediately realized that Jennifer had misunderstood, and explained. Huh? Jennifer's beautiful eyes widened, her cherry lips slightly open, and she looked stunned. Oh my goodness! Could anything be more outrageous than this? A Viscount actually wants to learn tailoring? My dear, you're a Viscount. Isn't it inappropriate for you to learn tailoring? Jennifer thought for a moment and gently advised. Well, it certainly wouldn't have a good impact. In that case, have Master Tailor Yuli's come directly to the mansion. Oh, and have her bring a complete set of tools and fabrics for a novice tailor. She learned in the study. Very well, dear. Jennifer retreated in defeat. She could see that Ryan was determined to learn. Although she couldn't figure out why Ryan wanted to learn tailoring, she kept this in mind. It's okay to not understand. Just do it first. A moment later, Jennifer brought Master Tailor Yuli's, a gentle-looking woman in her early 40s, in with her. She was carrying a variety of items, such as balls of thread and rolls of linen. Respected Viscount Ryan, good day, Julia said with a respectful lady's bow. When she first heard Jennifer, the president of the main family's Chamber of Commerce, ask her to teach the Viscount tailoring, she almost wondered if she was hallucinating. Even after hearing it twice, she still hadn't recovered, completely stunned. But since it was the main family's request, she didn't have much right to refuse. Furthermore, she had heard that Viscount Ryan, who was behind the main family, had recently become quite famous in Munster, and she wanted to see him. Good day, Julius. I need to master the basics of tailoring as quickly as possible. Julius, which part would be best for me to start with? Ryan asked straight to the point. Well, Viscount, my suggestion is to start with simple line garments. Cloaks, gloves, socks, or underwear are all suitable. Shirts with collars and buttons are more complicated to attach. Julius considered her words, and spoke respectfully. Underwear? Are panties okay? Ryan asked, his eyes brightening. Although it seemed inappropriate to ask this in front of the two ladies, Ryan thought about what would happen if there was a fight later, and he had to transform into a dragon man. The sight of torn panties, and a crowd watching. It would be too beautiful to imagine. Rather than embarrass himself in front of two specific people, it would be better than embarrassing everyone. Huh? Julius's eyes widened. She glanced quickly at the much more beautiful Jennifer standing beside her, and thought to herself, this handsome and tall Viscount, who had a wide range of women, was probably not trying to tease her. However, discussing how to make underwear in front of a young, handsome, and powerful man was a first for Julius, and she inevitably blushed a little. Of course, underwear is quite appropriate. Then let's begin. The beautiful woman Jennifer stood aside, her beautiful eyes glancing from Ryan to Julius, her thoughts unclear. With Julius's guidance and Ryan's exceptional learning ability, the system prompt soon sounded, "You have made linen shorts, and your comprehension has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Making linen shorts. Your skill in making linen shorts has improved, and your experience points have increased by 1. Congratulations. You have activated the profession panel. Tailor's Apprentice." It's activated, and just as expected, it's Tailor's Apprentice, Ryan thought to himself. Ryan glanced at the new profession panel. Although it was blank and devoid of any light, he was quite pleased. This meant that the tailor path would likely allow for multiple job changes, similar to the blacksmith path. This meant that he would subsequently gain a large number of skill and attribute points. Ryan was naturally delighted by this. The beautiful women, Jennifer and Julius, exchanged a look of surprise. Neither of them could understand why Viscount Ryan, who had just successfully crafted a pair of underwear, was so pleased. Chapter 340. Viscount, you truly are a rare talent for tailoring. If you could become one, Julius exclaimed in amazement at Ryan's rocket-like learning speed. But Julius quickly realized that the man before her was a noble, the Viscount, not an apprentice in her tailor's shop. It would be inappropriate to praise him as a talent for tailoring. So Julius quickly corrected herself. No, Viscount, I mean, no matter what skill, you learn quickly. Ryan waved his hand, unconcerned. Julius, I have a problem. My pants aren't stretchy enough. How can I fix it? Waistbands can be made of cowhide or something, but the fabric doesn't seem to have that kind of stretch. Because if my body expands, it tear. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, the entire study fell silent. Swell? Expand? Tear? My Lord Viscount, is it really okay for you to talk to me about this? Besides, you're flattering yourself. I've never heard of anyone who can tear underwear. Ryan's lewd words were so ferocious that even Julius, a woman with experience in that field, felt a little overwhelmed, and her fair face immediately flushed. Jennifer, the beautiful woman standing nearby, was also stunned by what she heard. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked back and forth between Julius and Ryan. My dear's words are a bit too flirtatious, aren't they? She's about the same age as me, but her skin isn't as good as mine, and her features are more dignified, quite different from my style. Could it be that my dear is really attracted to her? Wait, it must be the other person's professional attributes that attracted her beloved's interest. The beautiful woman's eyes immediately lit up. She thought she had figured out the key. After all, this habit was actually quite common among the upper class. Not to mention the aristocracy, even among wealthy merchants, one could often hear these kinds of gossips. For example, a certain wealthy merchant preferred to have his pleasures with maids, or some aristocrats were particularly interested in female teachers, or she had heard last time about a certain viscount who was only 1.6 meters tall and preferred women over 1.8 meters tall, and so on. Instantly, Jennifer's thoughts raced. Seeing the expressions of the two mature women, Ryan snapped back to his senses. His choice of words seemed a bit ambiguous, but he couldn't possibly reveal his Dragonman transformation. Thinking for a moment, Ryan said, "Well, it's like this. When I fight, my muscles swell, so I need underwear with good elasticity." "I see." Julius nodded, though she still couldn't believe it. After all, as a master tailor, he wasn't from the lower classes, and I'd never heard of a grand knight tearing his underwear in battle. Viscount, roughly how much does it expand to?" "That depends on the material." Julius took a deep breath before finally asking. "At least twice as much?" Ryan thought for a moment and said, "Twice. If we're talking about elasticity, silk has the best elasticity of all fabrics. However, relying solely on silk's elasticity may still not meet your requirements," Julius said after a moment's thought, still startled. "Is there no solution? No other materials?" "Well, some animal hides have good elasticity, but for underwear, comfort is still a consideration." "Animal hide?" Ryan thought about it, and decided against it. It was too uncomfortable. And leather shorts easily reminded him of gigolos or something. They were too trendy. "By the way, if you don't mind a different style, I have another suggestion. Pleats could be made to prevent tearing, like a pleated skirt." Julius saw Ryan's frown and offered another idea. "Add pleats?" Ryan quickly understood what Julius meant. Underwear waistbands are made of an elastic material like tendon, and even silk underwear fabric can't achieve that level of elasticity, so adding pleats is the only option. Once the body expands, the underwear will smooth out the pleats to compensate for the lack of elasticity. While pleated underwear might seem a bit odd, it's better than exposing yourself after transforming. And it also takes comfort into account. Julius, good idea. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to the beautiful woman and said, "Jennifer, have someone prepare some beef tendon immediately. I give it a try." "Ah? Oh yes, Your Excellency." Hearing Ryan speaking to her, Jennifer finally came to her senses. Besides, she still adhered to Ryan's title in front of outsiders. Jennifer left the study to prepare the beef tendon, but Ryan didn't stop, beginning the previous step, making the proofs. "Your Excellency, you cut a hole in your underwear. What is this?" Julius's face was filled with surprise. She thought, "Your Excellency, you just boasted about your size, but isn't it a bit too much to cut a hole specifically to prevent it from tearing your underwear?" "Haha, this has a special purpose." Julius was a bit overwhelmed, especially since Jennifer had gone out to arrange for the beef tendon. Even though she was an experienced hand, she couldn't resist such a teasing. Julius, the master tailor, blushed crimson. Julius observed the hole Ryan had dug again and thought, "I know it has a special purpose. Besides, isn't the hole too large? Hey, why is it facing the back?" Viscount, did you draw the hole the wrong way?" Julius couldn't help but remind him. "No, it's exactly like this." Ryan shook his head. "The tail, of course, is behind the buttocks. If it's in the front, is it still a tail?" Julius froze, her eyes blank. Soon, a large handful of beef tendon was delivered. Since Ryan had already begun the preparations, he quickly completed his first pair of beef tendon shorts. A system notification then sounded. "You have crafted cowhide pleated silk pants, and your comprehension has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Craft cowhide pleated silk pants. Your skill in crafting cowhide pleated silk pants has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 5. Ding! Detected that the host has created a new tailoring item, triggering a job change. Tailor. Prerequisites for promotion to tailor. 1. Tailor Apprentice Level 3. 2. Agility 5 points or higher, Constitution 5 points or higher. 3. Craft 10 qualified tailoring items of any kind. Current requirements are not met. Promotion to tailor failed. Huh? 5 experience points? Have all the subsequent promotion requirements been triggered? Innovation is indeed the primary productive force. Ryan was overjoyed. So, he went on to make 10 pairs of pleated cowhide shorts in a row, the entire process going from clumsy to smooth and effortless. Julius, standing by, was practically stunned. She had a vague feeling that the young and handsome Viscount Ryan wasn't trying to flirt with her, but was genuinely learning how to make underwear. "Viscount, would you like to learn how to make other parts of clothing?" Julius asked. "No, by the way, that's all for today's tailoring training. Thank you for your hard work, Julius. Jennifer, please see Julius off. I practice making shorts for the next few days, and then learn other things later," Ryan said to Jennifer. "Very well, Your Excellency." After the two men left, Ryan, in just half a day, had upgraded his tailoring apprentice from level 1 to level 3, 127/500, gaining 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. The 70 or 80 pairs of cowhide pleated silk shorts piled nearby were the fruits of Ryan's labor. Adding his remaining points, he now had 7 attribute points, 6 skill points, and the remaining gold skill points remained at 23. Just as Ryan was about to make a final push to upgrade his tailoring apprentice to level 3, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." "Your Excellency, Viscount Hamadi from Meister County is visiting at the mansion gate," the servant announced. "Viscount Hamadi? Huh? Why is he visiting so suddenly?" Ryan looked puzzled. Although the other party was his former boss's boss, he had always felt that there was something fishy about him, and therefore, they had never had any close interactions. "Please ask him to come to the reception room. I'll be right there." After some thought, Ryan decided to meet him and hear his intentions. In the reception room, "Sir Ryan, long time no see," Hamadi said with a smile. "Sir Hamadi, long time no see." Ryan smiled, using the same address he'd used in Meister, still quite polite. "No, Sir Ryan. With your current fame, it's my turn to address you as Sir. I'm sorry to bother you this time, but I'm actually being asked to." Hamadi laughed heartily, placing a dark brown wooden box on the coffee table. With a click, he opened it and turned the box towards Ryan. The box was engraved with complex patterns. Inside, neatly arranged, were 3 hexagonal crystals emitting energy fluctuations. Beneath each crystal, a letter was pressed. Ryan looked at the 3 crystals within the box, a look of surprise on his face. Although he wasn't sure what it was, the box and its contents seemed incredibly valuable. Furthermore, the vibrations faintly resonated with a spiritual connection, as if this were. Hamadi glanced around, seemingly confirming that he and Ryan were the only ones in the reception room. Then, with a smile, he said, "This is from Special Envoy Trenna, who asked me to deliver it to Lord Ryan." "Special Envoy Trenna?" Ryan raised an eyebrow. In an instant, he understood a great deal. It turned out that Viscount Hamadi had always been a member of the Federation, perhaps an insider or a co-opted noble. No wonder, back when he was in Meister, he'd always felt something was amiss with him. He had initially thought they were members of the Resistance, but it turned out they were from the Federation. However, Ryan didn't understand the other party's intentions, so naturally he couldn't accept the gift. He simply waved his hand, saying, "This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Sir Ryan, you might want to take a look at the handwritten letter from Special Envoy Trenna before you decide." After a moment's thought, Ryan nodded and said, "All right." Ryan then removed the letter from the wooden box. The red wax on the letter was intact, and Ryan could sense a faint magical aura within the envelope. "Sir Ryan, for the sake of confidentiality, this letter will self-immolate after reading." Hamadi, standing by, saw Ryan pause and immediately understood what was going on. He also admired Ryan's caution and perceptiveness. "I see." Ryan nodded and opened the letter. The message read, "Dear Lord Ryan, your strength and talent are unparalleled among the young people I have ever met. The Eagle Federation warmly welcomes you to settle here. If you are interested, I can guarantee that you will receive treatment and career prospects far superior to your current situation in the Dragon Empire. We will also arrange for your family to be secretly transferred to the Federation. Of course, if you are not interested yet, we hope to maintain a good friendship and contact with you. In recent years, the Federation has developed rapidly, far exceeding the imagination of many in the Dragon Empire. For example, the Federation has achieved several times the production of soul energy crystals. We look forward to your joining the Federation soon. If you have any questions, please contact Hamadi. Here, I present 3 soul energy crystals as a welcome gift, Trenna Hayden." A few seconds later, the letter slowly burned with a pale blue flame, quickly dissolving into ash. "Sir Ryan, I have delivered the envoy's gift. I look forward to hearing from you. I believe it's time for me to take my leave." Hamadi smiled, standing up and saying, "Okay, Viscount Hamadi, I see you off." After Hamadi left, Ryan paced back and forth in the room, pondering the other party's purpose. No wonder the Federation is growing so rapidly. Their infiltration of the Empire is so extensive, and they're also making every effort to attract talent. After seeing the word soul energy crystals in the letter, Ryan knew what these 3 hexagonal crystals were. Generally speaking, potions or items that increase mental power are already extremely valuable. Soul energy crystals, however, are even more precious, as they accelerate the atomization and liquefaction of spiritual energy. Ryan had previously inquired with Alina, but unfortunately, the branch office didn't have a quota for soul energy crystals. Of course, the headquarters in the Imperial capital did have some, but they were also extremely valuable. This meant that if Ryan wanted to exchange them, he would have to be transferred to the Sword-Bearer headquarters. Even more impressive is the statement that soul energy crystal production is several times higher than before. It not only reveals the Federation's strength, but also presents a tremendous temptation. If it weren't for my incredibly fast atomization speed, I'm afraid it would be hard not to be tempted. Ryan walked over to the wooden box, picked up a soul energy crystal, and examined it. Soul energy crystal, what a great thing. This was why Ryan didn't refuse the other party's gift. At this stage, the soul energy crystal was indeed very useful for improving his strength. Ryan glanced at the attribute panel. Spirit, 62, 6% atomization. Spiritual power increased from 60 to 62, partly due to the previous bonus points and partly due to the improved effects of the advanced meditation technique over the past few days. Atomization also increased by 1 percentage point. After checking the soul energy crystal again and confirming that there were no problems, Ryan immediately decided to use one to see the effect. Using this thing was also very simple. Just hold it in your hand and meditate. A few minutes later, as Ryan activated the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation Technique, the soul energy crystal in his hand seemed to resonate with some kind of energy. A wisp of transparent aura emanated from it, and quickly merged into Ryan's body. Ryan could feel the vast spiritual power in his spiritual sea slowly and continuously being purified, and wisps of silver mist gradually increased. At this moment, the system alert sounded, ding. Detected soul energy crystals that can enhance the atomization of spiritual power. Accelerate absorption? Note, the system absorption can eliminate impurities, and can absorb all at once. Huh? Eliminate impurities? And absorb all at once? Ryan raised an eyebrow, pondering. He had just tried it. If he meditated for about half an hour daily for a soul energy crystal this size, it would take him about half a month to absorb it. The fact that the system can absorb it instantly is naturally a good thing. And if it can eliminate impurities, doesn't that mean I can use it continuously? Normally, while soul energy crystals are beneficial, wizards only use them for a limited time. Once the impurities absorbed by the body reach a certain concentration, they need to stop using them. After the body eliminates the impurities from the soul energy crystals, they can be used again. Continuous use is not possible. However, judging by the system prompt, Ryan should be able to absorb them continuously. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately selected yes. Instantly, Ryan felt the silver mist in his mind rapidly increase at a visible rate, soon reaching nearly double its previous size. The feeling was indescribably wonderful. His mental power was more refined. Compared to before, the same amount of mental power could mobilize more energy particles around him. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 62, atomization 11%. A 5% increase in one go? No wonder it's so valuable. The spirit value isn't decreasing anymore. It seems the previous impurities have been mostly eliminated. Seeing the excellent results, Ryan thought for a moment and used the other 2 soul energy crystals in the wooden box. Finally, the spirit value on the attribute panel read, 62, 20% atomization. Based on the calculation that each point of atomization increases spell power by 0.5 points, Ryan's current spell power is approximately 10% higher than when he first became a wizard. Don't underestimate this 10%. Often, improvements in strength are achieved through small, cumulative steps, ultimately achieving a qualitative change. Clearly, by the time the atomization reaches 90%, the increase in spell power is quite significant, reaching approximately 50%. As for why it can't reach 100%? Generally speaking, when a first-level wizard's atomization reaches over 90%, they can choose to break through to the second-level liquefaction wizard. The difficulty of atomizing mental energy isn't linear. In other words, it gets harder the further you advance. This is evident from the rate at which the soul energy crystals increased. Logically, if each soul energy crystal increased by 5%, Ryan's atomization level should be 21%, according to his guess, but it's only 20%. This demonstrates that atomization isn't linear. It becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. After testing a few spells and feeling the increase in power, Ryan returned his attention to his newly learned tailoring. He planned to switch to tailoring as soon as possible. After all, he was just one step away. Just then, there was another knock on the door. "Come in." The capable young woman, Alina, entered. She smiled and congratulated him. "Sir Ryan, I heard you slew a dragon yesterday. Congratulations on becoming a dragon slayer." "Thank you. Has the news spread yet?" Ryan couldn't help but chuckle. Of course. It was a dragon slaying. Besides, it wasn't just us sword bearers who witnessed it. The Griffin Knights and the garrison of Brighton all saw it, and they're all spreading the word. "I imagine your fame will soon spread throughout the surrounding provinces," Alina chuckled, covering her mouth. Ryan shook his head, thinking, good intentions, but bad results. This would shorten his stay in Munster even further. "By the way, Sir Ryan, there's news on those members of Sam's group you asked me to investigate last time." Alina handed Ryan a stack of papers. Ryan nodded, comparing Alina's intelligence with that of the beautiful woman Jennifer, and was essentially certain of the situation. "Perhaps you're more concerned about the following piece of information." "Oh!" Ryan couldn't help but look at Alina. "Earlier, you asked me to focus on the news about the barbarian tribe in the Howling Tundra. Coincidentally, an acquaintance of mine in the intelligence department at the Imperial Capital headquarters told me about a request for assistance he received in the Imperial Capital 3 days ago. Currently, the barbarian tribe's situation is precarious." "Oh!" "Lady Alina, please elaborate." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Well, the barbarians in the Howling Tundra are primarily divided into two tribes. The Norton tribe, or the Nortons, and the Reach tribe, or the Reachmen. I'm not sure which tribe you, Lord Ryan, asked me to focus on last time, but based on the intelligence, both tribes are having a tough time. The Black Flame cult is rampant in the Howling Tundra. As a cult that worships fire and hunting, it's spreading rapidly across the Howling Tundra, and many indigenous tribes have already become followers of the Black Flame cult. And the barbarian tribes? Their strength is considerable, so fierce battles have erupted repeatedly with the Black Flame cult. But over time, the Black Flame cult has mobilized numerous powerful individuals, making it difficult for the barbarian tribes to resist, and they are losing ground. That's why the barbarian tribes recently sought aid from the Empire, but the Empire has not yet sent a guardian. Now, both barbarian tribes are migrating to more remote areas north of the tundra." The Black Flame cult again, those lingering creatures. Ryan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is the Empire not going to intervene?" "It's likely to be very difficult in the short term. The Empire will definitely focus on its own territory, and may not have time to attend to the windswept tundra." Ryan nodded. "Indeed, under the current circumstances, the Empire is likely to do so. By the way, Your Excellency Alina, the barbarian tribe should be much safer after their migration, right?" Ryan asked. Lord Ryan, I'm sorry, I wasn't finished. The problem right now is that things aren't stable north of the Howling Tundra either," Alina said apologetically. Ryan raised an eyebrow. "It's said that a proto-dragon named Courageous recently revived from the glaciers of the far north, and is currently expanding its territory and gathering followers. It's said that several large northern Furbolg tribes have already offered their allegiance. If these two barbarian tribes continue their migration, they undoubtedly attract their attention." Alina's words immediately made Ryan's expression shift. Chapter 341. "Sir Ryan, are you familiar with the proto-dragon?" Alina paused after reporting this, then looked at Ryan. "Sir Alina, please introduce the proto-dragon." Although Ryan had previously consulted and briefly read books about dragons within the Dragon Empire, after witnessing the Red Dragon of Red Queen Mania, the proto-dragon was only briefly mentioned in the books, without much detail. However, the books provided a more detailed description of the Empire's 5-colored dragons: red, green, yellow, blue, and black. "Okay, Lord Ryan, the proto-dragon is completely different from the 5-colored dragons that our Dragon Empire is so proud of. Logically, the proto-dragon should have vanished long ago in the vast river of history. But for some reason, from time to time, in a few remote places, remnants of these proto-dragon are occasionally discovered, like this proto-dragon named Courageous. Courageous, like other proto-dragon, is inherently tyrannical. Although proto-dragon generally lacks any innate abilities, it is extremely capable in close combat. Moreover, according to intelligence, a spy witnessed this proto-dragon, and it is said to be several times larger than its fellow proto-dragon. Therefore, I believe that if a barbarian tribe, equally skilled in hand-to-hand combat, encounters this proto-dragon courageous, they will likely suffer a heavy loss. Lord Alina, I would like to travel to the Howling Tundra, Ryan suddenly said. Alina's introduction to the proto-dragon had convinced Ryan to make a trip to the Howling Tundra as soon as possible. Although Logray hadn't been heard from for a while, and it was possible something had happened, she wouldn't know until she went there. Ryan's words startled Alina so much that she almost jumped. What? Sir Ryan, you're going there in person? Alina asked, her eyes widening in shock. After Ryan's slaying of the corrupted dragon Agnes, his reputation in Munster province had soared even higher. With Ryan in Munster, Alina felt a great deal safer. Well, I have a friend over there, and I need to go over. By the way, how long would it take to reach the Howling Tundra using a flying mount? Well, that's a bit of a hassle. Although you have a flying mount, and can fly directly to the Howling Tundra. But the problem is, there are several dangerous areas in the northern part of the Empire, such as the Thundering Mountains. There are rare thunderstorm elements there, which launch lightning attacks on all creatures that fly near them. Even the Imperial Dragon Riders have to avoid their attack. So my advice to you is to transfer. Alina calmed down her shock and quickly regained her efficient demeanor, analyzing the situation carefully for Ryan. Ryan nodded and said, Sir Alina, do you have any recommended flight routes? Although he could now ride Bloodfeather and fly through the air, reaching some places several times faster than before, he still had to avoid some dangerous areas. In fact, when the Dragon Empire was first established, there were many more dangerous areas than there are now. The Imperial Dragon Knights worked hard for many years to clear out some dangerous areas that could be eliminated artificially, which led to the current airship routes. Otherwise, the dangers of flying would be far greater than they are now. Yes, see. The capable young woman, Alina, walked over to Ryan and unfolded a simple map of the Empire's territory, presenting it to him. Generally speaking, if you take an Imperial military airship, you need 6 transfers. From here to here and then, it will take about 7 days. Since you have a flying mount, my advice is to transfer at Hammerfall Fortress in Markarth Province, and travel through the Hammerfall Tunnel to avoid the black fog cyclone of the Hammerfall Mountains. Then, you can transfer at Beverly Pass in Caswith Province, avoiding the giant wind rocks in the Beverly Mountains, and head north. With this calculation, you should reach the Howling Tundra in about 3 days. Of course, as for the barbarian tribes, the intelligence only shows their approximate location. They migrate near the Frostfall Mountains in the north-central tundra, so you have to spend some time finding and chasing them. Alina's analysis was brilliant. Ryan nodded. Alina's professional skills were indeed remarkable. The other party probably hadn't expected him to decide to go to the Howling Tundra, but she still quickly helped him choose a suitable route. Thank you, Your Excellency Alina. Your analysis is very useful to me. You're welcome. However, Your Excellency Ryan, if you truly do decide to go to the Howling Tundra, perhaps you should speak to Admiral Edward first. Well, of course. I go to Admiral Edward later. Ryan nodded. He was now a diamond-level swordsman of the Munster Swordsman branch, equivalent to an Imperial civil servant. He was required to report any departures from his jurisdiction. As for Admiral Edward, Ryan was confident he could convince him. Well, Admiral Edward just saw off Duke Victor and the Eagle Federation delegation, and should be back in the office by now, Alina said with a slight smile. Half an hour later. In Admiral Edward's office. Admiral, I have some personal matters to attend to. I'd like to take a month or so off to visit the Howling Tundra, Ryan said straight to the point. The Howling Tundra? It's not very safe there lately. Do you really need to go? Admiral Edward frowned slightly. Although he tried to persuade Ryan, he didn't ask for the specific reason. Yes, a good friend is there, so I must go. Ryan nodded. Okay, I write you an official letter, and your trip to the Howling Tundra will be considered an official errand. Although the Swordbearers branch in Marne Province may not be able to help you much, you can use the official letter to exchange for some needed supplies, Admiral Edward said with a smile. Thank you for your support, Ryan said with a slight bow. Admiral Edward was very supportive of his trip to the Howling Tundra, especially since his private mission had been elevated to an official one, making things much easier. However, Ryan, I believe you're capable of defeating most enemies, but the problem is that this place is located on a plateau and close to the north, so there are some unique climate and environmental conditions. You need to be extra cautious. Thank you, sir. I will be careful. When Ryan returned to the mansion, he began to think about his preparations. At this moment, he seemed to have a thought, muttering to himself, however, before we set off, there's a spell I could use some improvement on. Ryan focused his attention on a very practical spell, one he hadn't had time to improve until now. It was the entry-level metal spell, Sharpening. Although Ryan practiced it regularly, he was only at level 6, 133/3000, and it took him about 1.5 seconds to cast Sharpening. While this speed seemed impressive, it was still rare to see it put into actual combat. After all, the enemies Ryan faced now were no mediocre fighters, and the battles were swift. Basically, there was rarely a spare 1.5 seconds to cast a spell. This was why the more powerful wizards relied more on their innate spells and the near-instantaneous execution of several exceptionally skilled spells to determine the outcome of a battle. Rarely do they have the opportunity to cast those seemingly powerful, yet lengthy, high-level sorceries that determine victory or defeat. As for why he chose to enhance this particular sorcery, it's because Sharpness perfectly complements Ryan's epic class, Lord of 1,000 Blades. With the exception of a few blunt weapons, such as two-handed warhammers and canes, all other sharp weapons can be enhanced with Sharpness, but it requires a sufficiently fast casting speed. Secondly, Ryan has an extremely high affinity for metal, which significantly increases the power of Sharpness. After instantly transforming, with the benefit of Sharpness, your own combat effectiveness with sharp weapons will be increased by at least 15% to 20%. Even in Dragon Warrior form, it can use sharp weapons in conjunction with Sharpening. It's incredibly versatile. It's currently level 6. Level 12 requires exactly 6 skill points. Ryan glanced at his stat panel. He had exactly 6 remaining skill points. After a moment's reflection, Ryan instantly invested all 6 skill points into the magical sharpening technique. As magical sharpening suddenly advanced from level 6 to level 12. Instantly, a flood of memories of magical sharpening flooded into Ryan's mind. For a moment, Ryan seemed to have entered a mysterious realm. He had practiced magical sharpening for over a decade. Chanting the spell became almost instinctive, and the syllables compressed faster and faster. As Ryan digested the memory and silently recited the spell again, he discovered that, just like the first level metal spell Metal Barrier, after only about 0.25 seconds of casting time, the short spear in his hand glowed with the distinctive silver light of Sharpness. However, after repeatedly casting Metal Transformation and Sharpness, Ryan frowned slightly. He realized that the casting time of Metal Transformation, which was a few tenths of a second, combined with the casting time of Sharpness, which was 0.25 seconds, brought the total casting time to nearly 0.4 seconds. This speed was actually enough for the enemy to react. In other words, it was still not fast enough. To prevent the enemy from reacting, the total casting time should be kept within 0.2 seconds. Upgrading to level 12 should consume gold skill points, right? Ryan glanced at his 23 gold skill points and immediately began adding them. A few minutes later, looking at his Sharpness reaching level 16, Ryan smiled with satisfaction. A short spear instantly materialized in Ryan's hand, and almost instantly, a silver light enveloped the sharp tip. The next second, the short spear in Ryan's hand transformed into a great sword, and the silver light also enveloped the blade almost instantly. 0.1 second casting time, almost faster than a natural sorcery. It could be said that Ryan had mastered Sharpness to a level of near instinctivity. A single thought, and he was ready to cast it. Dong, dong, dong. Enter. My Lord Viscount, Lord Nero, and the others are waiting for you in the training room, the servant reported respectfully. Yes, I'd be right there, Ryan nodded. Just now, he had someone notify Nero and the others to come. Inside the training room, Ryan told the other team members about his upcoming trip to the Howling Tundra. Huh? Captain, you're going to the Howling Tundra? That's quite a distance, Nero exclaimed. The others glanced at Ryan, seemingly puzzled as to why their captain had suddenly decided to travel to the distant Howling Tundra. Are you on a mission? Angus asked. No. I have a friend there who's having some trouble, so I need to go. Friend? Very, Angus, and the others exchanged glances, each with a look of realization. It had to be a female friend. Captain, let's go with you. If we're dealing with a problem, more people are better. No need. I plan to go and come back quickly this time, riding my Bloodfeather hippogriff directly there. We reach the tundra in about 3 days. Also, you have a mission. While I'm gone, keep an eye on the situation in Munster, including Meister and Rosby County, but don't rashly undertake any missions beyond your capabilities. You can ask Alina about the specifics of the mission, Ryan instructed. Well? Okay, Captain. Don't worry, Captain. Leave everything to us. After briefing his team, Ryan immediately spoke to his family, and then to the beautiful woman Jennifer. Finally, Ryan found Anna and spoke about the matter. Anna, I'm planning a trip to the Howling Tundra. I've heard that the barbarian tribe Lager is facing some serious trouble. How dare she not tell me something so important? Well, actually, Lager hasn't contacted me. I learned this from within the sword bearers. Ryan immediately shared the intelligence with Anna in detail. I see, Anna said, a look of sudden enlightenment. I know why Lager hasn't contacted you or me. She probably doesn't want to worry us about this, and she doesn't want you to be involved in the current troubles her tribe is facing. Ren, I want to go with you, Anna said seriously. Ren hadn't even considered taking Anna along. He'd already rejected Nero and the others, let alone Anna. You're not suited for the long journey, and there's likely more fighting ahead. You'd better stay home and wait. Ryan shook his head. I'm not afraid of fighting, and if you get hurt, I can heal you, Anna said, her wide eyes fixed on Ryan. Well, the hippogriffs have a limited carrying capacity. I'm very light, not even as heavy as your weapon. With me, Bloodfeather won't feel heavy. Chirp. Bloodfeather chirped at the right moment. Is it true that druids naturally attract animals? Ryan was at a loss for words as to how to dissuade Anna. Alright. Then get ready. We set off later. Great. Anna was overjoyed. North-central part of the biting tundra. Left side of the bleak fall mountains. A tribe of tens of thousands of barbarians was on the move, their entire group stretching for over 10 miles. The most striking feature in the center of the group was a cluster of enormous plateau yaks with long, dark brown fur, pulling hundreds of crudely crafted carts. The carts were piled high with various daily necessities, tents, pottery, animal skins, and other baggage. Around them sat numerous elderly and children from the barbarian tribes. Although it was the moon of flowers, the weather in the windy tundra was still chilly. With each breath of the giant yaks, 2 thick streams of white air rose from their trunks. Suddenly, a team of 12 Frostwolf knights appeared, rapidly returning from the rear, seemingly on a reconnaissance mission. The leader, a slender woman in leather armor, carried a strikingly large round shield on her back and a massive steel battle axe in her right hand. The broad, shiny blade of the battle axe was still stained with crimson blood, clearly from a recent battle. Captain Lager, how's the situation in the rear? A tall barbarian warrior shouted. Same old story. They're keeping a distance, occasionally sending harassers. That damn Black Flame cult, we kill them all sooner or later. By the way, since the leader asked you to come back, go see him, the burly barbarian named John said in a muffled voice, stroking his braid. Lager, are those Black Flame cult scum still following us? Yes, Leader Darius, but they didn't attack, they just watched us leave from a distance. Then leave them alone, said Darius, the unusually tall barbarian, a look of relief finally breaking through his face. In the past 6 months, the Norton tribe and the Black Flame cult have engaged in over 10 battles, large and small. While they've won more than they've lost, the Black Flame cult has mostly avoided direct action. Instead, they've instigated the primitive tribes, mercenaries, and others to harass and attack them. This means the enemy's strength has been largely unaffected. Contact the Reachmen. Now is not the time for internal strife among our barbarian tribes, High Priest Rom sighed. High Priest, will the Black Flame cult continue to pressure us? We've already migrated this far north. Chief Darius, upon hearing about contacting the Reachmen, expressed a hint of displeasure. We're now a thorn in the Black Flame cult's side. What would you do? This. Furthermore, migrating north isn't necessarily safe. Rumor has it that a proto-dragon named Courageous has emerged from the glaciers of the far north. It's said to have amassed several large tribes of northern furbolgs. Could this be true? Darius's eyes widened. Although he'd heard of it before, he'd always dismissed it as a rumor. After all, proto-dragons have been extinct for thousands of years. How could they suddenly appear? Well, judging by the divination, it's true. Furthermore, judging by the results, the enemy's strength is likely beyond our ability to withstand alone. I understand, High Priest, I understand your meaning. I contact the Reachmen immediately. Darius nodded. Well now, only by uniting can we face the impending crisis. High Priest Rom nodded and said, listening to the conversation between the tribe leader and the High Priest, Lager couldn't help but think of Ryan, far away in the imperial province of Munster. That young man with so much potential, I wonder how he's doing now. He should have been promoted from a small town sheriff's deputy to a full-fledged sheriff, right? Although I was lucky enough to become a ferocious warrior, with his talent, he's likely reached the level of a senior knight in the past 6 months. I still need to keep working hard, Lager thought to herself. Of course, she missed Ryan. She had wanted to write him a letter a long time ago, but soon after she returned to the tribe, the situation in the Frostwind tundra began to destabilize. So writing the letter was put off. During that time, she experienced several extremely dangerous battles, and successfully broke through the limit. But faced with the tribe's immediate crisis, she no longer had the urge to write a letter, fearing it would reveal too much between the lines. Logger didn't want to drag Ryan into this, because even a great knight wouldn't be of any help in the difficult situation the tribe currently faced. 7 or 8 miles behind the barbarian migration, at the northern foot of the Frostfall Mountains, 7 or 8 black flame monks, wearing black robes with flame patterns on their sleeves and collars, stood high on one side of the mountain, observing the migrating barbarian tribe from afar. High Priest Crowley, when do we attack? Those gathered knights and mercenaries won't pose much of a threat to the barbarians. They collapse at the first blow. That's okay. The mercenaries' purpose is to harass them, depriving them of adequate rest, which will significantly reduce their combat effectiveness. We attack them when they're exhausted. Sir, I commend your wisdom. Upon hearing that they wouldn't have to engage in a head-on battle with the barbarians for now, the subordinates nearby breathed a sigh of relief and praised their high priest. Although these barbarians were largely incapable of sorcery and relied solely on physical strength, they were all fearless and coordinated, making them a formidable force in battle. Thus, they were reluctant to engage in a head-on battle. By the way, any news from the white-haired bear monster? High Priest Crowley asked, tilting his head. I've contacted them. They'd be heading south in the next 2 days to ambush this barbarian tribe ahead. Very well. After we wipe out these 2 barbarian tribes, there won't be any tougher forces in the entirety of the Howling Tundra that dare challenge us. However, Master High Priest, if we rely on our own, wouldn't it be difficult to defeat the barbarian tribe's chief and high priest? Both of them are truly legendary warriors. Don't worry. In a few days, High Priest Erickson will arrive personally with his team. He will take care of these 2. Master Erickson personally? Then there will be no problem. The black flame monks behind him all smiled. Munster. Inside Ryan's mansion, Ryan and Anna waved to the farewell crowd. Then, the blood-feather hippogriff flapped its wings vigorously, swirling in the pale blue air. Whoosh! The 2 soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Ryan watched the crowd below shrink, gradually becoming black dots. Soon, the entirety of Munster, built against the mountain, was visible below him, because they were heading north. Therefore, Ryan controlled Bloodfeather and flew not toward the plains, but around the towering Hrothgar Mountains. Soon, a rolling hilly area gradually appeared before Ryan and Anna's vision. What a beautiful view! Anna exclaimed in admiration, gazing at the endless emerald forest below and the faintly visible expanse of blooming wildflowers. Chapter 342. After over 4 hours of flight, the Bloodfeather hippogriff began to tire. A few minutes later, in a clearing beside a forest lake, Ryan and Anna gathered around a campfire, roasting bacon and pickled salmon for dinner, letting Bloodfeather rest. Ryan, if I were in danger this time, you would have come so far. Anna blushed and stopped talking. Of course, Ryan nodded confidently, smiling. Yes. Considering that his mithril card plate armor would be too conspicuous, Ryan wore a gray-white wizard robe over it, which perfectly concealed the silvery white luster of the mithril. He wore no weapons, either on his back or at his waist. He only held a dark staff, made of hardened adamantine, and the remaining metal was placed on Bloodfeather. Anna wore the same attire, so from the outside, he and Anna looked like a wizard couple. Several hours later. Look, Ryan! What a majestic mountain range! Anna exclaimed, pointing her white finger at the gray-black peaks that rose like blades in front of her. Ryan followed Anna's direction, and couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't expected this world to have such bizarrely shaped mountains. The bare gray-black mountains, sparsely covered with vegetation, were shrouded in vast expanses of black fog. The tops of the mountains were a hazy gray, stretching away along the mountain range. As the Bloodfeather hippogriff approached, Ryan's keen senses hinted at the danger lurking within the vast black mass of air, which flickered, the mist swirling. Is this the Black Mist Cyclone? It said, there are a large number of black mist monsters within it. These are strange elemental creatures that cannot be completely eliminated and constantly regenerate. Fortunately, their range of activity is around the peaks of the Hammerfall Mountains. No wonder Alina suggested I choose to traverse through the Hammerfall Tunnel, Ryan thought to himself as he observed the scene. Anna, Hammerfall Fortress should be down there. Let's look for it. Yes, Anna nodded. Anna had already discussed the general itinerary with Ryan at the campfire. She, too, could sense the unknown risks lurking within the large and small black mists before her, and naturally had no objections. It should be over there. Ryan controlled the blood feather and descended towards the lower left. From the sky, he could clearly see the winding road behind him, leading somewhere to the lower left. Clearly, that was the road to Hammerfall Fortress. Huh? Why are there so many people? Still hovering in midair, Ryan spotted the entrance to the magnificent Hammerfall Fortress. It seemed crowded. A closer look revealed the presence of caravans and travelers. This gave Ryan a vague sense of foreboding. Could something have happened at Hammerfall? The blood-feather hippogriff's landing naturally caught the attention of nearly everyone present. After all, anyone who could ride a flying mount was clearly no ordinary person. Just as Ryan had come to a complete stop, intending to inquire with someone, a portly, middle-aged man with a protruding belly and dressed in a silk robe trotted up. He bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, sir. My name is Giannis, head of the Cameron caravan. Are you also traveling through the Hammerfall tunnel to the Mosul province?" Ryan looked the man over, confirming he was merely an ordinary person. The man had just walked over from the caravan and appeared to be the leader of one of them. Ryan had looked at the map and knew that after passing through the Hammerfall tunnel, the border of the Moselle province lay on the other side. Besides, he and Anna had come to Hammerfall Fortress, and any normal person could see that they were planning to go through the tunnel. There was nothing to hide. "Yes, may I ask, what happened here?" "You've arrived at an unfortunate time. The tunnel was urgently closed 2 days ago due to an outbreak of underground lava snakes. It won't be reopened until the Empire dispatches a special team to clear it out." "The Hammerfall tunnel is closed?" Ryan frowned. This was quite troublesome, as the tunnel through the Hammerfall Mountains only took 2 or 3 hours to reach the other side. But if they took a detour, even with Ryan's flying mount, it would take nearly 2 more days. "By the way, are the lava snakes very powerful?" Ryan couldn't help but ask. "Well, a lava snake is a lava-based creature with strength similar to that of a ferocious species. A proper knight can usually take down one in a one-on-one fight. But the problem is, they always appear in large numbers. I estimate there are hundreds of them coiled in clusters in the tunnel." Fatty Giannis explained readily. "Oh, in that case, it should be difficult to get through. Why are so many of you gathered here? Is it about to open?" "No, we don't know how long it will take for the Empire's clearing team to arrive. We don't have flying mounts like you, sir. We have to take a detour, which will take our caravan nearly half a month longer. So, we're planning to organize our own team to cross over. Are you interested in joining? On behalf of the Cameron family caravan, I'm willing to pay you 2 a fee. By the way, we already have 3 official wizards, plus a very capable group of mercenaries from the Cones. I think, with you 2 included, we should be ready to go," said Fatty Giannis, beaming, finally explaining his purpose. Ryan nodded, glancing at the group behind Fatty Giannis. The dozen or so men dressed as mercenaries looked quite sturdy. They must be the Cones mercenaries Giannis had mentioned. The 3 wizards, 2 men and 1 woman, seemed unfamiliar with each other and stood separately. The female wizard, dressed in a white robe, had a fine figure and fair features. As for their strength, all 3 seemed to be deliberately concealing their mental fluctuations, and for a moment, Ryan couldn't tell the difference. After a moment's thought, Ryan shook his head and said, "Thank you, but no thanks." "Sir, do you wish to take your flying mount for a detour? But that would take you at least 2 days longer. If we go straight through, we can reach the other end of the tunnel in 4 hours at most," Fatty Giannis insisted, still unwilling to give in. Ryan knew this, of course. The map Alina had given him specifically noted the reason for taking the Hammerfall tunnel. If he wanted to take a detour, he would indeed have to fly a wide detour, skirting the towering Hammerfall Mountains. But the problem was, Ryan didn't intend to take a detour. If the lava snakes were merely at the level of official knights, then no matter how many there were, they wouldn't pose any threat to him. He could simply pass through, and there would be no need to join the enemy team. Seeing Ryan disagree, Fatty Giannis returned to the crowd, rather dejected. "Alas, this lord seems to be dismissing the reward I offered, Lady Melita. It seems we have to wait a little longer. That's quite normal. If I had a flying mount, I wouldn't accept your invitation either," the white-robed sorceress said, gazing enviously at Ryan's blood-feather hippogriff. "This flying mount looks like some kind of hippogriff. It's truly beautiful." "Huh?" They haven't left. What's going on? Suddenly, the sorceress's gaze paused. Fatty Giannis followed Melita's gaze, and saw that the 2 men hadn't left on their hippogriffs, but had instead headed towards the fortress gate. It seems they have something urgent to do, otherwise, they would have flown away like the others before them. The sorceress smiled upon seeing this. Sir, our caravan is quite familiar with the Stonehammer Fortress garrison. Despite your formidable strength, they won't open the gates for you, the fat man Giannis shouted from behind, seemingly unwilling to accept the offer. But Ryan ignored him, and continued his march towards Stonehammer Fortress. Don't worry, Giannis. They'd probably be back soon after their setback. By the way, you can even negotiate a lower price. Isn't that a good thing? The sorceress named Melita teased. As Ryan approached Stonehammer Fortress, the entire fortress came into view. Stonehammer Fortress stood above the tunnel gate, over 10 meters high. It seemed as if a small section of the mountain had been hollowed out, revealing a protrusion resembling a second-floor balcony. Dozens of elite guards, clad in chainmail and armed with bows and arrows, stood guard over this vital thoroughfare from a high position. Please stop, both of you. The Stonehammer tunnel is closed and will not be reopened for several days, a chainmail-armored, bow-wielding guard shouted. Perhaps because of the sight of Bloodfeather, the guard knew the two men before him were of high status, so his words were relatively polite. I have an official letter that requires your approval, Ryan said calmly. This was the benefit of possessing an official letter. Where the Imperial power could reach, Ryan could gain access. As for the Swordbearer's emblem, it was known primarily within the Swordbearer system. Many in other departments or lower-level official organizations were unaware of the Swordbearer. Official letter? The guard's face flickered slightly. He quickly spoke to his companions and called out to Ryan, Please wait a moment, my lords. I'd like to ask you to present this official letter. A hanging basket soon descended, and Ryan placed the letter inside. A minute later, a middle-aged man dressed like a knight emerged and examined Ryan's letter. It really is an official letter. Diamond Star Swordbearer Ryan. The issuer is Imperial Admiral Edward. Hiss. Quickly, the knight captain, accompanied by two guards, swiftly descended the fortress and approached Ryan. He said, Sir Ryan, hello? I am Lehman, the garrison captain of Hammerfell Fortress. Of course, we dare not stop you from passing through the Hammerfell tunnel. But the problem is that there's a riot of lava creatures inside, so your safety. After a moment's hesitation, the knight captain offered a warning. Don't worry, Captain Lehman, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, wait a moment. I open the door. If you feel uneasy, feel free to return and knock 3 times. Thank you, Ryan said with a smile. Boom! The 10-meter-tall stone gate slid open a crack, and Ryan, Anna, and Bloodfeather stepped inside. In the caravan not far away, the fat man Giannis's eyes suddenly widened, and he uttered, Huh? How is this possible? The defenders of Stonehammer Fortress actually opened the door for him? Interesting. It seems he's an official of the Empire, and of high status. The female wizard smiled, and expressed her judgment. Giannis, let's catch up in a few minutes. With this guy leading the way, it'd probably be a lot easier for us. Why not catch up right away? Fatty Giannis couldn't help but ask. Haha, if you get too close and offend this gentleman, don't blame me for not warning you. Melita couldn't help but laugh. 5 minutes later. As Fatty Giannis and the others entered with the caravan, they were soon stunned by the scene before them. The tall, spacious tunnel now emanated a faint, blazing aura. Illuminated by 2 rows of torches lining the several-meter-high rock face, they saw the corpses of dozens of lava snakes scattered across the road ahead, stretching deep into the tunnel. Fatty Giannis was stunned. They'd only arrived less than 5 minutes late, and they'd already killed so many lava snakes? Even killing a chicken wouldn't be that quick, right? The female wizard Melita watched the scene with a solemn expression, stunned for a few seconds before coming to her senses. The other 2 male wizards were also visibly shocked. At this moment, the 2 men in leather armor at the front of the caravan had already quickly stepped forward, and were each examining the lava snake carcasses carefully. These lava snakes were approximately 3 or 4 meters long, resembling pythons, but more robust. Their bodies were covered in palm-sized patches of red rock armor, providing considerable defensive capabilities. But at this moment, the lava snakes lay motionless on the tunnel floor, and from the outside, they showed no visible injuries. Sir, they were all killed in one strike. It must have been the sharp weapon that pierced the lava snake's skull, which is the hardest part. To be more precise, it was a complete blast, entering from the front and exiting from the back. This level of attack power. Soon, the 3 wizards exchanged glances, each one seeing shock in their eyes. Although they could easily kill lava snakes, that was through sorcery. But mental energy is limited. If they were to kill so many lava snakes, I'm afraid any one of them would have exhausted most of it, and would be unable to continue. So, this is why they had to enter as a team. An attack power of at least 25 degrees is needed to achieve this effect, which is almost as powerful as a first-level sorcery, a male wizard said solemnly. Casting dozens of zero-level spells in a row? Impossible, another male wizard said, shaking his head. But the killing of these dozens of lava snakes clearly doesn't seem like the result of a mass spell. It's more like they were casually dispatched one by one, Melita said. A momentary silence fell on all three of them. Could the opponent be a level 2 liquefaction wizard? The male wizard asked gravely. Level 2 liquefaction wizards are already considered important figures, regardless of where they are, whether in the Empire or the major wizard schools. Possibly, Melita nodded. Just now, she had looked at Ryan and Anna. They looked very young. It seemed unlikely they were level 2 liquefaction wizards. But now, it seemed that was not necessarily the case. At that moment, a few hundred meters ahead, Ryan's longsword flashed with a silver light, and with a whoosh, it pierced the forehead of a charging lava snake as easily as piercing tofu. Then, with a swish, he pulled it out. The figure flashed, and he was in front of another lava snake, stabbing it again. The speed was so fast that Anna, standing by, felt as if Ryan had instantly created 3 or 4 clones, simultaneously killing several lava snakes. Has Ryan's strength reached this point? It's truly amazing. The girl's beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan, unblinking, not worried about being attacked by the surrounding lava snakes. Because if a lava snake came within 10 meters, Ryan would decapitate it in the next second. Chi. Bloodfeather chirped happily a few times, then used its iron beak to peck open a part of the lava snake's body, swallowing a fiery red ellipsoid. Ryan was killing in front, while it was eating in the back, a truly joyful scene. But at this moment, Ryan paused slightly, pausing to glance back. Just now, he heard the door open again. Ryan, what's wrong? Nothing. Someone must be coming from behind. Ryan shook his head. Is that the caravan? Anna instantly thought of the fat man Giannis, who had just invited Ryan and her. Probably. Ryan didn't mind others taking the opportunity to follow him through the tunnel. Although it was called a tunnel, Ryan realized upon entering that it was more accurately described as a hall. At this moment, he and Anna were walking through what could be considered the central corridor of the underground hall. Tall, round columns stood on either side, and between them lay round, vaulted walls. Torches were mounted precisely at the intersection of the vaulted walls and the columns. To carve out such a vast expanse from the earth was a massive undertaking that clearly could not be accomplished in a short period of time. Furthermore, Ryan noticed the ancient patterns on the vaulted walls, which looked incredibly ancient and didn't resemble the architectural style of the Dragon Empire. When I get back, I have a good time learning more about the history of Hammerfell Fortress, Ryan muttered to himself. This time, he had come a little hastily, and hadn't thoroughly researched the dangerous areas along the way. Ryan, this seems to be the architectural style of the ancient dwarves, Anna said. Ancient dwarves? Yes, I saw a description of the ancient races in the Druid Circle, and they had similar patterns. Anna nodded confidently. Ryan nodded. Elves have a long lifespan. Even common elves have a lifespan comparable to that of human wizards, let alone the higher elves. Therefore, their surviving texts are the most complete. I wonder if I have the chance to visit them someday. If I could look through their collection of books, I'm sure I'd find something. Maybe I even find rare metal-based sorcery, Ryan thought to himself. Ryan led the way a few meters ahead, followed by Bloodfeather and Anna. Facing the attacking lava snakes, Ryan dispatched them with ease. Soon, they had covered about a third of the way through the Hammerfell tunnel. At that moment, the air grew increasingly hot, and the view ahead of Ryan suddenly opened up. A number of dark red lights appeared on the ground ahead. Ryan walked a few steps forward and discovered a long stone bridge ahead. Hundreds of meters below, a jagged array of rock buildings, high and low, lay mostly abandoned, their lowest parts sunk into the lava. But one could still vaguely discern what appeared to be a fully functioning city from ancient times. It was just unknown why it had been abandoned. Anna, you're right. This must have been an ancient dwarven city. Huh? At this moment, Ryan raised his hand, motioning Anna to stop. He peered more intently into the darkness to the left of the bridge. Roar! A ferocious-looking dog, the size of a calf, its body ablaze with flames, suddenly burst from the ground and charged towards Ryan. Whoosh! At the same time, a fireball the size of a washbasin suddenly shot out from the opponent's gaping maw. Boom! A demonized thorium kite shield suddenly appeared in front of Ryan, blocking the fireball's damage. Immediately afterwards, a streak of silver light flashed. Puff! A great sword pierced the vicious dog's head. The creature twitched twice before collapsing to the ground. Huh? How could such a thing exist? Ryan couldn't help but stare at the slain lava creature in confusion. Clearly, it wasn't a lava snake. In fact, it was far more powerful than a lava snake. Not only did it possess the innate ability to spit fireballs, but it also possessed both speed and strength. At the same time, the sorceress Melita suddenly shouted, "Stop! Did you hear that noise?" Huh? Fatty Giannis immediately waved his hand, and the entire caravan slowly came to a halt. That sound just now seemed to be. Melita looked forward with a serious expression. Then, another sound, like a beast's roar, was heard. Melita immediately turned and said to the others behind her, "Oh no! That's the sound of a lava hound." Lava hound? Elemental creatures with strength comparable to that of a regular wizard? The other two male wizards' expressions changed. Indeed. So should we retreat now? One male wizard asked anxiously. It's too late. Lava hounds are pack animals. If one appears, a whole pack will follow. And that's not even the worst of it. Melita muttered to herself. What should we do then? Another male wizard asked. There's only one choice now. Hurry, follow. Melita pointed ahead. Huh? Master Melita, didn't you just tell us not to get too close? Fatty Giannis asked, a little confused. The situation has changed. Hurry, get the caravan to speed up. Yes, sir. Come on, everyone speed up. The grooms cracked their whips, steering their horses forward, pulling the cargo at a rapid pace. Chapter 343. Ah! Suddenly, a calf-sized, flaming dog suddenly leaped from the side of the caravan. It pounced on a coachman, knocking him to the ground, bit off his head, and began chewing it. The coachman's body, ravaged by some kind of fire poison, quickly charred black. It's the lava dog. Not good. Ding ding. Several archers from the Cone's mercenary corps reacted swiftly, firing arrows at the lava dog. But the sharp arrows, striking the lava dog's flaming hide, bounced off like natural rubber, leaving no trace. The archers' attacks actually attracted the lava dog's attention. It immediately abandoned the headless coachman's body. With a flash of red light and a wave of heat, the lava dog charged towards the archer, who was firing from the carriage. Akkadian, icicle thrust. The archer happened to be standing not far from the white-robed sorceress Melita, and Melita's reaction was incredibly quick. She rapidly chanted a spell, and quickly raised a white finger. Suddenly, a sharp, crystal-clear icy spike, nearly 1.5 meters long, appeared from the tip of her index finger. With a powerful swing, the spike shot towards the lava dog at high speed. The leather-armored archer struggled to block the attack with his bow, but was knocked down in a single blow. Bang! Just as the leather-armored archer was about to be bitten off, the lava dog was suddenly blown sideways. A burst of white cold air spread out, and frost formed on the injured archer's skin and eyebrows. A fist-sized hole appeared on the lava dog's waist and abdomen, from which dark red blood flowed. What? He's not dead? My ice spikes have a force of at least 35 degrees. How could they not have killed him? Melita exclaimed, her pretty face pale. I see. It's the environment here. This place is too close to the underground magma. Under its influence, the surrounding fire energy particles increase, while other energy particles decrease. While the effect isn't significant, it has reduced the power of my ice magic by approximately 15% to 20%. Melita quickly understood the reason. Clearly, Melita's attack had deeply stung the lava dog. The injury infuriated the lava dog even more. Its ugly head quickly turned towards Melita, the one who had caused it the injury, baring its teeth and growling. Wind vortex. Fortunately, the other two male wizards didn't stand idly by, but quickly attacked, sending the lava hound, which had just pounced, back to its original position by the powerful whirlwind. Slow. With the coordination of the three, after casting multiple spells and hitting them, they finally killed a lava hound with considerable vitality. However, none of the three men looked relieved. The lava hound's strength was even more formidable than they had anticipated. Specializing in fire, lava hounds had a defense of at least 30 degrees. Ordinary first-level spells couldn't inflict fatal damage on them. Instead, they would injure them, and make them even more ferocious. Furthermore, they had only just killed one. The problem was that lava hounds were also social creatures. I've always heard about the power of lava dogs, and now I've finally seen them for myself, one of the male wizards said solemnly. We still have time to return now. Returning now is impossible, unless we abandon the entire caravan. Melita's face was solemn. The two male wizards exchanged glances, and inconspicuously retreated a few steps. Clearly, from their perspective, they absolutely could not risk their lives for the caravan. Their relationship with the caravan was merely a temporary partnership, a joint journey through the Hammerfell tunnel. It wasn't that they were breaking their promise, but the situation they faced was far beyond their expectations, and the reward offered by the caravan didn't justify such a huge risk. Quick, Giannis, go ask the masters ahead for help. Melita made a split-second decision. The only way to safely survive the current crisis was to seek help from the two masters ahead. As a member of the Winterhold Academy in the north, she had always had a good relationship with the Cameron family, also located in the north. So, unless it was absolutely necessary, she would not abandon the caravan and evacuate alone. Yes, Master Melita. The fat man, Giannis, sprinted like a ball of flesh towards Ryan, accompanied by the white-robed witch, Melita. Meanwhile, Ryan, several hundred meters ahead of the Cameron caravan, had already killed 3 lava dogs. This seems a little different from what the fat man said before. Could it be that he was trying to trick me? Ryan couldn't help but ponder. He didn't mind giving others a little extra convenience while he was passing through the tunnel, allowing them to follow behind him. But if the fat man had been tricking him into leading the charge, then the situation was completely different. Ryan, this monster seems much stronger than the lava snake. Should we? Anna looked at the calf-sized lava dog lying on the ground with some concern, then turned to Ryan and said. Although Ryan continued to kill one with one sword, Anna was still a little worried about his safety with this unexpected creature. It's okay. I go ask that fat man. They should be behind us, Ryan said, waving his hand. However, before Ryan could turn around, a shout came from behind. Sir! Sir! Giannis, a fat man with a bulging belly, shouted as he ran quickly, waving at Ryan. Next to Giannis was another person, a beautiful female wizard in a white robe. Sir, lava dogs have appeared in the Hammerfall tunnel. Let's retreat together. The fat man panted. Hearing this, Ryan immediately realized that the other party hadn't anticipated this situation. However, as the two of them quickly approached and saw 3 giant lava dogs, the size of calves, sprawled on the ground before them, Giannis and Melita stared blankly at the scene, momentarily unsure what to say next. Especially when they saw that the lava dogs had died in the same way as the lava snakes, killed by a single sword thrust into their foreheads. A thought crossed their minds. Perhaps, in the eyes of this lord, these extremely dangerous lava dogs were as difficult for them as it would be for a knight to kill a domestic dog. The hippogriff, meanwhile, was using its sharp claws and iron beak to tear through the lava hound's tough hide, then happily devouring the red crystal core, the size of a baby's fist. Your Excellency, your strength is admirable. I am Melita, a wizard from the College of Winterhold, Melita said, bowing slightly to Ryan. At the entrance to Hammerfell Fortress, Ryan had only glanced at her from a distance, but now, as she approached, he couldn't help but take a closer look. She was dressed in a fitted white wizard robe with a slit at the collar. Although the top of the slit was fastened with a brooch, the slit still allowed a clear view of her towering, fair figure. Her waist was slender, and her hips flared outwards, showcasing her exquisite curves. Adding her beautiful appearance, this wizard Melita was truly a beautiful wizard. Furthermore, judging by his aura, if he wasn't deliberately concealing it, he seemed to be a rare first-level ice wizard. And, was he just referring to Winterhold Academy? Ryan seemed to have heard Alina mention this wizard school, located in the Howling Tundra. Before their departure, Alina had briefly briefed Ryan on some of the major forces in the Howling Tundra, including Winterhold Academy. This is the advantage of having a large organization as your backing. While a lot of information might not be comprehensive, it's generally recorded. Hello, Wizard Melita. My name is Ryan, and this is my companion, Anna, Ryan replied, without revealing his specific background. Melita glanced at Anna from the corner of her eye. Seeing her spotless white wizard robes, she knew Anna hadn't engaged in combat. Or perhaps, he was well protected by the young yet unfathomably powerful Lord Ryan. This also underscored Lord Ryan's immense strength. The opponent, alone, had slain all the over 100 lava snakes, and the 3 lava dogs along the way. However, his aura didn't seem to reach the level of a second-level liquefaction wizard. He was probably a first-level wizard with a high level of mental atomization. Melita glanced at the knight's long sword in Ryan's hand again, briefly recalling that she had clearly seen him wielding a staff at the gates of Hammerfell Fortress. How could he now be carrying a knight's long sword? But that wasn't important. What mattered was that, judging by his fighting style, he seemed to have also practiced the path of knighthood, and to a high level. A first-level wizard and a seasoned Grand Knight. That was rare. Lord Ryan, you may not understand this. Lava hounds, like lava snakes, operate in packs. However, there's one difference. Lava hounds are typically organized and commanded by a lava hound leader. Lava hound leader? Ryan raised his brow, his interest piqued. Yes, the lava hound leader is typically a two-headed lava hound. The strength of a two-headed lava hound far exceeds that of an ordinary lava hound. According to our wizard level classification, a two-headed lava hound's strength has reached the level of a second-level liquefaction wizard. So, the Hammerfall tunnel is no longer suitable for further progress. Melita quickly explained the reason for their immediate exit. Yes, Lord Ryan, on behalf of the Cameron Caravan, I'm willing to pay you 1,000 Imperial gold coins to accompany us back to Hammerfall Pass. Fatty Giannis gritted his teeth and offered the highest price he could afford. After witnessing Ryan's fighting prowess, Fatty Giannis felt confident that if he could convince Lord Ryan to return together and safely exit the Hammerfall tunnel, there shouldn't be any problems. While this might mean the caravan wouldn't reach its destination on time, and the losses from breach of contract would be significant, it would still be far better than total annihilation. Oh, so that's how it is, Ryan said thoughtfully. A two-headed lava dog is equivalent to a level 2 liquefied wizard, a quasi-legendary level? That's not so bad. I can handle it quickly without using my dragon form. Then why don't you continue on? Are you guys in a hurry too? Ryan said, glancing at the two men with a hint of surprise. He could tell that the Cameron Caravan seemed to be in a hurry, perhaps because the agreed delivery date was approaching, which was why they needed to pass through the still uncleared Hammerfall tunnel. Otherwise, they could simply take a detour. There was no need to use the tunnel at all. Melita and Fatty Giannis blinked, staring at Ryan blankly. Wasn't what they just said clear enough? Ahead, there's a strong possibility of a two-headed lava hound. Very powerful. Comparable to a level 2 liquefaction wizard, understand? If it's just a two-headed lava hound, it shouldn't be a problem. I can handle it. As if understanding something from the looks of the two, Ryan explained further. This. Fatty Giannis wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his small eyes constantly glancing at the white-robed female wizard, Melita, beside him. Because of Lord Ryan's calm tone, a mere mortal like him couldn't tell whether he was bragging or telling the truth. Lord Ryan. You? Melita cried inwardly. Lord Ryan, while I have to admit you're formidable, aren't you a bit too arrogant? But such words could only be muttered inwardly, never spoken to his face. You too, just follow Ryan. If it's just a level 2 liquefaction wizard, I believe Ryan can handle it, Anna whispered, glancing at the frantic caravan behind the fat man. Anna's words startled Melita. Glancing at Anna's equally calm face, she instantly changed her mind and said, Giannis, tell the caravan to hurry. We follow Lord Ryan and keep moving. What? Fatty Giannis was stunned. Didn't they just agree to invite these two gentlemen back together? Why change their minds so quickly? But continuing onward was clearly a good thing for the caravan, since Lady Melita recognized Lord Ryan's abilities. Okay. Giannis reacted quickly and waved back. Suddenly, the caravan behind him began to crack whips, accelerating towards them. Melita could see that when Anna mentioned the second-level liquefied wizard, her eyes and expression didn't change at all. It seemed that, in her mind, Lord Ryan would easily deal with a second-level liquefied wizard. This was also what prompted her to decide to follow Ryan and continue forward. After all, no one would joke about their own lives like this. The two male wizards in the rear group exchanged a puzzled look. Didn't they say they were going to convince the two in front to return together? Why did they decide to continue? What if the two-headed lava dogs attack? Who will deal with them? The two men stepped forward. Seeing the three lava dogs killed by Ryan from afar, their pupils shrank in surprise. But after a moment's thought, one of them, seemingly unable to suppress his worry, walked over to Melita and said, although this lord is very powerful, two-headed lava dogs are no ordinary lava dogs. They won't be so easy to deal with. I've decided to withdraw. Lord Ryan said he's confident he can handle them, Melita advised. I'm sorry, but I've decided not to continue. The wizard didn't say something. While Ryan was quite powerful, judging by his aura, he was clearly a level 1 wizard like them. How could he guarantee he could handle a two-headed lava dog comparable to a level 2 liquefied wizard? Me too, the other wizard echoed. Wait, you. Before Melita could try to stop them again, the two male wizards quickly turned and left. Ryan naturally wouldn't stop them. He couldn't deliberately display his strength to prove he could escort them to the other end of the tunnel. After all, everyone has the right to choose. Meanwhile, Anna had arrived at the center of the caravan, crouching beside a bowman from the Cone's mercenary corps who had injured his left arm. She said, if you don't mind, could you please let me see the wound? Of course, sir, the bowman said, flattered. Soon, a rich green light emanated from Anna's palm. As she placed her palm over the wound, the green light quickly covered the wound on the archer's left arm. After a few seconds, the green light faded, but the archer's injuries had completely healed. Huh? What's this? The white-robed sorceress Melita stared at the scene in amazement. She had clearly discerned that Anna was casting nature magic. But humans with a natural affinity are extremely rare, even rarer than ice magic. Furthermore, she had seen descriptions of Anna's magic in ancient texts, seemingly referring to the druid's healing touch. In other words, the human girl before her had learned druidic magic. But how could this be possible? Unless this girl wasn't human at all, but an elf. At this moment, the two male sorceresses who were leaving the group happened to pass by Anna. Seeing this scene, they were both slightly stunned. The same thought as Melita's flashed through their minds instantly. After they understood, their expressions diverged. One of them had a hint of greed in his eyes, but after glancing at Ryan, he concealed it. The other shook his head, seemingly feeling sorry, perhaps thinking Anna would likely perish if she stayed. Not long after the two left, the entire caravan quickly regrouped and prepared to depart, when they heard a flurry of animal roars and noises from behind. Boom! Several flashes of fire flashed from behind, and two black-robed figures hurriedly ran toward the caravan. One was enveloped in a blazing flame shield, while the other's legs were shrouded in pale green currents, clearly the effects of swift wind. Suddenly, several fireballs the size of human heads struck from behind, forcing them to scramble and dodge. But the male wizard, protected by a flame shield, seemed to have been too slow to dodge and was hit by a fireball. Although his innate magic resisted, he stumbled and nearly fell. Just as he was adjusting his stance, another massive fireball struck from behind, twice as large as the previous ones. Ah! The male wizard instantly turned into a fiery figure. He stumbled 2 steps before collapsing headfirst to the ground, motionless. Another man rushed back, his face filled with fear, shouting in panic, "Two-headed lava dog, right behind us." What? Sure enough, a gigantic two-headed lava dog, over 3 meters tall at the shoulder, emerged from the darkness behind, leading 4 or 5 ordinary lava dogs. This immediately alarmed the entire caravan. The caravan's guards, including the well-equipped Cone's mercenaries, were all terrified. After all, the lava hound's strength was already beyond their capabilities. Not to mention the obviously much stronger two-headed lava hound, but those 4 ordinary lava hounds would probably be hard for the entire caravan to withstand at this point. Hearing the commotion from behind the caravan, Ryan immediately rushed to the rear. As if sensing the dangerous aura he emanated, the two-headed lava hound stared at him, but didn't immediately attack. Left, there's another one on the left. Someone in the caravan exclaimed. On the caravan's left, another enormous two-headed lava hound emerged, leading 3 or 4 ordinary lava hounds. It gazed at the caravan as if it were food. "I told you to retreat, and now you're surrounded." The male wizard, who had survived, seemed agitated and cursed Melita. "Fuck. We're dead now." 2 two-headed lava dogs, a male and a female, had appeared. What was to become of this situation? 2? We're actually going to encounter something like this? Melita's face paled instantly. At the same time, she immediately made a decision. It seemed that she had no choice but to use that thing. "Lord Ryan, I hold off on the left side for a while. Please deal with the other one as soon as possible." Melita's face was filled with heartache. She quickly pulled out a finger-sized transparent ice crystal from her bosom and began to chant rapidly. "Akkadian, great ice spirit, please heed my call." A massive vortex of pure white air appeared before her, and soon, a monster over 3 meters tall, formed from a blizzard, appeared before everyone. Its upper body was humanoid, its lower body a rapidly spitting vortex of cold air. Its face lacked eyes or nose, only a hollow, round mouth that emitted a sharp, howling sound. Blizzard Elemental. Melita believed that no matter how powerful Ryan was, he would be no match for the 2 two-headed lava dogs. Now, she could only delay the attack as long as possible, hoping to allow Lord Ryan to kill one of the two-headed lava dogs first. But there were so many ordinary lava dogs on the scene. Even if she used her ultimate move to summon the Blizzard Elemental, Melita didn't have much confidence that she could withstand it. But the next second, a miserable beastly roar was heard. Melita looked up, and the next second, she froze in place. Dozens of meters ahead of her, the two-headed lava dogs lay in a pool of blood, their foreheads still pierced, and dark red blood gushed from both of their heads. The death was identical to the previous lava dog. The other ordinary lava dogs, seemingly frightened, stared blankly at the figure that had killed their leader motionless. Melita rubbed her eyes, and looked again. Sure enough, the two-headed lava dog was dead. For a moment, Melita felt the entire scene seemed unreal. Could it be that she had been possessed by some creature's illusion? Melita pinched her palm hard, and the stinging pain brought her back to consciousness. The unbelievable scene before her was actually real. Chapter 344. At this moment, Ryan had just transformed the forked sword in his hand back into a regular two-handed great sword. Just now, he had fully unleashed his ultimate skill, Shadow Step, and with lightning speed, he appeared before the two-headed lava dog at the rear of the caravan. The great sword in his hand suddenly forked, and with a flash of two silver rays, it pierced directly into the opponent's two heads. The entire movement was so fast, it took no more than 0.3 seconds. But it incorporated Shadow Step, metal transfiguration, sharpness, and a technique that imitated the lance's armor-piercing strike to thrust the forked sword. Hence, the astonishing effect before his eyes. A two-headed lava dog, whose strength was comparable to that of a second-level liquefied wizard, felt a flash of light before its eyes, and before it could react, it was killed by Ryan's single strike. Behind the two-headed lava dog, the ordinary lava dogs were still stunned, somewhat confused by the situation. Roar! But the other two-headed lava dog, attacking from the caravan's left, roared furiously upon seeing its mate slain. Although it sensed the human strength, at that moment, rage had already filled its mind. Boom! As flames erupted from its massive, bull-like frame, a circular shockwave rippled outward, sending several caravan guards, who had come too close, flying back into the air. Meanwhile, while still in midair, their bodies erupted in flames. Ah! Ah! Screams rang out, and the entire caravan began to panic. Looking for death. The enemy's indiscriminate group attack caused Ryan's eyes to focus. He left 7 or 8 afterimages in his wake, and in an instant, he was several meters in front of the second two-headed lava dog. But this time, the opponent was well prepared. Facing Ryan's swift attack, the two-headed lava dog quickly opened its bloody maws and began to spit, unleashing 2 different fire abilities. From one head, a long, spurting fire snake shot out, while the other unleashed a massive fireball, larger than a wash basin. The fire snake and fireball hurtled toward Ryan at such speed that they arrived in the blink of an eye. Be careful! Get out of the way! Melita shouted. The white-robed witch Melita hadn't seen how Ryan killed the first two-headed lava dog. Her attention was focused on the second two-headed lava dog to her left. But this time, she saw it clearly. No, it was still unclear, only a series of afterimages of Ryan, but she was aware of his incredible speed. But Ryan didn't slow down at all, still sprinting towards the opponent in a straight white line, without any attempt to dodge. As Melita watched in horror, 3 dark silver kite-shaped shields suddenly formed on Ryan's body, rapidly overlapping and thrusting forward. At the same time, the fireball and the fire snake also hit Ryan. Bang! Boom! The massive fireball and fire snake instantly shattered 2 of the kite-shaped shields, but by the time they reached the third, they seemed to have insufficient power. While they still managed to break the shield, their speed was much slower. The remaining flames were crushed by a giant silver hand. In an instant, Ryan was several meters in front of the two-headed lava dog. Swish! Instantly, 2 identical figures of Ryan appeared, one heading left, the other right. Almost simultaneously, 2 silver arcs flashed past the necks of the two-headed lava dog. Melita blinked, and the next second, she saw Ryan standing in front of the two-headed lava dog, seemingly motionless. But she soon realized it wasn't just an illusion. Plop! Plop! 2 heavy drops echoed in quick succession. Everyone looked closely. Wow! The two-headed lava dog had become headless, its neck spurting dark red fountains of blood. Its massive body, comparable to a wild bull, swayed from side to side before collapsing helplessly. Since the other party wasn't a dragonborn, Ryan naturally wouldn't go for a bath. He shook the two-handed sword slightly, and the blade returned to its pristine shine. The 2 groups of ordinary lava dogs that had been planning to attack, seeing their leaders eliminated, immediately fled in panic, tails between their legs. Ryan naturally disdained to pursue these ordinary lava dogs, who posed no threat at all. What a level of power! Amazing! Melita muttered excitedly. And what they just unleashed was a rare metal-based sorcery. Melita naturally noticed the change in Ryan's weapon, as well as the faint metallic energy particle fluctuations that followed the flash of silver light. Meltina, after all, noticed that metal-based wizards were even rarer than her ice-based counterparts. Suddenly, a thought struck Melita. She looked at the blizzard elemental she had just summoned beside her, feeling like she was about to cry. Oh my god! I wasted a precious ice core. She lamented bitterly. A year's work wasted. This was her cherished trump card. The male wizard, who had retreated to the caravan's guards, ready to take advantage of the chaos to escape, now stared in amazement at the fallen two-headed lava dog in front of him. He glanced at the tall, burly figure. In an instant, the dirty thoughts in his mind vanished. I want to be a good person. At this moment, Ryan's off-white wizard robe had been torn, revealing a suit of silver, mithril-carved plate armor. The mysterious patterns and the gleaming silver armor gave everyone an air of mystery. Although Melita immediately recognized the armor's material, mithril, she was even more astonished. Not only is he powerful, but he's also incredibly wealthy. And if he has official imperial connections, doesn't that mean? Suddenly Melita had a thought. She had received an urgent notice from the academy, summoning combatants to return to Winterhold Academy and organize a defense. According to the message, a massive proto-dragon named Courageous had suddenly appeared in the north. Like other proto-dragons, he was tyrannical and had gathered a large number of followers, sweeping across the north. Her instructor, also the dean of Winterhold Academy, had been seriously injured in a battle with Courageous a few days earlier. After witnessing Ryan's astonishing melee prowess, Melita couldn't help but have an idea. If the wizards of the academy had someone like Ryan, who was extremely strong in close combat to defend the front when they were fighting the ancestor dragon, they would only need to continuously cast witchcraft attacks from the back. In that case, defeating the proto-dragon should be easy, right? Fat Giannis, after regaining his composure, shuffled up to Ryan, saying, Lord Ryan, this is all thanks to you. On behalf of the Cameron Caravan, I thank you. These gold coins. Giannis waved as he spoke. A guard behind him stepped forward, carrying a heavy wooden box. No, it's easy. Besides, I'm riding a flying mount this time, so it's not convenient to carry a box, Ryan said with a smile. For Ryan right now, gold coins might be of some value to him, unless they start at 10,000. You? Fat Giannis seemed still hesitant. Hurry and treat the wounded. We'd better hurry and get out of the Hammerfell tunnel. Ryan stepped forward, patting Giannis on the shoulder. Yes, Lord Ryan. Sir Ryan, please forgive me for being so intrusive, but I would like to discuss something with you. After Giannis left, Melita, who had been pondering for a long time, stepped forward and said, Oh! Sir Melita, if you have anything to say, please speak directly. Ryan glanced at the white-robed witch before him, and said with a smile. He had no dislike for Melita. In the recent battle, Ryan had seen clearly that she was fighting with all her might. Although she ultimately didn't use her power, her character was evident. She was far superior to those two. Well, Lord Ryan, I would like to ask for a favor. As a reward, I can provide you with a detailed guide to the improved metal-based sorcery, Cutting Web. After hearing the first half of Melita's words, Ryan was about to refuse. He had come to find Lager, and didn't have the time or the inclination to overly help others. However, when Ryan heard the words metal magic, his eyebrows raised. The name of the magic, Cutting Web, sounded particularly intriguing. After all, even with the level 0 sharpening, he only possessed 3 metal magics, the innate magic metal transformation and the level 1 defensive magic metal barrier. Acquiring a new offensive magic would be even better. However, Ryan glanced around and said to Melita, Sir Melita, we can discuss the favor you need from me, but not now. After we leave the Hammerfall tunnel, okay? That would be wonderful, of course. Melita was worried that Lord Ryan would refuse outright. From the looks of her, she seemed quite interested in the metal magic she had just mentioned. The rest of the journey went much more smoothly. Although lava snakes continued to emerge from the tunnel, Ryan easily dispatched them, providing Bloodfeather with sustenance. By the time they reached the exit, Bloodfeather's stomach was already somewhat bloated. An hour later, at the other end of the Hammerfell tunnel, dozens of Cameron caravan vehicles were taking inventory and resting. Melita, holding an amber flask, approached Ryan and Anna, smiling and saying, Lord Ryan, Miss Anna, this is our Winterhold Academy specialty, Golden Thorn Honey Tea. It has a refreshing taste, and is very invigorating, highly praised by wizards. Would you like to try it? Anna's eyes lit up. If it were alcoholic beverages, she might not have liked them, but tea was different. Anna glanced at Ryan with her beautiful eyes. Okay, thank you, Your Excellency Melita, Ryan replied with a smile. Poison? Ryan wasn't worried. Remember his enhanced poison resistance from Breaking Bad. If things didn't work out, he could transform into a Dragon Man, becoming immune to even low-level poisons. Of course, most importantly, after his battles, he didn't believe Melita had any motive for poisoning. Melita poured a cup for each of Ryan and Anna. Good tea. Ryan savored it carefully. This tea, infused with Goldenthorn grass, tasted sweet, yet had a refreshing beer-like quality. It seemed to even have a subtle boost to mental strength. No wonder it was so well received by wizards. It's indeed delicious. I like it very much, Your Excellency Melita. Anna took a sip, her eyes lighting up. As long as the two lords like it. Melita, you can just call me Anna. As for Ryan, he is indeed Lord, Anna said with a soft chuckle. Lord Ryan is from the Empire? Ryan shook his head helplessly at Anna's revelation of her true identity. He finally understood why Anna's aunt, Lady Delana, was so worried about Anna being abducted. It was truly naive. Sir Melita, I do work for the Empire, but I can't share the details. No wonder the Hammerfell garrison opened the gate for you alone. I had that suspicion at the time, Melita said with a smile. By the way, Sir Melita, could you please tell me in detail the task you would like me to perform? I'd be on my way soon. Of course, Lord Ryan, Melita said, her face beaming with joy as she nodded. Well, a proto-dragon has appeared in the north named. Melita explained, observing Ryan's expression. She saw a hint of surprise on Ryan's face, and immediately thought to herself, finally I'm moved. In reality, Ryan was surprised by the coincidence. The other party wanted his help in killing the proto-dragon named Courageous. You see, he had originally planned to investigate the proto-dragon's strength after finding Lager. After all, he needed to absorb new dragon genes to further enhance the concentration of his dragon bloodline. This mattered to his legendary class, and its importance was self-evident. As for the reward, I just saw you seem to be a metal wizard. And I happen to know the former residence of a late metal wizard from the north, a level 2 liquefied wizard nicknamed Cutter. According to reliable sources, he died suddenly while attempting crystallization. Therefore, his signature spell, the modified Cutnet, should have survived. Hearing this, Ryan's smile faded. He had assumed Melita had the metal spell, Cutnet, but after all this time, she only had a piece of information. Furthermore, knowing the location, yet she didn't go and claim it? Clearly, something's wrong. I have a question. Melita, since this metal spell is so rare and has been modified, it must be worth a fortune. Why didn't you take it? Ryan asked gravely, gazing into Melita's eyes. That's because their home is in the Howling Fjord, at the easternmost edge of the Howling Tundra. I went there a while ago and discovered it had long been occupied by the thick-shelled lobstermen of the fjord. They are numerous, and their thick shells offer high defense. It would be difficult for me to reach our target with my combat power. However, with your strength, that shouldn't be a problem. So, Lord Melita, I understand what you mean. You want me to help you directly confront a proto-dragon of legendary to epic power. The reward is a clue to metal magic, is that correct? Hearing Ryan's words, Melita's pretty face immediately blushed. At this moment, Melita calmed down and thought, realizing that her proposed terms were a bit excessive. Lord Ryan, I'm truly sorry, but this seems to be all I have to offer that you find appealing, Melita explained with a hint of embarrassment. After all, the risk for Ryan was greater than the reward. Lord Ryan, to demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to accompany you to Howling Fjord. Of course, if you still find it unacceptable, I understand. Thank you again for your assistance in Hammerfell Tunnel. Melita bowed slightly to Ryan. No, I agree. Ryan waved his hand. Melita stared at Ryan with her beautiful eyes wide, stunned for a moment. He actually agreed? But it's clearly not equal. For a moment, Melita was completely bewildered. But upon hearing the news, she was naturally overjoyed. She immediately came to her senses and thanked Ryan. Thank you, Lord Ryan. That's wonderful. By the way, Lord Ryan, Miss Anna, please allow me to make you a simple campfire dinner as a token of my gratitude, Melita offered with delight. Also, here's my homemade eggnog, you two can try it. Thank you, Your Excellency Melita. Ryan and Anna smiled at each other and nodded at Melita. After all, no matter how rushed, dinner is always necessary. As the campfire slowly grew, Melita deftly pulled out some condiments and a small box containing a number of herbs and a dozen or so egg-sized bird eggs. I don't have many ingredients prepared today, so I can only make you 2 herbal baked eggs. A few minutes later, Ryan, holding a pancake from his previous life, began to eat. It tasted quite good, to be honest. For a moment, Ryan couldn't help but think of something. After he advances to the legendary class of Dragon Vein Wizard, perhaps he could consider becoming a chef as his next career move. At least, he wouldn't be spoiling his stomach. But a serving of herbal baked eggs was naturally a bit too small for Ryan's appetite. The leader of the Cameron caravan, the portly Giannis, looked a connoisseur of food, judging by his size. He had been watching the adults from the side. Seeing that Ryan seemed unsatisfied, He discerningly brought over carefully selected grilled salmon and lamb chops. After some small talk, Melita learned that Ryan and Anna's destination was also the Frostwind Tundra, and that Winterhold College was located at the northernmost point of the tundra, making it quite convenient. After dinner, Ryan took the initiative and said, "If Your Excellency Melita is heading north." Ryan wanted to offer a ride, but he swallowed the words back. It suddenly occurred to him that while Bloodfeather could easily carry another woman, Anna might misunderstand. Then let's part ways. Melita's eyes were filled with anticipation, only to hear such an abrupt turn of events. She was truly disappointed. She had thought Ryan was inviting her on a ride on the hippogriff. A hippogriff this strong should have no problem carrying another person, right? Ryan, just let Melita ride along. Anna couldn't help but laugh at Ryan's words. All right. Ryan transformed the hardened adamantium in his hand into a metal chair with hooks and said to Melita, "Then, Your Excellency Melita, I add a chair under the hippogriff. You can sit there." At this point, Melita looked at Ryan with a somewhat speechless expression. That's too much. To avoid interrupting their private time, he actually let her sit down there alone. Ryan, why not just let Melita sit behind you? Why go to all this trouble? Anna tugged at Ryan's shirt and persuaded him. Isn't it just because he's afraid you misunderstand, Ryan thought. Since Anna didn't mind, he naturally wouldn't mind a beautiful wizard sitting behind him. Miss Anna, thank you for your kind words. Melita quickly walked over to Anna, took her hand, and said warmly, Ryan is actually a very nice person. Anna was a little unaccustomed to his familiarity. After bidding farewell to the Cameron caravan, with Melita sitting behind him, Ryan controlled the Bloodfeather and soared high, aiming for Beverly Pass in Caswith Province. As the hippogriff took off, its body rose and fell, forcing Melita to cling to Ryan's waist. Perhaps because it was her first time riding a flying mount, Melita was still a little nervous and unaccustomed. With each flap of the Bloodfeather hippogriff's wings, Melita's chest would sometimes press against Ryan's back, sometimes keeping a distance. This made Ryan feel uncomfortable. You said you could always be close, or even better, keeping a distance. But now and then, Ryan could clearly feel the pressure from behind. Are you here for a ride? Is it for a flirtation? Soon, Ryan felt a slight heat build up. Attention! Like a chain reaction, Anna, sitting in Ryan's arms, blushed. She had experienced this feeling before. This time, how could she not know what it was? Perhaps, if it were just her and Ryan, Anna wouldn't be so shy. After all, she had the experience from last time, so her mental fortitude was a bit stronger. But this time, there were three of them. Soon, Anna's face flushed crimson, and she leaned softly into Ryan's arms. Ryan, however, didn't seem particularly happy at this moment. Tackling two people alone was actually a torment. He couldn't do this with Anna in front of strangers. Besides, herbal baked eggs seemed incredibly nutritious. Ryan immediately regretted it. Chapter 345. After several hours of flying, the Bloodfeather hippogriff was also somewhat exhausted. Of course, Ryan, caught in the middle, was even more exhausted and tormented, even more exhausted than when he'd been slaying lava creatures continuously through the Hammerfall tunnel. Since they were riding the Bloodfeather hippogriff directly to the Beverly Mountains, Ryan hadn't deliberately stopped at any villages or towns along the way. Therefore, the three of them landed in a clearing by a lake in a dense forest. As for the idea that the waterside was unsafe at night, and that wild beasts lurked, to the three wizards, this was basically a joke. It was late at night, and the bright moonlight shone down, illuminating a scene of mottled tree shadows. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the lake rippled slightly. After lighting a bonfire in the clearing, the three of them went to rest. The next day, dawn broke. Ryan glanced at the extinguished bonfire, then at the two men. Seeing that they hadn't woken up yet, he checked the system notifications. The battle within the Hammerfall tunnel was perhaps too easy for him at this point, as the system only awarded him 2 gold skill points. Adding his original remaining points, his total remaining attribute points now stood at 7, his remaining skill points at 0, and his total gold skill points at 21. However, several consecutive nights of advanced meditation had boosted Ryan's mental power by another 1 point. Also, perhaps due to the aftereffects of absorbing the soul energy crystals, his atomization level had increased by 1%. The mental value on the attribute panel now read 63, 21% atomization. After a moment's thought, Ryan stood up, untied a small cloth bag from the nearby Bloodfeather hippogriff, and pulled out some white silk cloth and fine thread. In an instant, Ryan transformed the hardened adamantium in his hand into a needle and a cutting knife, and began repairing the white wizard robe damaged in the previous battle. When Ryan finished, a system notification suddenly flashed across the screen. You have repaired the white silk wizard robe, and your comprehension has increased. Tailor Apprentice career experience points increased by 31. Host promotion requirements to Tailor. 1. Tailor Apprentice level 3. 2. Agility 5 points or higher, Constitution 5 points or higher. 3. Produce 10 qualified tailoring items of any kind. All requirements are met. Is it promoted to Tailor? Note, after being promoted to Tailor, the new tailoring career panel will overwrite the previous Tailor Apprentice panel. I thought it would take a few days to reach Tailor Apprentice level 3, but I didn't expect to level up in just these 2 days. Ryan couldn't help but feel delighted. Clearly, the question of whether to change jobs wasn't even a consideration. Ryan chose yes without hesitation. Ding! Promotion successful. Promoted to Tailor. Agility increased by 2. Gain Tailor core skill. Dexterity level 1. Dexterity level 1, active because tailors constantly use their hands. Their dexterity is exceptional. Huh? Dexterity? Okay, this is very tailor-like. At the same time, the original Tailor Apprentice panel disappeared, replaced by the Tailor panel. A brand new icon frame appeared below the panel, its edges slightly illuminated. Ryan immediately focused his attention on the icon. The icon depicted a pair of slender hands, one holding a piece of cloth, the other a needle, seemingly moving up and down. Below the icon, a line of small text read, Core Skill, Dexterity Level 1, Active, Dexterity Level 1, Active, Effect, after activating this skill, hand speed increases slightly. Note, this skill's effects are proportional to the host's own hand dexterity, and its duration is directly proportional to the host's physical fitness and mental strength. An increase of 2 to agility is better than nothing, but for a class with a blank roster, it still provides a stat boost. It's already quite impressive. Ryan nodded slightly. Huh? Hand speed? That statement is easily misunderstood. Ryan's thoughts drifted off for a moment. However, when it comes to new skills, Ryan always adheres to the principle of trying them out before judging. With a flick of his mind, he activated the core skill, Dexterity. Instantly, Ryan could clearly feel the improvement in his hand dexterity. As he threaded the needle again, his already high agility made his hand speed incredibly fast, and now, with dexterity activated, it reached a dazzling speed. At the same time, Melita, who had just been awakened by the morning light, seemed to have noticed what was happening on Ryan's side. She tilted her head slightly, and with sleepy eyes, she saw Ryan's hands flitting rapidly not far away, seemingly sewing something with a needle and thread. She rubbed her eyes, and the next second, a look of disbelief filled her face as she watched the scene unfold. Oh my God! Sir Ryan, so powerful, could actually mend his own clothes? A gentle wizard? Not far away, Ryan was immersed in testing his new core skill, Dexterity, and didn't notice Melita's astonished gaze. At that moment, a thought struck Ryan, and 2 dark daggers instantly materialized in his hands. With a swift swing, it seemed as if Ryan's hands had vanished, replaced by a sky full of dagger shadows. Ryan smiled. He had discovered how to apply his core skill, Dexterity, in combat. Dexterity would provide an immediate improvement in short weapons like daggers. Also, those special spells that require hand seals should also see a significant increase, at least shortening the casting time, Ryan mused. At this moment, Ryan seemed to sense something and turned behind him, only to see Melita staring at him blankly. Awake? Good morning, Master Melita, Ryan said with a smile. Having unexpectedly gained a core skill so early in the morning, Ryan was naturally in a good mood. Good morning, Master Ray. Melita paused for a moment before immediately returning the greeting. Ryan, Melita, you two are awake so early. Hearing their conversation, Anna drowsily woke up. Soon, the 3 of them prepared to set off again. However, when Ryan reached the Bloodfeather Hippogriff, he was in a dilemma again. He glanced at Anna, then at Melita, unable to come up with any good suggestions. Anna seemed to have thought of something, too. She slowed her pace, clutching the corner of her white wizard robe in both hands, feeling strangely nervous and shy. It wasn't that she hadn't considered switching positions. For example, she and Melita could switch positions. But that would mean she would be holding Ryan from behind, while Ryan held Melita. As soon as this thought occurred to Anna, she shook her head slightly. Because in that case, Ryan would probably point a gun at Melita. It would be better to just keep pointing it at her. Melita, on the other hand, seemed to recall yesterday's incident, and her pretty face flushed slightly. She had been nudging him so hard yesterday, and it was impossible for her not to feel anything, especially since the target was a powerful, wealthy, and handsome young man. So, at this moment, Melita felt an indescribable feeling about sitting behind Ryan again. She wanted it, but also felt a bit reluctant. This made Melita feel resentful towards the blood-feather hippogriff. Can't it just fly? Can't it just soar smoothly like a normal bird? It has to go up and down every time it flaps its wings. How can anyone bear it? But despite their differing thoughts, the three of them said nothing. It seemed as if everything continued in tacit agreement. With Ryan still in the center, the two women, one in front and one behind, the three of them sat on the blood-feather hippogriff and continued towards the Beverly Mountains. At noon, Bloodfeather landed for a short rest. Lord Ryan, we will reach Beverly Pass in Caswood Province in half a day, Melita, who was relatively more familiar with the route, explained. By the way, Your Excellency Melita, could you tell us about the Wind Rocks in the Beverly Mountains? Ryan couldn't help but ask. Ryan had just glanced at a map of the Empire's northern border and discovered that the Beverly Mountains stretched east-west for thousands of kilometers. In fact, if they could cross directly, they could save a considerable amount of time. Because the Beverly Pass is located northeast of their current position, connecting the 2 points forms a diagonal line. Although the map Alina provided briefly described the ferocity and abundance of the Wind Rock, it didn't provide a detailed explanation. Of course, Lord Ryan, the Wind Rock is a naturally ferocious, social bird of prey that hunts all creatures within its range. Adult Wind Rocks possess the innate ability of wind blades, comparable in power to the wind blade spells cast by wind wizards. At this moment, Anna also looked at Melita curiously, clearly intrigued by creatures like the Wind Rock. If it were just one Wind Rock, it wouldn't be a problem for a wizard or even a great knight. But the problem is, Wind Rocks often swarm in the dozens at once. Can you imagine being attacked by dozens of wind blades? Melita spoke, a look of dread on her face, as if recalling that scene. Ryan nodded. I see. Indeed, if dozens of wind blades were to strike, even a level 2 liquefaction wizard would find it difficult to resist. Level 2 defenses against sorcery have their limits. As for a level 1 wizard, he'd most likely die instantly, but of course, he wasn't one of them. To withstand the onslaught of dozens of wind blades unscathed, apart from dodging, one would likely need to be at the level of a level 3 crystallization wizard. By the way, what about the Wind Rock's speed? Ryan asked again. Logically speaking, if the wind pung wasn't fast enough, the blood-feather hippogriff would easily be able to cut through. The wind pung is naturally able to manipulate wind energy particles. Even the Imperial Griffin, let alone your hippogriff, would probably be slightly slower. Unless you're an Imperial Dragon Knight, it's unlikely you can cut through. As if reflecting on something, Melita paused and continued, also, there are male hunting wind pungs among the wind pung herd, who are far more powerful than ordinary wind pungs. As for the other mutant wind pungs, the number is unknown, but considering the number of over 100, I'm afraid there are quite a few of them, at least over 100. Of course, the most terrifying is the Wind Pung Queen. Wind Pung Queen? Ryan asked, a look of surprise on his face. There are over 100,000 wind pungs in the Beverly Mountains, all commanded by a Wind Pung Queen of epic power. It said the Empire considered annihilating them, but after considering the potential huge losses, they gave up. Then how has the Beverly Pass been able to avoid wind pung attacks? Anna asked curiously. The purple tuberose forest on the other side of the pass constantly releases a strange gas that causes wind pungs to feel disgusted and uncomfortable, causing them to avoid the area. Afternoon. As Bloodfeather flew over a small town, Ryan, even from hundreds of meters above, could faintly hear screams coming from below. This made him look down. He saw several black-robed men, seemingly herding a crowd into a building in the center of town. Those who disobeyed were killed on the spot. Ryan, they seemed to be from the Black Flame cult. Anna immediately noticed a familiarity with these black-robed figures. Ryan's expression darkened, and he immediately controlled his blood feathers, swooping down towards the church-like building. At this moment, inside the church hall, several Black Flame monks presiding over the ceremony had just finished chanting, and the entire blood sacrifice ritual seemed to be reaching its final stages. The previously transparent diamond-shaped crystal atop the bone staff at the center of the sorceress formation was now shrouded in an intense blood-red hue. Throughout the church, hundreds of the town's residents lay huddled on the ground, their faces horrified and haggard, their deaths gruesome. Apparently, the blood essence of these townspeople had been absorbed into this diamond-shaped crystal through the blood sacrifice ritual. Well, we've finally done it. This blood crystal is of excellent quality. We should all receive rewards from the church, a Black Flame monk said with a smile. Just as he was taking leisurely steps, intending to retrieve the bone staff and blood crystal, The glazed spire atop the church suddenly exploded directly above him. Then, a fierce wind blew, debris flew everywhere, and a massive bird of prey with blue and purple feathers descended from the sky. Why would a ferocious bird of prey suddenly attack us? The smiling faces of the Black Flame monks froze in an instant, as this thought crossed their minds. And Bloodfeather swooped down, slamming the startled Black Flame monk to the ground. Ah! Bloodfeather's iron claws were incredibly sharp, easily ripping the chest and abdomen of the unsuspecting Black Flame monk apart, causing him to scream in agony. Oh no! There's someone on that bird! Enemy attack! The remaining 4 or 5 Black Flame monks reacted and shouted. But the next second, swish, 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 the sound of a sharp weapon piercing the air echoed, and the 4 or 5 Black Flame monks froze in their spots, their eyes widening in disbelief. Then, several thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed, and the Black Flame monks fell backwards. Each Black Flame monk had a 4-pointed dart lodged in their foreheads. The attacker was none other than Ryan. After annihilating all the Black Flame monks with a single blow, Ryan leaped off the hippogriff with a solemn expression and surveyed his surroundings. The scene before him instantly reminded him of the cult attack that had occurred in Shining Gold Town. This scene was all too familiar to him. Those Black Flame cult bastards, Ryan said gravely, his face heavy. It was indeed them, Lord Ryan. In recent years, these Black Flame monks have been active in several provinces of the northern frontier, causing numerous tragedies. Melita, standing nearby, stepped forward, her expression equally serious. Melita, too, was filled with disgust at these cults that slaughtered ordinary people. Ryan nodded, calming himself slightly. He walked to the center of the magic circle, removed his bone staff, and crushed the blood crystal. At this moment, a system notification sounded, ding. Detection detected a large amount of unknown absorbable energy. Do you want to absorb it? Note: absorption can be converted into experience points for the designated profession. Seeing this notification, Ryan, who should have been happy, felt no joy at all, but remained heavy-hearted. However, after some thought, Ryan chose yes. At the same time, he silently said to himself, rest in peace. Your blood will not be wasted. These bastards will pay a greater price in blood. The next second, the rich blood essence within the diamond-shaped crystal, like a flood finding a breach in a dam, began to surge into Ryan's body. However, perhaps due to Ryan's current strength increase, he could clearly sense that the energy level of this blood essence was still relatively low. As the blood color of the crystal quickly faded, Ryan completed the absorption process. The system prompt sounded again, ding. A total of 1311 Transcendent experience points have been converted. Please select Breaking Bad Master, Transcendent, or Great Armorsmith, Transcendent, to upgrade. Ryan took a quick look and noticed that both Breaking Bad, Superior, and Grand Armorsmith, Superior, were currently at level 6. However, Breaking Bad, Superior, could level up again with the addition of over 1,000 experience points. After a brief moment of deliberation, Ryan chose Breaking Bad, Superior. The next second, a system notification appeared before Ryan. Congratulations, your Breaking Bad, Superior, class level has been increased. Ryan's act of crushing the blood-colored crystal didn't arouse any suspicion from Melita, who simply assumed he had acted in anger. Following their journey, Ryan and his 3 companions discovered another town that had been attacked by the Black Flame cult. This gave Ryan a clearer understanding of the situation in the northern border of the Empire. It seemed that the situation in the Empire was even more turbulent than he had imagined. We're here, Lord Ryan. That's Beverly Pass. Look, Melita said excitedly, pointing to the lower left. Ryan looked sideways, and saw a significantly lower valley in the middle of the towering mountains ahead, as if a gap had been carved through the midst of the towering peaks. As the blood-feathered hippogriff slowly descended, the purple forest below became quite distinctive, with purple, coconut-sized bumps on the tree trunks and a faint, pungent smell. Is this the purple gnarlwood? Yes, Lord Ryan. Beverly Pass. Travelers and caravans abounded, moving in orderly formations into the purple forest. Ryan now saw that the so-called mountain pass was actually just a passageway within the purple gnarlwood forest. Everyone, please be careful. No fighting is allowed in the passage. The noise will attract the attention of the wind-pumped flock. Do not damage the purple gnarled trees, the guard at the entrance shouted. Ryan and his companions, along with Bloodfeather, followed a caravan toward the passage. Shortly after Ryan and his companions landed, 4 or 5 large black birds suddenly flew in from the sky nearby. Aboard the 2 birds in the foreground, 2 people were conversing. High Priest Erickson, after this breakthrough, Your pure physical strength has surpassed the limit of a grand knight by several times. I doubt anyone in the entire church can surpass you. I heard that the barbarian leader in the Frost Tundra is also extremely physically formidable. It's a good opportunity for you to test your skills against him. A hooded, black-robed man said respectfully to a middle-aged man in a black robe beside him. Haha, I thought so too. The middle-aged man named Erickson seemed quite interested in his subordinate's mention of the barbarian chief. By the way, Archpriest Erickson, I heard from the church last time that our church suffered heavy losses in the Munster province in the Central Empire? Yes, that's indeed the case. Logically, Extra is quite powerful, so something like this shouldn't have happened. Hearing this, Erickson frowned slightly. Cack! Soon, the other birds also landed. The strange bird calls naturally caught the attention of Ryan, and the other two. These large black birds, with their bare necks and blood-red eyes, exuded a sense of brutality. Giant scavenger vultures, Melita whispered. To actually use a bird of prey like this as a mount, they're no ordinary creature. Yes, these scavenger vultures are quite aggressive, Anna nodded. As a druid, she had the ability to read the emotions of wild beasts. Ryan glanced at the scavenger vultures, then focused his attention on the individuals who had leaped down. The two leading figures, one sturdy and the other thin, wore black robes, their auras heavy, clearly concealing their strength. The other three, dressed like knights, were burly, but seemed to be followers. Judging by their auras, they were likely veteran knights. However, their auras gave Ryan an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Get out of the way! Don't block the way! The three veteran knights shouted, oblivious to the crowd. The other travelers and caravans in the passage seemed to sense their formidable presence at the sudden appearance of the five individuals, and they all dodged to make way for them. Soon, the other group of five quickly reached the center of the passage, approaching the position of Ryan and the other two. By the way, any news from Crowley? High Priest Erickson, Crowley just sent a message 2 hours ago. They have joined forces with the white-haired bear monster to attack the barbarian tribe. The two black-robed men walking behind continued their conversation in low voices. Although they were far away, Ryan could still clearly hear the words High Priest and Barbarian Tribe, which made him squint. However, he did not continue to stare at them. At their level of strength, they were already very sensitive to gazes. At this moment, the other party also spotted Ryan and his companions not far ahead. Clearly, they were surprised to see the three men in white wizard robes. The three great knights, in particular, who were leading the way, looked at Melita's beautiful face and figure with unbridled eyes as they passed Ryan and his companions, and even whistled. That girl has a nice figure. I heard female wizards are very open-minded. Maybe they just like someone like you. The other party's teasing made Melita's breasts heave violently, her face flushed, but she dared not say anything. The aura of the two men behind her was so strong that Melita knew at a glance that their strength was far superior to hers. Besides, she didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for Ryan and Anna. However, the burly black-robed knight, seemingly realizing that Ryan and the other two were official wizards, said in a deep voice, "Stop your nonsense, all of you." After the reprimand, the three great knights calmed down a bit, though their gazes continued to glare at Melita with impunity. As they continued forward, a voice rang out from behind. "Wait, you offended my friend, and you're leaving without an apology?" It was Ryan who spoke. He looked at the five men calmly. Huh? Interesting. Everyone, including the two black-robed knights, stopped and turned to look at Ryan. Melita covered her mouth in surprise. She hadn't expected Ryan to suddenly speak up for her and say such a thing. She felt both happy and worried at the same time. Oh! Offense? Young man, do you think you're so powerful just because you're a licensed wizard? If you're not strong enough, it's best not to try to get ahead. I've killed at least 10, if not 20, of these licensed wizards. Now, do you still need our apology? The thinner man in the black robe, a sinister expression on his face, stared at Ryan. Chapter 346. Really? If that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. Ryan couldn't help but sigh. The three great knights beside the thin black-robed man burst into laughter upon hearing Ryan's words, believing him to have given in. Young man, it's your turn to apologize, one of them said with a smug look on his face. No, this person should apologize, another great knight suddenly interrupted, pointing at the graceful Melita with a playful smile. You two are wrong. These two should apologize. Ha ha ha. The last great knight said with a lewd grin, pointing at Melita and Anna. Their voices were resounding, causing travelers and caravans at both ends of the passage to turn their heads and look in their direction. Seeing the clash between Ryan, the man and the two women, and the 5 others, many people couldn't help but point fingers in disgust. This young man appears to be a wizard, but his experience is limited. These 5 are clearly very powerful, so I'm afraid they'd be at a disadvantage. Indeed, look at their flying mounts. They appear to be giant scavenger vultures. Anyone who can subdue such a ferocious creature is no ordinary person. It seems those men are black. One of the caravan's elders looked from the black robes to the giant scavenger vultures. His eyes widened, as if a thought struck him. Just as he was about to blurt out something, his expression suddenly changed, and he stopped talking. "What's black?" the caravan guard asked curiously. "A large black bird." The elder laughed and amended his words. "TSK. Who hasn't seen the giant black bird? I thought you could reveal some secret." The caravan's guards couldn't help but scoff. Everyone around them stared at young Ryan with surprise. Many were still discussing something, the gist of which was that Ryan, the young wizard, and his 2 beautiful companions, were in for a nasty surprise. "No, I mean, since you don't want to apologize, you can go die." Ryan's previously calm face suddenly roared. Before he finished speaking, Ryan tapped the ground with his toe. With a bang, dirt splattered, and a large hole appeared in the ground. Ryan's figure abruptly vanished from sight, accompanied by the scattering dust. The thinner man in the black robe felt a chill run deep within him, as if a basin of ice water had poured directly down his spine. However, his strength was considerable, and his reflexes were incredibly quick. A black membrane, resembling a protective spell, had already appeared on his body, giving him a small sigh of relief. But just as he was about to retreat, his vision blurred as a large silver hand suddenly appeared before him. Its palm penetrated the black membrane and instantly grasped his neck. Pop! Crack! The sound of the membrane shattering and the snapping of his neck echoed almost simultaneously. The smoke and dust then dispersed, and the 3 great knights looked at Ryan with startled expressions, then at their high priest, Kahiman, in his hands. In just one move, a near-legendary level 2 liquefied wizard was dead. The burly black-robed Erickson, standing nearby, had a face so gloomy it looked like it could drip with water. It wasn't that he didn't want to rescue, but Ryan's attack was too sudden. With just a disagreement, he went straight for the kill. Fuck, his brutality was even worse than theirs. Furthermore, this was the Beverly Pass, a place where casual violence was not permitted. Thus, with these 2 factors combined, by the time he realized what was happening and wanted to intervene, it was too late. His trusted subordinate, Kahiman, had already had his neck broken by the young man before him. Crash! The crowd onlookers erupted in an uproar upon seeing the scene. Almost no one saw what was happening before one of the fierce-looking black-robed men was killed on the spot. This handsome-looking young wizard before her was a real tough cookie. Did you see that clearly? Too fast. But isn't this young wizard a bit too bold? Doesn't he know this is the Beverly Pass, where fighting is strictly prohibited in the Empire? Melita's beautiful eyes were fixed on Ryan. That morning, she had seen Ryan mending a torn wizard's robe with needle and thread, and he had struck her as a warm-hearted man. But within a moment, Ryan had revealed his incredibly powerful side. Faced with his teasing, Ryan had simply killed the man on the spot. Oh my god! Melita's slender legs tightened beneath her white wizard robe. She felt herself falling. But the next moment, Anna pulled her away from her daze. Hurry, or you be affected, Anna said hurriedly. Melita, the other party seems to be a high-ranking member of the Black Flame cult. Miss Anna, do you feel the same way? No wonder Lord Ryan was so ruthless. Melita's face flickered with realization. She had felt a vague sense of familiarity just now, and Anna's reminder instantly connected the dots. Yes. No matter who you are. Erickson's muscles bulged, and his black robe ripped apart, revealing a sturdy, rock-like figure. But the most striking thing was the dark brown lines branded across his skin. These included straight lines, curves, circles, hexagrams, ovals, and so on. Together, they formed an incredibly complex pattern covering his entire body. You've successfully angered me. Erickson stared at Ryan with red eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly launched a sudden attack, as if responding to Ryan's previous attack. Explosive fist. He slammed his fist into the ground, causing the ground within a radius of 4 or 5 meters to suddenly explode, sending dust soaring into the air. Following this, Erickson thrust his black fire snakes with both hands, and tons of dust instantly heated to a boiling point, sweeping towards Ryan like a tsunami of molten iron. Ryan was naturally prepared. Facing Erickson's attack, he advanced instead, shielded by the metal barrier, and plunged into the tsunami of dust. Clang! A piercing roar echoed from the dust storm. Two burly figures collided violently. Ryan's pupils shrank slightly. He had sensed the other man's sturdy build and aura, unlike that of ordinary liquefied or crystallized wizards. He hadn't expected him to be a crystallized wizard specializing in physical enhancement. Moreover, his preferred weapon was brass knuckles. The opponent's attack was surprisingly more powerful than his own. This was a unique occurrence among the enemies Ryan had fought. In fact, as a youth, Erickson had been a gladiator in the Imperial Capital arena. Later, by chance, he joined the Church of the Black Flame, but he retained the fighting habits of his gladiator days. This was especially true after he acquired some of the knowledge of the ancient branded warriors in a ruin many years ago. In every subsequent Black Flame prayer, Erickson prayed to the god of the hunt to strengthen his physical strength and defense. Eventually, he nearly restored all the battle tattoos of the ancient branded warriors, becoming a special crystallized wizard specializing in physical combat. Erickson was surprised that Ryan had been able to withstand the attack he had launched during the dust storm. Black Flame Impact. With a low roar, the tattoo on his arm flashed, and a burst of black flame suddenly erupted. In an instant, the explosion of flames knocked Ryan back several meters. Erickson swiftly caught up, roaring again, "Black Flame, accelerate!" His calf tattoo flashed, and he suddenly appeared before Ryan like a ghost, striking him again. Ryan reacted swiftly, blocking with both hands. A kite-shaped shield appeared before him. Boom! Ryan was sent flying over 10 meters by this powerful blow, snapping 5 or 6 purple gnarled trees along the way. But in the end, he managed to stand firm. Because Ryan's epic class, the King of Thousand Blades, was also focused on close combat, inherited from the ancient troll battle masters, he withstood all of Erickson's powerful close-quarters attacks. Huh? Some strength. But that's all. Erickson's face flashed with sarcasm. The tattoos on his upper body suddenly lit up, and a circle of black fireballs the size of wash basins suddenly swirled around him. Massive black. Roar! Ryan roared, and a wave of white air, centered around him, swept all around, instantly stagnating the energy flowing through Erickson's tattoos. The dozen or so black fireballs that had appeared out of thin air around him instantly dissipated. The surrounding purple gnarled trees shook violently, and the sonic waves blasted the nearby trees apart, shaking them for a moment. After the dragon roar, Ryan launched a counterattack. Instantly, he left behind 7 or 8 afterimages as he rushed towards Erickson. Bang! Bang! Ding! Clang! Both men moved with incredible swiftness, and the sounds of violent clashes echoed as if without pause. Boom! A ball of black flame, the size of a wash basin, suddenly appeared beside Erickson and slammed towards Ryan. But instantly, a demonic thorium shield appeared in front of Ryan, blocking the attack. The battle between the two men devastated the surrounding purple gnarled trees, which fell one after another, and even collapsed in clusters when hit by explosions. The 3 great knights initially believed that their high priest Erickson would be able to easily defeat the opponent. But at this point in the battle, even a fool could see that the young man before them was, if not inferior to their high priest, at least comparable. They were completely on the same level. The men were now tumbling and crawling, quickly moving away from the center of the clash. At the same time, he felt a surge of regret. What the hell? Just flirting with a female wizard had already provoked such a troublesome individual. Now, even if High Priest Erickson could ultimately defeat him, the 3 of them would undoubtedly be severely punished. The fierce battle between Ryan and Erickson naturally alerted the Imperial garrison at Beverly Pass. You're going to die. Fighting in the tunnel. Soon, the highest-ranking officer in charge of the Beverly Pass defense, a ruggedly bearded knight, saw the dust and gusts of air rising from the middle of the tunnel and cursed furiously. Immediately, he led a team of elite guards toward the area where Ryan and Erickson had clashed. But when he was over 100 meters away, he stopped dead in his tracks. With a serious expression, he watched in shock as 2 barely discernible figures leaped and flashed before him. Fuck. So strong. Report immediately. A near-legendary warrior is fighting in the Beverly Pass. No. This is a legend. Yes, sir. The Imperial Guards were stunned upon hearing this. Meanwhile, the battle between Ryan and Erickson intensified. Erickson's aura suddenly surged, and black flames began to blaze, covering his entire body. The brass knuckles in his hands now burned red, like branding irons. Flame attack. Suddenly, the opponent swung a punch at Ryan. Ryan raised his hand to block, but saw the black flames in the opponent's hand suddenly expand by a meter, licking his face like a cow's tongue. Although the metal barrier transformed into a demonized silver kite shield and instantly blocked the front, The flames exploded as soon as they touched it. The violent explosion knocked Ryan back several meters. Firestorm strike? After a successful strike, Erickson unleashed a flurry of punches. Suddenly, hundreds of densely packed sparks flew towards Ryan. Dragon roar. Blade storm. The hardened adamantium in Ryan's hand instantly transformed into a two-handed greatsword, hurling over 100 square-pointed darts at his opponent. Instantly, the red firestorm and the dark blade storm clashed fiercely. Boom boom! A few sparks pierced the blade storm, striking Ryan and exploding in succession. Erickson wasn't feeling any better either. Over a dozen square-pointed darts pierced his rock-like frame. Although the penetration wasn't deep, they still oozed blood. The battle paused briefly. Weakness control. Ryan activated the core skill of the epic class, the Thousand Blades King, for the first time. Instantly, Ryan's vision revealed the opponent's body, outlined in 3 dimensions, with blue, yellow, and red dots marking the differences in defense strength. Approximately 2/3 of the opponent's body glowed yellow, indicating medium defense. The remaining 1/3 glowed blue, indicating strong defense. Of course, these dots weren't static. As the opponent's stance and technique shifted, strong points, blue dots, could become weak points, red dots. But Ryan quickly noticed that the 2 red dots on the opponent's lower body, at the knees, remained almost constant, varying only slightly from a faint red to a deep crimson. In other words, that was the opponent's most obvious weakness. Ryan's right hand quickly transformed into a short spear, and he attacked Erickson. After feinting an attack on his opponent's upper body, he suddenly stabbed his knee, instantly piercing a small hole. But the next second, the opponent flashed with a black light, and both hands simultaneously struck Ryan's chest. Bang! The carved mithril plate armor shattered, and Ryan was blasted several meters away by the black fire. Despite his top-tier steel defense, the continuous blows left Ryan's chest scratched. You? Erickson pulled the short spear from his abdomen. He wanted to ask, "How did you find my weakness?" But then he realized that asking such a question would only weaken his morale. You think you won? Erickson, furious, threw the short spear away and stared at Ryan. The round wound on his knee began to close, and fine granulation tissue sprouted, healing completely within a few seconds. Young man, you have some strength, but you know what? I only used half of it just now. If I fought with all my strength, I would have needed to transform, which would have been too much of a drain. But you have been honored. Prepare your last words, Erickson said with a sinister grin. Oh! Transform? Ryan glanced at him with a meaningful look. At the same time, in a low voice, inaudible to anyone else, he muttered to himself, I can transform, but it's just too ugly. Suddenly, Erickson's entire body cracked. To be more precise, the black lines on his skin, unable to contain the drastic changes within, suddenly split. In an instant, Erickson's entire body swelled to approximately 3 meters. His skin remained intact, but it felt eerily like small pieces of sticky paper stuck to a significantly larger, blood-red puppet. Swoosh! The other man swung a punch at Ryan, unleashing a white sonic barrier. Bang! Erickson's punch, with its power and speed surging, sent Ryan flying over 10 meters. He slammed heavily into the ground, creating a dent in the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air, rising dozens of meters into the air. Then, taking advantage of the situation, Erickson's massive form surged forward, sending a gust of wind through him as he plunged into the smoke and dust. This scene made Anna and Melita's hearts tremble. No, I have to help Ryan. Anna couldn't help but rush forward. But a hand reached out from the side, grabbing Anna and saying, Miss Anna, you're distracting Lord Ryan. He doesn't seem afraid of him, so he must have a trump card. That, Anna realized. That was indeed the case. She had been distracted by her worry. Thinking carefully, it seemed as if Ryan always managed to defeat strong enemies. This time would be no different. Just as Erickson rushed into the smoke and dust, about to deliver a fatal blow to Ryan, his casserole-sized fist was suddenly grasped by the claws of some gigantic creature. An ugly, scaly monster suddenly came into view. Just as Erickson was still wondering where this monster had come from, the creature spoke in human language. This is your transformation. It's truly too weak. Erickson's eyes widened. How could he not know that the nearly 5-meter-tall monster before him was none other than the handsome young man from before? He could actually transform? Crack! Just as he was stunned, his casserole-sized fist was crushed by the opponent, making a cracking sound, and every finger bone was rapidly deforming. Who the hell are you? Erickson was completely shocked. This kind of strength was comparable to even the Dragon Knights of the Dragon Empire. Looking across the entire Dragon Empire, the opponent was definitely not some unknown figure. Bang! Ericsson's response came from Ryan's massive fist, the size of a wash basin. With one blow, Ericsson's head was twisted almost 90 degrees, and a dozen white teeth splattered, sending him sprawling to the ground. Bang! 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 A massive fist, punch after punch. Soon, Ericsson's body began to shrink, his limbs twitching like he was having a seizure. Only then did Ryan see clearly that he had completely destroyed Ericsson's head. A pool of red and white bone and flesh surrounded him, proving that the head had once existed. Who? Ryan let out a long breath, calming himself, and his entire body began to shrink rapidly. But after the entire battle, a feeling of weakness came over him. After a moment's thought, Ryan mentally strengthened himself. A surge of warmth surged through his body, and his physical strength instantly returned to peak condition. At this moment, the smoke and dust around him began to dissipate. Due to the smoke and dust, Ryan's dragon form, which had lasted only a few seconds, hadn't been revealed to the public. The crowd watching from afar stared at the scene in astonishment. Rain's muscular figure was exposed, save for a pair of pleated briefs. Around him lay a vast depression, over 10 meters in diameter, resembling a meteorite crater. As for the black-robed figure, his head was now buried in the earth, his limbs seemingly twitching even less. The outcome was clear at a glance. But the black-robed figure had clearly been in the ascendancy, so how could he be defeated in just a few seconds? For a moment, everyone felt a strange sense of unease at the rapidity of the change. Ah! Why is Lord Ryan only wearing a pair? Melita exclaimed after a few seconds of stunned silence. In fact, she added in her mind, why are Lord Ryan's underwear pleated? How strange. Does he like pleated skirts? Anna's pretty face flushed at the sight. But she immediately ran to the nearby Bloodfeather hippogriff, seemingly to help Ryan get another wizard robe. After all, seeing Ryan naked made Anna feel like she'd been badly hurt. Just as Ryan was about to leave, he suddenly turned again and began to grope around the black-robed man. Soon, he pulled out a heavy waste bag from his torso. At this moment, the bearded knight approached cautiously, looking at Ryan from a distance, and said, Sir, Wizard, fighting is strictly prohibited in the Empire within the Beverly Pass. He swallowed as he spoke, clearly nervous. He seemed worried that Ryan would kill him in a fit of rage. But with such a serious incident happening, if he remained silent, the Empire would likely hold him accountable tomorrow. After much hesitation, the bearded knight decided to at least say something before leaving. That way, he'd fulfilled his duty. As for the other party's refusal to listen, that didn't matter. I'm sorry, Ryan said, smiling and nodding at the bearded knight. As if a thought struck him, Ryan pulled out a transparent medal from his pocket and tossed it to the bearded knight. He then handed him the official letter signed by Admiral Edward and said, I'm an Imperial swordbearer, and you're a cultist of the Black Flame cult. It's my duty, and I apologize. You're a diamond-level swordbearer, so it's alright. The other knight seemed familiar with the swordbearer system. He understood what was going on the moment he saw Ryan's insignia, and a smile of relief washed over his face. The bearded knight took another closer look at the text behind Ryan's emblem and exclaimed, Is your branch of the swordbearers in Munster Province so formidable? I thought, based on your abilities, you must be a top expert at the Imperial Swordbearers headquarters. Ryan was stunned, unsure of what to say. At that moment, a sharp whistle rang out. Oh no! Lord Ryan, the noise you just made in the battle was too loud. Fongpung has been attracted here. The bearded knight's expression changed, and he quickly looked up at the sky. Ryan looked up and saw dozens of yellow dots suddenly appear in the sky to his left, rapidly approaching from the horizon, their shapes becoming increasingly distinct. Chapter 347. It was a group of dozens of wind pungs, flying at an incredibly fast speed. In just a few blinks of an eye, they had already approached Ryan's position. Quick! Prepare your crossbows. Prepare the purple gnarled with fruits. Everyone else, quickly and stealthily. The bearded knight seemed experienced, issuing commands in a methodical and swift manner. Soon, purple watermelon-sized purple gnarled with fruits were launched into the sky and suddenly exploded. Puffs of faint purple mist immediately dissipated. Smelling this strange odor, the wind pungs began to circle, no longer approaching, as if wary of the mist. After unleashing several wind blades, the dozens of wind pungs turned and fled. Thank goodness, we've finally driven them away, the bearded knight said with a sigh of relief. Ryan was quite surprised. He had expected a battle with the wind pungs, but he hadn't expected them to be eliminated so easily. At this moment, Melita and Anna approached, trailing 3 nearly frozen great knights. They were the same 3 who had teased Melita. When these 3 saw their high priest slain, they immediately tried to flee, but were caught red-handed by Melita and Anna. "Tell me, who are you?" They exchanged glances, none seeming to want to be the first to speak. "Lord Ryan, leave the interrogation to me. I make sure they confess everything honestly." The bearded great knight patted his chest and said, "Okay, that's a big deal. All right. Give me half an hour. Take them away and interrogate them separately." The bearded man waved his hand, and several guards led the men away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ryan opened the waist pouch of the burly black robe and took a quick look. A look revealed a look of surprise. Huh? Soul crystals and blood crystals. Inside the waist pouch were 5 soul crystals, 3 blood crystals, and a letter. Ryan could understand that the other party needed blood crystals. But he also needed soul crystals? Ryan was a little confused. In fact, Ryan had misjudged these soul crystals. Erickson had originally intended these soul crystals to recruit powerful wandering wizards, but now, Ryan had taken advantage of them. After thinking it over, without much hesitation, Ryan immediately decided to use all of them. After all, he had tried it before. Using the system, Ryan could instantly absorb soul crystals without any side effects, significantly increasing the speed of his mental energy atomization. Ryan grasped the 5 soul crystals in his palm and began to practice the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation technique. A few seconds later, the soul energy crystal resonated, emanating wisps of a strange, transparent aura that was quickly absorbed by Ryan's body. At this moment, a system notification sounded, ding. Detected soul energy crystals that can enhance the atomization of mental power. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note: system absorption removes impurities and allows for complete absorption all at once. Yes. Instantly, Ryan felt the silver mist in his mind rapidly grow, soon expanding to approximately double its original size. At the same time, a feeling of refreshment filled his mind. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 64, atomization 42%. 5, a 21% boost all at once. The average is less than 5%, around 4%. Sure enough, this soul energy crystal isn't a panacea. Its effectiveness gets worse the longer you use it. But Ryan wasn't dissatisfied. Because these 5 soul energy crystals were practically free. And based on the calculation that every point increase in atomization increases sorcery power by 0.5 points, Ryan's current sorcery power has increased by about 10% compared to the previous 21% level. The interrogation wasn't over yet, and Ryan reviewed his previous battle records. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and earned 15 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations, your Thousand Blades King, Epic, class level has increased. With this battle, the Thousand Blades King, Epic, class successfully reached level 9, granting Ryan another attribute point and another skill point. Adding to his original remaining points, his total remaining attribute points now stand at 8, his remaining skill points at 2, and his total remaining gold skill points at 36. At this moment, Melita, with a solemn expression, handed a white letter to Ryan, saying, "Lord Ryan, this is a letter we found on another black-robed person. Perhaps you should take a look." "Oh!" Ryan took it curiously, and quickly read it. But after a quick glance, Ryan's expression also grew solemn. "Ryan, what's wrong?" Anna asked worriedly. "Take a look too." Ryan handed the letter to Anna. Being attacked from both sides by the Black Flame Church and the white-haired bear monster? Then, wouldn't Raglan be? Anna exclaimed after taking a look. Instantly, she also realized the seriousness of the situation. Looks like we need to leave immediately. The situation with the barbarian tribe logger is a bit dire. The letter had been sent by a Black Flame Church high priest named Crowley, who was also the leader of the Black Flame cult's advanced team. The recipient was the high priest lying on the ground, named Erickson. The gist of the letter was that Crowley and his men, along with the white-haired bear monster, had begun attacking the Norton tribe from both sides, but the Nortons were very powerful and needed reinforcements. At the same time, the defenders of Beverly Pass had also obtained relevant information through torture. The two confirmed the information in the letter. But, I guess I've already dealt with their reinforcements? Ryan, writing his blood-feather hippogriff, glanced down at the headless corpse in the pit, his expression rather odd. Northern foothills of the Coldfall Mountains. 2 black flame monks, wearing black robes with flame patterns on their sleeves and collars, and several tall white-haired bear monsters, stood high on one side of the mountain, observing the battle below and to the right. Across the narrow valley, a migrating barbarian group was seen, with fighting raging simultaneously at both the front and rear ends. Of course, the intensity was quite different. The enemy behind the barbarian group consisted of a small number of black-robed men, accompanied by a number of knights, and a considerable number of mercenaries. The battle was not fierce, more like a harassing engagement. In front of the barbarian group, however, the enemy was a group of white bear monsters, all wielding giant wooden hammers or spiked hammers. The fighting here was clearly much more intense. In terms of numbers, the white bear monsters and the barbarian warriors were roughly equal, with the white bear monsters slightly outnumbering them. However, some of the barbarians were exceptionally formidable, especially one of exceptional stature, wielding a double-edged battle axe, who was practically unstoppable on the battlefield. A bear monster leader, crowned with fiery red feathers, was being beaten back, barely holding off the enemy with the help of 3 extra sturdy bear monster guards. Crowley, the Black Flame cult's chief priest, watched the scene through his bronze monocular, his eyelids twitching. This barbarian leader was truly formidable. Luckily, the white-haired bear monsters were the main force in this attack, otherwise, his followers would have suffered heavy casualties. "Any news from High Priest Erickson?" Crowley asked in a low voice, tilting his head. "Your Excellency, High Priest Erickson just sent word that they have arrived at Beverly Pass, and will be joining us in half a day," another black-robed figure said respectfully. "That's good." Crowley sighed, as if relieved, and nodded. "This kind of guy is best left to the High Priest. For now, let you act arrogant for a while longer. Follower of the God of the Hunt, why hasn't the High Priest you mentioned arrived yet?" As if hearing Crowley and the other man's whispers, the white-haired bear monster, wearing a white bone staff, a necklace of fangs around his neck, and a dazzling feather crown on his head, demanded in fluent common. "Your Excellency, rest assured. High Priest Erickson, whom I teach, will arrive in half a day. He will then deal with the leader of the Norton barbarians. Well, I hope you won't break your promise. Many of our brave clan warriors have already been killed or wounded. If your High Priest doesn't arrive, you only receive 1/3 of the spoils," the bear monster priest said with a slightly grim expression. It was still very dissatisfied with the Black Flame Church's lackluster cooperation. "Of course not. By the way, Your Excellency, we can send a message to withdraw the troops. We launch the general attack in half a day," Crowley said with a smile. He didn't take the bear monster priest's threat seriously at all. After High Priest Erickson arrived, whoever held the reins would be the one with the strongest power. There was no point in engaging in verbal battles with the bear monsters now. The bear monster priest's expression brightened slightly upon hearing the withdrawal. At least, the casualties among his warriors would be reduced. At that moment, a white-haired bear monster suddenly trotted over from the side of the mountain and began to speak incoherently to the bear monster priest, who was beaming with joy. This immediately piqued Crowley's curiosity, and he asked, "Priest, is there any good news?" "Ha ha, the great Lord Courageous, your wounds have healed. If these fools of the barbarian tribe choose to resist to the end instead of joining our king's army, their doom will come." Although the bear monster priest was more intelligent than the average bear monster, he clearly lacked the cunning of a human. In response to Crowley's inquiry, he happily informed him of the situation. "Huh?" A flicker of shock flashed in Crowley's eyes. The proto-dragon's injuries had healed so quickly? This wasn't a good thing. The relationship between them and the white-haired bear monster was originally one of mutual exploitation. If the proto-dragon Courageous arrived, the Black Flame Church would be in vain. Although he had great confidence in High Priest Erickson's strength, they were facing a massive dragon. By then, even if High Priest Erickson arrived in person, he wouldn't be able to provoke such an unparalleled proto-dragon. "I just hope High Priest Erickson arrives quickly and launches the general attack as soon as possible," Crowley thought. "Followers of the God of the Hunt, if you wait for my king to arrive, I will have no say in the distribution of the spoils. Everything belongs to him." The white-haired bear monster priest, excited, suddenly realized something and spoke frankly. That's right. Crowley chuckled and agreed. Inwardly, he cursed loudly, "A beast is a beast. They have no sense of contract. Fuck." With the white-haired bear monsters withdrawing, the battle felt abruptly over. Since the entire Norton tribe was present, with many elderly, weak, women, children, and baggage among the ranks, no one, including Patriarch Darius, launched a counterattack against the white-haired bear monsters. Instead, they seized the opportunity to treat the wounded and reassure the people. In the center of the Highland Yak caravan, inside a newly erected tent, the elite barbarian captains and above, including Lager, were summoned for a brief wartime meeting. High Priest, Patriarch, this is the third wave of white-haired bear monsters we've encountered. The warriors haven't had enough rest, and with the continuous fighting, the number of wounded is increasing. The barbarian captain named John wiped the blood from his face and said solemnly, "What about the Reachmen? How long will it take them to arrive?" Darius turned to ask the guards beside him. The Reachmen say they've also been attacked by the Black Flame cult, and they're expected to take another 3 days to arrive. 3 days? Darius muttered, frowning. At this number, everyone present looked grim. Lager was also panting. From the continuous fighting, she now bore several shallow wounds, and the edge of her great shield was severely worn, but her eyes remained bright. At this moment, a messenger arrived at the door with a report. "High Priest, Chief, a female sorceress has arrived. She says she's from the College of Winterhold, and has something important to tell you and the High Priest." Winterhold College. Please let them in. As the barbarian chief, Darius had naturally heard of this wizard organization from the north, but the two sides rarely interacted. Soon, a dignified, middle-aged woman in a white robe entered and bowed, saying, "High Priest Rom, Chief Darius, good morning. I am Welty, Vice President of Winterhold College. I've made the bold move to inform you of very important news. The proto-dragon Courageous in the icy plains has begun heading this direction. It will arrive in half a day at the fastest, a day at the slowest." This news was like a thunderbolt, instantly causing everyone present to change color. What? So fast? Darius' eyes widened as he stared at the sorceress before him. Currently, Courageous's followers alone, this considerable group of white-haired bear monsters, were causing them immense trouble. If that proto-dragon arrived in person, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Reachmen hadn't arrived yet, and even if Darius had every confidence, he didn't think his Norton tribe alone could defeat the supposedly powerful Courageous. Barbarians are brave, not foolish. Yes, Chief Darius, that's why we've come. Courageous is also an enemy to the College of Winterhold. His tyrannical nature has slaughtered and destroyed the peace of the North. You two may not know, but Winterhold College has already engaged in a major battle with this proto-dragon. Now that I've notified Winterhold College, I must return immediately to organize its defense." After the beautiful middle-aged woman, Welty, finished her story, she took her leave. "Thank you, Vice Dean Welty. The Nortons will remember this." Half a day passed in a flash. At that moment, a horn blew. The white-haired bear monsters formed up once again, and along with the wandering knights and mercenaries recruited by the Black Flame Church, they launched another fierce attack on the Norton tribe. But this time was different. The elite barbarians, including Lager, sensed the bear monsters' rising momentum. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield looked up at the sky. Who? In the distant sky, a creature resembling a giant dragon appeared. Although it was likely at a considerable distance, its massive size was quite striking. With a resounding dragon roar, it flapped its massive fleshy wings and rapidly approached. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? Many brave Norton barbarians stared with wide eyes at the massive monster flying from the horizon. The other creature was nothing like the dragon they'd imagined. It lacked a slender neck, massive, gleaming scales, and even lacked the horns of a five-colored dragon. The bald head resembled a lizard, its massive jaws revealing a formidable bite. Its neck was short and thick, and its hind legs were incredibly sturdy. If Ryan were there, he'd surely exclaim, "What a cross between a Tyrannosaurus Rex and a pterosaur! Savages of the tundra, surrender or perish." A deep, deep voice, accompanied by the trembling of the proto-dragon's chest, echoed across the battlefield. The immense shadow cast by the sky, the overwhelming presence of Courageous, and the still vibrating hum in the air, instilled fear in even the bravest barbarian warriors. A sense of impending doom gripped nearly every barbarian. This had nothing to do with courage. It was simply an instinctive fear of higher-level beings. High Priest, War Song. Patriarch Darius was the only one among the barbarians present who remained calm. Of course, this was thanks to the advance notice from the College of Winterhold, which served as a kind of forewarning. He quickly turned and shouted to High Priest Rom behind him. In their previous discussions, they had prepared for the worst-case scenario. What if the Reachmen couldn't make it in time, and the proto-dragon Courageous arrived first? Ancestors of the Norton tribe, please heed the call of your descendants. May the spirits protect us. As High Priest Rom's low chant spread, an inexplicable aura spread, and the previously panicked barbarian warriors began to calm down. At the same time, they also began to echo the High Priest's war song, shouting loudly, "Ancestors' blessings! Ancestors' blessings!" Soon, the barbarians' cries, like sparks of fire, converged, forming a mighty force that rivaled the might of the proto-dragon Courageous. Clearly, the Norton barbarians' actions had angered Courageous, who was circling in the sky. Foolish and vile barbarians! Death and destruction await you! With another deep roar, the massive proto-dragon swooped down from the sky. From Courageous's gaping maw, a stream of blue, phosphorescent, and extremely cold icy flames erupted, blasting towards the Highland Yak caravan in the center of the barbarian battle formation. In an instant, over a dozen yak carts were frozen in the icy flames. Not only the yaks, but also the Norton elders and children on the carts were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, their faces frozen in the eternal moment of terror before their freezing. Then, as if to further crush the barbarians' fighting spirit, Courageous chose an area of the battlefield where the barbarian warriors were most concentrated and landed with a thunderous thud. Boom! As its body, weighing over 100 tons, descended, dozens of barbarian warriors were instantly crushed into meat patties, a bloody mist filling the air. At the same time, a powerful shockwave spread out, instantly blowing away hundreds of surrounding barbarian warriors. For a moment, the proto-dragon Courageous was unrivaled in its power. But aided by the war song, the proto-dragon's actions, far from frightening the barbarians, actually enraged their elite. Damn it! The barbarian captains, including Lager, now spontaneously began to rally behind Chief Darius. Everyone's expression was filled with resolute determination, for they were about to launch a charge that would guarantee their survival. Warriors, this gigantic reptile is threatening us Nortons with death. Tell it what death means to us. The barbarian chief, Darius, standing over 2.5 meters tall, swung his double-edged battle axe high in the air and shouted, "Death is glory." The elite barbarians behind Darius also raised their weapons and roared, "Warriors, we will have a place in Valhalla. Nortons will never be slaves." Instantly, Darius led the elite barbarian warriors in a desperate charge against the massive proto-dragon Courageous, which had just descended. For the most part, the Frost Wolves, when faced with the proto-dragon Courageous, had already tucked their tails between their legs, emitting low, whimpering growls. Therefore, the barbarian warriors, including Lager, now relied on their legs to launch a valiant and fearless charge. Though the barbarians were all tall, compared to the giant Courageous, they were nothing more than a hen and an ant. The massive proto-dragon, measuring 60 to 70 meters in length, far surpassed its peers, nearly twice the size of the Red Queen Ryan had seen, creating a formidable presence. Watching the barbarian charge, even Crowley of the Black Flame Church, observing the battle from the nearby foothills, could not help but exclaim in admiration, "This is a truly fearless warrior." Facing the Norton charge, the proto-dragon Courageous, with a simple lift of his claws, sent 3 barbarian warriors, whose strength rivaled that of veteran human knights, flying 20 or 30 meters. The disparity in strength completely robbed these barbarian warriors of their combat effectiveness in midair. Their tendons and bones shattered, and blood gushed forth. Ah! The enraged Norton patriarch Darius leaped high and swung his double-edged battle axe fiercely at Courageous. Swish! The giant proto-dragon's front claws and wings were slashed, leaving a deep gash. The next second, Darius was also sent flying by Courageous's immense force. Penny-pinching barbarians, you will pay for your foolishness and recklessness. The key wasn't over yet. Courageous, furious at the barbarian chieftain for injuring it, roared and unleashed another breath of blue flame at Darius, who had been sent flying midair. A cloud of blue, phosphorescent dragon breath instantly engulfed Darius. The barbarian chieftain, still in midair, felt his entire body stiffen, a piercing chill sweeping through him. "Chieftain!" Rhaegar watched this scene with a look of similar determination. She tightened her axe and shield, her gaze fixed on the ferocious proto-dragon Courageous, and charged. Alas, she would never see that man again. Ryan's image flashed through her mind. But at that moment, unnoticed in the southern sky, a small dot rapidly grew larger. It was a blue and purple hippogriff, now galloping towards her. Chapter 348. High in the sky, on the rapidly flying blood-feather hippogriff. Anna pointed anxiously toward the canyon on the side of the Frostfall Mountains. "Ryan, look over there." Ryan followed Anna's direction and saw, in the lower left, within the winding canyon, a massive creature resembling a winged lizard, wreaking havoc among the crowd. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately controlled Bloodfeather, swooping down toward the canyon. As the distance rapidly closed, the opponent's massive form became clearer, and the figures who bravely fought it also quickly came into view. Horn helmet, animal hide, battle axe, rugged appearance. Ryan's mind instantly flashed with the words, "Barbarian tribe." "Oh no, Lord Ryan, this looks like the proto-dragon." Courageous. Melita, now having a clear view of the situation below, exclaimed in fear. The white-haired bear monster is attacking the front of the barbarian group, the proto-dragon Courageous is wreaking havoc in the middle, and a group of humans dressed as mercenaries, led by several black-robed men, are attacking the rear of the barbarian group. It's over. This situation is a sure defeat. Melita muttered to herself, horrified. Ryan had already taken in the entire battle scene. It was exactly as Melita had described. Although the barbarians were attacked from both sides, Ryan saw that they were still fighting bravely. The situation was not hopeless. Clearly, the key to resolving the situation lay with the proto-dragon Courageous. Only by defeating it could they have a chance of turning the tide of the battle. Ryan continued to control the blood feather, swooping rapidly toward the canyon. A black flame monk, observing the battle from high above the falling cold mountains, also spotted Bloodfeather's presence and immediately turned to alert Crowley, saying, "Master Crowley, look, what's that?" Following his subordinate's direction, Crowley stared at the gradually growing dot in the sky in confusion. Could it be the High Master? But how could it be a single person? That doesn't seem to be High Master Erickson. No one in the church has a flying mount that's blue-purple. Besides, High Master Erickson loves pomp and circumstance and never travels alone. The two exchanged glances, each unsure of the other's origins. After all, no one in their right mind would interfere in the ensuing battle. In this situation, only the personal presence of the dragon riders of the Dragon Empire could repel the proto-dragon Caraxes and reverse the situation. Otherwise, it would be useless for anyone else to come. But the opponent's flying mount was clearly a bird, not a dragon, so it couldn't be a guardian of the Empire. Could it be reinforcements summoned by the barbarians? The two of them couldn't help but think of the same answer at the same time. Crowley followed Bloodfeather's flight path, and saw that it was actually charging towards the center of the battlefield, towards the proto-dragon Courageous. He shook his head and sighed. Where did the Nortons find these allies? Not bad, they're really fearless. What a shame, they're just courting death, said the other black-robed man, shaking his head. By the way, why hasn't High Priest Erickson arrived yet? Judging by the time, he should be here soon, Crowley muttered to himself, frowning. The same thought flashed through the mind of the white-haired bear monster priest, who was running at the foot of the mountain. They had already rushed down from the side of the mountain. After all, as vassals of the proto-dragon Courageous, seeing their master appear, they naturally couldn't just stand by and watch the battle as before. Going down the mountain to help was a must. As Bloodfeather drew closer to the center of the battlefield, Ryan quickly assessed the proto-dragon Courageous's combat effectiveness. Then he saw a familiar giant shield, and a familiar figure charging towards Courageous. Lager! Anna exclaimed, her eyes widening. Clearly, she had seen Lager too. The female barbarian warrior, holding a giant shield, was a striking presence, even in the fierce battlefield. But the next second, he was filled with anger. Because Lagra was struck by the winged strike of the proto-dragon Courageous, along with 4 or 5 other barbarian warriors, she was blown back over 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground, clearly seriously injured. Anna, control the blood feather and find a chance to rescue Lagra. Ryan's voice was now unusually calm and cold. Ryan, then you. Anna instantly guessed something. She turned and saw Ryan's frosty face. For a moment, no words of persuasion came out. Yes. If it were herself instead of Lagra, who was injured, Ryan would probably charge forward without hesitation. Melita was about to ask Ryan if he wanted to make a long-term plan. After all, judging by the entire battle scene, the defeat was already irreversible. Unless someone could defeat Courageous head-on. But how could this be possible? Under such a disadvantage, even if all the wizards of her Winterhold Academy were mobilized, it would be difficult to help the barbarians turn the tide. In Melita's mind, the battlefield was now beyond saving. If Lord Ryan wanted to rescue the person named Lagra, then the best option would be to quickly have the Bloodfeather Hippogriff capture and rescue her. As for the proto-dragon Courageous, it would be best to first go to Winterhold Academy and discuss matters with the Academy's leadership before making any plans. But the next moment, Melita was shocked to see Lord Ryan in front of her suddenly stand up. Then, hundreds of meters in the air, he suddenly leaped and dived towards the proto-dragon Courageous. Ah! She screamed. Oh my god! Miss Anna, Lord Ryan has gone down. This? Lord Ryan is going to fight the proto-dragon? Melita said, her face horrified. Yes, because they injured someone very important to Ryan. Anna's expression was much calmer. Although there was a hint of worry, it seemed she still had a certain mysterious confidence in Ryan. While falling rapidly, Ryan activated the core skill of the epic class, the Thousand Blades King, Weakness Control, for the second time. Instantly, a three-dimensional image of Courageous's massive body appeared in Ryan's field of vision, with blue, yellow, and red dots marking the difference in defense strength. Approximately 4/5 of the opponent's area was flashing blue, indicating strong defense. The remaining area was mostly flashing yellow, indicating medium defense. Only at a few limited locations, such as the ends of its wings, the base of its thighs, and a few lateral scales on its abdomen, were faint reddish dots visible. Of course, these dots weren't static. As the proto-dragon Courageous shifted its posture during battle, these defensive weaknesses, red dots, gradually turned yellow. Clearly, this proto-dragon's body was extremely formidable. True to Alina's earlier intelligence, it possessed exceptionally strong melee combat abilities, possessing virtually no defensive weaknesses. But my strength also happens to be close combat. Ryan narrowed his eyes, instantly making a decision. Courageous, through his perception, naturally noticed the tiny creature's sudden attack from midair, but it paid no heed. The scales on its back were particularly thick, one of its strongest defensive features. If an enemy attempted a threatening attack from its back, it would undoubtedly scoff. What a joke. At this moment, it was irritated by the barbarian warriors before it, those foolish men still fearlessly charging at it. It was like being stung by dozens of bees. Although the bees might only sting once before dying, the sting was still intense. So, Courageous's attention was now focused on the bees. Meanwhile, in midair, Ryan cancelled his levitation spell. His entire body, accelerated by gravity, was diving faster and faster. His white wizard robes were ripped apart by the strong wind, revealing the bright silver mithril-carved plate armor beneath. The hardened adamantium in his hand instantly transformed into a long lance. This made his descent into the battlefield resemble a silver meteor, aiming directly at the back of the proto-dragon Courageous. Look, what's that? Both enemy and ally on the battlefield noticed the silver meteor. It was too conspicuous. It was directly above the proto-dragon Courageous, making it impossible not to notice. It looks like it's going to attack that monster. But that's where the proto-dragon's defenses are strongest. How reckless. The elite barbarians besieging Courageous sighed. A few hours ago, the wizard sent by the College of Winterhold had given them some tips for fighting Courageous. For example, Courageous's physical defenses were extremely strong, especially his back and limbs, which were absolutely epic in strength. Therefore, the College of Winterhold strongly discouraged close combat with Courageous. But for the barbarians, it seemed they had no other choice. They could only focus on vulnerable areas, like Courageous's eyes and wings. Just like Chief Darius had just now, he chose to strike the proto-dragon Courageous's wings, not its sturdy limbs or its scaly back. And now, lying on the ground, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, Lager also saw the silver meteor streaking down from a distance. At this distance, she could naturally discern the other party's shape and general appearance. This familiar figure and face? Lager's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face as she stared at Ryan, who had now fallen from the sky. Oh my god! Ryan? How could it be him? Why would he come to the howling tundra? And at this very moment? For a moment, Lager was torn between two emotions. She hoped it was Ryan, yet she also hoped it wasn't. She was like a princess about to be abducted by a dragon, only to encounter a warrior she loved and rescued. But she would rather the other person not come, because the dragon was too powerful. Oh no! The back is the proto-dragon's strongest defense, idiot. Don't attack there. Just as Lagrare's face flushed with anxiety, and she was about to shout to Ryan, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. It's over. Darius, the severely injured Norton clan leader, had just emerged from the blue ice. Seeing that Ryan had chosen to attack the proto-dragon's back, he shook his head with regret. He could see that Ryan's attack was quite powerful. If he had targeted the proto-dragon's wings, he would probably have achieved some results. But the back? Ah! High Priest Ram also frowned as he watched this scene. He also couldn't understand why this unexpected flying knight chose to attack the proto-dragon Courageous's most defensive part. Could it be that the opponent truly had no knowledge of the proto-dragon Courageous's specific situation before launching a sudden attack? Shadow Step. Armor-piercing strike. Puff. Ryan was shocked to find that his 4-meter-long lance, after penetrating the gap in the opponent's dorsal armor, had only penetrated about half a meter before encountering an extremely firm resistance. This was the effect of his gravity-induced fall, combined with the use of 2 ultimate secrets. But even so, it was difficult to penetrate deeper. At this moment, Courageous suddenly realized the pain of the sting. It hadn't expected that this tiny creature, whom it had ignored, could actually injure it. However, this level of damage naturally wouldn't seriously injure the proto-dragon Courageous. Humble insect, you think you can harm the great Courageous? A rumbling sound echoed as his chest and abdomen vibrated. You're only seeking your own death. Dragon Man form. Ong! With a dragon roar, Ryan's entire body suddenly expanded, and the carved mithril plate armor on his body crackled and shattered. For a moment, only a few fragments remained clinging to Ryan's ever-expanding body. At this moment, Ryan's skin had completely turned a dark gray, with fingernail-sized dragon scales emerging from the surface. Meanwhile, his once flat nails had become sharp and slender, like those of a ferocious beast. A tail, over a meter long and covered in dragon scales, rapidly sprouted from his caudal vertebrae. Ryan, with his washbasin-sized dragon claws, gripped the 4-meter-long lance like a dagger. Puff! With a single thrust, Ryan thrust the 4-meter-long lance completely into the back of the proto-dragon Courageous. Simultaneously, Ryan performed metal transfiguration, transforming the lance's tip into the shape of a chrysanthemum, similar to a golden chrysanthemum. Each petal of the chrysanthemum now resembled a fishhook. Although Courageous's defenses were exceptionally formidable, perhaps its internal organs were several, even dozens, times more resilient than a human's. But internal organs are still internal organs. The chrysanthemum leaves, formed of metallic barbs, instantly pierced the tender organs. As the excruciating pain seeped into his bones, Courageous let out a deafening scream, nearly fainting from the pain. In the moment it was stunned, the tiny creature it had once seen transformed into a dragon beast, its aura also permeated with the aura of a dragon. Ah! Who are you? For the first time, the proto-dragon Courageous felt a wave of panic, realizing it had completely misjudged its opponent's strength. Though the previous blow hadn't struck its heart, it had penetrated deeply into its internal organs, causing an intense pain. And the sight of Ryan transforming into his first form, a dragon warrior, and piercing the proto-dragon's back with his lance made everyone around him shrink their pupils. The two women on the blood-feather hippogriff's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, especially Anna. She had been with Ryan day and night, but she had never known he possessed the ability to transform. Let alone Melita. In Ryan's last battle with the Black Flame cult's high priest, although he had transformed, the smoke and dust and the extremely short duration of the transformation led the two women to mistakenly believe Ryan had been killed normally. Crowley, watching the battle from a distant foothill, was practically staring out of his wits. Oh my god! What did he see? Is this still human? The white-haired bear priest, running downward, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, a nearby bear guard helped him up. How is this possible? His Majesty Courageous is injured. The bear priest muttered to himself, a look of disbelief on his face. Norton Patriarch Darius and High Priest Rom were also stunned. They exchanged glances, each seeing horror in the other's eyes. But at this moment, the situation in the center of the battlefield suddenly changed. The severely injured Courageous flew into a rage, immediately tumbling in place, like a crocodile in a death roll, apparently trying to free Ryan from his back. Huh? The other party didn't run away. Courageous was delighted. With his 100-ton body pressing down, the other party would surely be dead. Boom! The next second, the entire back of the proto-dragon Courageous slammed heavily into the ground. The ground shook like an 8-magnitude earthquake, sending shockwaves and filling the air with smoke and dust. Amidst the cloud of dust, the massive proto-dragon Courageous had flipped over, seemingly pinning Ryan, who had been on its back, beneath it. Ryan! The two women on the blood-feather hippogriff and Log Ray on the ground couldn't help but exclaim. It's over! Faced with this massive crush, everyone present felt Ryan was doomed. Although his transformation had been stunning, it was like a meteor from outer space, its beauty lasting only a few seconds before fading. How foolish to challenge Lord Courageous. Ignorant human. The white-haired bear monsters, led by the bear priest, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. They had just thought a formidable figure had arrived, but now it seemed their fears were excessive. Crowley, on the other side of the mountain, shook his head with regret, saying, "What a pity! That young man was courageous, but like the barbarians, he was a bit dull-witted. He didn't know how to dodge, and only fought head-on. Otherwise, if they can severely injure the proto-dragon Courageous, they might be able to reap a huge advantage once High Priest Erickson arrives." Suddenly, Courageous's expression changed as he felt something arch beneath his body, and the stinging pain in his back intensified. The crowd around him stared at Courageous in astonishment. They saw Courageous's massive body curved into a convex shape. An incredibly powerful dragon man, his body aglow with blood, forcibly lifted a section of Courageous's body with a lance. Puff! Puff! The continuous thrusts of the chrysanthemum spear pierced Courageous, causing him to scream in agony as if stabbed by a knife. As Ryan repeatedly drew out the chrysanthemum spear, a pool of pale blue dragon blood, with a hint of coolness, poured down on him like a waterfall. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded, ding, detecting the host's baptism of dragon blood by the giant proto-dragon Courageous. A large amount of absorbable dragon gene fragments has been detected. Yes/no? Note: absorption of this dragon gene fragment will significantly increase the upper limit of the host's dragon bloodline concentration. This momentarily stunned Ryan. A significant increase? Ryan immediately selected yes. Just like last time, Ryan instantly felt a burning sensation rising from his skin, stained with the giant proto-dragon Courageous's blood, as if something was beginning to seep into his body. Courageous seemed unable to endure the pain any longer, unwilling to continue fighting. Taking advantage of Ryan's momentary distraction, he dragged his exhausted body and began to flap his wings to quickly escape. Ryan's absorption process took much longer than before, taking almost 6 seconds to return to normal. Huh? I haven't raised my bloodline concentration by another level? Ryan could feel the power surging through his body, but his dragon bloodline concentration remained at the pure level, having not advanced to the next level. However, after a brief moment of reflection, he realized that perhaps due to insufficient dragon blood bathing, his current state was likely one on the verge of a promotion. It was likely that once he had completely killed Courageous and bathed in dragon blood again, his bloodline concentration would be increased. When Ryan looked up at Courageous again, he saw him dragging his injured body away towards the north. After some thought, Ryan chose not to pursue. It wasn't that he didn't want to pursue, but his physical condition wasn't good at the moment. Not to mention the after-effects of the transformation. The dragon scales, so resilient just now, shattered under the weight of Courageous. This was the first time Ryan had been injured in his dragon form. However, it was precisely because of this injury that Ryan's combat power surged when he first activated the core skill of the epic class, King of Thousand Blades, Blood Rage, allowing him to lift most of Courageous's body, which weighed over 100 tons, in one fell swoop. Besides, Anna and Melita were also on Blood Feather. He couldn't possibly carry them into a dogfight with the proto-dragon Courageous. Ryan wasn't worried about Courageous recovering and returning to him. He was eager. Time was on his side. With time, he would only grow stronger. Next time he encountered the proto-dragon Courageous, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. Huh? This? Ryan was startled as he saw a system notification. Congratulations. With the power of your bloodline, you have unlocked the second form of the mutant dragon form, Dragon General form. Chapter 349. Just as Ryan was about to take a closer look, he suddenly felt a darkening overhead. The blood-feather hippogriff flapped its wings and began to descend. Soon, Anna and Melita jumped down. But the two women looked at Ryan with strange eyes, a mixture of surprise and worry. Ryan, was that your transformation ability just now? Relatively speaking, Anna, who also possessed the ability, was more receptive to Ryan's transformation into his Dragonman form. However, this was Anna's first time seeing Ryan transform, so she was also extremely surprised for a moment. Ryan looked down and immediately understood. He had never displayed his transformation in front of others before, so this time, displaying this ability in public, it was natural for others to be shocked. Yes, it's a special bloodline ability. I only recently awakened it, Ryan explained. Bloodline ability? Anna's beautiful eyes glanced at Ryan in confusion, a strange thought flashing through her mind. I haven't heard that Aunt Emma has any special bloodline. Neither does Mint. How could Ryan suddenly have special bloodline? Aren't bloodlines inherited from the family? Could it be that Ryan isn't Aunt Emma's biological son? Although Anna was puzzled, she didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she thoughtfully brought Ryan a white wizard robe and helped him put it on. After all, just a pair of shorts really detracted from Ryan's image, especially the pleated style. However, Anna did understand a little. The strange shape of Ryan's shorts must have been due to his transformation. Pleated shorts are practical and won't tear if stretched. Ordinary shorts would tear if stretched. Well, that image is so beautiful that Anna blushes profusely just thinking about it. After hearing Ryan's explanation, Melita's gaze towards him shifted 180 degrees. After all, Melita and Ryan were unfamiliar. Just now, Melita had briefly believed that Ryan wasn't actually human. As a wizard, she had seen many unusual cases of possession and symbionts, so she looked at him with considerable fear. Hearing Ryan's words, Melita felt relieved, and her previous suspicions were further confirmed. Ryan must be the direct descendant of a top-tier noble from the Dragon Empire. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful, nor would he have such an official empire background at such a young age. Lord Ryan, I admire your strength greatly. With your help, I believe the Academy's crisis will be resolved. Melita bowed slightly, her words becoming increasingly respectful. Ryan waved his hand, and was about to say something when his expression suddenly froze. The two women followed Ryan's gaze, and turned to look. A voluptuous female barbarian warrior, wielding a massive shield, appeared before him. Ryan, is it really you? Lager stared at Ryan in astonishment. If Lager had been a little uncertain before, it was because the world is so vast, and occasionally a few people who looked similar were perfectly normal. But now, Anna, appearing beside Ryan, confirmed Lager's suspicions and confirmed Ryan's identity. Lager. Anna ran over in delight, taking Lager's hand. Last time, you left without saying goodbye. This time, you encountered difficulties, and you didn't even tell me. Do you still consider me a friend? This. After hearing Anna's words, Lager felt a little embarrassed. Especially since she had a deep conversation with Ryan before leaving. All of this was done secretly without Anna's knowledge. I'm sorry, Anna. I felt at the time that parting would make you sad. Lager said with a slightly guilty look, giving Anna a warm hug. Lager, long time no see. Ryan naturally had many questions for Lager, but in the end, he said them with a smile. Ryan, long time no see. How did you know about me, and your strength? How did you become so strong? Lager's beautiful eyes kept examining Ryan, a look of surprise on their face. Melita, standing beside her, couldn't help but open her eyes wide after hearing Lager's words, her curiosity aflame. Clearly, Lord Ryan had made the long journey to the howling tundra for this voluptuous, wild, and beautiful barbarian girl. And indeed, such a beauty could only be bred in the tundra. Naturally, it wasn't found in the imperial capital. After all, the chaotic private lives of the upper echelons of the Dragon Empire were a common knowledge. Huh? Lord Ryan's former strength didn't sound nearly as strong as it is now. Melita immediately imagined a story of a scion of a top noble, forced to leave his beloved due to family opposition, but then, after his power and influence grew, he came to the tundra to find her. Anna and I haven't heard from you in the past 6 months, so a while ago, I asked someone to inquire about the situation in the howling tundra. It turned out that you were likely in trouble, so we rushed here immediately. Luckily, with the blood feather, we arrived just in time, Ryan said, patting the blood feather hippogriff. As for my strength, that's a long story. Just as Ryan was pondering where to begin, he suddenly paused. He saw a group approaching, a dozen tall, muscular barbarian warriors, surrounding two people. Lager, would you like to introduce your friend? Chief Darius said with a hearty laugh. He and the smiling High Priest Rom approached together. Ryan, this is High Priest Rom and Chief Darius of our Norton tribe. High Priest, Chief, this is Ryan, Lager introduced them quickly. But when she introduced Ryan, she paused noticeably. Lager had wanted to introduce Ryan as the Deputy Sheriff of Goldhire. But she immediately realized that Ryan's strength was far beyond her previous expectations. How could he still be a small-town sheriff? So, she merely introduced Ryan's name, not his specific duties. After a brief greeting, Darius and Rom both looked solemn and bowed deeply to Ryan, saying, Sir Ryan, the Norton tribe thanks you for your assistance. Following him were more than a dozen barbarian captains and elite warriors, each bowing in greeting. High Priest Rom, Chief Darius, and fellow barbarian warriors, you are so polite. Ryan, who had a fondness for the straightforward barbarians with their clear likes and dislikes, quickly helped them to their feet. Lager is my good friend. It was just a small favor. Good friend? I'm afraid it's not that simple. After hearing this, many barbarians exchanged glances, unable to conceal the smiles on their faces. After all, there are only two kinds of relationships between men and women that would make people risk their lives in battle. Either their immediate family members, or their lovers, and more than just lovers. Thus, High Priest Rom and Patriarch Darius looked at Ryan with the kind expression of an old father looking at his son-in-law. This immediately overwhelmed Ryan. After arriving at the tent in the center of the Highland Yak caravan, Patriarch Darius was seriously injured and needed treatment, while High Priest Rom was tasked with comforting the injured warriors and the families of the deceased. Thus, Lager took on the important task of entertaining and accompanying Ryan's distinguished guests. After a moment, Anna glanced at Lager, then at Ryan, and discerningly pulled away Melita, who was reluctant to listen to the gossip. Lager and Ryan were the only ones left in the tent. Lager's beautiful eyes stared at Ryan, unblinking, as thoughts surged through her mind like mushrooms after rain. Compared to the Ryan she remembered, the Ryan now was more robust and much taller. Even among the barbarian tribe, Ryan's height and build were above average. He was second only to a few others, like Chief Darius, who stood 2.5 meters tall. And Ryan's strength had risen to a level beyond her imagination. Logger, what are you looking at? Ryan was puzzled by Logger's fixed gaze, so he stepped forward and waved in front of her pretty face. Ryan, thank you. You know what? When I faced that proto-dragon, I thought I'd never see you again. Do you even need to say thank you between you and me? By the way, why didn't you write to me before? When I returned to the Howling Tundra, I initially planned to find you in Maest after passing the trial and ascending. But I didn't expect that after I luckily passed the trial and ascended, the tribe had already begun intermittent warfare with the Black Flame cult, and small-scale conflicts continued. Under these circumstances, I naturally couldn't leave the tribe. After all, the Norton tribe is where I was raised. Then why didn't you write? Well, at the time, I just felt that I couldn't make you worry, and I couldn't drag you into this. So, Logger lowered her head and said, So you're acting on your own, preferring to die in battle rather than tell me? Ryan feigned anger. The next second, he felt a warm touch against his lips. Logger unexpectedly kissed him directly. Ryan, will you forgive me? Logger, her pretty face flushed, said, gazing at Ryan affectionately. Yes, but this isn't enough compensation. Evening, at the Norton tribe camp, a bonfire dinner took place. Sir Ryan, what are your plans next? Chief Darius asked with a smile. I plan to go to Winterhold College and, together with the wizards there, find an opportunity to kill the proto-dragon Caraxes as soon as possible, Ryan said, glancing at Melita. Melita smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, I invited Lord Ryan earlier, hoping he could help us at Winterhold Academy defeat the proto-dragon. Well, this proto-dragon has extraordinary resilience. Any delay would be a real problem. High Priest Rom nodded. The Norton tribe is deeply grateful for Lord Ryan's rescue. If you wish to slay the proto-dragon, the Norton tribe will naturally strongly support you. Logger, select 20 elite tribal warriors to accompany Lord Ryan in this slaying of the proto-dragon, said Patriarch Darius with a wave of his hand. This? Ryan glanced at Logger, his face hesitant. If it were anyone else, Ryan would have refused without hesitation. But when Patriarch Darius asked Logger to lead the team, it was implicitly implied that Logger would accompany him. While he naturally didn't want Logger to take the risk with him, he couldn't take Anna without Logger, could he? Sir Ryan, our destination this time is the Jekyll Valley at the northern end of the Frostwind Tundra, quite close to the territory of the proto-dragon Caraxes. So, helping you is actually helping ourselves, High Priest Rom advised. Very well, thank you High Priest and Chief for your support. Ryan nodded, agreeing. Sir Ryan, if you want to express your gratitude, then let's drink this. Chief Darius laughed heartily. Next, it was time for the Norton tribe to enjoy a round of drinking, singing, and dancing. Naturally, Ryan was toasted by the barbarian warriors. Anna, persuaded by Logger, drank a small amount of milk wine in the warm and cheerful atmosphere. Her face flushed, her eyes blurry, and she soon felt drowsy. Melita, on the other hand, could hold her liquor quite well. That evening, Ryan, returning to the tent, naturally wasn't affected much. Alcohol seemed to be a low-level toxin. Under the influence of his toxin-resistant constitution, no matter how much he drank, he would remain slightly tipsy. At this point, Ryan calmed down and considered the information about the Dragonman's second form that had appeared at the end of the day's battle. Ryan switched directly to the Stats tab and began to examine it in detail. Mutated Dragon Bloodline, Pure Effects, significantly increased affinity for water, fire, and earth elements, granting the top-level talents of Danger Sense, Dark Vision, Weapon Mastery, Super Insight, Great Strength, Steel Body, and Dragon Roar, and the ability to transform into the first and second forms of the mutated Dragon Man. Mutated Dragon Man First Form, Dragon Man Warrior Form, Mutated Dragon Man Second Form, Dragon Man General Form. Upon activation, the body will further increase in size compared to the first form, with a keratinized surface, granting exceptional defense and resistance, immunity to low and mid-level poisons and diseases, and immunity to sorcery damage below 40 degrees Celsius. Note: duration is positively correlated with blood concentration and physical fitness. It's true that blood concentration hasn't yet increased. It remains at a refined level. But, Dragon Man General? Ryan raised a brow. This title sounds far more impressive than Dragon Man Warrior. Also, there's a saying from a past life. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. Immediately, Ryan began to read carefully, word for word. Hush, Immune to sorcery damage below 40 degrees? Doesn't that mean I'm immune to most first-level sorcery? Ryan's eyes lit up. The previous Dragon Warrior transformation had been immune to 0-level sorcery. The current Dragon General was immune to almost all first-level sorcery. This second form is quite impressive. The transformation's combat capabilities have taken another significant step forward. And will it grow larger again? This immediately gave Ryan the urge to test it out. After a moment's thought, Ryan opened the tent and hurried out. Soon, as Bloodfeather soared into the sky, a few minutes later, Ryan arrived at the slopes of the Honolulu Mountains. Finding a relatively flat spot with a high mountain lake, Ryan controlled Bloodfeather to land. Under the starlight, Ryan leaped from his hippogriff and arrived at a clearing beside a mountain lake. He shed his white wizard robe, leaving only his shorts. He hadn't had time to repair his previously damaged mithril plate armor, so he naturally didn't wear it. Ryan took a deep breath of fresh air and mentally began to transform into his second form. Suddenly, Ryan's entire body began to undergo a rapid and drastic transformation. He saw his palms suddenly grow larger, the skin on the palms becoming rough and thick, and large dragon scales began to appear on the backs. If his palms in his first form had retained a hint of humanity after their transformation, now they were pure beastly claws. Snap! Ryan casually turned around, only to find that, driven by instinct, he had lashed the air with his tail. He turned to look. The tail, originally a mere 1 meter long in its first form, had now grown to over 3 meters. Its shape had also changed, becoming thicker and more powerful, with 3 spikes at the end. The spikes were of the penetrating type, crisscrossing the tail. It was as if a single thorn had pierced the tail, revealing its 2 sharp ends, but in reality, they were naturally formed. The effect was essentially a single stab, creating 3 bloody holes. Moreover, Ryan tested it, and found the tail incredibly easy to control. With a mere thought, he could precisely control whether to swing or strike. Snap! 2 huge rocks on the ground nearby were instantly shattered. The agility was comparable to a third hand. Does this mean I have another limb besides the 4? A 5th limb? Ryan wondered. At this moment, Ryan touched his head again. When he had just transformed, he had felt as if he had grown horns. He just didn't know what kind of horns they were. Huh? Are these horns? The first thing Ryan felt was a pair of sharp, towering horns, similar to those of an ox, growing on either side of his temples. No, there's more in the middle. But soon, he felt another, on his forehead, slightly forward between the 2 large horns, 3 sharp, but noticeably smaller horns. These 3 horns weren't arranged in a straight line, but in a triangle. If they weren't long, then they'd grow 5? As for height, Ryan estimated that the Dragon Man general form was about 7 or 8 meters tall, nearly double the height of the Dragon Man warrior form. If an ogre appeared before him right now, Ryan could kill it with a single kick. It would be like an adult kicking a kindergartner. Bang, bang, bang. However, Ryan still had no clear idea of his overall appearance. Immediately, with a loud, trembling step, he approached the Alpine Lake. The emerald green of the Alpine Lake, as clear as a mirror, reflected the starry sky. Under the night light, the emerald green had a dark, dark hue. As Ryan approached, the surface of the lake rippled slightly, but this didn't stop him from observing his second form. Horn shot skyward, a ferocious face, sharp claws, scales, a thorny tail. Is this still human? Ryan was speechless as he looked at his completely inhuman form. I wonder if it's because I was baptized with the blood of a melee dragon, so I'm still forging ahead in the melee path. That's not a bad thing. It perfectly matches my current epic class, Lord of 1,000 Blades. However, if there were subsequent forms, it would be perfect if it could be enhanced towards the wizard side. Ryan's mind flickered, and he instantly transformed all the hardened adamantium in his hands into a 2-handed greatsword. Unfortunately, in his second form, the sword was only a dagger at best. There's not enough metal. I need at least 200 or 300 kilograms of hardened adamantium to wield the greatsword in Dragon General form. But there's a solution. I could mix in some steel to make up the weight, Ryan pondered. After all, even if he returned to the sword-bearer branch, he wasn't sure if they'd have enough hardened adamantium. But steel was relatively easy to come by. Dragon General form combined with the combat skills of the 1,000 Blades King. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Ryan took a quick look and found that in his second form, his combat power was roughly double that of his first. In other words, if his normal melee combat power was 100, it would be around 200 in his first form, and 400 in his second form. Now, let's meet that proto-dragon Courageous again, Previously, Ryan was slightly inferior to the proto-dragon Courageous, but he relied on surprise to gain the upper hand. This was another reason why Ryan didn't pursue quickly. Now, he was confident he could confront the enemy head-on, defeating them directly at their strongest point. Huh? Suddenly, a strong sense of weakness washed over him, and Ryan realized he was rapidly shrinking, returning to human form. How long did this second transformation last? 30 seconds? It's getting bigger, and its combat power is increasing, but the duration is getting shorter. Shaking his head, Ryan rode Bloodfeather back to his tent in the Norton tribe camp. Late at night, a corner of Ryan's tent was suddenly opened, and a fiery figure flashed in. Who is it? But a second later, a familiar presence snapped Ryan into consciousness. Shoo! It's me. Chapter 350. At this moment, in a nearby tent, Melita, a wizard with keen senses, faintly heard a woman's cry coming from outside. She rubbed her eyes and stood up to listen. Soon, she located the sound, her fair face flushing. Though she had never eaten pork, she had at least seen pigs run. Melita naturally recognized the sound. PSSD, that's too loud. Seriously. Lord Ryan is so careless about the impact. Huh? Miss Anna is right next to me? Melita glanced at Anna, who was sleeping soundly from drinking, and was quite surprised. If it's not Miss Anna, then who could it be? Melita frowned. Could it be that barbarian girl? Her name seems to be Lager? Well, barbarians are indeed quite open-minded. This instantly perked up Melita, who loved gossip. She was about to get up and eavesdrop, but then she thought of Ryan's strength. She was afraid she'd be discovered the moment she approached, which would be embarrassing. Thinking for a moment, Melita could only pry a small slit in her tent and listen intently. 10,000 words omitted here. After 3 fierce battles, Ryan smiled at Lager, who lay in his arms. The barbarian girl slept, her expression relaxed and relaxed. A large expanse of fair, beautiful skin was revealed to Ryan. Her blonde hair, damp with sweat, hung in tangled strands. Her delicate features blended perfectly with a wild aura, possessing a unique charm. Recalling the exhilarating battle just now, a smile played across Ryan's lips. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Oh no! I forgot to go back. Lager suddenly opened her eyes, quickly stood up, and began to dress. Ryan, naturally, was awakened by Lager's movement. After persuasion failed, Lager glanced around and hurried out of Ryan's tent. But as luck would have it, someone from the opposite tent also emerged. Lager immediately turned around, slowing down her pace. Huh? Lager, you're up so early. Are you looking for Ryan? Anna, who had just begun to grope, asked, noticing Lager suddenly appearing nearby. Good morning, Anna, yes? Lager blushed, but then feigned a casual greeting. Miss Anna is innocent as ever. TSK, you have no idea how wild that barbarian girl was last night. Melita shook her head as she watched. A short while later, Anna returned to the tent. Noticing Melita's slightly haggard face, Anna curiously asked, Melita, why are your eyes so dark? Did you get enough sleep? I remember you, and I went to bed early last night. Ah? Yeah. Is it that obvious? Melita replied absent-mindedly, then immediately cast an ice crystal spell as a mirror to examine herself. Oh my god. It's really obvious. Melita looked at herself in the ice mirror, her expression rather dismayed. Didn't get enough sleep last night? Yeah. I've been having insomnia and nightmares lately. Don't worry about your college situation. Ryan will take care of it, Anna said, as if a thought had dawned on her. She thought Melita was worried about the safety of Winterhold Academy. Uh-huh. Melita felt a mixture of laughter and tears at Anna's comfort. Actually, it was Lord Ryan who gave me the dark circles, Melita thought to herself. After breakfast, in the center of the Norton tribe's migrating procession, a group of elite barbarians, led by High Priest Rom and Patriarch Darius, were seeing Ryan off. Sir Ryan, I wish you a safe journey. By the way, this is a small gift as a token of my gratitude. High Priest Rom handed Ryan a black bag from a tray held by a nearby barbarian girl. The bag contained soul energy crystals, spoils captured in our many battles with the Black Flame cult. They've used them to hire quite a few powerful wandering wizards. This is too valuable. Your Excellency, High Priest, you're too polite. Ryan was stunned and waved his hand in defiance. The Norton tribe had endured a series of wars, with their population reduced by nearly 1/3. They were in dire need of funds, and this soul energy crystal held immense significance for them. Sir Ryan, please accept it. I have no further use for the entire Norton tribe, and as for the others, I have little use for them either, High Priest Rom said, gesturing to a group of sturdy barbarian warriors, clearly drawn to the path of strength. This? Ryan frowned slightly, understanding. This was the truth. Well, I accept the soul energy crystal, but I also have a gift in return. Please accept it. After a moment's thought, Ryan took the black bag containing the soul energy crystal and, from Bloodfeather nearby, retrieved the glow ingot he had exchanged at the Swordbearer branch and handed it to High Priest Rom. This is a glow ingot, according to high purity holy stone. Even without Ryan's introduction, Chief Darius, standing nearby, explained in amazement. Yes, according to you, it's the holy stone. Mixed into weapons, it can be made into pyroxene weapons, which are very lethal against certain evil creatures, Ryan said with a smile. Darius and Rom exchanged a glance, then said with a wry smile, very well. Honestly, Lord Ryan, this is truly a gift the Norton tribe can't refuse. In their battle against the Black Flame cult, the low and mid-level barbarian warriors were not at an advantage. But with the support of a large number of pyroxene weapons, the situation would be completely different. Seeing this, the barbarian girl, Lagra, looked at Ryan with even more tenderness. However, when it came time to mount his horse, Ryan was once again in a dilemma. The 20 elite Norton supporters all had Frostwolf mounts, and knew the location of Winterhold College. They didn't need Raglan to lead the way, and could arrive later. This was where the problem arose. Originally, Ryan had brought Anna and Melita along, all riding their Bloodfeather hippogriffs. Now Raglan was also there. The barbarian girl, however, wasn't in the least bit anxious, and smiled at Ryan. Melita, why don't you sit in front of me? Fortunately, Anna came to Ryan's rescue. Oh yes, Miss Anna. Melita, aware of the close relationship between the two women and Ryan, nodded reluctantly and obediently took the front seat. Behind her were Anna, Ryan, and Raglan. Thankfully, since all three were young women, and Ryan had obtained the glow ingot, the Bloodfeathers didn't seem particularly burdened by this increase and decrease. After several hours of flight, the distant icy plains came into view. A towering white tower stood silently on the frozen ground, dotted with low houses. Is this Winterhold Academy? Anna asked curiously. Yes, Miss Anna. This is Winterhold Academy, the most powerful wizard school in the north. We primarily recruit ice wizards. Since ice wizards are relatively rare, we also accept a small number of wizards from other schools, but the overall number is not large. From afar, Ryan saw the white wizard tower rising from the frozen ground like a spike. Furthermore, gusts of white wind were clearly lingering around the tower, as if it were some kind of protective measure, and it looked quite powerful. This was Ryan's first time seeing another wizard school, and he was a little curious. It also made him wonder what the headquarters of his own school of construction was like. As Bloodfeather approached, more details of the wizard tower appeared before Ryan and the two women. The tower seemed to be constructed from pure white ice, a single piece. The base was relatively wide, while the top was relatively tapering, giving it a very stable feel. Mysterious and complex runes would occasionally illuminate the tower, emitting surging energy waves. Alien raptors. Be on guard. No, there's someone up there, sending a warning signal. Alien flying knight, you have trespassed on Winterhold College territory. Please state your intentions. Ryan saw a large bird resembling a white owl, carrying a white-robed male wizard, rapidly approaching them. The voice that had just spoken had come from that bird. That's a rare ice giant owl, Anna whispered, her eyes brightening as she gazed at the other man's flying mount. Michael, it's me, Melita. Melita, sitting in the front row, immediately greeted. Melita? As expected, the wizard named Michael followed the voice, and spotted a familiar face right in front of the Bloodfeather hippogriff. It seems you've also received a message from the academy. Seeing someone from his own academy, Michael's expression relaxed considerably. By the way, Michael, this is Master Ryan. I've specially invited him to help us deal with the proto-dragon Courageous, Melita introduced quickly. Michael glanced suspiciously at Melita, then at the other sitting on the hippogriff. Master? What master? The young man before him, dressed in a white wizard robe, looked no older than 20. The two women were about the same age, and neither of them looked like important figures. Judging from his aura, he's only a first-level wizard, 3 points weaker than himself. Can he take on the proto-dragon Courageous? What a joke. Melita, you weren't there during the previous battle between the Academy and the proto-dragon Courageous. Perhaps you don't quite understand Courageous's strength. In a battle against them, a first-level wizard can only play a limited role. High-level combat power is needed. Just think about it. Even your mentor, Dean Battleov, was seriously injured. You can see the power of the proto-dragon. But since he's your friend, you should treat him well, Michael said solemnly. I still need to invite Lord Luther. Goodbye. With that, without waiting for Melita to say anything, Michael quickly flew away, piloting the ice owl. Michael, you. This immediately made Melita furious. It's true that I wasn't at the battle between Winterhold Academy and the proto-dragon Courageous, but I was on another battlefield, witnessing Lord Ryan repel Courageous's attack on the barbarian tribe. Fool Michael. Ah! I'm so pissed. Melita cursed Michael in her heart 100 times. Lord Ryan, please don't mind. We of Winterhold Academy welcome you. I don't know what's wrong with Michael today. Melita forced a smile and said to Ryan apologetically. It's okay, Ryan waved his hand. Ryan didn't seem to mind Winterhold Academy's attitude. The reason was simple. He wasn't invited by Winterhold Academy, but rather came to help because of a deal he had made with Melita. As for killing the proto-dragon Courageous, now that Ryan had the ability to transform into his second form, he figured he could kill Courageous single-handedly. So, facing Melita's indignation, Ryan remained quite composed. Soon, Ryan and his companions, led by Melita, arrived at the wing of Winterhold Academy, the reception area for guests. Lord Ryan, Miss Anna and Miss Lager, please rest for a moment. I will inform the instructor of your arrival. Melita said apologetically, bowing slightly. That's fine, Ryan nodded. His room was right in the middle of Anna, Lager, and the others. The room was decorated with a unique style. Decorative ornaments representing the icy landscape, such as snow deer antlers, white bear skins, and iceworm specimens, hung on the wood-colored walls. Ryan pondered for a moment before pulling out the black bag given to him by the Norton tribe's high priest. Opening it, he found 3 soul energy crystals quietly nestled within. Not bad. 3. Remember, Ryan had only gained 5 soul energy crystals from the high priest after killing him. Considering that most wandering wizards use them immediately after obtaining soul energy crystals, the Norton tribe could only have accumulated 3 by killing at least 10 wandering wizards. If each soul energy crystal increases my atomization speed by 4%, that would increase my atomization speed by 12%. Not bad, Ryan's lips curled slightly. Without much hesitation, he immediately decided to absorb the 3 soul energy crystals. He grasped the 3 soul crystals in his hands, and quickly activated the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. As the soul crystals resonated with the advanced meditation, wisps of a strange, transparent aura emanated, and a system prompt rang out. Ding! Detected soul crystals that can enhance the atomization of mental power. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note: system absorption removes impurities and absorbs all at once. Yes! Instantly, Ryan felt the silver mist in his mind rapidly increase, soon expanding to a larger area. By now, nearly half of his mental sea was filled with silver mist. At the same time, a feeling of refreshment washed over him. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 64, atomization 53%. Huh? It was 42% before. Logically, with 3 crystals, and a minimum 12% increase, it should have reached 54%. Why is it only 53%? Ryan keenly noticed the progress of the atomization process, which was 1% less than the minimum he had anticipated. So 1 soul energy crystal barely reaches 4%? Sure enough, the effect of this soul energy crystal deteriorates as the atomization progresses. After the atomization progress exceeds 50%, the effect will likely be only around 3%, Ryan thought to himself. But Ryan wasn't unhappy at all. The 3 soul energy crystals were a gift from the Norton tribe, a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, his atomization progress had already exceeded 50%. This speed would have been unimaginable before he set out. Originally, Ryan had expected to reach the threshold of a level 2 liquefaction wizard in about a year. But judging by his current progress, he could reach level 2 in 6 months at most, or even a few months at the very least. This speed is unparalleled. Of course, this is mainly due to the system absorbing the soul energy crystals without any aftereffects, a significant advantage. After all, for the Empire's top nobles, giving their distinguished offspring some soul crystals wasn't particularly difficult, but the aftereffects were inescapable. Based on the calculation that every point of atomization increases sorcery power by 0.5 points, Ryan's current sorcery power has increased by approximately 26% compared to when he first became a wizard. This increase in sorcery power is nothing to be underestimated. At this moment, Ryan remembered the record of his previous battle with the proto-dragon, which he hadn't reviewed yet. He immediately flipped through it. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful foe and earned 13 gold skill points. Congratulations, Your will, hidden, attribute has been improved. The King of Thousand Blades, Epic, requires a significant amount of experience points to advance to level 9, so he didn't level up in this battle. However, he did gain a significant amount of gold skill points. Adding his remaining points, his total now reached a staggering 49 gold skill points. As for the remaining attribute points and skill points, they remained unchanged at 8 and 2, respectively. Ryan already had a plan for how to use his gold skill points, but he wasn't confident in using them freely because he didn't have enough. Now, I can definitely improve. Given Ryan's current strength, the demands of high-speed combat for sorcery casting are becoming increasingly stringent. If a sorcery takes too long to cast, it's unlikely to have any practical value. Generally speaking, the average person's reaction speed caps at around 0.2 seconds. Ryan had read reports from his previous life that top athletes could reach 0.1 seconds. But in this world, 0.1 seconds is only the reaction speed of a third-level Knight Squire. After reaching the Transcendent level, Knights generally achieve a reaction speed of 0.05 seconds. In other words, if Ryan wanted to better integrate his sorcery with his melee combat skills, he needed to further shorten his spellcasting time. For example, the 0.25 second Metal Barrier spell, while already at level 12, was still not fast enough. With Ryan investing 8 gold skill points into the level 1 Metal Barrier spell, it instantly advanced from level 12 to level 20. Instantly, a flood of memories of the Metal Barrier spell flooded into Ryan's mind. For a moment, Ryan seemed to have entered a mysterious realm, constantly practicing the spell Metal Barrier for over 100 years. Chanting the spell became almost instinctive, his syllables compressed ever faster. In the end, Ryan could cast the spell with a simple lip movement. When Ryan digested his memories, he discovered that the casting time of the first-level metal spell Metal Barrier had been reduced from approximately 0.25 seconds to approximately 0.04 seconds, to a point where even a full-fledged knight couldn't react. This filled Ryan with immense satisfaction. Ryan applied the same steps to the spell Sharpening. With the investment of 4 gold skill points, Sharpening also advanced from level 16 to level 20. The casting time also decreased from approximately 0.1 seconds to approximately 0.04 seconds. For these 2 spells that reached level 20, Ryan could say that he had essentially reached the level of the spell Follows the Mind. With a single thought, the spell was cast. As for the other sorceries, Ryan planned to gradually improve them, finding the most suitable ones during battle. After all, his general skill points were limited, so he could only focus on improving a few of the most practical sorceries. Deep in the ice field, amidst the snow-covered glaciers, barely a hint of green could be seen. This place was even colder than the frost tundra, and the climate was even more severe. In a tall cavern on the snow-white glacier, a massive proto-dragon devoured a seal-like creature, unmistakably courageous. Nearby, the white-haired bear monsters of the ice field carried struggling manatees, while seals lined up nearby. After Courageous's injury, he needed to consume large quantities of food to accelerate his recovery. This heavy responsibility naturally fell to the white-haired bear monster, his subordinate. This food doesn't contain enough energy. I need better food. Courageous' chest vibrated, and suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed through the ice cave. The white-haired bear monsters looked at each other in bewilderment, and the bear monster priest also looked troubled. After all, food on the ice plains is already scarce, and they have put a lot of effort into hunting these walruses and seals. And because of the hunting and transportation, his own people have not eaten much, yet unexpectedly, His Majesty Courageous would still despise it. Just as the bear monster priest was at a loss, a white-haired bear monster suddenly arrived, announcing, "Great King, Lord Diam is here to visit." Diam was also a proto-dragon roaming the icy plains, but only a little over 20 meters long. Normally, it wouldn't dare wander near Courageous. But after hearing that Courageous was seriously injured, it dared to approach. Clearly, it had come to investigate Courageous's situation. "Oh! Let it in." Courageous's enormous dragon eyes flashed, a glint flickering in his thoughts. "Lord Courageous, I heard you were injured, so I've come to visit you." With the sound of heavy footsteps, a normal-sized proto-dragon folded its fleshy wings and crawled into the cave. "Yes, the damn barbarian, I was seriously injured." Courageous pretended to be weak and showed Diam the bloody side of his back. Chapter 351. Are the barbarians so powerful? Diam was initially puzzled, but after carefully examining the wound, he confirmed that Courageous was indeed seriously injured and immediately felt relieved. "Yes, Diam, if you're interested in subduing the barbarians, you can go and try. They're currently in the canyon east of the Frostfall Mountains." "Lord Courageous, you're injured, so my strength is even weaker. Diam's heart itched. He had always been envious of Calasius's ability to gather so many bear monsters as vassals. Look, even if he was injured, there were bear monsters to help him hunt those sweet prey without him having to do it himself. This is the life of a dragon. Unlike him, who still had to work hard to hunt. Haha, after my attack, they've been severely weakened. With your strength, you definitely have a chance. Also, I tell you a method that's guaranteed to succeed. Come closer, Calasius tempted. Diam glanced at the severely injured Calasius, but couldn't resist the temptation and took a few steps towards Calasius. Well, there's a man in the barbarian tribe who's incredibly powerful. My injuries were caused by him. As Calasius continued his story, Diam listened with rapt attention and couldn't help but take another step forward. But in an instant, Calasius opened his bloody maw, thrust his upper body forward, and suddenly bit Diam's head. Crack! 3 times the size of a normal proto-dragon, Calasius immediately bit Diam's head apart. Then, with a powerful swing of his short, thick neck, he quickly tore Diam's head off and chewed and swallowed it. For a moment, Diam's headless corpse continued to twitch and struggle violently. It had clearly not expected that Calasius could be so cunning, and moreover, dared to kill one of his own kind. Bang! Calasius devoured the corpse with huge mouthfuls. The white-haired bear monsters nearby stared with wide eyes, stunned. This? His Majesty Calasius actually devoured the proto-dragon, his own kind? This is too freaking brutal. The corners of Calasius's mouth, covered in bloody remains, curled up slightly, revealing a look of satisfaction. It could feel that every bite of flesh it swallowed brought it immense energy, its stomach warmed, and its injuries were healing faster. It also sensed another benefit. Swallowing its own kind further increased its blood concentration, which, in other words, further enhanced its strength. While cannibalism has many benefits, it's also a taboo among dragons, inviting collective attack from other dragons. However, Calasius didn't mind. In the icy plains, where dragons rarely venture, no one would know about it unless it and its vassals spoke of it. Damn insect, you're dead. Calasius, brimming with pride, couldn't help but think of the figure that had stabbed him. Soon, almost. I'm going to get some sleep. You keep an eye on the barbarian tribe's migrations, and the human who stabbed me. When I wake, they be greeted with pain and death. Calasius instructed his white-haired bear monster. As you command, Your Majesty Calasius. At the same time, at Winterhold College, there was a sudden knock on the door of Ryan's room. Knock, knock, knock. Master Ryan, are you there? It was Melita's voice. Wait a moment. Ryan, who had just finished his level up, opened the door. Melita stood awkwardly at the doorway, a scroll in hand. She said, Master Ryan, my mentor is holding an emergency meeting. I might have to wait a while before I can see you. By the way, this is the map to the former residence of the level 2 liquefaction wizard nicknamed Cutter. I give it to you. His improved metal-based spell, Cutweb, should be inside the residence. Thank you. As the Dean of Winterhold College, your mentor is very busy. I understand. Ryan smiled, unconcerned. He wasn't concerned about seeing Melita's mentor. However, he took the scroll Melita handed him with considerable interest. Just as he was about to open the parchment scroll to take a look, a sudden sound like fireworks erupted from the sky, and 3 snowflake-shaped patterns appeared in the sky. Huh? Lord Ryan, this is an emergency call for the College of Winterhold. Melita's face changed as she quickly explained. Soon, a commotion erupted in the corridor, and several wizards, like Melita, appeared white-robed, with an icy spike tattooed on their chests. Most of them had serious expressions. Along the way, Ryan learned from Melita that wizards at the College of Winterhold typically wore white robes, and ice wizards had icy spikes tattooed on their sleeves and chests. Level 1 wizards had 1 icy spike, while level 2 wizards had 2. The highest-ranking wizard, Melita's mentor, and the Dean of Winterhold, had 3 icy spikes, representing the immense power of a level 3 crystallized wizard. As for the apprentices, they were decorated with snowflake patterns, with 1, 2, and 3 snowflakes distinguishing them from 1st to 3rd level wizard apprentices. Melita, why haven't you gathered yet? Michael, who had met her before, looked at Melita in surprise. What's wrong, Michael? The Academy just received the latest news. The proto-dragon Calasius was suddenly injured yesterday, and has returned to its caves in the ice field to recuperate. Dean Batilov and the Academy's leadership have just decided to immediately summon all official wizards within the Academy, and seize this opportunity to eliminate the proto-dragon, Michael said excitedly. No wonder I couldn't find my instructor just now. He must have been in an emergency meeting, Melita muttered to herself. Melita, aren't you coming yet? Michael urged, then hurried away. I'd be right there. At this moment, Anna and Logger had naturally heard the noise and left the room. Lord Ryan, how about you three? Melita glanced at Ryan hesitantly. After all, since Ryan arrived at Winterhold Academy, he hadn't been treated with the respect he deserved. Melita thought it was perfectly normal for Lord Ryan to be a bit upset. So, in this situation, she naturally had to see what Ryan meant. Let's go and take a look together, Ryan said with a wave of his hand and a smile. Excellent. I thought you'd be angry, Melita said with a smile. When the four of them arrived at Winterhold Academy's training grounds, they saw several level 2 liquefaction wizards, led by a white-bearded old man, talking to a middle-aged male knight. Not far from the male knight stood a flying mount, slightly larger than a griffin, but with a strange appearance. It possessed 2 distinct heads, one shaped like a lion, the other like a goat. The same was true of its torso. The front half sported a pair of ferocious lion-like claws, while the back half was flanked by a pair of goat hooves. It also possessed fleshy wings similar to a bat, appearing exceptionally ferocious. Nearly 20 first-level wizards listened respectfully, while hundreds of apprentice wizards stood by. While the wizards wore solemn expressions, the apprentices' faces were far more excited. Master Ryan, that is my mentor, Dean Battleove. Melita pointed at the white-bearded old man from a distance and introduced him to Ryan. Yes, Ryan observed. He made no effort to conceal his strength. Judging by his aura, he was undoubtedly a third-level crystallized wizard. This is understandable. A dean of a wizarding school without crystallized strength would have a hard time gaining the respect of his followers. However, the other party's aura seemed a bit obscure and choppy, likely due to the previously mentioned injury still being healed. That knight is Lord Luther, the Chimera Knight. It's said he's qualified for this year's Dragon Knight Reserve exam. Chimera Knight? Ryan nodded, looking at the two-headed monster. He's also taking the Dragon Knight Reserve exam? What a coincidence. I'm also planning to take this year's Dragon Knight Reserve exam. I'd like to see what Lord Luther is capable of, Ryan thought. Huh? I didn't expect there were chimeras here. I thought they were only found in Ferdinand Forest. Anna blinked her eyes, examining the chimera carefully. Oh, are there chimeras in Ferdinand Forest? Ryan asked curiously. Well, actually, in ancient times, chimeras were the exclusive flying mounts of the elves, and only later did their use gradually spread. Anna nodded. The strength of an adult chimera is roughly between a first-level wizard and a second-level wizard. However, this ice chimera and the forest chimera have undergone significant changes, making them considered subspecies, Anna added after distinguishing them. Miss Anna is truly knowledgeable. Melita couldn't help but praise her. The arrival of Ryan and his group didn't cause much of a stir. After all, they all looked young, and Anna and Ryan were both wearing white wizard robes. At first glance, they looked like students of Winterhold College. However, Logger's barbarian girl look did attract quite a bit of attention. Melita, you're here. Join us. We're all first-level wizards this time, a young male wizard said. Hey, this is the helper you found. She looks quite capable, a rare female barbarian warrior. And very beautiful, Melita. If you don't mind, could you introduce her to me? The male wizard said with a smile. Krutz, shut up and stop talking nonsense. Melita glanced at Ryan, her heart pounding. Krutz, you idiot. If you make Lord Ryan angry, you're doomed. The male wizard Krutz was a little confused. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you, Logger said sternly. This made Krutz blush, and he walked away in a huff. Lord Ryan, please forgive me. Krutz thinks he's handsome and charming, but he's actually not a bad person, Melita said anxiously. Just as Melita was still searching for the right moment to introduce Ryan to her mentor, it seemed everyone had arrived. Soon, the beautiful woman Welty, acting as Vice Dean, began a brief pre-battle deployment. For this operation, the first-level wizards will primarily be responsible for intercepting the white-haired bear monsters. That's the lair of Courageous, and there are quite a few of them. As for the proto-dragon, leave it to Dean Battleove and us. After hearing this battle plan, the first-level wizards breathed a sigh of relief. After all, with their strength, they would be far too weak to face the proto-dragon. First-level magic would hardly inflict significant damage on a proto-dragon with such formidable defenses. Melita, you and your friends will join Team 1 and deal with the white-haired bear monsters on the left side of the lair. Krutz said, then hurry away. Let Lord Ryan deal with the white-haired bear monster. Melita's eyes widened, and she looked at Cruz, who was in charge of the specific operations for the first-level wizards, with an expression as if she were looking at an idiot. But Ryan did laugh. For him, this was actually a good thing. At the time, Melita and him had agreed to help Winterhold Academy kill the proto-dragon, but they hadn't really specified how. Logically speaking, according to Winterhold Academy's request, Ryan's assistance in stopping the white-haired bear monster was also in compliance with the agreement. All he had to do was get some dragon blood at the last moment. Melita, if Winterhold Academy can deal with the proto-dragon, that would be a good thing too. Oh! I hope so, Lord Ryan. Let's go there first and talk about it later. Melita sighed after hearing this, but didn't insist on going to Cruz to change the combat mission. Don't worry, Melita. If something really happened, are you still worried that Ryan wouldn't help? Anna tugged at Melita's sleeve, reassuring her. That's true. Melita suddenly realized something, her eyes brightening, and she nodded. Winterhold Academy maintains a large number of ice owls, nearly enough for 2 official wizards to ride one. So, after the combat mission was deployed, over 10 ice owls, plus an ice chimera, quickly flew towards their destination. The lair of the proto-dragon Courageous. Since the hippogriffs were relatively slow, Ryan, accompanied by 3 women, rode Bloodfeather far behind. This made many of the official wizards at Winterhold Academy itch. Bringing 3 women? Are they going to battle? About 2 hours later, when they arrived near Courageous's lair, they discovered that the white-haired bear monsters, which had previously been frequenting the area, had suddenly decreased in number. Huh? The number of white-haired bear monsters has decreased significantly. Is it because of the heavy casualties from the frequent fighting? No, if the proto-dragon is indeed injured, most of the white-haired bear monsters should be defending the lair. This is their duty as vassals. Indeed, we find out when we go to the lair entrance. As the ice owl descended, the few white-haired bear monsters around were quickly killed before they could even raise a warning. Led by the senior members of Winterhold College, they advanced with unstoppable force, reaching the main entrance of Courageous's lair. At this moment, Ryan and his group, who had just arrived, also arrived at the lair entrance. It was called a lair, but in reality, it was just a vast glacial cave. Moreover, seemingly due to the proto-dragon Courageous's exceptional size, the cave's height alone reached 40 to 50 meters, with a slightly smaller diameter, but still over 30 meters. At this moment, the white-haired bear monster seemed to react, and roars erupted from within the cave. Following this, a dense swarm of white-haired bear monsters rushed out, forming a defense at the entrance. Seeing this, Battleov and Welty exchanged a smile and said, "It seems Courageous is indeed seriously injured. Look, the density of bear monsters here is much higher than outside. Also, judging by Courageous's temper last time, he would have come out to fight us upon seeing us provoking him at the entrance. This means he must be seriously injured this time." After hearing the two's analysis, Chimera Knight Luther, clutching a massive spiked tower shield, relaxed slightly. The nervous first-level wizards behind him felt a sense of relief. Excellent. However, be careful. Even if the proto-dragon Courageous is seriously injured, its near-death counterattack is more than you can withstand. The beautiful woman Welty turned to the first-level wizards behind her and warned them. You should focus on dealing with the white-haired bear monster instead of focusing on earning the title of Dragon Slayer. The battle soon began. Led by 2 legendary crystal wizards, Battleov and Chimera Knight Luther, the wizards of Winterhold Academy were in high spirits. A variety of icy spells, frost bolts, and even the second-level blizzard spell raged through the lair, forcing the white-haired bear monster back step by step. For a moment, the battle advanced with unstoppable force. Master, I need to report something important to you. Melita, meanwhile, had finally squeezed her way to her master's side. Melita, you're here too. Battleov glanced at his beloved disciple and nodded. Master, I especially invited you. Just as Melita was about to introduce Ryan to her master, a deafening dragon roar suddenly rang out from the depths of the cave. Ah! It's Courageous! Battleov's face darkened. He said to Melita, Melita, we talk about anything later. Sir Luther, I trouble you next. As you command, Dean Battleov. Luther, holding a spiked tower shield, said with a serious expression. Welty, the rest of you summon ice and blizzard elementals to cooperate with Sir Luther. As you command, Dean. The beautiful woman Welty and the other second-level liquefied wizards nodded. Seeing her mentor had no time to pay attention to her, Melita, standing nearby, was hopping with anxiety. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the massive form of the proto-dragon Courageous emerged with a slight tremor in the ground. Battleov and the others were delighted to see the proto-dragon Courageous emerge, as they could clearly see the visible scabs on its back. The last time Battleov and Courageous fought, the latter's injuries weren't on his back. In other words, these were fresh wounds. After all, Any wizard would know that the proto-dragon's back is one of its strongest defensive areas, making it virtually impossible to attack it. The enemy is indeed injured. The beautiful woman Welty and the others exclaimed in surprise. Excellent. Luther's face also crackled with a smile. This way, Calasius's strength would inevitably be weakened by his injuries, and his risk would be relatively minimized. Wizards of Winterhold, you are courting your own destruction. Seeing that the newcomers were actually wizards from Winterhold, Calasius's pupils flickered, and a plan suddenly occurred to him. He said this in feigned anger, then, imperceptibly, took a slight step back. This scene was clearly observed by the attentive Batalov, Luther, and the others. Dean Batalov, I'm going first. Seeing this, Luther hesitated. With a word, he immediately rushed forward, spike tower shield in hand. But the next moment, something astonished everyone present. Bang! Courageous swung his door-sized claws, advancing instead of retreating, slamming into the spike tower shield. With a single blow, Luther, a legendary flying knight, was sent flying aside, as easily as a tiger swatting a rabbit. Luther, as if struck by a train, swooshed into the glacier wall of the lair. A vast, spiderweb-like crack quickly spread across the surrounding glacier. This demonstrated the astonishing power of Calasius's casual strike. Impossible. Baratov's eyes widened in shock, his white eyebrows and beard flying. How could he be so powerful? The beautiful woman, Welty, also gaped in astonishment at this scene. According to their previous plan, the legendary Luther, armed with a spike tower shield, should have no problem holding off the injured proto-dragon Courageous from the front. It might be a bit of a struggle, but after a few seconds of casting some negative energy spells on Courageous, they should be able to roughly even the odds. Next, the Wizards of Winterhold Academy, led by him, could calmly unleash their magical attacks. As long as they played steady and cautious, the enemy shouldn't have any chance of a comeback. But what was happening now? A legendary knight couldn't even withstand a single blow? How could they possibly fight him then? Dean. Look, Courageous's wound is healed. Welty's beautiful eyes were fixed on the scab on Courageous's back. It seemed that the attack had caused the scab to fall away, revealing new flesh. It had completely healed. What? How could he heal so quickly? This defies all reason. No, the opponent's aura is stronger. As someone who had personally engaged the proto-dragon Courageous, Barotar felt it most clearly. Just now, due to Courageous's deliberate concealment and his preconceived notion that Courageous was injured, Barotar hadn't noticed the difference. But now, as the proto-dragon launched its attack, its aura could no longer be concealed. In an instant, Barotar's heart felt as if it were plummeting into an abyss, sinking ever deeper. Last time, he tried his best but failed to kill the opponent, resulting in a mutually devastating defeat. Now, not only was his injury still unhealed, but the opponent had not only recovered but had actually increased in strength. What could he possibly do? Seeing this scene, a gloom fell over the hearts of all the wizards present. It's over. And Luther, at the forefront, now trapped in the glacial wall, was struggling to climb out, his heart icing even harder. I should have been more cautious. He had been invited by the Winterhold Academy to slay the dragon, and he wouldn't have agreed rashly. It was precisely because the Winterhold Academy had assured him that the proto-dragon Courageous had been seriously injured that this presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had thought that before he could participate in the Dragon Knight Reserve selection, he might be able to seize this opportunity to earn the honor of being a dragon slayer. In the eyes of the Empire's five-colored dragons, slaying an evil dragon was a bonus. But he hadn't expected that this time, despite failing to slay the dragon, he might very well have lost his life. Everyone, retreat. Batalov, the veteran and experienced dean of Winterhold Academy, saw that the situation was hopeless and made a snap decision. He shouted. He immediately began chanting spells, seemingly intending to cover the retreat of the Academy's wizards. 3 massive ice spikes, 7 or 8 meters long, appeared out of thin air and struck Courageous. But Courageous sneered, quickly extending his sharp claws to block the giant spikes. The next second, he crushed them to pieces. You despicable insects, dreaming of escape? A sneer crossed Courageous's face as he watched the fleeing wizards. This time, you will all be buried here. Death is your fate. Scream. As the proto-dragon's chest vibrated, a piercing declaration like a loudspeaker echoed through the lair. Ah! A breath of icy blue dragon breath swept across the surroundings. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse, leaving Melita, at the rear of the group, anxious. Just as she was about to ask Lord Ryan for help, before she could speak, she saw a white figure flash by. As all the wizards raced toward the cave entrance, the figure sprinting upstream stood out. Lord Ryan. Melita's beautiful eyes lit up, tears of emotion practically streaming. The other wizards from Winterhold Academy, including Michael, watched in amazement as Ryan charged toward the proto-dragon Courageous, wondering, is this guy going to die? A first-level wizard dared to challenge Courageous? Is he crazy? Curiosity forced them to slow down and turn to look at Ryan. Chapter 352. The proto-dragon Courageous was now gazing playfully at Luther, who had been struck by his icy flames and frozen like an ice sculpture. As a legendary knight, Luther naturally had some tricks up his sleeve. Though unable to move, he emanated an earthy yellow glow. It was this magical aura that shielded him from the cold damage of the icy flames. But compared to the power of Courageous's icy flames, this earthy yellow aura had a frail, fading feel, ready to die at any moment. Courageous was particularly fond of insects, with a modicum of resistance. They offered him some amusement, but without the risk of losing control. He intended to let the little insect before him continue its despair for a while. As for him, he planned to start with the old white-bearded creature who had injured him last time. When the proto-dragon Courageous's vertical pupils fixed their gaze on Battleov, the still-wounded level 3 crystallized wizard felt a sudden chill in his heart. He knew that this time, even if he fought tooth and nail, he would have a hard time escaping alive. Unless, he asked the rest of the Winterhold Academy to cover his retreat. But as the headmaster of Winterhold Academy, he simply couldn't do such a thing. After all, it was he who had initiated this operation. Now, Battleov couldn't say he didn't regret it. Alas! I should have been more cautious. Suddenly, Courageous's massive dragon body froze. Its vertical pupils glanced past Battleov, past the beautiful woman Welty, and several other level 2 liquidized wizards, and towards a rapidly approaching figure at the lair entrance. It's you? When Courageous saw who was coming, Ryan, the one who had ambushed and severely injured him the previous time, he roared in anger. But the next second, Courageous had a sudden thought and secretly rejoiced. His strength had greatly increased this time, and he had been planning to seek revenge on the barbarian tribe and Ryan. But he hadn't expected them to come to him today. Where else could he find such a good opportunity? The old man with the white beard had come today. This guy had come too. Today was truly a great day for Courageous. Despicable attacker, this time, I'm going to devour you. The proto-dragon Courageous roared. Suddenly, a roar of sound reverberated through the lair, and ice fragments fell from the glacial wall above. Courageous had discovered last time that this human named Ryan seemed to have a high concentration of dragon blood within him. He sensed that if he devoured Ryan, his strength would increase even further. Therefore, the look Courageous gave Ryan at that moment was filled with a greedy craving, like a thirst for food. Luther, Battleov, Welty, and the others stared in bewilderment at Ryan, who had suddenly captured the proto-dragon Courageous's full attention, completely unsure of what was going on. Judging from Courageous's fury, it seemed his hatred for having his wife stolen from him was only just beginning. Huh? The opponent's strength has also increased? Interesting. As Ryan approached, he instantly sensed the change in Courageous's aura. The opponent's aura was noticeably stronger than during their last battle. This only intensified Ryan's fighting spirit. Because, he too, had grown stronger. Huh? The proto-dragon Courageous launched the attack, this time with fury, lashing out with a powerful claw at Ryan, even more powerful than when it had struck Luther. However, Ryan dodged the blow with a shadow step. Boom! Courageous's massive claw slammed into the glacier wall, instantly creating a wave of white air streaked with ice shards, completely shattering a section of the glacier. For a moment, ice shards flew, and a white icy mist filled the air. This blinded the retreating first-class wizards of Winterhold Academy to the ensuing battle. Ryan's hand instantly transformed into a two-handed great sword, activated weakness control, and slashed Courageous's side. Sizzle! Sparks flew, but surprisingly, the wound was only a few inches deep. Huh? Your defense has improved quite a bit. Ding! Ding! Hiss! Ryan's figure flashed, and he scattered into several afterimages, stabbing and slashing at various parts of Courageous, but with little effect. For the proto-dragon Courageous, whose skin was nearly half a meter thick at its most vulnerable point, such attacks were mere drizzle. You despicable sneak attacker, is that all you've got? Although Courageous's claw strikes failed to hit Ryan, seeing that Ryan was practically incapable of causing him any harm, he felt relieved and jokingly said, perhaps using that transformation ability of yours would bring me some joy. Oh! As you wish, Ryan said gravely, his eyes narrowed. Transform? Adarov and the beautiful woman, Welty, beside him, exchanged glances, each seeing surprise in the other's eyes. The young man's sudden appearance had already given them a great surprise. They couldn't say the tide of battle had been turned, but with this young man's presence, the situation wouldn't collapse so quickly. But what had they just heard? Could this young man transform? Suddenly, under the astonished gaze of Luther and the Winterhold Academy's senior officials, Ryan's form began to undergo a drastic transformation. Horns sprouted from his head, a tail sprouted from his caudal vertebrae, and his white wizard robes instantly expanded. His muscles swelled like balloons, and scales covered his body. In the blink of an eye, Ryan's size had increased several times. Courageous's pupils, staring at the transformed Ryan, were filled with surprise. Was this guy this big last time? I didn't remember him being this big. When Ryan rushed to Courageous again, his size had exploded to approximately 8 meters. While still a considerable size difference from Courageous, it was still impressive enough. It had reached a point that Courageous could no longer ignore. It was like a fight between a human and a cat. Although a cat's claws were sharp, the person wouldn't usually worry too much, just a minor injury. But now the cat had suddenly doubled in size, transformed into a lynx. The situation was completely different. The threat had escalated dramatically, especially when Ryan grasped the 200 or 300 kilograms, hardened adamantium, and over 5 meters long great sword. The proto-dragon Courageous's pupils suddenly constricted. So huge! The two behemoths, one large and one small, instantly engaged in a fierce battle. For a moment, the lair was filled with deafening roars and flying ice shards, making it impossible to see the two giants fighting. Although Courageous still significantly outclassed Ryan in strength due to his massive size, weighing over 100 tons, Ryan's agility was no match for him. The Dragon Man possessed combat skills, unstoppable. Using Shadow Step, Dragon General Ryan slashed with his sword, instantly creating a gash nearly a meter deep in Courageous's abdomen. Light blue blood and other bodily fluids spurted out. As Courageous, in pain, furiously lashed out with his claws, the transformed Dragon General Ryan had already dubbed back. Puff! The over 5 meter long sword penetrated more than 2 meters in one go. It was instantly withdrawn, and light blue dragon blood splattered all over Ryan again. Ah! Courageous writhed in agony, and the surrounding glacier walls, struck by the impact, collapsed in large sections. At this moment, Melita, Anna, and Lager rushed to Barotar's side. She finally spoke, having been putting it off for so long. Teacher, Vice Dean Welty, the proto-dragon was injured by Lord Ryan. Huh? That's Lord Ryan? Hearing Melita's words, the two turned to look at her, then pointed at Lord Ryan, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the proto-dragon. Seeing Melita nod, they excitedly exclaimed, Melita, why didn't you say so earlier? The beautiful woman Welty exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, this level of strength is among the best among the young people in the entire empire. Most of them are arrogant. This time, we were quite rude. I'm afraid Lord Ryan will be very dissatisfied with our Winterhold Academy. Barotarf nodded in agreement. This instantly choked Melita. Teacher, wasn't this something I wanted to say sooner? You two simply didn't give me a chance. Forget it, let's not think about this for now. Right now, Lord Ryan is locked in a fierce battle with the proto-dragon Courageous. Let's rescue Lord Luther first. Then, see if there's any chance we can help Lord Ryan. Barataf quickly clarified what he needed to do. After all, with the intensity of the battle between Ryan and Courageous, their transformations were incredibly fast. Even if an outsider attempted to cast some kind of sorcery, there was a high risk of accidental injury. I doubt you can maintain this transformation for long. When you run out of energy, you die. Ah! Courageous roared angrily. As if unleashing some hidden trick, Courageous's wounds, large and small, began to sprout pink granulations, akin to a rapid healing process. After just a few seconds, the opponent's injuries had almost completely healed. This caused Ryan's eyes to narrow. In fact, Courageous's guess was correct. Ryan's second form, the Dragon General form, could only be maintained for 30 seconds. His multiplied size and strength were extremely demanding on his energy. Over 20 seconds had already passed, and logically speaking, he was on the verge of exhaustion and returning to his original form. But fortunately, he had a good reserve of attribute points. As Ryan added a point to his spirit attribute, a warm current surged from his heart and rapidly flowed throughout his body. In an instant, Ryan felt a surge of strength return. Ryan then regained his vigor and maintained his Dragon General form, continuously unleashing his ultimate skills and engaging in a fierce battle with the proto-dragon Courageous. Sharpness. Every time Ryan transformed his weapon into a sharp weapon, it instantly gained the 20th level of sharpness, further increasing its lethality. Armor-piercing strike. Puff! The massive lance instantly pierced a basin-sized hole in Kalajius's right hind knee. Immediately, Ryan used Shadow Step again, swiftly shifting positions. Before Kalajius's attack could reach him, he dodged to his abdomen, his weapon transforming once again, instantly transforming into a massive axe. Sharpness. Flash. Swish. Tackling Kalajius's relatively soft abdomen, Ryan unleashed a supreme axe technique, delivering a blow akin to appendectomy. This caused Kalajius to roar in pain again, and he quickly began to mobilize his energy to heal his injuries. The battle went on and on. After Ryan's fourth use of the power-up technique, the energy stored in Kalajius's body seemed to have run out, and the healing of his wounds had noticeably slowed. This made Ryan's eyes light up. The look Kalajius gave Ryan now was no longer filled with the joy he'd shown at his meal, but rather with intense fear. It was fleeing. It couldn't continue this fight. The energy it had stored up after devouring its fellow Diam had been completely depleted in this battle, and even then, it couldn't defeat the monster before it. Come to me, my servants, and fight to protect your king. The proto-dragon Kalajius began to summon his vassals, the white-haired bear monsters, to help it resist Ryan. Whether out of unwavering loyalty or intimidated by Kalajius's long-standing dominance, the white-haired bear monsters, who had been launching a counterattack against the wizards of Winterhold, responded to Kalajius's call. Obediently, they quickly split off a group and charged towards Ryan. But these white-haired bear monsters were naturally intercepted by Barataf, Welty, and the others. What a joke. Lack of strength on the main battlefield would be one thing. If even the vassal forces summoned by Kalajius couldn't stop them, then this annihilation campaign launched by Winterhold College would be a joke. Seeing this, the proto-dragon Kalajius could only rapidly flap its flesh wings and soar into the air, intending to break through the glacial wall above its lair and soar into the sky for a swift escape. Want to escape now? Too late. Instantly, Ryan understood the other party's intention and rushed towards Kalajius, his rough dragon claws now covered in a layer of sharp brass knuckles. Sharp technique. Rapid cut. Instantly, Ryan's claws danced rapidly, sending up a cloud of shadows that tore off most of Kalajius's flapping right wing, leaving only a few slender wing bones. Bang! Like a kite with its wings broken. Kalajius had just shattered the glacial wall above the nest, attempting to flap his wings and escape, when he fell again. Like a Boeing 787 crash, it plummeted. Boom! Instantly, a massive crater was blasted into the ground within the nest, and a white blast of air swept across the surrounding area. Just as Ryan was about to deliver a fatal blow to Kalajius, he suddenly heard Kalajius begging for mercy. Wait! Human warrior, I surrender. The great Kalajius obeys your command and serves you as my master. Kalajius lowered his head, his body covered in wounds, and spoke weakly. Serve me as your master? Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly. That's something he could consider. Master Ryan, be careful. Kalajius is extremely cunning. Battleov shouted from a distance. Go to hell. Suddenly, just as Ryan's face showed a look of contemplation, Kalajius's pupils widened, and with all his might, he launched a powerful claw strike at Ryan. But even faster was a flash of dark light, and a massive lance instantly pierced Kalajius's jaw and penetrated his skull. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, and Kalajius remained motionless, maintaining his ferocious claw-swinging stance. Ancestral dragon Kalajius dead. Ryan had fought so many battles. So experienced was he, how could he not be wary of Kalajius? As he drew his lance again, a stream of pale blue dragon blood poured down on him like a small waterfall. At this moment, a system prompt sounded, ding! Detecting the host's baptism of dragon blood from the giant proto-dragon Kalajius, a partial absorption of dragon gene fragments has been detected. Yes/no? Note: after absorption, this dragon gene fragment will significantly increase the upper limit of the host's dragon bloodline concentration. This momentarily stunned Ryan. This time, the wording had changed. The original large amount had become partial. But then Ryan suddenly realized. This wasn't the first time he had absorbed proto-dragon Kalajius's genes. This was the second time, so a significant portion must have been repeated. The next second, Ryan chose yes. Just like last time, Ryan felt a sudden burning sensation rising from his skin, stained with dragon blood, as if something was beginning to seep into his body. The system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, your mutant dragon bloodline concentration has increased to rich. Congratulations, with the power of your bloodline, you have awakened the top-level talent, rapid regeneration. Excellent. I have finally raised my dragon bloodline concentration to meet the requirements for the Dragon Vein Wizard class advancement. Ryan rejoiced. He had finally completed the first of the 3 major class advancement requirements for the Dragon Vein Wizard. And the giant proto-dragon Courageous, who had been wreaking havoc on the ice and wind-swept tundra since his resurrection, finally fell at Ryan's feet. Great! Luther, who had just escaped from the ice sculpture, was overwhelmed by the sight. After this battle, he realized that survival was the most important thing. As for who killed Courageous, it no longer mattered to him. Besides, Lord Ryan's prowess is undeniable. Would he even attempt to compete with such a formidable figure for the title of Dragon Slayer? Only a man with a broken mind would dare to do such a thing. And all the bear monsters, including the white-haired bear monster priest, looked upon the 8-meter-tall Ryan, clutching a mighty sword, radiating a strong dragon aura, and instantly felt a mixture of fear and admiration. For millennia, the worship of the powerful, especially dragons, has been ingrained in their blood. This is why they chose to submit to the proto-dragon Courageous. However, Courageous now lay in a pool of blood. For them, they had witnessed the rise and slaughter of their new king. Lord Ryan is truly worthy of being Lord Ryan. He is truly formidable, Melita explained in heartfelt admiration upon witnessing this scene. Battleov, Welty, and other Winterhold Academy officials exchanged a moment of bewilderment before quickly recovering their composure. They hurried forward and said, "Sir Ryan, I deeply apologize for Winterhold Academy's previous neglect." Battleov bowed slightly. "Dean Battleov, you're too polite. As the head of Winterhold Academy, it's normal for you to be busy with official duties. Furthermore, Lady Melita's arrangements are quite thoughtful. Please don't mind." At this point, Ryan also released his dragon general form, returning to his normal size. "Sir Ryan, thank you for your generous assistance in rescuing Winterhold Academy from its crisis." The beautiful woman Welty also stepped forward, performing a wizard salute, expressing her gratitude. However, her beautiful eyes lingered imperceptibly on Ryan's distinctive pleated shorts. Ryan waved his hand, and just as he was about to say something, suddenly, the white-haired bear monsters all around them clattered and spontaneously surrounded them. "Be careful." Everyone couldn't help but tense up. The bear monsters were quite powerful, but their numbers made a real fight a bit tricky. Just as Ryan's eyes narrowed, anticipating a combined attack, hundreds of bear monsters suddenly dropped their weapons and prostrated themselves before him. "Great King, please accept our allegiance. The Icefield Bear Monster Tribe is willing to serve you as their master." The white-haired bear monster priest led the prostrations. Then, a tsunami-like declaration of allegiance reverberated through the lair, its echoes lingering. "Great King, please accept his." This is the first time I've heard of a white-haired bear monster willing to pledge allegiance to a human. Melita gasped and muttered to herself upon seeing this. Her gaze toward Ryan grew increasingly admiring. Has a human never earned the allegiance of a bear monster? Couldn't the Empire's Dragon Knights have done the same? Anna asked curiously. Actually, if a Dragon Knight arrives, he naturally earned the bear monster's allegiance. However, there's a subtle detail. The bear monster's loyalty is to the dragon beneath the Dragon Knight's crotch, not the Dragon Knight himself. The beautiful woman, Welty, explained with a smile. But Lord Ryan is different. Lord Ryan's transformation ability makes the bear monsters believe that Lord Ryan is actually a human transformed from a dragon. Therefore, their loyalty is to Lord Ryan himself. "I see," Ryan nodded. "Interesting. I didn't expect the dragon general form to bring him a group of vassals." After a moment's thought, Ryan decided to accept these white-haired bear monsters as his vassals. Although the Icefield's vegetation is sparse and almost devoid of green, many unique herbs, such as icecap grass and edelweiss, are found only on the Icefield, as are some unique minerals like cold iron ore. Organizing ordinary people to search for or mine, these would be incredibly difficult. Not to mention the sheer amount of manpower and resources required, the endless stream of wild beasts and ferocious species on the Icefield alone would make the plan a failure. But the white-haired bear monsters are different. They are native to the Icefield, numerous and widespread, and their sense of smell far surpasses that of humans, making them the best searchers on the Icefield. Furthermore, these items are practically useless to the bear monster tribe, and there's no chance they'd secretly hide them. With just a few small incentives, Ryan could mobilize the bear monster's enthusiasm. "All right. I accept your allegiance. Everyone rise." Ryan nodded and said loudly. At that moment, Ryan caught sight of the proto-dragon's corpse, still gurgling with pale blue blood, from the corner of his eye, and a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He suddenly remembered something. The third requirement for the Dragon Vein Wizard class advancement was a complete dragon's blood essence. The proto-dragon before him was exactly that. As for whether the system would recognize the proto-dragon's blood essence, that would have to be tested. Chapter 353. Ryan waved toward the bear monster priest wearing vibrant feathers and said, "Your name is?" "Your Majesty, my name is Yeruzan, and I oversee the tribe's rituals." The bear monster priest's face lit up when Ryan called him, and he quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply. Ryan surveyed the white-haired bear monster. At approximately 1.8 meters tall, it seemed quite small compared to the other bear monsters, who often stood 2.30 to 2.4 meters tall. But the other white-haired bear monsters present seemed to be following it. It turned out to be a bear monster priest, no wonder. In terms of strength, it was roughly that of a level 2 liquefaction wizard, quite impressive. Considering that he wouldn't be staying on the glacier for long, he would have to rely on Yeruzan to control the white-haired bear monster tribe. Therefore, Ryan planned to issue a few orders to test his execution and efficiency. "Very well, Yeruzan, arrange for someone to bring an ice bucket and help me collect Courageous's blood." Ryan gave his first order to the newly surrendered bear priest. "As you command, my king." Yeruzan bowed again and withdrew. Under Yeruzan's command, the white-haired bears began placing freshly dug ice buckets beneath the proto-dragon's wounds to collect the blood. Others scooped up the blood that had already dripped onto the ice and collected it. Seeing this, Ryan nodded slightly. Clearly, the intelligence of ordinary bears was only that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, but this bear priest's intelligence far exceeded that. This was a good thing, as it meant they could understand his more complex commands. Seeing Ryan seemingly intent on disposing of the proto-dragon's corpse, the Chimera Knight Luther beside him couldn't help but say enviously, "Sir Ryan, the proto-dragon Courageous was particularly large. You could keep its head. Perhaps display it on the wall of the banquet hall. That would be the best proof of your strength." "Excellent suggestion," Ryan said with a smile. At this moment, the beautiful woman, Welty, blushed slightly. She glanced quickly at Ryan's lower body and said, "Sir Ryan, are you planning to dispose of the proto-dragon's corpse? Dragon hide is very elastic. Perhaps you could consider making a set of inner armor from it." "Elastic? Inner armor?" Ryan had naturally noticed the beautiful woman's furtive glance at him. After hearing what she said, he immediately understood Welty's meaning and nodded. After all, the pleated shorts were a bit niche. Leather shorts would be a better choice. At this moment, Anna stepped forward and handed Ryan a new set of white wizard robes, restoring his presentable appearance. "Sir Ryan, do you have any specific plans for utilizing the dragon corpse?" Batalov, the dean of Winterhold Academy, slowly stepped forward and asked with a smile. "Well, to be honest, aside from the dragon blood, I don't have any other plans." "Dean Batalov, do you have any suggestions?" Ryan thought for a moment, and didn't hide anything. His current combat power, especially after transforming into a dragon general, is comparable to that of a peak legendary. However, in terms of knowledge, he is far inferior to Batalov, a third-level crystallized wizard who has lived for over 100 years. Although the proto-dragon is not as great as a true dragon, it's still full of treasures. Its hide can be used to craft top-grade leather armor, and its tendons are the best bowstring material for magical bows and arrows, Batalov explained with a smile. "Also, I wonder if Lord Ryan has heard of the Dragon Soul Potion." "Dragon Soul Potion?" "Dean Batalov, are you talking about that ancient potion that significantly boosts spiritual power? Isn't it said that the formula has been lost?" Luther suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. "Haha, Lord Luther is indeed knowledgeable. Yes, it's the ancient Dragon Soul Potion. I dare say that this ancient potion's formula is likely not even available within the Royal Apothecary Association. Several years ago, I stumbled upon a recipe for the Dragon Soul Potion while exploring a ruin." Batalov stroked his white beard and smiled, as he mentioned the Dragon Soul Potion formula. "It has a single effect, a significant boost in mental power. It's highly effective even for level 3 crystallization wizards." Batalov began to describe the ancient Dragon Soul Potion in detail. After this explanation, Ryan learned that this Dragon Soul Potion didn't require an actual dragon soul, but rather its brain. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it Dragon Brain Potion. Ryan was naturally intrigued by this ancient potion that could significantly boost mental power. His eyes lit up when he heard it had a strong effect on level 2 liquefaction wizards, and even level 3 crystallization wizards. One of the prerequisites for his class advancement to Dragon Vein Wizard was mental power. He needed to reach level 3 crystallization wizard as soon as possible. With this so-called ancient Dragon Soul Potion, his progress would surely be accelerated. However, besides the primary raw material, Borneal, other rare materials are also needed, such as Purple Lotus, Nightmare Vine, and Lava Heart. Winterhold College is currently collecting them. So Lord Ryan, I have an idea. If you agree, why not collaborate with our two families to create the ancient dragon soul elixir? Based on the brain capacity of the proto-dragon, we can make at least 5 batches of the ancient dragon soul elixir. Battleov looked at Ryan and expressed his thoughts. By the way, the ancient dragon soul elixir is most effective only the first time a person takes it. The effect decreases significantly thereafter. Battleov added, as if having a sudden thought. Ryan briefly considered it and agreed, nodding. Of course. Dean Battleov, I trouble you to create the ancient dragon soul elixir. First, he didn't have the recipe for the ancient dragon soul elixir, so making it himself was out of the question. Second, gathering the other raw materials would be a time-consuming and laborious task. In fact, if he hadn't acted in time to slay the proto-dragon Courageous, thus preventing heavy casualties at Winterhold Academy, I'm afraid the Dean of Winterhold, Battleov, wouldn't have revealed his possession of the ancient dragon soul potion formula. Don't worry, Master Ryan. I personally oversee this matter. After all, I, too, need the ancient dragon soul potion to see if I can make further progress, Battleov said with a broad smile. Dean, you have a chance, the beautiful woman, Welty, beside him, instantly realized, exclaiming in delight. I've gained some insights, but achieving a breakthrough remains daunting. Battleov nodded and smiled. Excellent. The senior members of Winterhold Academy congratulated one another. Congratulations, Dean Battleov. Ryan also smiled and congratulated. A level 3 crystallized wizard, if taken one step further, would become a level 4 wizard. That's a power nearly equal to that of an Imperial Dragon Knight, an epic force, yet extremely rare. He had previously heard Admiral Edward casually mention that over 70% of the guardians of the entire Dragon Empire were Dragon Knights, with the remainder being level 4 wizards. Sir Ryan, compared to you, I'm nothing. Battleov waved his hand, and said with a wry smile. From Melita, you're only about 20 years old. You might not know that it's taken me 159 years, starting as a wizard apprentice, and making it all the way to where I am today. Even so, even that's considered a very rapid advancement rate in the history of Winterhold Academy. Dean Battleov, you're too kind. Ryan was at a loss for words. Indeed, compared to him, Battleov's current combat power was slightly below peak legendary, which might cause him some trouble, but he would definitely not be a match for him after he transformed into a dragon general. Besides, Ryan had a rough idea of the difficulty of wizard advancement. The more advanced the level, the harder it became. But 159 years was still considered fast. It was indeed beyond his expectations. It was clear how difficult it was for a wizard to advance all the way to the level where they had a chance to reach the 4th level Dawn Wizard. Thankfully, he had the system to help him, which would significantly shorten the time it took to advance. At this moment, Melita suddenly stepped forward, pointed at the dragon corpse being processed, and said solemnly, Master Ryan, Mentor, I think you two need to come and see. Out of curiosity, Ryan, Battleov, and the others followed Melita to the proto-dragon's abdomen. They saw its stomach had been cut open, revealing scattered, undigested giant bones. What is this? Ryan was momentarily puzzled. Master Ryan, several wizards from our academy have confirmed that these are proto-dragon bones, Melita said gravely. Ryan raised a brow. He instantly understood Melita's meaning. Are you saying that Courageous likely devoured one of his kind? Ryan looked at Melita. Yes. Ryan waved to the bear priest, who was commanding the other white-haired bears not far away. Urizen immediately ran over, bowed respectfully, and said, Great King, please command. Urizen, did you know that Courageous had previously devoured a fellow proto-dragon? That is indeed true. Lord Diam was devoured by Lord Courageous before. Urizen told the whole story without hesitation. After all, Courageous was now dead, so there was nothing to hide. Hearing Urizen's answer, everyone gasped in amazement. What a cruel creature! If the other dragons knew, Courageous would surely be hunted down by the giants, Welty exclaimed. Yes, cruel and cunning. I wonder how such a cunning creature could exist among the proto-dragons. Battleov shook his head and sighed. You have to understand that while most proto-dragons are tyrannical, they aren't very intelligent. In this respect, proto-dragons are far inferior to the Empire's 5-colored dragons, a gap comparable to the intellectual disparity between an adult and a 7- or 8-year-old child. Apparently due to their weak intelligence, the proto-dragons were almost incapable of sorcery, relying solely on melee and dragon breath for combat. This also made the 5-colored dragons even more disdainful of these less evolved proto-dragons, even briefly considering classifying them as drakes. Since this was Ryan's first time entering a dragon's lair, After assigning the corpse disposal tasks to his subordinates, he led Anna, Logger, and the others on a stroll through the lair. Wow, Ryan, look! This large patch of snow moss, right? It's very rare in the outside world. Anna, a druid with a natural advantage in identifying herbs, exclaimed in surprise, pointing to a corner of the glacial wall. Huh, something's different here, Anna said, scowling as she quickly walked over and squatted to pick a plant. Miss Anna, if I'm not mistaken, this isn't just ordinary snow moss, but the extremely rare and precious ambergris moss, said Batalov, the dean of Winterhold College, smiling after a careful inspection. As a master potion master, he was even more adept at identifying herbs than Anna, the young druid. Ah, ambergris moss. That's incredibly precious. Anna gazed at the white, mushroom-like herb in her beautiful eyes, her astonishment evident. Soon, everyone discovered several other herbs within the lair, mutated by dragon energy, all of them exceptionally valuable. This deepened Ryan's smile. Now, naturally, these things belonged to him. Perhaps because Courageous had only recently recovered, the lair contained no legendary glittering dragon treasures, only some gleaming knight armor, weapons, and a paltry few hundred gold coins. Judging from the armor's antiquity, it seemed to be of relatively recent date. Ryan naturally disdained such a thing. Huh? Ryan, what's that? The barbarian girl, Logger, pointed to the ground at the deepest part of the lair ahead. Ryan followed Logger's direction, and saw a patch of ground on the north side of the lair, which seemed to be shimmering with a faint golden light. Such a large nugget of gold! Luther exclaimed in surprise, seeming to immediately recognize its origin. But then, a sudden thought struck him, and he quickly dug up the ground to investigate. Sure enough, there's a rich gold mine here. Luther exclaimed excitedly. Rich gold mine. Ryan's brows raised, and he hurried forward to investigate. Upon hearing of the gold mine, Batalov, Welty, Anna, and the others gathered around. It's indeed a rich gold mine. The gold content here is over 40%, and judging by the purity, it's about 60% gold, Batalov, a level 3 crystallized wizard, asserted after a careful inspection. Everyone chimed in, quickly analyzing the situation thoroughly. The rich in front of the word gold mine signifies that the gold content is far superior to that of ordinary gold mines. Furthermore, most of the gold veins here are exposed shallowly, making excavation easier. Furthermore, rich mines are often accompanied by rare minerals that are even more precious than gold. Hearing Luther and Batilov's certainty, Ryan's eyes lit up. He waved again toward the distant bear priest Uruzan, saying, Uruzan, there's actually a rich gold mine here. Did you know about it? Oh my king, I don't know. For us, gold mines are less practical than food, Uruzan said, looking bewilderedly at the freshly unearthed nuggets. Well, it's all right. Go do your thing. Ryan couldn't help but ponder. Whether it's the path of knight or wizard, the process of advancement requires a significant expenditure of resources. In other words, only with money can one achieve twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, Luther seemed to have a thought, shook his head, and sighed, Sir Ryan, what a pity! This place is deep in the tundra. It's probably unlikely that miners will come here to mine. However, a nugget this large can be taken away. If this rich gold vein were in the wind tundra, he would have his family expend a huge amount of money to mine it. But this rich gold mine is far too remote. Not to mention the potential dangers lurking on the tundra. Even transporting the miner's daily necessities would be difficult. A nugget, even as large as a wash basin, wouldn't mean much to someone of Luther's level. Yes, what a pity. Lord Ryan, not only is mining impossible here, I'm afraid smelting isn't even possible here. Barotar surveyed the surrounding glacier walls, and shook his head. The temperature inside the glacier nest is extremely low. Setting up a furnace directly for smelting would be inefficient and risk collapse. The gold ore would likely need to be excavated and transported outside before smelting. As for transporting the refined gold ingots, the ice owls of Winterhold College could be of some assistance, Barotarf added. No, perhaps the furbolgs can. Ryan smiled. Ryan pointed behind Uruzan, and soon, a furball guard handed him a rough iron rod. Ryan took it, and in the blink of an eye, the rod transformed into a mining pick. Ryan was even more careful, covering the top of the pick with a small layer of hardened adamantium to prevent rapid wear during excavation. Uruzan, let your men try. Yes, my king. Soon, a strong furball began to dig. In just a few minutes, the furball had unearthed a considerable amount of gold ore. This? Luther's eyes bulged out. Is that even possible? Let the ferocious white-haired bear monsters mine. Batalov and Welty exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. They had heard of ice kobolds mining, but never of ice bear monsters. At the same time, they all instantly realized this represented a huge business opportunity for a continuous supply of gold. "Sir Ryan, there's only one problem left to solve. Smelting," Luther said with a smile. "Perhaps?" Ryan waved his hand and said, "Smelting isn't a problem. Logger, can you leave the smelting to the Norton tribe? It's certainly not in vain. The Norton tribe will get their share of the profits." Ryan turned his head and smiled at the barbarian girl Logger beside him. "Ah? Of course." Logger was stunned, clearly feeling like she'd been gifted a piece of cake. She hadn't expected Ryan to entrust such a hugely profitable undertaking to her Norton tribe. Her gaze towards Ryan grew even more affectionate. Whether it was Chimera Knight Luther or the others at Winterhold College, they were all shrewd men. Seeing Ryan's treatment of the barbarian girl, Lagra, they clearly understood his intentions. They immediately stopped talking. Melita, on the other hand, stared at Ryan, her beautiful eyes almost tearing out. Oh my God! Lord Ryan was so powerful, so handsome, and so caring. It was over. It was over. She felt completely smitten. "Everyone, it seems we can discuss the utilization of the gold mine," Ryan said with a faint smile. "Of course." Everyone nodded in approval. With Ryan, their savior, taking the lead, the framework was quickly agreed. It was initially agreed that the companies would jointly handle the mining, transportation, and sales of the gold mine. Generally speaking, mining was handled by the white-haired bear monster, or Ryan. The Norton barbarian tribe was responsible for building the blast furnace outside their lair and smelting the metal. The Winterhold College was responsible for transporting and escorting the metal, and the final sales were handled by the Snyder family, to which Luther belonged. Duke Snyder was the governor of the imperial province of Marne, and Luther was Duke Snyder's second son. As for the profit share, Ryan received 40%, with the other three families each receiving 20%. After the general framework was finalized, Ryan sent a message to the beautiful woman Jennifer regarding the remaining details, asking her to dispatch a dedicated person to oversee the specific operations. After all, his precious energy couldn't be focused on business. "What? Great. I didn't expect that Erickson, the high priest of the Black Flame cult in the province of Marne, had died at your hands. Lord Ryan, thank you so much," Luther exclaimed with joy. He had just learned this news. Erickson's strength was clearly superior to his own, which was why, even after 3 counties in Marne province had fallen, the Snyder family hadn't taken any action. Primarily, before the Imperial Guardians arrived, the Snyder family lacked the ability to single-handedly eliminate the Black Flame cult entrenched in Marne province. "I will immediately communicate with my father, and quickly organize elite forces to pacify these 3 counties." Luther looked at Ryan, his eyes filled with growing gratitude. "Sir Luther, this is my duty as an Imperial sword-bearer," Ryan said with a smile. "What? Sir Ryan, you're a sword-bearer?" The beautiful woman, Welty, asked beside him, her eyes wide with surprise. "Yes," Ryan nodded. The others didn't ask for details, but simply assumed that Ryan must be a powerful figure affiliated with the Imperial Sword-Bearer headquarters. "You're kidding. How could a provincial-level sword-bearer branch possibly have someone as formidable as Lord Ryan?" After hearing Ryan's words, the others, including Batilev and Luther, couldn't help but look at him in surprise. If the previous cooperation plan relied primarily on Ryan's personal strength, now, something else had been added. Unnoticed, the closeness of the cooperation between the parties had greatly increased. "Ryan, this news is crucial for the tribe. I'd like to return to the Jekyll Valley and report this to the High Priest and the clan leader," Lager whispered to Ryan, barely concealing her excitement. "Although smelting gold doesn't require many people, it still needs to be arranged in advance. We also need to prepare smelting agents, charcoal, and build a furnace," Lager added hastily, as if fearing Ryan's disapproval. "Okay, when I come back from Howling Fjord, I come to Jekyll Valley to find you," Ryan nodded and said. Chapter 354. Then I leave the Frostwolf Knight with you. Knowing that Ryan's next itinerary was likely a trip to Howling Fjord to search for a piece of metal sorcery, and that he might need help, Lugri offered. "No, I'm worried about you returning alone. It's much safer with 20 Frostwolf Knights." Ryan waved his hand, refusing without hesitation. "Don't forget, I'm the king of the Furbolgs now. If I really need help, I can mobilize far more than 20. Seeing Lugri was about to say something, Ryan said half-jokingly. This made Lugri and the others laugh. "Indeed, I'd forgotten. You're the king of the Furbolgs now," Lugri said with a broad smile. Not long after, Lugri and the 20 elite barbarians, who had just arrived on Frost Wolves, left the Proto-Dragon's lair and returned to the Norton tribe's new settlement in the Jakar Valley. At this moment, Luther, standing nearby, seemed to have a thought. His face darkened as he spoke. "Sir Ryan, are you heading to Howling Fjord? The situation there has been quite turbulent lately." "Oh, Sir Luther, could you elaborate?" Ryan said, raising an eyebrow. "Of course. Recently, I've heard there have been signs of Poseidon activity there. It turns out the thick-shelled lobsterman tribe there has been subdued, and there have been several small-scale battles with the Fjord County garrison. So, if Sir Ryan wishes to travel to Howling Fjord now, he's likely to encounter Poseidon cultists." Clearly, as the descendant of the Marne province governor's family, Luther was extremely well informed. Lord Luther, then we can ride our flying mounts directly to our destination. If we're careful, we shouldn't be discovered, right?" Anna couldn't help but ask. "Miss Anna, you might not know this. Many of these Poseidon cultists keep sea eagles, which serve both as a means of communication and as warnings. So, even if you and Lord Ryan travel by hippogriff, there's a high probability that you'd be discovered before you even arrive. Even if you're lucky enough to avoid being discovered, if you two linger for even a moment, the enemy will likely gather like wolves on the scent of blood. I'm not worried about Lord Ryan's strength, but the Poseidon cult also has experts, and their methods are varied and unpredictable. We still have to be cautious," Luther explained patiently. "I see." Anna nodded. "Well, Lord Ryan, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this to happen." Upon hearing this news, it was Melita who felt the most nervous and embarrassed, although she hadn't known about this when she made her appointment with Ryan. But the problem was that Ryan had already fulfilled his promise to kill the proto-dragon Courageous, but something had happened to her. For a moment, Melita's face flushed, and she felt a bit bewildered. "Melita, the emergence of the Poseidon cult has nothing to do with you," Ryan said, waving his hand. On the way, he had learned that Melita had been away for quite some time and hadn't returned to Winterhold College. It was normal for her to be unaware of this situation. Furthermore, Melita had already given him the parchment scroll map long before he arrived at Courageous's lair. As for the Poseidon cult, Ryan's face was thoughtful. The map of the Empire Alina had given him showed that the Howling Fjord lay right beside the border between the Summer Sea and the Everfrost Sea, and 7 or 8 provinces of sea separated it from Rosby County in the Munster province. He hadn't expected the Poseidon cult's expansion to be so astonishing, nearly covering the entire coastline of the north-central Dragon Empire. It was likely that the southern coastal areas of the Empire had also been infiltrated or harassed. Judging from their reach, their strength was likely even greater than that of the Black Flame cult. Furthermore, this also indicated that the turmoil facing the Empire would not be quelled anytime soon. This indirectly confirmed what Admiral Edward and Bishop Theon had said. Even with the most optimistic estimates, this unrest would continue for quite some time. This instilled a sense of urgency in Ryan's heart. Even the joy he had just felt after slaying the proto-dragon Courageous was somewhat diminished. However, it wasn't that he was willing to take the risk. He had reasons to go. Metal magic was rare, and this was offensive metal magic, the first time Ryan had encountered it. If he didn't go and retrieve it, he'd probably feel resentful for a long time. "I didn't engage in direct confrontation with the Poseidon cult in Munster before, but I didn't expect to have this opportunity in the Firstwind Tundra," Ryan thought to himself. "Melita, I shouldn't have meddled with the matter between you and Lord Ryan, but it's clear you've caused Lord Ryan some inconvenience this time. Lord Ryan, if it's convenient for you to tell me, could you please tell me exactly why you went to Howling Fjord?" Battleov scolded Melita before turning to Ryan and asking. Besides Anna, the others around them were Luther, Battleov, and several other senior members of Winterhold Academy. With the gold mine as a bond, the three parties, to a certain extent, shared a common interest. Ryan smiled and said, "There's nothing to keep secret. In fact, Master Melita knows the most about this matter. Why not let Master Melita speak?" Melita had just been scolded by her mentor, her head drooping to her chest. However, hearing Ryan's tone, which clearly showed no concern, she looked at him with even more gratitude. She immediately adjusted her composure and began to explain. Master Luther, Vice Dean Welty, this is what happened. I should have thought of it earlier. Master Ryan was actually going to search for the former residents of Otakar, the second-level liquefaction wizard nicknamed Cutter," Battleov said with a look of sudden realization. The others also shared expressions of sudden realization. After all, in addition to his formidable melee prowess that astonished everyone in battle, Ryan's mastery of metal magic also left a lasting impression. Searching for offensive metal magic was natural. "Oh, Otakar?" Ryan raised an eyebrow, clearly noticing Battlelove's choice of words. It seemed the dean of Winterhold College was quite familiar with the wizard nicknamed Cutter. Yes, Cutter's real name is Ottokar Fry. He rose to fame in the north just over 30 years before me. He was a rare metal wizard, but unfortunately, he failed in his attempt to become a level 3 crystallized wizard, Battleov said, a look of nostalgia on his face. However, I'm afraid there's a very troublesome situation at his old residence. Battleov frowned, as if conjuring up something. Oh! Everyone couldn't help but look at Battleov curiously. Actually, besides the cutting web, the enemy's famous killer weapon has another lesser-known one, a flock of four-eyed giant moths in Ottokar. Perhaps you're more familiar with another name for the four-eyed giant moths. The soul-eating moths. Soul-eating moths? Are they the kind that prey on spirits? Luther asked, frowning. Indeed. It seems Lord Luther has heard of them, too. Battleov nodded. Of course, these soul-eating moths are a nightmare for knights. They're immune to physical damage, and I've heard that even sorcery isn't very effective against them. Yes, the soul-eating moths are a strange creature, almost like a half-spirit. They're immune to physical damage and highly resistant to all types of sorcery. Unless you can cast sorcery that strikes directly at the soul, they can be easily killed. Battleov nodded approvingly. But how could soul strike magic be so easily acquired? This kind of magic is probably the most precious of the dark arts, at least I haven't heard of it much, the beautiful woman Welty sighed. Indeed, the others nodded. Soul-devouring giant moth? Needing soul strike magic? Wouldn't that be perfect for soul-shattering blast? Ryan couldn't help but smile at the thought. At this moment, Battleov, Luther, and the others fixed their gazes on Ryan. Although they had witnessed Ryan's nearly unparalleled close combat prowess during this battle, they all assumed he was primarily a knight, supplemented by a wizard's path. Encountering the soul-eating moth, which is immune to physical attacks, Ryan would be in for a major setback. Sir Ryan, how about you wait a little longer? Once I'm fully recovered, I accompany you. Battleov thought for a moment and offered. Well, Sir Ryan, I may not be able to deal with the soul-eating moth, but holding off the Poseidon cult from the side shouldn't be a problem. Luther immediately followed suit. Ryan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, Dean Battleov, Sir Luther, I think I can handle this. However, Dean Battleov may need more detailed information on the soul-eating moth. The men exchanged glances in surprise, momentarily puzzled. But since this involved Ryan's ultimate weapon, he naturally wouldn't elaborate. Of course, Lord Ryan, but you may need to return to Winterhold College first. The relevant information is in the Academy's library. Battleov, regaining his composure, nodded immediately. Very well, thank you, Dean Battleov, Ryan said with a slight bow. Due to dealing with the dragon corpse and gold mining, Ryan and his companions remained in the proto-dragon's lair for several more hours before departing for Winterhold College. Before leaving, Ryan gave instructions to the white-haired bear priest Urizen and left a message. A few hours later, they arrived at Winterhold College. Because Battleov had not previously known Ryan's strength and status, the room he had been assigned was merely a standard guest room. This time, Winterhold College allocated the only 2 luxury suites available for reception to Ryan and Anna. In addition to the bedroom, living room, and bathroom, the luxurious suite also boasted a small training room, boasting comprehensive facilities. Inside the suite, Ryan finally had time to examine the changes within himself. After his mutant dragon bloodline concentration reached the rich level, he gained the top-tier talent of rapid healing. Mutant dragon bloodline, rich, effect, significantly increased affinity for water, fire, and earth elements, granting the top-tier talents of rapid healing, danger sense, dark vision, weapon mastery, superior comprehension, great strength, steel body, and dragon roar, as well as the ability to transform into the first and second forms of a mutant dragon man. Mutated Dragon Man first form, Dragon Man warrior form, mutated Dragon Man second form, Dragon Man general form. However, richness doesn't seem to be the key to bloodline. Furthermore, increasing bloodline concentration has an immediate impact on one's own strength. It seems that I should be able to strengthen and increase my bloodline concentration by absorbing genes from other dragons. Although it will probably become increasingly difficult to transition again as my bloodline concentration increases, this path isn't over yet. I should keep an eye out for news on dragons or dragonborn. Ryan clenched his fists, feeling the power surging through his body, and pondered. Immediately afterwards, Ryan reviewed the previous battle information. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and earned 19 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your Thousand Blades King, epic, class level has been increased. With this battle with Courageous, the Thousand Blades King, Epic, class level has successfully reached level 10, granting Ryan another attribute point and another skill point. Adding his original remaining points, he now had 5 attribute points and 3 skill points remaining. After spending 12 gold skill points last time, he gained another 19, bringing his total to a new high of 56. Seeing so many gold skill points, Ryan couldn't help but ponder. So many gold skill points. Previously, I needed gold skill points to break through the levels of transcendental combat skills. Besides that, there's also... Oh, and when fusing similar transcendental combat skills, I've also used a lot of gold skill points, like fusing Giant Bear swordsmanship with Arcadia swordsmanship, fusing Knight's breathing technique, and so on. Could it be that when applied to witchcraft, it can only be used to improve breakthroughs? After thinking for a moment, Ryan decided to try again. Was there a trigger condition he needed to meet before he could choose another option? He focused his attention on the level 20 sharpness technique and decided to add points to it again. As Ryan added a gold skill point to the sharpening spell, it successfully reached level 21. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. The host sharpening spell has reached level 21. Unlocking the improvement restrictions for this spell. Do you want to improve this spell? This improvement will cost 7 gold skill points. Note, the improved spell will be more suitable for the host, with increased power, attack range, and other aspects. Note, the level of the improved spell will not change. Hiss. I didn't expect it to require certain trigger conditions. Ryan suddenly felt like he'd hit the jackpot. After the improvements, has the power, attack range, or other aspects been increased? Great. Ryan was overjoyed. He was no longer the layman he was 6 months ago. He knew full well how difficult it was to increase the power of his sorcery. So, without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. At the same time, a vast stream of information about the refinement of the sharpening spell began to flood into Ryan's mind. It was as if Ryan had spent over 100 years in some mysterious dimension, fine-tuning the sharpening spell based on his own casting habits, physical condition, and so on, fine-tuning its model to suit him perfectly. During this time, Ryan lost count of how many times he failed, how many times he tried. After he absorbed this memory, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The host sharpening spell has been refined. The new model has been successfully adjusted, increasing its power by 17%. 17%? Ryan's eyes suddenly lit up. That's quite a significant increase. It's equivalent to a 34% increase in the atomization of mental power. This made Ryan's gaze towards the level 1 metal barrier spell even more intense. Sharpness is only a level 0 spell, so could a level 1 spell be even more effective? This wasn't a matter of speculation. Ryan currently had enough gold skill points to directly verify it. After Ryan added another gold skill point to the level 20 level 1 metal barrier spell, the system prompted the same question. The host's metal barrier spell has reached level 21, unlocking the improvement restrictions for this spell. Do you want to improve this spell? This improvement will cost 13 gold skill points. Note, the improved spell will be more suitable for the host, with increased power, attack range, and other aspects. Having gained experience, Ryan immediately chose yes. Instantly, a vast stream of information about the improvements to the defensive magic metal barrier began to flood Ryan's mind. A few seconds later, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The host's magic metal barrier has been improved. The new magic model has been successfully adjusted, increasing the magic's power by 18% and its range by 25%. The difference in magic power increase isn't significant. Last time it was 17%, this time it's 18%. That's normal. After all, it's just an improvement, fine-tuning it for its specific situation. If the increase was 40% or 50%, that would be abnormal. Huh? The magic's range has increased? Ryan's eyes suddenly lit up. This also deepened Ryan's understanding of the note about the increase in power, attack range, or other aspects. After a brief moment of thought, Ryan focused his attention on the Warhammer Wizard class panel. The description for the Metal Barrier spell read, Metal Barrier Level 21 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to propel a certain amount of metal pieces within a 2.5 meter radius around the caster, blocking any attacks intended to harm them. Sure enough, the previous description said 2 meters, and this time it's 2.5 meters, a 25% improvement. Ryan was pleasantly surprised by the improved metal barrier effect. To test it out, he hurried to the small training room in the suite. As Ryan's mind shifted, he saw 3 kite-shaped shields, slightly larger than before, swirling around him. The most obvious difference was the range. which had increased from 2 meters to a 2.5-meter radius, giving him more room to use his weapons. So, can we also improve other spells? No, the improvement of just 2 spells actually used up 22 gold skill points. Original 56 skill points, now only 34. Ryan's expression changed slightly. I thought I could use them freely, but I didn't expect I still need to manage them properly. Then the improvement will come to a halt for now. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. Sir Ryan, excuse me for interrupting you. To Ryan's surprise, the visitor was Ms. Welty, Vice President of Winterhold College. Sir Welty, please come in. After some pleasantries, the beautiful Welty smiled and stated her purpose. Sir Ryan, we were deeply grateful for your help in killing the proto-dragon Courageous. I heard from Melita that you were in need of soul energy crystals. Here are 5 soul energy crystals, as a token of Winterhold Academy's gratitude. Sir Welty smiled and placed a small dark brown wooden box on the coffee table. This is extremely valuable. Actually, I have an agreement with your Academy's master Melita. Therefore, there's no need for Winterhold Academy to specifically thank me for killing Courageous. Ryan waved his hand, declining. Sir Ryan, if you hadn't intervened in time, the Academy would have suffered heavy casualties. This is the unanimous opinion of Dean Batalov and us. So, please accept these. Sir Welty insisted. Very well, then I take them. Sir Ryan, I won't bother you any more. The beautiful woman smiled faintly, and stood up to leave. After taking Welty away, Ryan opened the small wooden box and, as expected, found 5 soul energy crystals quietly lying inside. Sure enough, the wizarding school is truly wealthy. For a wizarding school like the College of Winterhold, soul energy crystals are naturally in short supply. Giving Ryan 5 of them, this time is quite generous. You have to remember that it was quite difficult for the Norton tribe to accumulate 3 soul energy crystals before, having fought many battles. If each soul energy crystal increases my atomization progress by 4%, that would increase my atomization progress by 20%. Not bad. Ryan's lips curled slightly. After some thought, Ryan decided to absorb the 5 soul energy crystals. After all, he only had one last requirement to become a Dragon Vein wizard. To become a crystallization wizard, he naturally had to advance to level 2 liquefaction wizard as quickly as possible. He grasped the 5 soul crystals in his hands, and quickly activated the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation Technique. A system prompt rang out. Ding! Detected soul crystals that can enhance the atomization of mental power. Accelerate absorption? Note: system absorption removes impurities and allows for complete absorption in one go. Chapter 355. Yes! Instantly, Ryan felt the silver mist in his spiritual sea rapidly increase, soon expanding into a new area. At this point, nearly 70% of the spiritual sea was filled with silver mist. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 68% atomization, huh? I added 4 points of spirit during the previous battle, and the atomization level increased to 53%. Now it's at 68%. So 1 soul energy crystal is just a 3% increase. So, to get above 90%, I need at least 7 or 8 soul energy crystals. No! The effect might even deteriorate. 10 more soul energy crystals would be a safe bet. At this moment, as if a thought struck him, Ryan pulled out the parchment scroll, map, from his arms and unfolded it to examine it. Before setting off, the map must be carefully examined. A single red dot stood out, a clear mark on the shore of Howling Fjord. A rime-covered cliff marked it, and not far away, a prominent shipwreck marker stood. It's a very obvious landmark. It shouldn't be difficult to find, Ryan thought to himself, nodding. Just then, another knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock! Come in! Lord Ryan. Melita, clad in a slim-fitting white wizard robe, hesitantly called out from the doorway, then continued, Lord Ryan, that matter. Sir Melita, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it, Ryan said with a smile. By the way, Lord Ryan, this is what my mentor asked me to give you. Melita quickly stepped forward and handed Ryan a document. Perhaps it was nervousness, but just as Melita was about to reach Ryan, she suddenly twisted her foot and fell onto him. Ryan's hand had naturally been reaching for the information. Unexpectedly, Melita fell, so he instinctively used his right hand to support her. However, his support was in the wrong spot, hitting her plump, fair complexion. Ah, sorry, Master Ryan. Melita was about to stand up, but a touch on her sensitive spot sent her slumping back against him. Ryan felt a warm, soft embrace, but when he squeezed her, he realized something was wrong and immediately helped Melita, who felt like cotton, to her feet. Melita's face flushed, her head almost buried in her chest. Recalling her actions, Melita felt a burning sensation on her face. Even she felt like she was throwing herself into his arms. But Melita swore it was an accident. Ryan, having touched a sensitive spot, naturally felt a bit embarrassed, and the two of them froze in place for a moment. At this moment, Ryan naturally glanced at Melita. She had a firm chest, a rounded hip, a slender waist, and a curvaceous figure. Moreover, her wizard robes, like last time, had a slit at the neckline fastened with a brooch. Even though Melita lowered her head, Ryan could still clearly see her fair, smooth complexion. "Ryan, Melita, you guys?" Anna's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. This startled Melita, almost jumping up like a rabbit. She quickly bent down to pick up the documents on the floor and handed them to Ryan, saying, "Miss Anna, I have some information for Lord Ryan. Good night, both of you." The next second, Melita left in a slightly flustered manner. "Huh?" "Melita's acting a little strange," Anna said, stepping in through the half-open door, glancing back at her. "Ahem, huh? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's because of this incident," Ryan coughed, gesturing with the information on the soul-devouring moth. Anna nodded, saying, "Well, Melita seems quite concerned about this." No wonder. The next morning. Considering the dangers of this journey to Howling Fjord, Ryan had originally intended to persuade Anna to stay at Winterhold Academy. However, Anna said she would wait for him in the forest near their destination, forcing Ryan to agree to take her along. After once again declining Battlelove's suggestion that Melita accompany him, Ryan and Anna boarded their hippogriffs. The two waved goodbye to Luther, Battlelove, and the other senior members of Winterhold Academy. Then, Bloodfeather flapped its wings vigorously, swirling around in a pale blue air current. Whoosh! The two soared into the sky, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Melita, amidst the crowd, could hardly conceal her disappointment. A few hours later, Ryan and Anna arrived in the woods near the small town of Ogala. This was the closest town to their destination, just over 100 miles away. Furthermore, it was also the location of the last stretch of broadleaf forest. As a druid, Anna was safe in the forest. With the advance warning and support of the Bloodfeather hippogriff in the air, Ryan didn't need to worry too much about Anna's safety. Anna took the initiative and hugged Ryan, then gave him a quick kiss. Her pretty face flushed, and her beautiful eyes gazed intently into Ryan's. She said, "Ryan, be careful." "Don't worry," Ryan said, ruffling Anna's hair and smiling. Anna felt a momentary sense of disappointment as she watched Ryan's retreating figure. She hadn't expected that after becoming a druid, the gap in strength between her and Ryan would widen. I still have to work hard. I have to learn how to transform into a giant bear and an eagle as soon as possible." Anna waved her small, white fist, making a silent resolution. The town of Ogala, about 100 miles from the Rime Cliffs shown on the map, was considered a key border town in Fjord County and still under the control of the Empire. Ryan planned to travel overland from Ogala on horseback because he didn't want to attract the attention of the Poseidon cult in that area. After all, a flying knight would be too conspicuous. Furthermore, considering that either mithril carved plate armor or enchanted thorium plate armor would be too conspicuous, Ryan, as before, wore a gray-white wizard's robe over it. He carried no other weapons, only a staff transformed from hardened adamantium, looking like a young wizard's apprentice. Soon, Ryan arrived at a horse ranch near the small town of Ogala. It seemed that due to the turmoil, there were quite a few people buying horses. "Boss, how much is this brown horse?" Ryan asked, pointing to a sturdy-looking brown horse in the fence. 20 gold, but I haven't had time to reshoe it yet. If you're not in a hurry, you can come back this afternoon." The ranch owner, a short, stocky middle-aged man, gestured a price, pointed to the brown horse's hooves, and spoke loudly. "Boss, it's okay. Here's 20 gold coins." Ryan smiled faintly, and stepped forward to hand the other man 20 gold coins. "Sir, please be careful. The horseshoe on the right rear hoof is a little loose, and won't support you on a long journey." The short and stocky boss specifically reminded him, and took Ryan's gold coins. As a boss, it's understandable not to do business. Just remind him. "Thank you," Ryan nodded. Several other horse buyers nearby looked at Ryan, with a hint of surprise, as he led the horse away. This young man seemed to have something urgent to do, but the horseshoe had to be fixed. Otherwise, a lame leg would be completely ruined. Ryan led the horse to the side of the road beside the stables and stopped. He lifted the brown horse's right rear hoof and examined it. The next second, a magical aura flashed in his hand, and a brand new metal horseshoe appeared in his palm. Gently removing the existing horseshoe, Ryan placed it barehanded, then conjured 7 more nails, rapidly pressing them in one by one. In just seconds, he had completed a horseshoe replacement, countless times faster than even the most skilled blacksmith could. After all, what metal wizard would do horseshoeing? The brown horse seemed a bit stunned, blinking its large eyes, its mind a bit confused. After finishing, Ryan smiled, brushed his hands, and mounted his horse, heading towards the town of Ogala. He planned to visit the tavern first to find out what was going on. In the distance, a middle-aged man dressed as a mercenary, also purchasing horses, watched Ryan's actions from afar, his face filled with shock. That was the metal spell sharpness? Is he a rare metal wizard? No, judging by his age, he's most likely a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Could it be that he's also here to receive a bounty? But how could he be alone? But if he's alone, then it's possible, the middle-aged man quickly concluded. After a moment's thought, the middle-aged man, dressed as a mercenary, purchased 2 horses, and quickly headed towards the town. The town of Ogala. The Fjord Tavern, located in the center of town, was bustling with activity. Ryan found an empty double seat by the window, and sat down. A quick glance revealed that most of the mercenaries were wearing leather armor, chain mail, and carrying various weapons. Strangely, most of the mercenaries carried a bow slung across their backs. A small number, while not carrying bows, carried thick shields. Their equipment was also somewhat different. Most wore thick plate armor, or a mix of plate and mail. There were also a handful of 2nd and 3rd-level wizard apprentices among them. This made Ryan puzzled. Could there be some kind of bounty or quest here? Otherwise, how could so many mercenaries be attracted? Sir, this is storm stout, a specialty of the fjords. Would you like to have a drink? A middle-aged man said, smiling as he approached Ryan, carrying a bottle of wine. Ryan glanced at the man, and immediately remembered that he seemed to have seen him at the horse farm not long ago. This reminded Ryan of something, and he smiled and nodded, saying, of course. Please take a seat. After a few glasses of storm stout, and some small talk, they settled in. Ryan also knew the middle-aged man across from him was named Fandral, leader of the Iceclaw Bear mercenary group. This time, they had come to Howling Fjord specifically because they had received a high bounty from the Empire against the invading sea tribe. This made Ryan understand why so many powerful mercenary groups had gathered in a small town on the Empire's frontier. The Iceclaw Bear mercenary group had chosen an area centered around the shipwreck on the Frost Cliffs. Although their destination was slightly different from Ryan's, it was less than 10 miles apart, roughly overlapping. Fandral was 37 years old, and had been a mercenary since he was 18. He had a unique eye for people. He had discovered virtually every member of the Iceclaw Bear mercenary group, and had single-handedly built the entire mercenary group. Ever since their time at the horse farm, he had felt that Ryan seemed quite extraordinary, with a remarkable aura. However, there seemed to be a veil of mystery surrounding him, making it difficult to discern his true nature. But this wasn't a bad thing. Having spent so many years in the mercenary group, Fandral trusted his instincts and judgment. Seeing the atmosphere was right, Fandral took the initiative and got to the point. Sir Ryan, have you also accepted the Empire's bounty to kill the sea creatures? If so, how about joining our team? After hearing their leader Fandral's words, several members of the Iceclaw Bear mercenary group were puzzled by his sudden invitation to a stranger. Although the young man looked like a wizard apprentice, their relatively established mercenary group was wary of a stranger suddenly joining them before a mission. After all, the old men had already developed a perfect rapport with each other, and the sudden arrival of another person would, to some extent, disrupt that rapport. Furthermore, the unknown background of the other party could potentially cause significant problems for the team. Well, it could be considered a trip to kill the sea creatures. Since Captain Fandral has so graciously invited me. Well, that's fine. Ryan thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed. Although Luther had some intelligence on the Poseidon cult, it was primarily general. As for the specific strength and distribution of the Poseidon cult near the Frost Cliffs, the details were less clear. An on-site investigation would be most helpful. Ryan had previously planned to do the same. Fandral was immediately delighted and said with a smile, "That's great. Sir Ryan, cheers. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Sir Ryan, if I may ask, you are a relatively rare metal wizard apprentice, right?" "Oh! How did Captain Fandral know that?" Ryan smiled, showing a hint of surprise. "Haha, I just saw Lord Ryan perform the sharpening technique at the horse farm. It seemed unusually powerful," Fandral said with a smile. The other members of the Iceclaw Bear mercenary group, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. No wonder their leader suddenly invited a stranger to join the group. It turned out He was a rare metal wizard apprentice. It all made sense. Aside from the leader's sister, Georgia, who was an archer and a level 2 wizard apprentice, everyone else in their mercenary group was made up of warriors and rangers. If they could have a metal wizard apprentice, who could use the sharpening technique in battle, the team's improvement would be significant. This made some members of the Iceclaw Bear mercenary group less resistant to Ryan's joining. At noon, Ryan and Fandrel's mercenary group headed towards the wreckage. Along the way, Ryan learned that not only the Iceclaw Bear mercenary group, but also other mercenary groups, had been attracted to Howling Fjord by the high bounty offered by the Imperial Marne province. The bustle in the Fjord Tavern just now proved this point. On the other hand, the endless stream of sea creatures bewitched by the Poseidon cult still put a great deal of pressure on the Empire's defenses. "Captain Fandrel, what is our plan this time?" Ryan asked casually. "Our goal this time is to kill 100 thick-shelled lobstermen and bring back their giant claws as proof of the mission." A nearby plate-armored knight, holding a tower shield, answered Ryan's question with a simple smile. "Of course, it would be even better if we could kill a few more Slitherblade Naga," the other added with a smile. "Slippery Blade Naga?" Ryan asked with considerable interest. "Well, Lord Ryan, haven't you heard of them? Slippery Blade Naga are high-ranking sea creatures. Their strength is generally above that of a full knight, and some even reach the level of a Grand Knight. Naturally, the bounty on their heads is several times greater than that of a thick-shelled lobsterman. However, if we encounter one, we must be extremely cautious," the other warned. At this moment, the others looked at Ryan with a strange look. After all, not everyone in the team welcomed Ryan's joining. It seemed that the wizard apprentice before them, while possessing a rare metal element, appeared to be a complete novice. Did he just graduate from a wizard academy to gain experience? An inexperienced wizard apprentice wouldn't be a good idea, even for a rare metal-based wizard. What was the captain thinking? He invited him to join without even asking. "I see. Then what could be more powerful?" Ryan continued. "Of course, although this Lord Ryan is here to hunt sea creatures, it seems his preparations are quite inadequate." A crisp voice came from behind. "If you encounter a deep-sea giant, wouldn't you be frightened and flee?" A slender young woman wearing leather armor, carrying a bow, said with a hint of sarcasm as she steered her horse forward. Georgia, an archer and second-level wizard apprentice, strongly disapproved of her brother's invitation to Ryan. Because Ryan was so young, dressed in white wizard robes, and wielding an iron staff. Who did he think he was? The legendary ancient wizard Rockdilo? He was most likely a rookie, who had just graduated from a wizard academy to gain experience. "Georgia, mind your manner," Fandrel said gravely. "Sir Ryan, I'm sorry. This is my sister, Georgia. I'm an archer, and a second-level wizard apprentice. I've spoiled her, so she's a bit spoiled," Fandrel said apologetically. "How strong are the deep-sea giants?" Ryan waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. "Well, I last saw the renowned Blood Wolf mercenaries of the Howling Tundra fighting a deep-sea giant from afar. They were incredibly powerful, and their strength was exceptional. The Blood Wolf leader, a veteran knight, wielded a tower shield, but he couldn't withstand a blow from the enemy's hammer, and was sent flying and injured. In the end, they had to resort to guerrilla warfare, losing several men before they were able to defeat them. If our team encounters one, I'm afraid our chances of victory are slim. We must flee immediately." Fandrel's face was serious as he mentioned the deep-sea giant. Ryan nodded and smiled. "Then the bounty on this deep-sea giant should be even higher, right? Now that I'm here, perhaps we can give it a try. Having you here won't change the outcome. Of course, it's best not to encounter a deep-sea giant." Georgia, already unhappy at her brother's scolding, immediately interrupted. "Newcomer, my brother said your sharpness is unusually powerful. Why don't you show it to everyone?" "Haha, I use it when we're in battle. Using it now would just be a waste of mental energy." Ryan wasn't angry, because he had a sister too. However, he didn't follow Georgia's advice. He simply waved his hand. But Ryan's words made Georgia choke with anger. With a heavy snort, she shook the reins and steered her horse away. As the team moved toward the wreckage, the surrounding broadleaf forest thinned out. Soon, the team emerged from the woods and arrived at a tidal flat area closer to the sea, where the vegetation was primarily low shrubs and meadows. Ryan and Fandrel chatted throughout the group, and soon he became more aware of the sea creatures that had come ashore to harass them. Ryan now brought the topic of the Poseidon cult to a head. Actually, the most difficult ones to deal with are the Poseidon cult members. Some of them are less skilled at controlling sea eagles, and are the easiest to deal with. We call them Eagle Masters, and they possess the strength of experienced or peak knights. Others, those wearing black robes with giant octopus tattoos on their chests, are Poseidon cult deacons. Each one possesses the strength of a full-fledged wizard and is very difficult to deal with. But whether dealing with Eagle Riders or Poseidon deacons, archers are the best choice. That's why the mercenary groups arriving this time are mostly archers or rangers, Thandar said, turning his head slightly to indicate why half the group carried bows. I see. Ryan's face immediately dawned with understanding. No wonder he'd found it odd that nearly half of the mercenaries in the Fjord Bar were armed with bows, while the rest were warriors carrying various shields. Captain Thandar, do you know of any powerful Poseidon members nearby? Ryan asked. Well, the most renowned Poseidon member in Howling Fjord is probably a high-ranking wizard named Havers, nicknamed Shadowheartburner, who is said to possess legendary strength. In recent times, they've already killed 2 Imperial Major Generals responsible for defending this area, Thandar said solemnly. Don't be such a pessimist. If we do encounter the Shadowheartburner, we all be doomed. Georgia, who had overheard her brother and Ryan's conversation, couldn't help but grumble softly. Georgia. Thandar turned and scolded. I'm sorry, Lord Ryan. As for the other powerful members of the Poseidon cult, I'm not very familiar with them. After all, such information is considered confidential even within the cult, and I'm sure the Empire might not know either. Thandar said apologetically. Yes. Ryan nodded. At this moment, Ryan suddenly looked up at the sky. A few seconds later, the archer on guard whispered, Captain, it's the Ironbeak Sea Eagle. There's a Poseidon cult Eagle Rider nearby. Everyone on alert. Thandar whispered. Swish. The members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group dismounted with serious expressions, quickly unhooked their bows, drew their arrows, and took aim. Whatever you ask, it happens as soon as I mention the Poseidon cult. I'm so pissed off. Georgia muttered angrily while aiming and giving Ryan a blank look. Chapter 356. 2 enormous, dark gray eagles flew from the distant sky. They were none other than the Ironbeak Sea Eagles. Because eagles have far superior vision than humans, and since there was no dense forest to obscure their sight, the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries were quickly discovered. The 2 Ironbeak Sea Eagles immediately let out a resounding cry and began to fly rapidly toward the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. A few seconds later, they circled directly above Ryan and his companions. Swoosh! Swoosh! 5 or 6 archers and rangers from the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, including Georgia, fired at the Ironbeak Sea Eagles. Their aim was excellent, but Ryan could clearly see that their arrows, after reaching high into the sky, quickly lost their force. They barely managed to reach the Ironbeak Sea Eagles before being easily blown away by their wings. Clearly, because the Ironbeak Sea Eagles were flying too high, their arrows were no longer effective. Just as everyone was at a loss, Ryan approached an archer, drew an arrow from his quiver, and cast his modified metal-based magic, Sharpness, on the metal arrowhead. To avoid shocking the crowd, Ryan deliberately controlled the speed of the spell, extending it from around 0.04 seconds to about a second and a half. Wow, such a fast casting speed. Georgia, a second-level wizard apprentice, quickly sensed the magical fluctuations coming from Ryan's side, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. When the archer received the silver light arrow, his face immediately showed surprise and gratitude, and he said, "Thank you, Sir Ryan." Excitedly, he immediately drew his bow and aimed at an Ironbeak Sea Eagle. The next second, a silver stream of light shot up into the sky, instantly piercing the sea eagle's abdomen. Shoo! With a mournful cry, the arrow struck Ironbeak Sea Eagle plummeted almost straight to the ground. The other Ironbeak Sea Eagle, terrified, immediately sped away in the direction it had come from. But less than 2 seconds later, another silver streak of light flashed, and the second Ironbeak Sea Eagle followed suit, falling from the sky. Is this the Sharpness technique? The effect seems incredible. Georgia, a second-level wizard apprentice and archer, widened her eyes and gasped, her face filled with surprise and envy. 1 minute ago. Over 10 miles from the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, 2 men in black wizard robes were chatting. Suddenly, one of them glanced up at the Ironbeak Sea Eagle, a smile on his face, and said, "Huh? Looks like our precious has found prey again. I wonder what it is this time." The other man said with a smile. "Is it the Imperial Reconnaissance Team, or one of those annoying cockroach-like mercenaries? Let's go and take a look." But the next second, a shrill eagle cry echoed, and then, from afar, the 2 men saw an Ironbeak Sea Eagle plummeting downwards. "Oh no! My eagle!" A Poseidon cult eagle rider's face paled, for it was his Ironbeak Sea Eagle that had just been shot down. "Oh no! A sharpshooter!" Another man's brow furrowed. He immediately tried to blow his whistle to recall the sea eagles. But the next second, His face also changed drastically, because his sea eagle, like his companions, had been shot down. You know, Ironbeak sea eagles are not easy to train. Even with the Poseidon cult's more sophisticated training system, it takes nearly a year to cultivate a qualified Ironbeak sea eagle. Fuck. Quick, fire a flare to get all the nearby sea creatures to come. Ryan, meanwhile, was already surrounded by the mercenaries. Sir Ryan, your sharpness is incredibly effective, isn't it? The archer couldn't help but use the honorific you. Hee hee, perhaps it's because I have a high affinity for metal, Ryan explained with a slight smile. The others also looked at the archer with envy, and their expressions towards Ryan changed completely. Can a high affinity for metal be so easily stated? Although most of them weren't wizard apprentices, let alone wizards, they had generally heard of elemental affinity. Besides, who wouldn't want such a powerful supporter by their side? Immediately, with the exception of Georgia, the other archers and rangers all warmly approached Ryan. As the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, Fandral was naturally overjoyed. It seemed his vision was as good as ever. Judging from the sharpness he had just displayed, Lord Ryan was quite capable. Although only a third-level wizard apprentice, he was probably not far behind a full-fledged wizard. Suddenly, Fandral regained his composure, his face grim, and he shouted, "Everyone, mount your horses and leave this place. Otherwise, these Sea God Cult Eagle Riders will surround us." The Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, a dozen or so, first retraced their steps, then, reaching a sparse woodland, turned again and swiftly headed towards their destination. Hey, Lord Ryan, how come your sharpness is so powerful? Also, the casting time is astonishingly fast. How did you practice that? Curious, Georgia finally couldn't help herself. She flicked the reins, steered her horse forward, and asked Ryan. Huh? You're not calling me new anymore? Ryan couldn't help but tease with a smile. Humph. Forget it. Ryan's words immediately made the girl's pretty face flush. She seemed a little embarrassed. She snorted haughtily and walked away again. Watching the scene, Ryan found the two siblings quite interesting. The brother was calm, sophisticated, and experienced, while the sister was rather overbearing and lively. The two were quite different. Lord Ryan, could you tell me which school of wizardry you come from? Vandrel asked curiously. I'm from the College of Winterhold, Ryan replied ambiguously. Ryan didn't bother lying. Also, he had indeed traveled all the way from Winterhold College to Howling Fjord. You're lying. Everyone knows that Winterhold College is primarily staffed with rare ice wizards. Georgia couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ryan and interrupt. Oh, Lord Ryan is from Winterhold College. I once dealt with a vice president there, a middle-aged woman named Wee, Vandrel said thoughtfully. You mean Vice President Welty? Yes. Lord Welty. It seems Lord Ryan is indeed from Winterhold College. Vandrel nodded repeatedly, his guard having mostly dropped. If it was Battleov, the dean of Winterhold College, most of the mercenaries in the biting tundra knew this important figure. However, Vice Dean Welty was comparatively less famous. If they weren't very familiar with each other, they probably wouldn't have known him. Are you really from Winterhold College? Why can't I believe it? Georgia muttered to herself, her beautiful eyes widening as she looked at Ryan repeatedly. Ryan glanced at Georgia, a faint smile on his face, but he didn't offer any explanation. However, Ryan's attitude made Georgia furious. Captain, the thick-shelled lobsterman's gathering place is just ahead, a ranger who had been scouting ahead said. Ryan looked from afar and saw a number of gigantic, upright, giant-clawed lobsters in the nearby swamp. As for the human form, it was completely unrelated to their appearance. Even the term lobsterman was more like a coconut crab with elongated waists. Its legs consisted of 4 pairs of limbs, and its waist, a carapace standing upright for over a meter, was followed by a chest and a pair of giant claws. Its 2 matchstick-like eyes stood upright, looking quite lively. I wonder how this thing tastes when roasted. This was the first thought that came to Ryan's mind upon seeing the creature. Ryan had originally assumed it was some kind of hybrid between a human and a lobster, but he hadn't expected it to be something like this. He would likely eat it without any hesitation. Sir Ryan, do you need a break? This thick-shelled lobster has a very high defense. I might need your help with the sharpening technique, Vandrel said, smiling at Ryan. At this moment, everyone on the Ice Claw Bear team flashed expressions of sudden enlightenment. No wonder their boss had always been so polite to Ryan, almost to the point of being deliberately flattering. Damn, with Lord Ryan's powerful sharpening technique at his disposal, who needed a whetstone? There was absolutely no need for someone wearing expensive steel armor and tower shields, because just shooting would be enough. The others, including Georgia, looked at Ryan with expressions of trepidation. Not necessary, Captain Fandral. Let's begin now, then? Ryan smiled and nodded. That's great, Fandral exclaimed, overjoyed. Lord Ryan, can you give me your first shot? The archer who had just tasted success by shooting down the iron-beaked sea eagle said immediately. Heb, Lord Ryan just gave you a chance. You should let others try too, someone interrupted him. Yes. Lord Ryan, give us some too. Instantly, everyone rushed to Ryan with their arrows. Even the two tower shield warriors held their knight swords before Ryan, hoping he could help with the sharpening technique. After all, everyone was worried that if Ryan's mental energy was too depleted, it would be too late. Georgia also thrust an arrow at Ryan, but she seemed a little embarrassed, keeping her head down. Clearly, her body was still reluctant to give in, but her heart was eager to try. The girl's typical hypocritical demeanor amused Ryan. Don't worry, everyone has a chance. Don't worry, I still have enough mental energy to perform the sharpening technique. I hope everyone will line up and come in order, Ryan said with a smile. In less than a few seconds, more than a dozen people had obediently formed a line, and Ryan quickly chanted the spell. Since the sharpness spell lasted for 1 minute, Fandral, who was standing nearby, saw 3 archers cast the sharpness spell and immediately led them to attack the thick-shelled lobster patrol. Swoosh! One archer released the bowstring, and a stream of silver light penetrated the hardest breastplate of a thick-shelled lobster man and exited through the back armor. 1 shot, 1 kill. As long as the aim was right, these thick-shelled lobster men would be killed with 1 arrow. Easier than shooting a rabbit. Working in groups of 3 or 4, they repeated this cycle over and over again. Soon, the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries had inflicted heavy casualties on the thick-shelled lobster men in the camp before them. The thick-shelled lobster warriors prided themselves on thick-shell defense and giant claw attacks, but they never had a chance to use them before being slain by arrows imbued with a modified version of the sharpening spell. If Ryan hadn't requested a short rest after casting the sharpening spell over 30 times, the thick-shelled lobster warriors in this camp would have been wiped out by the excited Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. Meanwhile, in Howling Fjord, within a cave at the base of the Rime Cliffs, the cavern was exceptionally spacious, seemingly excavated to form a cavernous hall 20 to 30 meters high. Several braziers were placed around the hall, and numerous slitherblade nagas and even more thick-shelled lobster warriors stood guard. In the center of the hall stood 4 large stone chairs, arranged in a semicircular formation, all currently occupied. Why has there been no news from the Black Flame Church these past 2 days? The black-robed man in the center said in a deep voice. I'm not sure, Lord Havers. Do you think we don't need to wait any longer? Our personnel are almost all here now, and we can launch a large-scale attack on the Empire. Not appropriate. If that's the case, we'd be the first to be attacked. The Empire is quite powerful here in the Frostwind Tundra. We face most of their pressure, and even a counterattack. Haha, then let these weak humans do it. A voice resounded like thunder. The rock wall at the top of the cave even rustled with dust from the immense sound waves. The weaker thick-shelled lobsterman guarding the side seemed unable to bear the sound either. His once upright back bent, and his 2 matchstick-like eyes drooped, hiding in his thick shell. The owner of the voice was next to the black-robed man. Even the white stone bench, right in the middle, couldn't accommodate the man's nearly 10-meter-tall frame. If Fandral were present, he would have recognized the man as a deep-sea giant, significantly taller than the one he had last seen. Take note, a typical deep-sea giant is only 6 or 7 meters tall, but this one stood a staggering 10 meters tall, muscular, and wielding a massive, barbed metal hammer. But a closer look revealed that this wasn't a hammer at all. It was clearly a heavy ship anchor, roughly polished to resemble a hammer. Commander Dune, please be patient. We believe in your strength, but according to the Pope's orders, we must proceed with caution. Haver seemed wary of the deep-sea giant commander, so his words were primarily soothing, even invoking the title of the Pope of the Sea God cult. Humph. You're wasting my precious time. Then you two can discuss this matter slowly. I'm going to bed. The giant Dune rose with a clatter. The string of shells and skulls hanging around his neck made a series of clattering sounds, and a strong sense of oppression filled the air. In the light of the brazier, the deep-sea giant commander, Dune, revealed a blue skin covered with fine fish scales. The only covering on his body was his crotch, and that was a handful of seaweed. At this moment, a slitherblade naga slithered in and reported, "My lords, a follower of the god of the hunt has arrived. He says his name is Diam, and he's a high priest. Please invite him in." At this moment, the slitherblade naga high priestess Ursula let out a silvery laugh, saying, "It seems the Black Flame Church is ready. Commander Dune, why don't you listen to this before you retire? Yes, Commander Dune, if my suspicions are correct, the Black Flame Church should be here to notify us to act immediately, Haver said with a smile. Okay, I hope so. Dune thought for a moment and sat back down, only for the sturdy stone chair to creak unbearably. At this moment, two black-robed men with black flames tattooed on their sleeves entered. They were Diam and his subordinates. Diam had been promoted half a level by this point, becoming a candidate for High Priest, temporarily overseeing the Black Flame Church's operations in the Howling Tundra. However, there was no smile on his face. The thought of a potential confrontation with that monster made Diam's heart pound. Lord Havers, everyone, I am Diam of the Black Flame Church. Diam's eyes lit up upon seeing the four high-ranking members of the Sea God cult before him, and he immediately felt that his trip to Howling Fjord had been a good one. Aside from the Lobsterman Elder on the far right, whose strength seemed comparable to his, the other three exuded an incredibly powerful aura. Even the black-robed, towering deep-sea giant in the middle seemed even slightly more powerful than his former superior, High Priest Erickson. Lord Diam, are you here to inform us that we can begin our operation? Yes and no, Diam said, feigning contemplation. At this ambiguous answer, everyone's gazes turned to Diam. At this point, Diam began to recount. Recently, our Black Flame Church has engaged in numerous battles with the Empire, and even High Priest Erickson has fallen in battle. What? Upon hearing this, the usually calm Haver's eyes flashed with shock. He had, of course, met Erickson before. He also knew that even if his opponent's strength was slightly weaker than his, it was only slightly. Did the Empire send a Dragon Knight? Or some other guardian? Ursula, High Priestess of the Slithering Blade Naga, asked hurriedly, shifting her posture. Neither. The opponent was a swordsman. Diam shook his head. A swordsman? Hearing this answer, the people of the Sea God Church felt a little relieved. After all, no matter how powerful a sword wielder is, he's still no Dragon Knight. Even one from the sword wielder's headquarters in the Imperial capital can still stand up to the challenge. Sir Diam, please describe the sword wielder's strength in detail, Haver said solemnly. Of course. Diam began to elaborate. Ever since witnessing Jianren transform into a dragon man and defeat the proto-dragon Courageous, Diam, as a witness, had been determined to report this important news to High Priest Erickson immediately. But unexpectedly, upon hastily returning to the base, he received the devastating news that High Priest Erickson and his group had been nearly wiped out at Dragon's Tooth Pass. Then, as he investigated, Diam's heart was shaken even more. He was shocked to discover that the person who had defeated the proto-dragon Courageous was the same individual. Moreover, he wasn't a member of some wizard school, as he had assumed, but an imperial sword wielder. This left Diam sleepless for days. Are you saying this swordsman named Ryan can transform, and that after transforming, his combat power is so formidable that he can battle the proto-dragon? The deep-sea giant leader, Dun, suddenly asked with considerable interest. Dune's voice was so loud that it startled Diam. But after recovering, he quickly nodded and said, yes, I was there, and Ryan even had a slight advantage. Interesting. Ha ha. Finally, I've met an interesting opponent. Dun, the deep-sea giant leader, laughed heartily. The thunderous laughter echoed throughout the cavern hall, leaving Diam feeling oppressive and uncomfortable. Commander Dune has fought several deep-sea ichthyosaurs barehanded, and his record is even better than this swordsman's. Ursula, the High Priestess of the Slippery Blade Naga, offered a small compliment. Commander Dune's strength is so great, that's naturally a blessing. Hearing the Slippery Blade Naga priest's words, Diam felt a sense of peace. He had been thinking of ways to deal with Ryan, but found that without high-end combat power, there was almost no solution. Not only was the opponent formidable, but he was also extremely fast. This meant that even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still escape. In other words, if they wanted to deal with Ryan, they had to find a place that made it difficult for him to escape. Or someone who made it difficult for him to escape. While I have no doubts about your sect's strength, the problem is that they are extremely fast. What if they try to escape? Diam asked at the right moment, glancing at Havers. Just as Diam was at his wit's end, the Poseidon cult repeatedly sent him urging messages, essentially asking when they would launch a joint attack against the Empire. Originally, High Priest Erickson was responsible for coordinating the attack with the Poseidon cult in the Howling Tundra, but after his death, Diam naturally took over. At the thought of the Poseidon cult, Diam's eyes lit up. Yes, his own church couldn't currently deploy personnel to deal with this Ryan, so he could leverage their power. Shifting the blame. Although it wasn't a good idea, the Poseidon cult would eventually face the Empire, so facing Ryan sooner rather than later wasn't a big deal. Furthermore, Diam had heard that the Poseidon cult's leader in charge of the Howling Fjord operation was a powerful figure nicknamed Shadow Heartburner. No matter how fast or physically powerful a person is, they are as fragile as an egg when faced with the heart-eating shadow magic. Thus, Diam believed that the key to killing this Ryan lay with Hafuz, not the deep-sea giant leader Dune. At this moment, an elite lobsterman quickly approached the thick-shelled lobsterman chieftain, Akalin, and said, "Chieftain, our southern camp near the shipwreck has been attacked by a group of human mercenaries. They are very powerful, and our people have suffered heavy casualties." "Huh? These foolish mercenaries actually dared to attack us. They are courting death." With Diam's guests present, this news was a real blow to the Poseidon cult, especially the thick-shelled lobsterman tribe. Thick-shelled lobsterman chieftain Akalin immediately rebuked him. "Lord Hafuz, I will handle this personally," Akalin said, standing up and bowing slightly to Hafuz, who was seated at the main table. "Well, it's time to teach these locust-like mercenaries a lesson. But Chief Akalin, remember to return quickly. We still need to entertain Lord Diam properly, and you, the host, cannot be absent." Hafuz nodded and said with a smile, "Of course, I'll be back in half an hour at most. Lord Diam, please sit for a moment." Akalin turned to Diam and said, then quickly left. Chapter 357. At this moment, Ryan, resting nearby, suddenly noticed that the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries were looking at him with rather strange eyes, seemingly tinged with a touch of reverence. At first, Ryan thought it was because he had helped the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries kill so many thick-shelled lobstermen. Until a few minutes later, Vandal approached and said in a slightly restrained whisper, "Sir Ryan, you're not a third-level wizard apprentice, but a full-fledged wizard, right?" "Oh, Captain Vandal, how did you find out?" Ryan smiled, not minding that Vandal had discovered some of his hidden strength. However, he was still somewhat curious about how he had discovered it. After all, he thought he had been intentionally concealing it. Don't you think you've cast the 0-level spell, Sharpening, a bit too many times? Over 30 sharpening spells, that's definitely not the mental power a wizard apprentice should have, even for a third-level wizard apprentice," Vandal said firmly. Ryan pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized. Yes. He already had a whopping 68 mental points. Although casting Sharpening over 30 times only used about a third of his mental power, it was still nearly the full mental power of a full-fledged wizard. "I see. Georgia, give Lord Ryan your primary mental power recovery potion." Vandal turned to his sister Georgia and said. This time, the girl said nothing, her head lowered, and walked forward with an extremely obedient demeanor. She held a bottle of light blue potion, shaped like an inkwell, in both hands, and respectfully handed it to Ryan. There was no trace of her previous arrogance. The girl didn't question her brother's willingness to give such an expensive potion for primary mental strength restoration. Ryan smiled faintly, took it, and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." "Lord Ryan, I was wrong before," the girl said with a faint apology, her fair cheeks flushed slightly. Ryan waved his hand. He naturally wouldn't argue with a young girl. Besides, she wasn't a bad person, just a bit arrogant. After a short rest, the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, relying on Ryan's improved sharpening technique, launched another attack on the lobsterman camp. Soon, almost all of the thick-shelled lobsterman warriors in the camp were sniped out. The remaining old, weak, and sick retreated into the semicircular mud huts, not daring to show their faces. The sacks the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries had brought with them were now overflowing. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. This mission had originally been planned to last 7 to 10 days, but thanks to Ryan, they completed most of it in just half a day, harvesting nearly 60 pairs of giant claws. "Captain, shouldn't we move to another location? If we stay here too long, we might attract the attention of the Poseidon cult," a Tower Shield warrior reminded Vandal. "Yes. I almost forgot." Vandal, his smile still lingering, suddenly snapped back to reality and patted his head. "Everyone, gather your spoils and move immediately." At this moment, Ryan looked west, his brow furrowed slightly. He said, "Captain Vandal, tell everyone to organize a defense. It's probably too late to retreat. They're already here." "What?" Everyone was stunned at Ryan's words. Then, everyone, including Vandal, immediately looked west. Seeing the number of incoming enemies, their expressions changed dramatically. "Oh my God! Look, that lobsterman is so huge." "Yes. And one of its claws is particularly enormous," exclaimed one of the archers with the best eyesight. Everyone immediately focused their attention. Sure enough, a gigantic lobsterman, nearly 3 meters tall, stood out like a crane among a group of normal 2-meter-tall lobstermen. Surrounding them were more than a dozen elite lobstermen with gleaming claws, even guarded by 2 black-robed men who looked like Poseidon monks. They were now charging fiercely towards the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. "Retreat to the right," Fandral said, his face grim upon seeing the sheer number of them. "Not good, Captain. There are lobstermen on both sides, and in greater numbers." A second later, a member exclaimed, "Quick! Back against the reef. Form a defensive formation." Fandral's expression changed, and he quickly changed his orders. "Tower shield warriors, advance, archers, stand ready." Hearing the captain's methodical commands, the panic on the faces of the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries quickly subsided, though worry remained. However, Fandral was adept at leveraging every advantage to boost the spirits of the members. He shouted, "Don't panic. Don't forget we still have Lord Ryan. Lord Ryan is a full-fledged wizard." Although the members had previously suspected that Ryan might be more than just a wizard apprentice, their morale was immediately boosted by their captain's affirmative answer. Because even a third-level wizard apprentice has a significant difference in combat power compared to a full-fledged wizard. "Yes. With Lord Ryan here, we just need to do our job." "That's right. We definitely win. Lord Ryan, please cast the sharp spell on the 2 archers first. We must eliminate the opposing Poseidon monks first, otherwise, even the Tower Shield warriors won't be able to withstand their sorceress bombardment," Fandral said respectfully to Ryan. He knew full well that the key to holding the position lay in the young wizard, Lord Ryan. Of course, Ryan agreed with a smile. On the other hand, the thick-shelled lobsterman chieftain, Akaran, had adopted a 3-sided encirclement tactic. He had expected the opposing human mercenary group to flee in terror, but to his surprise, they had actually established themselves against the sturdy reef. "Interesting. You're certainly quite capable. Go!" At Akalan's command, over a dozen elite thick-shelled lobstermen charged forward. The 2 Poseidon monks nearby also began chanting spells, though they remained cautious, first casting a defensive spell similar to the water film spell. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 monks had barely finished their spells when, in the next second, 5 or 6 streaks of light arrived. The 2 Poseidon monks couldn't help but sneer at the sight. Trying to launch a sneak attack? Too slow. But then, the sneers on their faces froze. Because they saw the incoming arrow was truly remarkable. The silver streak on the tip was so distinct, it was almost dazzling. "This is sharpness." Instantly, the 2 understood several things, such as why the thick-shelled lobstermen, renowned for their defensive armor, were so beaten that they had to call for help. Puff! Puff! The sound of piercing followed one after another. One Poseidon monk, struck in the forehead by an arrow, collapsed, while another, struck in the waist and abdomen by 3 consecutive arrows. How could it be pierced with just one shot? The severely injured Poseidon monk exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. Such power. He realized there was something definitely odd about the opponent's sharpness. The water film defense had been pierced by a single arrow, as fragile as a bubble. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Gurgle, gurgle. He was about to warn Akalan, but the second severely injured Poseidon monk began to bleed blood from his mouth, soon following the previous one's footsteps. Huh? 2 Poseidon monks were killed in an instant, leaving the thick-shelled lobsterman chieftain, Akalan, looking rather grim. The heavy casualties among his own family had already infuriated him, and this time, the deaths of the Poseidon monks made it even more difficult for him to report back to Lord Havers. "Human mercenaries, you're courting death." The towering Akalan, unable to contain himself any longer, brandished his 2 asymmetrical pale cyan claws, one large and one small, charging straight at the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. The mercenaries, having witnessed the instantaneous destruction of 2 Poseidon monks, were now in high spirits, and their defensive formation tightened. 3 Tower Shield warriors led the charge, their knight swords also enchanted by Ryan. Behind them came 6 archers and rangers, with Ryan and Fandral at the rear. Ryan sped up his sharpening spells, essentially 1 per second. If the 6 archers and rangers were like a Gatling gun, then Ryan was the ammunition chain, sending the thick-shelled lobstermen fleeing in panic. Ding 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 ding. However, with the addition of Akalan, whose shell was far harder and thicker than that of ordinary lobstermen, he bravely charged forward under the hail of sharpening arrows, though Akalan was also in pain. Naturally, he also discovered the key to the difficulty of dealing with this human mercenary group before him. There was something strange about their arrows. He had to get close. Akalan made a quick decision. "Oh no! The big guy is coming. Give me the tower shield." Fandral, in the battle formation, immediately noticed the massive lobsterman's strength and grabbed the tower shield, ready to charge. Giant claw shock. Akalin, who had already rushed to the front of the battle formation, suddenly raised his pale blue claw, 3 times larger than a typical one and the size of a barrel, to the sky. With a flash of cyan light, the claw slammed into the ground several meters in front of the tower shield warrior. Bang! Like a terrestrial dragon turning over, the ground instantly became as soft as noodles. A powerful shockwave instantly staggered the 3 tower shield warriors. Claw shadows. Swish, swish, swish. Akalin followed suit, stabbing 3 times with lightning-fast claws, instantly twisting and deforming the 3 thick tower shields. The 3 tower shield warriors screamed and were sent flying. Fortunately, thanks to the tower shield's protection, none of the wounds were serious, though the left arm holding the shield in midair was clearly twisted and deformed. Oh no! It's the thick-shelled lobsterman chieftain Akalin. Seeing his opponent shatter his carefully constructed tower shield defense with just 2 moves, and considering the opponent's large and small claws, Fandral suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "You know me? Then you should know that today is your death," Akalin said in his broken common tongue, his eyes twinkling with pride. "I chop you all in half, leaving you wailing and screaming in agony." Huh? There's also a human chick. Commander Dune's favorite. Yes, this chick can survive. Akalin, clearly noticing Georgia in the crowd, beamed with joy, waving his claws and pointing. At this moment, the remaining archers and rangers all looked terrified. After all, even the most fortified tower shield warriors couldn't withstand the opponent's 2 claws. Their leather armor couldn't possibly withstand even a casual blow. Although Lord Ryan was a full-fledged wizard, they were now facing a chieftain-level monster like Akalin, the thick-shelled lobster chieftain. A full-fledged wizard would be no match for him. He was a quasi-legendary peak being. Unless Lord Ryan was a level 2 liquefaction wizard, he might still be able to survive. The team's luck was truly terrible, encountering the strongest of the thick-shelled lobsters. "Now all of you die." Akalin charged forward with a fierce swing of his claws. Bang! Thander darted forward, shield raised, trying to block the blow. But the moment the blows clashed, the creaking of the tower shield and the sinking of his boots into the ground made it clear to Thander, the man involved, that he was no match for the other. Akalin's strength was simply too great. "Run! I can't hold out much longer," Thander roared. "Lord Ren, protect my sister." "Retreat? Why should we retreat?" Ren's voice rang out calmly. Everyone was stunned. Before they could grasp the meaning, they felt a flash of light before their eyes, and Lord Ren's figure vanished. Swish! Suddenly, Thander felt a faint gust of wind behind him, and then something seemed to flash ahead. A second passed, and Thander sensed something was amiss. Because the thick-shelled lobsterman chieftain, Akalin, hadn't attacked again, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw his team member standing frozen, as if struck by lightning. Almost everyone's mouth was gaping, as if a whole pair could fit inside. This left Fandral a bit bewildered. He cautiously poked his head slightly above the edge of the tower shield. The next second, he froze. For Lord Ryan had suddenly appeared before him, a short spear in hand. The spear was now dripping with a faint blue liquid. And the thick-shelled lobsterman chieftain, Akalin, had now slumped to the ground, motionless, but still wielding his enormous claws to defend himself. The other man's once upright, piercing matchstick eyes had completely drooped. A small circular hole in the carapace between its eyes still oozes pale blue blood. Clearly, that's the fatal wound. Thander knows that's where the lobsterman's brain resides. But how is this possible? From the looks of it, it seems Lord Ryan must have used his short spear to pierce the giant claws that Akalin was blocking, then pierce the carapace again, striking the brain and causing this effect. This is Chief Akalin, the giant-clawed lobster. The third most wanted sea warrior. Lord Ryan actually killed him with a single blow. Oh my god! Lord Ryan's strength. For a moment, everyone who had regained their composure cried out in astonishment. The looks they gave Ryan were filled with shock, joy, admiration, and more. The remaining thick-shelled lobster warriors, their matchstick eyes fixed on this scene, were transfixed. Their formidable chief Akalin had died just like that. Instantly, the thick-shelled lobster warriors, who had been surrounding them from 3 sides, fled in all directions. To Ryan, Chief Akalin, the giant-clawed lobster, was roughly at the peak of quasi-legendary status, barely touching the threshold of legendary status. Naturally, he was no match for him. Of course, under normal circumstances, he could probably trade blows with him. But this time, he suddenly executed Shadow's step, striking with incredible speed, resulting in the instantaneous kill. Lord Raylene, you're more than just a formal wizard, are you? A full minute passed, and Fandral, still unable to calm his inner shock and excitement, spoke to Raylene with a slight stutter. I had hoped to stay with you for a while, but now it seems I can't. Ryan glanced at his destination. The Rime Cliffs were just over 10 miles away. Originally, he had come to gather information, and now he had pretty much covered it. Captain Fandral, be careful. The cult of Poseidon is far more powerful than this. I'm going to the Rime Cliffs ahead, Ryan said to Fandral with a smile. Sir Ryan, are you leaving? But you promised to complete the Imperial bounty with us, Georgia said, stepping forward, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Ryan smiled, pointing to the scattered corpses of the thick-shelled lobstermen, especially the massive carcass of their chieftain, Acaran. Counting these, you've definitely exceeded your target of 100 thick-shelled lobstermen. Sir Ryan, shall we go with you? Fandral offered after a moment's thought. Not good. We might encounter the Poseidon cult ahead, Ryan said, shaking his head. Just now, he noticed that the direction the thick-shelled lobster chieftain, Acalan, had just come from seemed to be the direction of the Frost Cliff. This meant that the Poseidon cult's lair was likely there as well, perhaps very close to his destination. A quarter of an hour later, in the cave hall, Havers and Diam were peacefully exchanging opinions on cooperation. At this moment, a thick-shelled lobster warrior came in with a panicked report. Lord Havers, bad news. Chief Acalan has been killed. What? Havers, usually expressionless, stood up and exclaimed in shock. Acaran is dead? How did he die? Ursula, the high priestess of the Slitherblade Naga, asked in shock. The deep-sea giant commander, Dunn, who had been dozing, opened his enormous, lantern-like eyes upon hearing the news and looked over. I didn't see it clearly. The thick-shelled lobsterman warrior pondered for a moment, then said fearfully, it certainly hadn't seen how its clan leader was killed. He was killed by a white-robed wizard. He struck down Chief Acaran with a single spear strike. White robe. A single spear? Diam muttered to himself. Why does this sound familiar? Waste. The giant commander, Dunn, seemed particularly displeased with this lobsterman who had fled after a defeat. He reached out with a hand as large as a millstone and grabbed the thick-shelled lobsterman warrior. Have mercy. Paw! A crisp crackling sound echoed as the thick-shelled lobsterman in Dune's massive hand was torn to pieces, all sorts of bodily fluids and shell debris dripping onto the ground. Havus, I go check. Bang, bang. The giant commander Dune, without waiting for Havers to speak, grabbed the anchor and stood up, heading out of the cave. The ground trembled slightly with each step his towering figure took. For a moment, no one in the cave uttered a word. Diam of the Black Flame Church, as a guest, naturally refrained from commenting on the matter. Havers, however, had always been wary of the deep-sea giant commander Dune, who had always been somewhat disobedient to his orders. Hearing him offer to go and check, he naturally offered no objection. As for the slippery blade Naga High Priestess Ursula, her beautiful face tilted slightly to glance at Havers, then at the towering figure retreating into the distance. She wisely remained silent. A few minutes later, Sir Diam, how about? We go take a look too? While the Acalan are top tier in strength, they're not so easily killed by humans. Havers pondered for a moment, then turned to Diam. Of course, that's perfect. I can also witness Commander Dune's strength. As a guest, Diam naturally followed the host's wishes. Furthermore, he was quite curious about the combat prowess of the deep-sea giants, so he nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, following Commander Dune, the three of them, escorted by a group of elite Poseidon cultists and Slippery Blade Naga, headed towards the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. Near the southern camp of the thick-shelled lobstermen, Ryan was saying goodbye to the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. Suddenly, he uttered a soft hum and turned to look west. The others followed Ryan's gaze. A towering figure approached them from a distance. Bushes over a meter tall barely reached the figure's ankles, and the ground trembled slightly with its steps. Oh no! This is a deep-sea giant. But how could this deep-sea giant be so huge? Vandrel exclaimed. What? A deep-sea giant? Don't be afraid, we have Lord Ryan here. Hearing this, the panic-stricken crowd calmed down considerably. However, even those who had the strongest faith in Ryan began to falter after taking in the figure's impressive height. The figure was estimated to be over 10 meters tall. With a figure of this size, did Lord Ryan really have a chance of victory? Ha ha. Finally found him, you little rats. I heard you killed Acalan. Although he's a worthless creature, he's not someone you can kill. So, I'm going to devour your flesh and bones. Oh wow, there's a girl here too. Not bad. A voice like thunder echoed from the oncoming giant, echoing through the wilderness. Chapter 358. A fear, as if instinctive, surged from the hearts of every member of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. It was like a mouse meeting a cat, facing its natural enemy, and disaster was imminent. Especially Georgia, the girl who had just been called out by the deep-sea giant, her body stiffened, trembling under the giant's gaze. Among the people present, only Ryan remained calm, even gazing up and down at the attacking deep-sea giant. The man was dressed simply, with a necklace made of shells and skulls hanging around his neck. His blue skin was covered with fine scales. The only part of his body that was covered was his crotch, which seemed to be made of some kind of green seaweed or kelp, acting as shorts. The most striking thing was the massive anchor he held in his hand, polished like a heavy hammer, and carried on his shoulder. Combined with his rugged features and yellow beard, he looked incredibly powerful. Very impressive strength, seemingly comparable to the proto-dragon Courageous. Ryan gazed at the incoming deep-sea giants, not intimidated, but rather with a certain excitement. Originally, the deep-sea giant leader, Dune, had focused his attention on the only woman present, Georgia. Now, he was naturally drawn to the calm face of Dune, standing at the forefront. Seeing Dune's complete lack of fear, he flew into a rage. In a short month, since he arrived in Howling Fjord from the deep sea, every human he encountered trembled under his might, begging for their lives. But the look the human before him gave him made him uncomfortable. Human, I hate your look. Therefore, the great giant leader, Dune, has decided not to eat you, but to smash you into a meat patty. Scream. Ha ha ha. Dune laughed heartily as he swung the anchor, weighing nearly a ton. Sir Ryan, get out of the way. A weapon this powerful, get out of the way. Sir Ryan, get out of the way. No defensive spell can withstand this kind of power. Seeing this, Fandral, like the other team members, who were concerned about Ryan, shouted hurriedly. He worried that Ryan had miscalculated, and thought he could use defensive spells to counter the opponent's attack. But Fandral knew that a weapon weighing 1 or 2 tons would be no match for even the defensive spells of a level 2 liquefaction wizard. It's hard to say for a level 3 crystallized wizard, but it's highly likely he's unstoppable. But Ryan remained calm. He quickly stripped off his white wizard robe and, without turning back, handed it to the girl beside him, Georgia, saying, "Keep it for me." The next second, to everyone's astonishment, Ryan charged directly at the deep-sea giant, Dune. No! Oh my god! Sir Ryan, I told you to get out of the way, not to engage. You're a wizard, are you planning to engage a deep-sea giant in hand-to-hand combat? Is Sir Ryan crazy? Ray Georgia, the young girl, foolishly held the wizard robe Ryan handed her in one hand, and covered her mouth with the other. She was a little hesitant to watch what would happen to Ryan. But the next scene left her completely stunned. With every step Ryan took, his body began to undergo astonishing changes. First step, muscles swelled. Second step, back arched and chest puffed out. Third step, horns sprouted from the head. Fourth step, scales formed on the skin. 7 steps later, a humanoid monster, only slightly smaller than the attacking deep-sea giant commander, Dune, appeared before everyone. All members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group stared at the scene with eyes wide open, mouths gaping, stunned. After being held captive for several seconds, one member exclaimed, "Oh my god! What kind of sorcery is this? Do you think Lord Ryan is human? How did he suddenly become like this?" For a moment, no one knew what to say to describe the transformation of Ryan before them. Many even doubted whether Ryan was human at all. Only Fandral frowned, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to have seen this image of Ryan in the latest news. And Dune, the giant commander, stared at him blankly. Even the anchor he was about to swing out was suspended in midair. By the time he came to his senses, Ryan, transformed into the dragon general, had already rushed over to him. "Die, monster!" Duan swung the metal anchor heavily at Ryan. Bang! But just as he swung at a slight angle, the anchor was firmly grasped by a dragon claw, roughly the size of a millstone. Just as Duan was about to exert force, he was surprised to find that the metal anchor in his hand was rapidly becoming lighter and changing rapidly. It turned out that Ryan, holding the metal anchor, was casting his innate magic, Metal Transfiguration. In reality, any other metal wizard, unless they had solidified Metal Transfiguration as an innate sorcery, would have been unable to accomplish what Ryan was doing. Ryan transformed a 1-ton metal anchor into a 2-handed great sword in a single second, while the deep-sea giant, Dune, was now holding only the anchor handle. Hiss! The Ice Claw Bear mercenaries exclaimed in amazement. What just happened? The anchor instantly transformed into Lord Ryan's great sword? Is this sorcery? This is a miracle! Georgia, is there such a sorcery? Vandrel asked Georgia, his sister, a second-level wizard apprentice. Well, there seems to be one called metal transfiguration, but it's impossible to do it as quickly as Lord Ryan just did, and their anchor weighed nearly a ton. To achieve Lord Ryan's current level, a proper wizard would probably have to time it by the minute, Georgia thought for a moment before explaining. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. Just as Ryan was about to strike the giant, Duin, with his great sword, a swift blow, Duin reacted with remarkable speed. He dropped the anchor handle and, with a sweeping grip, hurled Ryan to the ground. In such close quarters, Ryan's two-handed sword, transformed from the anchor, became a burden, and was immediately thrown aside. The two men immediately engaged in a scuffle. The two, enormous compared to ordinary humans, now engaged in a fistfight like street thugs. Of course, the intensity was far greater, with mud flying and dust billowing everywhere. Several lobstermen who couldn't dodge in time were instantly reduced to shrimp paste after being touched by the two men. Dune landed a powerful punch on Ryan's waist and abdomen, but the combined force of his muscles and the protection of his dragon scales meant that the blow barely caused him pain. Ryan's swift claw strikes, however, were severely blocked by the dense blue scales of his skin. It seemed as if some pale blue energy within the opponent's body blocked his sharp claws, leaving only 5 thin streaks of blood on his chest. Bang! Bang! The close quarters combat was extremely stamina draining. Within 2 minutes, Dune was already panting. However, with his third power-up, Ryan's stamina had returned to peak, and he continued his fierce attack in his Dragon Man general form. At this moment, he rode atop the abyssal giant leader, Dune, and unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, striking Dune's massive head with his ultimate, forcing him to cover his head in defense. Human you. Bang! A punch pierced Dune's eye socket. You're enraged. Dune grew even more furious. Bang! Ryan's punch pierced Dune's jaw, interrupting him once again. Enraged, bang! Great bang! Bang! Ryan's relentless punches left Dune unable to utter even a single complete sentence. Human, bang! You bang! With Ryan's powerful blows, Dune's hands, which had been clutching his head, loosened, revealing their weakness. Ryan landed another punch on Dune's temple, sending stars darting through his eyes. Ah! Dune finally couldn't take it anymore and screamed in agony. Stop, bang! Stop, bang! Dune, the leader of the deep-sea giants, began to take a 180-degree turn. I stop if you tell me to? How humiliating. I at least give you 2 more punches. This truly frightened and infuriated Dune. He felt that if he continued, he would be beaten to death by this guy in front of him. Give up, bang. Give up. Dune begged frantically. When Ryan stopped, Dune, whose head had swollen like a pig's, was actually crying tears of joy. He survived. It was so hard. This scene naturally stunned everyone around him. Thandar swore that he had never seen such a satisfying fight in his life. Beating a 10-meter-tall giant with his fists into begging for mercy? Not even the fairy tales of the bards would dare to describe such a scene. Even in his dreams, he didn't dare to think that. He had already thought, perhaps, he could spread the story of Lord Ryan beating up the deep-sea giant Lord Dune. Bards would surely soon be singing the tale throughout the Howling Fjord. Soon, it would spread throughout the entirety of the Howling Tundra. At the same time, the violent ground shaking and Dune's whimpering made the faces of Havers, Ursula, and Diam, who were not far away, change drastically. That's Dune's voice. Who could have made Dune plead for mercy like that? Ursula, the high priestess of the Slitherblade Naga, wore an unprecedented solemnity without a trace of a smile on her beautiful face. Although Dune, the deep-sea giant lord, was incredibly tyrannical, his immense power was undeniable. Even Ursula knew she was no match for him. But from the sounds now, it was clear that Dune was at a disadvantage, even seeming to beg for mercy. At this moment, Havers' thoughts were almost identical to Ursula's. Who was the enemy? How could they force the deep-sea giant commander Dune to this extent? Several people sped forward, and soon, the figures of 2 monstrous beasts came into view. 10 minutes ago, the deep-sea giant commander Dune, so high-spirited, was now beaten to a state of swollen pig-like scalp. Astride him sat a massive dragon man, pinning Dune down and beating him fiercely. As soon as Diam saw the figure, his eyes widened, a look of astonishment on his face. He muttered, "Isn't that Ryan? Damn! Why is he in Howling Fjord? If the person before him wasn't Ryan, then who else could it be?" You know, Ryan's transformed dragon form left a deep shadow in Diam's heart. It's safe to say he never forget it even if he turns to ash. That's how the proto-dragon Courageous was beaten. And the promising fortunes of his own church were also ended by this guy before him. Ryan? Lord Diam, is this the Ryan you just told us about? Havers, hearing Diam's words, asked solemnly. Yes, Lord Havers, this dragon is Ryan's transformed form. He's extremely powerful. Diam nodded heavily, and at the same time, he leaned back inconspicuously. Havers now began to understand why Diam had always looked so apprehensive when he mentioned him. Indeed, in all his years, he had never seen anyone so capable of holding the deep-sea giant commander, Dune, in close combat. You have to know that Dune became the leader of the deep-sea giants precisely because of his melee combat prowess, making him the strongest among this clan of hundreds of deep-sea giants. Otherwise, the position of leader would have long been taken by another deep-sea giant. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed Dune fighting a 20-meter-long ichthyosaur in the ocean. This was also why Havers was so wary of Dune. But the scene unfolding before him was a complete shock. Would you two support Lord Dune immediately? Otherwise, I'm afraid. Diam, having regained his composure, quickly warned. After all, the Poseidon cult is not just Dune. With Havers and Ursula also present, the outcome is uncertain. On the other side of the battlefield, the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group naturally spotted the incoming force. Oh no! Lord Ryan, be careful. Shadowburner Havos and Slitherblade Naga High Priestess Ursula are here, Vandrel shouted. While he and the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries couldn't intervene in a battle of this magnitude, verbal warnings were still possible. What? Everyone's faces paled at their leader's words. That means both the number 1 and number 2 on the Howling Fjord's most wanted list are here, plus this deep-sea giant who's no less powerful than them. Oh my goodness! Brother, can Lord Ryan hold out? Georgia asked her brother Fandral anxiously. Difficult. Too difficult. Shadowburner Havos is a level 3 crystallized wizard, a legendary master. In the few short months since arriving in Howling Fjord, he's already slain 2 Imperial Major Generals. His record is impressive. Do you know why he's called the Burning Heart? His signature spell is Mind Blast, an extremely rare 3rd-level shadow spell that's very difficult to learn. It can directly attack a person's mind. If you can withstand it, it's fine. But if your mind isn't strong enough, then no matter how strong your external defenses are, you die instantly under the Mind Blast. So terrifying? Yes. That's why Havers earned the title of Burning Heart. Vandrel nodded solemnly. Furthermore, even if they could withstand Havers' psychic blast, this 3-on-1 situation is extremely dangerous. Because even if Lord Ryan's mind is strong enough to withstand Havers' psychic blast, he will still be distracted for a period of time, perhaps 4 or 5 seconds, or as little as 2 or 3. This is a huge flaw in the fierce and rapidly changing battle. If the other sees the opportunity to launch a coordinated attack, Lord Ryan might. Although Fandral did not continue, the implications were self-evident. However, the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries could only hope that Ryan could win. Otherwise, they might face a fate more painful than death. And Ryan naturally noticed the large group of Poseidon cultists and Slitherblade Nagas who had just arrived. The Slippery Blade Naga bears a striking resemblance to the ancient blood-cursed Naga, but their size differs considerably from their ancient cousins. Males stand only about 2 meters and 23 centimeters tall, while females are even more slender. Furthermore, judging by the appearance of the 6-armed Naga who leads the group, it seems that women are also in charge. However, Ryan's eyes were now focused on the black-robed figure in front of him. The aura emanating from him was powerful, almost at the level of a 3rd-level crystallized wizard. This meant that the man before him was most likely Havers, nicknamed Shadow Heartburner, the leader of the Poseidon cult in Howling Fjord. Attack! With Havers' command, the Poseidon cult monks began chanting spells and casting spells. The Slitherblade Nagas, though terrified of Ryan's might, charged head-on. Instantly, a shower of multicolored sorcery pelted towards Ryan in his dragon general form, like a meteor shower. Boom! 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 Although the sorcery was dense and powerful, Ryan's current defense, especially against sorcery, was nearly immune to 1st-level sorcery, according to the system. Therefore, attacks from 1st-level wizard-level sorcery, or sorcery, would pose no threat to him in his current dragon general form. Occasionally, a gifted individual would only cause him to feel a hint of pain. Faced with the Poseidon cult's attack, Ryan immediately launched a counterattack. He snatched up the discarded anchor sword and charged towards the Poseidon cult's battle formation. Advanced Hydrotherapy. The beautiful slippery blade Naga High Priestess Ursula instantly chanted the spell, extending a finger and pointing at the severely injured deep-sea giant commander, Dune. A stream of crystal-clear water, shimmering with sorcerous aura, quickly wrapped around Dune like a transparent python and began to rapidly heal his injuries. Lord Havers, this Ryan is extremely fast. We need to find a way to slow him down. Diam, though alarmed by the incoming Ryan, immediately warned. Don't worry, Lord Diam. Ursula, prepared to attack the opponent's legs, Havers turned his head to the Slip-Blade Naga High Priest beside him. Like the ancient blood-cursed Naga, the Slip-Blade Naga are highly proficient in both melee combat and water magic, making them excellent combat partners. As you command, Lord Havers. Ursula swishes, drawing two slender knight swords. Mind Blast. As Havers unleashes his signature spell, a thick black mist descends in an instant, absorbing into Ryan's Dragonman form in the blink of an eye. Ryan, in the midst of sweeping the Slip-Blade Naga, suddenly freezes. Ursula, meanwhile, snakes swiftly, leaving a trail of afterimages, striking at Ryan's left knee at breakneck speed. But it wasn't over yet. As if for a double insurance policy, Havers roared, "Quick, Dune! My Mind Blast will knock him out for at least a few seconds. Take this opportunity to kill him." Dune, who had recently recovered from Ursula's advanced hydrotherapy, thought for a moment before a fierce look crossed his face. He quickly stood up, picked up a huge rock, and charged at Ryan. He must avenge the humiliation he had just begged for. Seeing the might of the three legendary warriors attacking Ryan, everyone around him, including Fandral, watched with rage, their eyes throbbing and their hearts clenching. "Sir Ryan, stop them!" Ryan's mind seemed to have entered a strange dimension, surrounded by an endless swarm of ghosts and vengeful spirits, pounced on him, tearing at his spirit form. But Ryan was surprised to find that, seemingly because of his strong will, the attacks of these ghosts and vengeful spirits could only make him feel the stinging pain like a mosquito bite. "That's easy then." Roar! With a dragon roar, ripples suddenly erupted in the air. Where the ripples passed, the vast sea of ghosts and wraiths vanished as if struck by the shockwave of a cannonball. Soon, Ryan felt a flash of intense white light before his eyes, and his consciousness returned to his body in the form of a dragon general. At this moment, Ryan felt a sharp pain in his thigh. He saw Ursula, the high priestess of the slippery blade Naga, wielding two knightly swords, piercing his dragon scales and steel defenses, wounding him. He also noticed Dun, the leader of the deep-sea giants, who was about to launch a bolder attack at him. When Ursula saw Ryan's eyes clear, she was startled, immediately released her swords, and quickly retreated. As Ryan quickly turned, Dun, holding the boulder high, froze, cursing Havers bitterly in his heart. 3 seconds? In just 1 second, he recovered. What a rubbish trick. At this moment, Dun's face, swollen like a pig's head, forced an awkward smile at Ryan. But Ryan knew full well that the other party was taking advantage of the psychic shockwave to attack him. "In that case, I won't let you go." Puff! With a flash of silver light, the two-handed great sword in Ryan's hand, imbued with the improved sharpness technique, stabbed directly into the chest of Dun, the leader of the deep-sea giants. Chi-chi. As Ryan drew his sword, a fountain of blood gushed out from the hole in the opponent's heart. Dun's lantern-sized eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Ryan, staggered a few steps, and collapsed to the ground. The first one. Chapter 359. You actually killed Dun. Ursula, the beautiful face of the slip-blade Naga High Priestess, turned pale in terror. She retreated desperately. Ryan shook the blood off his two-handed sword, smiled at Ursula, and then took another long stride, catching up with her at an even faster pace. Your leg? Ursula's eyes widened. She had clearly stabbed him twice. She looked at Ryan's left knee, which should have been seriously injured, but was shocked to find that there was no wound at all. However, she could vaguely see new pink flesh growing. Ursula quickly retreated to the group of Poseidon cult members she had been traveling with, but the sense of crisis in her heart only grew stronger. Dun's death, and Ryan's near-instant escape from his ultimate weapon, Mind Blast, left Havers staring at Ryan in shock. He could never fathom why Ryan's mental resolve was so unwavering, seemingly on par with those of the ascetic monks. Whoosh! But by then, he had no time to dwell. For a massive sheet of metal, 4 or 5 meters in diameter, swooped down towards them. It was Ryan who had transformed his anchor sword into something resembling a fly swatter, hollowed out in the middle to reduce wind resistance. With this blow, aside from Havers and Ursula, who managed to dodge, 7 or 8 Poseidon monks and Slitherblade Naga elites, who hadn't been able to dodge, were instantly reduced to a bloody mess. Pah! This scene instantly horrified everyone. Both Poseidon monks and Slitherblade Naga fled in panic, their heads in their hands. Ryan, meanwhile, was staring at Ursula, who had just stabbed him, and relentlessly pursued her. Ah! Ursula screamed, and suddenly her form split into 3 identical figures, each swiftly fleeing in 3 directions: forward, left, and right. But Ryan remained unmoved, continuing to swipe his giant fly swatter. As Ursula hurriedly turned to check, she saw herself already out of Ryan's reach. She was overjoyed, thinking she had finally escaped. But the surrounding Slitherblade Naga subordinates stared at her with fear. Several of them opened their mouths, as if to warn her. But it was too late. Ursula suddenly felt a blackness above her head, and something swatted her hard. Tide Shield. Ursula once again cast her level 2 innate spell, Tide Shield. Several high-speed water shields surged in multiple directions around her, like whirlpools. Snap! Ah! Ursula screamed in agony. Her Tide Shield, instantly shattered by the immensely heavy fly swatter, shattered. Though she wasn't pulverized, she was slammed dozens of centimeters into the ground, her bones and tendons broken, especially her 3 arms and tail, which were visibly flattened. Unlike the other small fry, Ursula's body remained remarkably resilient. She survived, even pushing the thick metal sheet into a human-shaped bulge. However, under Ryan's metal transfiguration, it was instantly repaired. Only then did she see clearly that the square metal paddle in Ryan's hand had, at some point, transformed into a clover-shaped blade, completely covering both her clone and her true form, annihilating them with a single blow. No wonder everyone had looked at her so strangely just now. Diam, already at the very back of the Poseidon cult's ranks, had already fled westward without a backward glance, no longer harboring any desire to fight Ryan. At this moment, his face paled as he muttered to himself, "I knew it. I knew it. This Ryan is a demon from the endless abyss. Nothing good will come of encountering him. I have to run." At this moment, Havers, standing by, also launched a series of full-force attacks. Duan's death would be fine, but Ursula must not die. So, in just 2 or 3 seconds, he cast multiple spells in an attempt to slow or disrupt Ryan's attacks. Whether it was slow, the 2nd-level spell Shadow Flame, or the 3rd-level spell Shadow Prison, they were all in vain. Either the damage inflicted on Ryan was minimal, or Ryan easily broke free. For a moment, Havers was helpless against Ryan's extremely resistant Dragonman general form. Summon the Torrent Elemental. With Ryan already charging towards her, Ursula's will to survive once again worked wonders. She compressed a summoning spell, which normally takes over 5 seconds, into a single second, seemingly using some costly technique. 2 humanoid elementals, over 3 meters tall and composed of surging water, appeared beside Ursula, seemingly attempting to block Ryan's attack. Interesting. Ryan smiled and quickly raised his cloverfly swatter. Ursula, along with the 2 riptide elementals, all struggled to hold on. Judging from Ursula's expression, she seemed confident she could withstand Ryan's blow. Having already blocked Ryan's attack once before, she felt that Ryan's transformation into a swatter, while extending its reach, had diminished its power. She was confident that with the help of the 2 riptide elementals, she could withstand Ryan's blow. But the next second, Ursula's eyes shone with blood. Ah! Because she saw the metal paddle above her suddenly transformed into a heavy hammer, imbued with some supreme secret technique by Ryan, and slammed down on her. Bang! The water surged, splashing everywhere. The 2 torrent elementals barely lasted half a second before Ryan's 1-ton, high-speed hammer ripped them back to their original form, and the beautiful Slitblade Naga High Priestess Ursula was reduced to a pulp. When Ryan lifted the hammer, he found that within a 4 to 5 meter deep depression in the ground, Ursula's body tissue had blended with the soil, resembling a Dunhuang mural. At this moment, 3 transparent soul shadows emerged from the dead bodies of Ursula and the 2 torrent elementals, trailing long flames. They circled Ryan several times before disappearing into the hammer's head. Huh? The summoned elemental creatures also have soul energy? That's quite interesting. Ryan watched this scene with a slight delight. Standing nearby, the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group watched as Ryan displayed his prowess, slaying both the deep-sea giant commander, Dune, and the sliding blade Naga High Priest, Ursula, leaving the incredibly powerful Poseidon cult with only the lone figure of Havers. Her face flushed, and she gazed at Ryan with excitement, as if she were looking at a god. Is this still human? Brother, is it possible that Lord Ryan is actually the incarnation of a god? Georgia was completely stunned. At only 18, she had never seen a being as perverted as Ryan. The events of just a few minutes had completely shattered her immature worldview. I don't know, but even if he is, he must be the incarnation of a dragon god. George's words made Fandral ponder for a long time, before he finally managed to say this. Even for his vast experience, He was completely shocked by Ryan's fighting prowess. Although he instinctively felt that Ryan had no connection to the gods, on second thought, he felt that his sister's words did have some truth. After all, if a human, so young, possessed such combat prowess, how could it possibly be possible? When Ryan focused his attention on Havers and chanted second, Havers' hands and feet went cold. It wasn't that he lacked combat experience, but he had truly never encountered someone as perverse as Ryan. He was enormous, comparable to a deep-sea giant, but far faster. Moreover, he could master a variety of melee techniques with ease, given his immense size and a one-ton weapon. The power of each of his techniques was comparable to a third-level sorcery. Furthermore, his body possessed exceptionally strong defenses, making first-level sorcery incapable of penetrating it, and second-level sorcery significantly weakened it. Even his signature third-level sorcery, Mind Blast, didn't pose much of a threat. Havers had considered retreating, but as the leader of the Poseidon cult in Howling Fjord, he had lost not only his deputy, the slippery blade Nada High Priestess Ursula, but also the thick-shelled lobster chieftain Akaurin. At this point, countless of his men were also killed or wounded. Faced with such a tragic situation, if he simply retreated, he would be unable to lead the remaining troops. Also, it wasn't that he really couldn't do anything about Ryan, but the price he would pay was too high, and for a moment, he wasn't sure whether to resort to it or not. But Ryan's words, the second one, hit a nerve with Havers. Havers laughed in anger, saying, "Your name is Ryan, right? Do you think you've won? No one can save you now." Havers quickly pulled a pure white fish bone from his pocket, about 20 to 30 centimeters long, pointed at one end and blunt at the other. He then plunged the sharp end of the bone into his own chest, chanting in a high voice, "Akkadian, come! All nearby sea creatures, heed the command of the undersea god and slay him." The white fish bone, having absorbed the essence of Havos' blood, now glowed crimson. Suddenly, a vast and obscure aura permeated the air. Havos pointed at Ryan. The Poseidon monks within 100 meters, as well as the slippery blade Nada and thick-shelled lobsters, who had been fleeing in fear, all had red eyes, as if losing their minds. They turned and attacked Ryan again. This time, they were fearless. Even knowing they were outmatched, they charged forward, one after another, charging towards Ryan. Even more outrageous was the fact that on the beach not far from here, there were turtles the size of millstones, sea snakes several meters long, and fiddler crabs and mud skippers the size of a palm. As if also affected by this evil spell, they rushed towards Ryan. Hundreds, even thousands, of enemies filled the mountains and plains, charging towards Ryan. "I don't believe you can use this transformation without restraint. When you run out of energy, that's your death." Havers, his eyes red, laughed a little maniacally. Ryan, in his dragon general form, looked on with unreflective eyes. It was as if the attackers were nothing more than chickens and dogs. At this moment, the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries watching the battle were all worried for Ryan. Just as the girl Georgia couldn't help but want to warn him. Suddenly, Ryan's deep voice rang out, "Havers, perhaps you don't know this yet. What I fear least. It's a group attack." "Ah!" As Ryan roared to the heavens, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the wilderness. A massive, visible white wave of air erupted from Ryan's gaping maw, instantly sweeping across the surroundings. But that wasn't the end. Ryan, in his 8-meter-tall dragon general form, clutched a two-handed great sword and spun 360 degrees with lightning speed. Instantly, hundreds of four-pointed darts flew from the sword. It was the ultimate sword technique Ryan hadn't used in a long time, Blade Storm. The door-like giant sword, combined with his 8-meter-tall stature, unleashed a blade storm of power on a completely different level. In an instant, the hundreds of fearless slippery blade Nagas, thick-shelled lobstermen, and Poseidon cultist monks who surrounded him fell to the ground like wheat being cut down. The enemies closest to Ryan suffered the most horrific deaths. Because they were simultaneously attacked by the four-cornered darts and the sonic waves, not only did their skulls explode, but their faces and bodies were pierced by dense swarms of four-cornered darts. The enemies that had originally attacked from all over the mountains were now completely wiped out by Ryan's combo. Only a few cats, large and small, remained. "Oh my god! This is too powerful!" Just as the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries' faces were filled with surprise, cheering for Ryan's extraordinary prowess, Havus, despite his shock, smiled sinisterly and said, "Haha, Ryan, you've fallen for it. Look at your feet." The corpses of the Naga and lobstermen surrounding Ryan were gushing with blood. At the same time, this blood seemed to be inspired by something, emitting a unique aura. "Great god of the underworld, your followers beg." And Havus quickly recited a prayer. A strong, oppressive aura began to permeate Ryan's mind, accompanied by a growing, sticky, restraining feeling. This caused Ryan's pupils to shrink, and a flash of memory flashed back. Several months ago, when he had fought the bloated, corpulent Black Flame cult's chief priest and Meister, the latter had prayed, and a trace of the will of some great being had descended upon him. But Ryan's strength had greatly increased since then. Now, despite feeling the intense pressure, he could still withstand it. However, although Ryan was confident in himself, he wasn't so arrogant as to let the other party complete the prayer. What if the other party attracted the attention of some great being? How could you know the extent of their power? Ryan's mind flickered, and the second-level goddess medal, hidden in the side pocket of his pleated shorts, activated. A rich blue light instantly enveloped Ryan's entire body. It was the divine spell Goddess Protection, solidified within the second-level goddess medal. Ryan felt a wave of relief. Swoosh! In less than half a second, Ryan appeared before Havers, who hadn't even finished his prayer, and brought down the one-ton hammer in his hand with a thud. How could the power of confinement be ineffective? You? Havers was filled with shock and anger. He felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe as he watched the assault from Ryan. Bang! Before he could pause to pray and retaliate, he followed the footsteps of his deputy Ursula, sinking into the mud of the hammer pit and melting into the earth. And the aura from before suddenly ceased. As for Ryan, he naturally emerged from his dragon general form and quickly returned to his normal form. Looking at Havers, reduced to a pulp, Ryan felt a flicker of regret. He had hit too hard. If the enemy had any loot, it would all be destroyed. What a shame. Lord Ryan, are you all right? Here's your wizard robe. Georgia, the young woman, respectfully handed over the white robe Ryan had given her. Thank you, I'm fine. Ryan nodded slightly. Captain Fandral, please arrange for someone to clean up the battlefield. Rest assured, Lord Ryan, we collect your loot. Well, those sea creature corpses? Didn't you accept the Empire's bounty? Remember to pick up the receipts. Lord Ryan, you're saying that the credit for killing these Slitherblade Naga and Poseidon monks should be ours? Fandral was stunned at first, but then he realized what was happening and spoke excitedly. Yes. Ryan smiled and nodded. To him, these things naturally meant little, but to the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, this was the reason they risked their lives fighting. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Fandral, Georgia, and the others all expressed surprise and excitement. My God! What a fortune! Even though it didn't include Dune, Ursula, and Havers, it would still bring our mercenary group a huge profit, enough to last for more than 3 years. Lord Raylene, on behalf of the Iceclaw Bear mercenaries, I wish to join your ranks. I wonder if you... At this point, Fandral's face darkened and he spoke seriously. Are we grateful for these things? There's no need, Ryan said decisively, waving his hand. No. The situation in the Empire is becoming increasingly turbulent. Perhaps, since you don't live in the Frost Tundra, you might not be aware. Your strength and character have deeply impressed us. Therefore, we hope to serve you and, at the same time, receive your blessing. As long as you don't despise our limited strength, that's the wish of all of us in the Iceclaw Bear mercenaries. Fandral shook his head slightly, placed his right hand on his chest, and saluted. After listening, Ryan glanced around at the Iceclaw Bear mercenaries, seeing each one staring at him with blazing respect. This made him nod slightly. Although the Iceclaw Bear mercenaries' strength was far inferior to his own, they were already top-tier mercenary groups. This time, transporting supplies to the gold mine and the Norton barbarians required reliable personnel, so they could be brought under his wing. Even bringing the Iceclaw Bear mercenaries directly to the Munster province and placing them under the management of the beautiful woman Jennifer was an option. Okay. I promise you, Ryan nodded. Excellent. Master Ryan. Everyone cheered. While Fandral and the others were collecting the spoils, Ryan looked over the previous battle notes. Congratulations, you've defeated a powerful enemy and earned 27 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades, epic, class has been upgraded. With this battle with Courageous, the King of Thousand Blades, epic, class has successfully reached level 11, allowing Ryan to gain another 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Subtracting the 4 attribute points he used in battle, the total remaining attribute points is now 2, and the remaining skill points are 4. And after spending 24 gold skill points last time, he gained another 27, bringing his total to a new high of 61. In just half an hour, the entire battlefield was cleared by the Iceclaw Bear mercenaries. The spoils for Ryan were especially cleaned and collected spotlessly. Since Ryan's purpose for the Cutter's former residence was to be found, After collecting his spoils, he headed towards his nearby destination, accompanied by the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. However, Ryan was surprised to learn that following the map, he had actually arrived at the Poseidon cult's lair in Howling Fjord. The remaining Poseidon cult monks and Slitherblade Naga, among others, were still unsure of what was happening when they saw Ryan, but upon seeing their leader's corpse, they scattered like birds and beasts. Naturally, Ryan would not pursue these insignificant individuals. Huh? I didn't expect the place I was looking for would be right here. But shouldn't this be the former residence of Otakar, the level 2 liquefaction wizard nicknamed the Cutter? Ryan asked, his brow furrowed slightly. If the old residence had been discovered and renovated by the Poseidon cult beforehand, then the metal-based sorcery model he was seeking, the cutting web, might have already been disposed of by the cult. This meant his trip to Howling Fjord was a wasted one. Ryan quickly approached a captured Poseidon cult monk and began questioning him. Sir, this was indeed the former residence of a wizard a month ago. Furthermore, when we were exploring here, we encountered the troublesome soul-devouring giant moth. It took the combined efforts of Lord Havers and Lady Ursula to exterminate them. As for the wizard's relics you mentioned, it seems Lord Havers has collected them and placed them in a small wooden box. They should be there, in the storage room, the captive said, pointing to the left side of the hall. I didn't expect the soul-devouring giant moth had already been eliminated. And this was indeed the destination he was looking for. What a coincidence. Immediately, he had Fandral open the door to the storage room on the left side of the cave hall. Inside, he saw a variety of battle supplies piled high, such as knight swords, tridents, and scattered armor. Ryan quickly found a wooden box in a corner. Opening it, Ryan's brows raised, his face lit with delight. Besides an old parchment scroll, there were also 10 soul energy crystals. Opening the parchment scroll, he saw the words cutting net written in large letters at the top. Huh? It's a second-level metal spell? Ryan's eyes lit up, surprised and delighted. When Melita had mentioned it to him earlier, she hadn't mentioned the level of this spell, cutting net, and Ryan had always assumed it was a first-level spell. To his surprise, it was the even rarer second-level metal spell. Chapter 360. That's a good thing though. It's a shame I can't learn it all at once. To cast a second-level spell, one must achieve spiritual liquefaction, which is also a prerequisite for learning second-level spells, Ryan pondered. At this moment, the girl Georgia beside him began to curiously wander around. This was her first time in the so-called storage room of the Sea God cult. She casually flipped through a pile of miscellaneous items and picked up a rather old book. After dusting it off, she could clearly see the large words on the cover and murmured softly, Otakar's diary? Ryan, who was about to open the parchment scroll to examine the second-level metal spell, cutting net, was suddenly startled. Otakar? Isn't that the Slicer's real name? Ryan immediately turned to Georgia and said, Georgia, please let me see the diary in your hand. Of course, sir. Georgia stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed, and immediately ran over, respectfully handing the unopened diary to Ryan. Don't touch anything here without Lord Ryan's permission, her brother Fandral whispered in Georgia's ear. I just flipped through it, Lord Ryan won't mind. Georgia was speechless, looking at her brother, who had become Lord Ryan's loyal fan. As Ryan flipped through the pages, his frown relaxed, and by the end, a smile spread across his face. After flipping through a dozen pages, Ryan let out a long sigh. He closed the diary and stood up. Perhaps the greatest gain this time wasn't the second-level metal-based sorcery, cutting web, but this diary. It turns out that Otakar the Cutter wasn't born into a wizard school. He was originally a wandering wizard apprentice, but he was one of those people with incredibly good luck. By the goddess of luck, during his third-level wizard apprenticeship, he explored an ancient ruin and unexpectedly obtained a fragment of an ancient wizard school's inheritance. Yes, not a single sorcery or a potion formula, but a legacy encompassing multiple sorceries, offering a step-by-step training experience. While such a situation might occur among a few wizard apprentices out of 100, it's rare to find a legacy that happens to be perfectly suited to one's situation. This kind of luck is probably 1 in 1,000. Only after personally practicing it did Otakar realize that his fragmented inheritance contained a killer sorcery move. Simply put, a sorcery-killing move is an attack composed of 2 or more sorceries, executed with a specific technique, exponentially increasing their power. Otakar's incomplete inheritance includes a sorcery-killing move consisting of the second-level metal sorcery cutting net and the 0-level sorcery sharpening. This is arguably the simplest combination of metal-based killing moves, consisting of only 2 sorceries, one of which is a 0-level sorcery. Of course, Even this simplest sorcery killing move has its own requirements. It requires solidifying the second-level metal sorcery cutting net as an innate sorcery, and simultaneously compressing the casting time of the zero-level sorcery sharpening to less than 0.1 seconds. This is why a smile inevitably crossed Ryan's face when he saw this. It was a killer sorcery move tailor-made for him. Anyone who saw it would likely burst into laughter. You have to remember that after becoming a level 2 wizard and solidifying cutting web into a natural sorcery, Ottokar spent a considerable amount of time diligently practicing sharpening. Ryan could naturally skip this process. Once he solidified cutting web into a level 2 sorcery, he could perform a combination spell. Eventually, he mastered this documented combination spell, but others remained unaware of it. Thus, to outsiders, Ottokar's cutting web seemed incredibly powerful, leading them to believe he was exceptionally gifted, earning him the nickname Cutter. In reality, this was because metal wizards were rare, and even fewer knew that sharpening and cutting web could form a combined spell. Therefore, even if some wizards expressed doubt, they attributed it to Ottokar's exceptional talent, the ability to modify and enhance the power of the second-level metal spell, cutting web. If Ryan hadn't been in the Poseidon cult's lair in Howling Fjord, where further research wouldn't have been appropriate, he would have immediately immersed himself in it, forgetting both sleep and food. Georgia, thank you very much. This diary is very useful to me. Could you please help me search for some more information related to Ottokar? Ryan picked up Ottokar's diary, raised it in a gesture, and smiled. Of course, Lord Ryan, these were your spoils of war, and I stumbled upon them. Georgia's face lit up at Ryan's praise, and she even tilted her head to glance at her brother. Look! You're actually criticizing me. Even Lord Ryan is praising me. Fandal looked at his sister, feeling a mixture of laughter and tears. At this moment, Ryan said to Fandal with a smile, Captain Fandal, try to pick out the valuable and lightweight items here. We evacuate in half an hour. Yes, Lord Ryan, Fandal said, bowing slightly, much more respectfully than his sister. Half an hour later. Although Georgia searched very carefully, she still couldn't find anything of value in the pile of debris. Ryan briefly examined the few potion formulas she found, then gave up. They were all apprentice-level potion formulas. Of course, it's very likely that the more valuable formulas had already been given away by Havers. And Ottokar's diary, as a record of a metal wizard, was likely not that valuable in the eyes of Havers and his companions, so it was just casually discarded here. Soon, more than 10 warhorses, laden with spoils and mission certificates from the Slitherblade Naga and the thick-shelled lobstermen, returned to the town. The heaviest of these were the 3 simple carts at the rear of the group. Each one held 2 piles of flesh and earth shoveled from the ground, and the massive head of the deep-sea giant leader done. The 2 piles of flesh and earth were the meat patty-like corpses of Havers and Ursula, mixed with the compressed earth, making them naturally quite heavy. According to Fandral, while heavy, they were still well worth carrying and claiming the high bounty from the Empire. As for the giant Dun's head, although merely a head, it was over a meter long and as bulky as a large vat, making it quite heavy. Fortunately, all 3 carts were covered with tarpaulins. Otherwise, they would have frightened many passers-by along the way. However, even with the tarpaulins, the strong smell of blood, combined with the smell of giant claw seafood in the sacks on the sides of the other horses, wafted through the air, drawing curious glances from many. This situation continued until they arrived at the small town of Ogala, where it began to reach a climax. Hey! Fandral, have you, the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, gone fishing? You stink? A burly, scarred man, carrying a square iron shield, approached, his voice barely concealed with disdain. Spencer, nothing stinks as bad as your mouth, Fandral retorted immediately. However, as the two approached, they embraced each other, patted each other on the back, and then burst into laughter. This was the crude greeting of these mercenaries, living on the edge of life. Fandar, it seems you've had a good harvest this time. By the way, have you heard? Big news! The proto-dragon Courageous was slain by a lord. Everyone's been talking about it. Spencer immediately began sharing the bombshell with Fandar. You mean the proto-dragon Courageous? The mutated proto-dragon that even Master Battleove, the Dean of Winterhold Academy, couldn't handle? Fandar asked with surprise. He had intended to share his legendary adventure with the other man, but unexpectedly, the other man first told him a shocking piece of news. Yes, it said that a lord named Ryan directly slew the proto-dragon Courageous, and even earned the allegiance of several clans of ice bears. Now, this sudden appearance of Lord Ryan has been dubbed the king of the fur monsters, the proto-dragon slayer. This news has spread throughout Winterhold College and nearby factions. Huh? What's his name? Lord Ryan? Upon hearing this news, The Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, including Fandral, froze in place as if struck by lightning. Well, shocked, huh? Spencer observed the stunned expressions of Fandral and the others, and couldn't help but feel immense satisfaction. Damn, he'd been shocked too when he'd heard the news. That was the proto-dragon Courageous. Even Lord Battleove, a highly respected figure in the Frostwind tundra and icefields, couldn't handle him. But the next moment, Spencer felt a little strange because everyone, including Fandral, couldn't help but glance at a young man in a white wizard's robe in the group. Spencer looked Ryan up and down. Naturally, he couldn't tell what Ryan was capable of, so he quickly stopped paying attention. However, he was curious about what his old friend Fandral had in the back of the cart, and why was there such a strong smell of blood. Spencer walked up to the cart and, before Fandral could say anything to stop him, he flipped the cover off with a loud bang. Spencer and the others beside him took a closer look, and the next second, their faces pale with fear. They took several steps back and fell to the ground. Holy shit! Holy shit! What is that? A massive head appeared on the cart, especially its huge, lantern-like eyes, glaring furiously, as if staring intently at Spencer. This oppressive feeling was so intense that it instantly overwhelmed the hearts of everyone around them. No wonder Spencer, who had just been quite powerful, was nearly frightened out of his wits. The surrounding mercenaries also retreated in fear, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Is this a giant's head? It smells like the sea. It must be the head of a deep-sea giant. But deep-sea giant heads aren't this big, are they? Yes. The deep-sea giant head the Blood Wolf mercenaries recaptured last time wasn't even half this size. Could it be some leader of the deep-sea giants? When did the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries become so powerful? For a moment, everyone around them whispered among themselves. The mercenaries and wizard apprentices further away also gathered around curiously. Even the guards patrolling the town of Ogala squeezed in out of curiosity. A middle-aged man with a mustache, riding a horse, and wearing aristocratic hunting outfit, also witnessed this scene from above, and was deeply moved. He turned his head to the guard beside him, and asked, "Go find out what the mercenary group is called." A legendary deep-sea giant, could it be the deep-sea giant commander, Dune, who just ranked second on the wanted list? The mustachioed middle-aged man muttered. However, Fandral would not reveal Ryan's identity without Ryan's permission. The public story was that they were lucky to have encountered a powerful individual who had killed the deep-sea giant commander, and they had just gotten away with it. But Fandral's explanation only made the people around them drool with envy. When Ryan returned to the woods and reunited with Anna, overjoyed, flew into his arms like a live butterfly. The rest of the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries were fine with this scene, and most believing that this girl must be Lord Ryan's beloved. However, Georgia felt a bit strange. After all, a boyfriend like Lord Ryan was every girl's dream Prince Charming. Of course, this sour feeling faded quickly. The girl had only known Ryan for a short time, and any hint of jealousy quickly vanished. After hugging Ryan tightly, Anna noticed that there were others behind him. Her face flushed slightly, and she shyly left his embrace. Of course, she was also curious as to why Ryan had returned with 10 strangers after being away for so long. "Anna, this is Fandral, the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. This is his sister Georgia." Ryan introduced them one by one. Clearly, Anna was more interested in Georgia, who was about the same age, than Fandral, and her beautiful eyes surveyed her with interest. "Hello, Sister Anna. It's an honor to meet you." Georgia knelt slightly, and gave Anna a ladylike greeting. Hello Georgia. Nice to meet you." Anna still hadn't quite figured out why she was being so respectful, as if she were treating a prominent figure, but she immediately smiled and greeted her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ryan and Anna rode their blood-feathered hippogriffs back to Winterhold College. The Ice Claw Bear mercenaries followed on horseback. Vandal and his companions, watching the blood-feathered hippogriffs soar into the sky, couldn't help but express their admiration. After returning to Winterhold College, Ryan briefly discussed his trip to Howling Fjord with Battleove and other senior Winterhold College members. Soon, Melita placed some information on sorcery killer moves, or combination spells, on Ryan's desk. Ryan immediately began to carefully review them. Half a day later, after careful consideration, Ryan decided to make Cutting Whip his second-level talent spell. He had considered the possibility of even stronger metal-based combination spells. However, after reviewing the materials, Ryan discovered that very few such killer moves had survived, and even fewer metal-based ones. Ryan couldn't afford to delay his advancement, even if it was to find a stronger killer move. That would be a waste of time. Furthermore, according to ancient texts, many killer moves were discovered by chance during battle by ancient wizards, which gave Ryan a vague suspicion. However, this speculation could only be verified after he reached the level of a level 2 liquefaction wizard. Since Cutting Web was a level 2 spell, learning it naturally required first reaching level 2 liquefaction wizard status. Ryan opened the wooden box and took out 7 soul energy crystals, holding them in his hands. He then quickly began practicing the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. A system prompt rang out. Ding! Soul energy crystals that can enhance the atomization of mental power have been detected. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note: system absorption removes impurities and allows for complete absorption all at once. Yes! Instantly, Ryan felt the silver mist within his mental sea rapidly increase. Soon, approximately 90% of the area within the mental sea was filled with silver mist. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 73, 92% atomization. Huh? I added 5 spirit points during the previous battle, and the atomization level increased to 72%. Now it's at 92%. So, 1 soul energy crystal has only increased it by less than 3%. After a moment's thought, Ryan used up the remaining 3 soul energy crystals in the wooden box. Soon, Ryan's spirit energy atomization level reached 98%, surpassing the minimum requirement of 90% atomization for advancement to a level 2 liquefaction wizard by 8 points. Chapter 361. After some thought, Ryan borrowed 2 more soul crystals from Winterhold College, finally pushing the atomization process to 100%. Next, he naturally chose to break through. Beginning his advancement, continuous transformation. Instantly, Ryan could clearly feel the mental crystal with a base in his mind begin to undergo a drastic change. On top of the original first-level innate sorcery, a 3-dimensional structure, slightly smaller than the metal transfiguration model, but more complex, appeared. Also composed of extremely condensed mental crystals, with intricate patterns on its surface, it was the second-level metal sorcery cutting net. To put it more vividly, it was like a single-layer cake becoming a double-layered 3-dimensional structure. Around the 3-dimensional structure, the once dense silver mist seemed to have vanished, rapidly shrinking. A closer look revealed that the silver mist had not vanished, but had gradually transformed into a small ball of silver liquid, lingering around the double-layered cake. This was the physical manifestation of mental energy liquefaction. Just as Ryan was pondering, a system notification suddenly sounded. Host detected breaking through to level 2 wizard, unlocking the improvement limit for the innate spell Metal Transfiguration. Do you want to improve this spell? This improvement will cost 17 gold skill points. Note: after improvement, the innate spell will be more suitable for the host, with increased power, attack range, and other aspects. Hiss. I didn't expect that innate spells can only be improved upon advancement. Ryan's eyes suddenly lit up, understanding. He had previously considered this question when he was refining the sharpening spell. Since other spells could be improved, could innate spells also be improved? But he later discovered that, seemingly due to the solidification of the crystals in his spiritual sea, there was no way to improve the spells. Now it seemed that it could be improved, but there were strict restrictions. Only during a breakthrough could the previously solidified innate spells be improved. Great! Ryan was naturally overjoyed that his most frequently used innate spell, Metal Transfiguration, could be improved. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Once the promotion was complete and the crystals stabilized again, improvements would become impossible. Simply put, if you missed this opportunity, you'd miss it. Instantly, a vast stream of information about the improvement process for the innate spell, Metal Transfiguration, began to flood Ryan's mind. It was as if Ryan had, in some mysterious dimension, spent over 100 years refining Metal Transfiguration based on his own casting habits, fine-tuning its magic model to make it more suitable for him. As he adjusted, the strange, rapidly forming, 2-layered spiritual power crystal within his spiritual sea also underwent simultaneous fine-tuning. Soon, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The host's innate sorcery, Metal Transfiguration, has been improved. The new sorcery model has been successfully adjusted, increasing its power by 19% and reducing its spiritual power consumption by 23%. Ryan's eyes lit up. That's a pretty good increase. Not only does it increase the power of the sorcery, but it also further reduces its spiritual power consumption. Amazing! Originally, the mental energy consumption of a gifted spell was only about 1/10 that of a non-gifted spell of the same level. This had been reduced further, reaching 12th or even 13th of that of a non-gifted spell. The improvement of the gifted spell Metal Transfiguration coincided with the promotion to level 2 Liquefaction Wizard. Once the improvement was complete, the promotion was almost complete. System prompts appeared one after another. Host's mental energy has been significantly increased. Activate liquefaction. Ding! Promotion to level 2 wizard successful. Spirit plus 15. Achieve level 2 gifted spell, Cutting Web. A few minutes later, when Ryan opened his eyes again, he felt his perception of the world deepen. If his previous promotion to a full wizard had felt like lifting a veil or mist from the world, now it was as if he were observing and perceiving the world through a magnifying glass. If he only wanted to, he could sense a pinpoint-sized point anywhere in his surroundings, or even the slightest movement. After a few minutes, Ryan focused his attention on the system panel. Since it was a promotion to level 2 wizard, not a job change, the Warhammer Wizards class panel didn't see any significant changes. Ryan first checked the system prompt. Huh? Spirit increased by 15 points? The other attributes haven't increased. Well, I changed my class before, and this time it's just a promotion, so some differences are normal. He then glanced at the stat panel. Spirit, 88, 1% liquefaction. Finally, it's liquefied. Ryan briefly practiced the first level of the Iron Heart meditation. Sure enough, the effects of increasing and concentrating spirit power began to decline significantly, and the effect on the liquefaction process was almost imperceptible. Looks like I need to go to the academy soon. For a level 2 liquefaction wizard to continue improving, the second level of the Iron Heart meditation is essential, Ryan mused. Next, naturally, came the one thing Ryan was most concerned about. The level 2 talented spell. He quickly found the large, newly created icon at the top of the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, class panel. The icon depicted a simple metal mesh formed by 9 horizontal and 9 vertical lines intersecting. Below the icon was a description. Level 2 talented spell, Cutting Net. Cutting Net, level 2 talented spell, effect. Consumes a small amount of mental energy to solidify the spell's model, drawing surrounding metallic energy particles to strengthen the wire, and rapidly forming a net to attack the enemy. Required materials, any wire. Note, the power of Cutting Net is directly proportional to the wire's strength and inversely proportional to its attack range. After reciting the spell several times, Ryan went to the small training room nearby and began experimenting with this new talented spell. He first used metal transfiguration to transform a wire several meters long. Then, with a flick of his mind, he cast Cutting Net. Instantly, the wire in his hand shattered into over 10 segments, forming a straight line that lashed out at the ironwood dummy directly in front of him. Although the ironwood dummy was extremely resilient, even a typical knight's full-strength slash would only leave a scratch several inches deep. But under the attack of the second-level sorcery Cutting Net, the grid metal net pierced through the ironwood dummy, instantly slicing it into dozens of evenly sized squares. With a crash, the ironwood dummy seemed to be dismembered in an instant, shattering to the ground. Watching the scene before him, Ryan smiled and nodded slightly. This level of power was within his expectations. Although the spell was made with simple iron wire, the power, enhanced by the metallic energy particles, reached an extremely terrifying level. If even the ironwood dummy was so affected, any ordinary flesh and blood creature would likely be ripped apart in an instant. However, Ryan was testing the power this time. Directly slicing it apart would be detrimental to testing the true power of the sorcery. After a brief thought, Ryan covered the remaining intact ironwood dummy with a transformed hardened adamantium breastplate. Then, he began testing again. As the cutting net struck the hardened adamantium-clad ironwood dummy, this time, the net didn't cut through, but instead penetrated approximately 2/3 of the way. Ryan repeated this several times, then stepped forward to examine it more carefully and estimated that his cutting web spell's power was roughly between 70 and 75. Remember, a typical level 2 spell has a power of around 60 to 100. Although he had only just reached the level 2 liquefaction wizard stage, thanks to his extremely high affinity for metal elements and the effects of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, the power of his level 2 spells was quite impressive. It surpassed the 60 to 70 mark, entering the 70+ level. However, don't forget, this was only using ordinary iron wire as the casting material. The power of the cutting web spell was directly linked to the casting material. Ryan used hardened adamantium to shape a wire, then tried cutting net again. Swish. This time, the hardened adamantium net still didn't cut through the dummy, but it had reached 4/5 of the way through. It felt like with just a little more power, it could have cut through the hardened adamantium-covered ironwood dummy. However, the power had clearly increased. Ryan rubbed his chin and estimated the power. Using hardened adamantium wire as the spell material, the power of this sorcery should be around 80, fluctuating by about 3. In other words, The change in metal material affected the power of cutting net, a second-level sorcery, by about 10%, still a significant increase. After all, every bit of increase in a spell's power is hard-earned. Next, Ryan tried other rare metals, such as mithril and enchanted thorium, as spell materials. But none of them matched the effectiveness of hardened adamantium. For example, mithril was roughly even. This was because, while it possessed excellent elemental energy permeability, its texture was relatively soft, making it comparable overall. However, mithril was 5 or 6 times more expensive than hardened adamantium. Clearly, hardened adamantium was a more suitable material for the spell. Mesmerized thorium, on the other hand, was more interesting. Its power decreased, even surpassing that of iron wire. Ryan quickly grasped the point, realizing that this was due to its high resistance to various elemental energy particles, making it a poor material for this spell. After experimenting with various materials, the main event began. Ryan felt a surge of excitement. Now he was about to test the power of his final spell. Cutting net. Sharpness. As Ryan's deep voice echoed, a silver light suddenly shone from the dark metal net. Witchcraft killer move, deadly cut. A gleaming silver metal net blasted towards the hardened adamantium dummy directly in front of him. Sizzle. A sharp, slicing sound echoed. Although the silver net's light had dimmed considerably, it instantly pierced the hardened adamantium dummy and blasted it towards the wall behind it. So powerful. Before the test, Ryan had deliberately thickened the hardened adamantium to prevent any accidents. He believed, at least, that this thickness could withstand 100% sorcery attacks, the typical limit for level 2 sorcery. But he hadn't expected it to be easily ripped apart by his newly mastered sorcery killer move. Oops. As Ryan watched the metal net pierce the training room wall once again, he couldn't help but exclaim. Ah! A sharp, yet familiar, female voice echoed. Crash! The wall struck by Ryan's sorceress killing move, Deadly Slash, collapsed with a thud, revealing a hazy mist on the other side, like steam from a bathroom. A slender, white figure was faintly visible through the mist. Meanwhile, in the small town of Ilgara, after spending half a day packing their belongings at the inn, the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries prepared to journey to Marn City, the capital of Marn Province, to deliver the head of the deep-sea giant, Dune, and the mangled remains of Havers and Ursula. This was because Ilgara was, after all, a small town. Rewards like those at the top of the bounty list required a transfer to a county town or higher. As for why the shipment was being transported to the Sword-Bearers branch in Marn Province, it stemmed from Fandrel's reminder to Ryan. For mercenaries, the bounty was gold and an honorary title, but for sword-bearers, like Ryan, it could be redeemed for a large number of merit points and mission evaluation medals. While Ryan wasn't sure exactly how much he could redeem, he had Admiral Edwards' endorsement and was on a mission to the Howling Tundra. In other words, he had a very legitimate reason to redeem the mission reward. And recently, his merit points had been depleted quite a bit, so it was a good time to replenish them. At the front of the group, Fandrel was seen riding alongside the burly, scarred man, Spencer, chatting. Fandrel, you said you're planning to quit mercenary work? Spencer asked in surprise. But then, as if a thought struck him, he nodded and continued, Indeed, you're incredibly lucky this time. If it were me, I'd quit. Just as Fandrel was about to reveal some inside information to his old friend, a luxurious carriage and a group of heavily armed cavalry suddenly stopped not far ahead. Clearly, their intentions seemed to be targeting the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. Everyone, alert! Fandrel ordered. The first mission Lord Ryan had assigned him, and the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries was naturally imperative. Fandrel, the pattern on the carriage is the coat of arms of the Dollar family of Fjord County. Spencer, standing nearby, frowned after a brief inspection and said gravely, The Dollar family of Count Dollar? Fandrel said, his expression also grim. That's right. Fandrel, I'm sure they're up to no good. Spencer nodded and warned sternly. Fandrel naturally knew of the Dollar family. They were the family of Earl Dollar, the governor of Fjord County, and the most powerful family in the entire county. At the same time, his expression was a little grim. Fandrel had been a mercenary leader for a long time, and was well versed in the shady tactics of the imperial nobility. Therefore, he vaguely guessed the Dollar family's intentions. However, this was a different time. In the past, he would have been worried and hesitant, but now, as a new member of Lord Ryan's staff, he no longer had to fear a county-level Earl family. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler stepped forward and said with a smile, Excuse me, Lord Fandrel, the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group? I am Steez, the butler of the Dollar family. Spencer and Fandral each had their own unique aura, making it difficult for the butler to tell which of them was the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. "I am you," Fandral said solemnly. "The Earl is in the carriage, and he wishes to speak with you privately," the butler said with a smile. "Okay." Fandral nodded expressionlessly. Although he had a rough idea of the other party's intentions, since he couldn't avoid it, he decided to speak openly and face to face. Otherwise, how could he report to Lord Ryan? Chapter 362. Inside the luxurious carriage sat an elderly nobleman with slick-back white hair and a middle-aged man with a mustache. Although Fandral had never met Count Dollar, it was clear that the elderly man was Count Dollar. Furthermore, judging by their facial resemblance, Fandral suspected they were likely father and son. He nodded in greeting, and then sat on the other side. The other man first examined Fandral. The mustachioed middle-aged man smiled and said, "Hello, Captain Fandral. I'm Camacho, and this is my father, Count Dollar." "Good afternoon, my lords." "Captain Fandral, I have something to say straight away." "I heard you were lucky enough to pick up those things on the cart?" Camacho said bluntly. "Yes," Fandral nodded. To avoid revealing Lord Ryan's details, he did say this, explaining how they had been able to obtain these things. "Then, Lord Fandral, do you know the value of these items?" "Of course. They're the top 3 bounties in the Empire in Howling Fjord." Fandral nodded. By then, Spencer had already removed the veil, revealing the head of the deep-sea giant commander, Dune. Soon afterward, rumors of the contents of the remaining 2 carts spread like wildfire, with all sorts of rumors circulating. Clearly, the 2 men before him must have known the contents of the remaining carts. As the most powerful man in Fjordshire, Fandral wasn't surprised at all that he could do this. "Very well, in that case, I be frank. If Lord Fandral truly relied on his own strength to kill and obtain the trophy, I don't think anyone would dare to envy the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. But if it's the goddess's favor, Lord Fandral, you should know that it won't last forever," the mustachioed middle-aged man, Camacho, said with a smile. He was confident he could convince Fandral, the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. After investigation, he found that Fandral wasn't a vassal of a great noble, nor was he a white glove for some powerful force to handle their dirty work. He lacked any backers, and connections with baronial families such as these were a joke to him. However, he had learned from reliable sources that the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group was quite united and had considerable combat power. Even if the Dollar family deployed its elite troops, they would likely suffer heavy losses. Hence, the current conversation had taken place. "Lord Camacho, please state your purpose," Fandral said, his face solemn. "Captain Fandral, the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries need to publicize the fact that they have seized loot that originally belonged to the Dollar family. Of course, the goddess's favor is a favor. We promise that the physical portion of the imperial bounty, such as gold coins, will be fully paid to you in advance. In addition, we will also provide the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries with some sophisticated weapons and equipment," Camacho said with a smile. In Camacho's opinion, the above conditions were already very sincere. The Dollar family had already ceded the bounty proceeds in exchange for the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries agreement. In a sense, the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries used this opportunity to gain access to the esteemed Dollar family, a feat many mercenary groups dream of. "I'm sorry, Lord Camacho, but I cannot agree to your terms," Fandral said, shaking his head. Camacho's smile faltered, his expression suddenly turning grim. At this moment, the white-haired, slick-back elder, Count Dollar, waved his hand, interrupting the conversation between the mustachioed middle-aged man and Fandral. He said in a deep voice, "Captain Fandral, are you sure you've thought this through? Don't bring disaster upon your small mercenary group." Count Dollar's eyes narrowed, and the aura of a man of high position erupted suddenly, making most ordinary people tremble in fear. "I've made it very clear, Lord Count," Fandral said calmly. However, after some thought, he decided to give the other party a warning. "Also, although I found the item, if we eliminate the Lord at the Poseidon stronghold, he might come back to claim the spoils." Fandral's words caused Count Dollar and his son's expressions to change, and they exchanged glances. For a moment, no one in the carriage spoke. "My lords, if there's nothing else, I be leaving now." Fandral bowed slightly and dismounted from the carriage. "Father, tell me, is what Fandral said true or false?" "I think it's unlikely. If the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries truly knew a lord of that caliber, they wouldn't have been stuck in the eastern part of the Howling Tundra for so many years." "Yes, your analysis makes sense. But is this important?" "What's important now is that with the items on the cart, the Dollar family can advance even further. Therefore, we must do this." Earl Dollar said, looking at his eldest son with satisfaction. I've contacted Lord Luther. With the strong support of the Snyder family, our Dollar family will surely advance even further. I see, Camacho said, a look of sudden realization on his face. This was also what he admired about his father. When it came time to be ruthless, he never hesitated. Once our carriage leaves, we must act immediately. Delay could lead to complications. Count Dollar said solemnly. Well, I arrange it right away. Camacho nodded. As soon as Fandral returned to the group, everyone gathered around him. Fandral, what is the other party's goal? His old friend Spencer asked. Just as you think. You won't refuse, will you? Spencer asked, taking in Fandral's serious expression. His face froze. Things seemed to be developing in a direction he hadn't expected. Because Fandral had always handled such situations with ease, even if he had to give up some of his own interests, he would always return with a smile. Well? Fandral nodded. Spencer was speechless for a moment. After a moment's reflection, his face solemnly stated, Fandral, I know your gains this time are valuable, and I wouldn't be willing to give them up either. But I still suggest you consider carefully. The other party is the most powerful noble in Fjord County. Giving up some of your interests may not necessarily be a bad thing for you or the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, Spencer advised. Spencer understood the implications of rejecting a powerful earl in the Empire. Brother, is the other party the Dollar family? Georgia and the others, naturally noticing something was amiss, asked. Prepare for battle. This journey won't be peaceful, Fandral sighed. I'm afraid not on the way, but now. Captain, look. An archer stared ahead with a solemn expression. The Dollar family's luxurious carriage had retreated far to the side, and suddenly, 2 teams of fully armed elite private soldiers appeared from all directions. Following them were several robed third-level wizard apprentices. Everyone, prepare for battle. Fandral shouted, his eyes glaring. He hadn't expected the other side to turn hostile so quickly. Just as the 2 sides were on the verge of a showdown, suddenly, a large, 2-headed flying creature flew over from the horizon. It had 2 heads, one lion-like, the other goat-like. The same torso was present. The front half was a lion's, with strong, sharp claws, while the back half was a goat's, with a pair of extremely sturdy legs. The wings were bat-like, featherless, and looked incredibly powerful. At the unusual sight in the sky, both Fandral's Ice Claw Bear mercenary group and Count Dollar's private soldiers immediately looked up. Oh no! Fandral, this is the 2-headed chimera of Lord Knight Luther. Spencer exclaimed in shock upon seeing the distinctive flying creature in the sky. I didn't expect the Dollar family would summon Lord Luther for your trophy. Lord Luther? Is he the famous Chimera Knight of the Tundra? Georgia blushed. Yes, Lord Luther is the second son of Duke Snyder, the governor of Marne province. He possesses legendary strength and is nicknamed the Chimera Knight, Spencer explained with a sigh. The second son of the highest governor of an imperial province has also arrived? Could this be a manifestation of Duke Snyder's will? At this moment, the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, who had previously remained calm, suddenly became agitated. However, after witnessing the deaths of Duin and the other 3, the members, having gained considerable experience, quickly calmed down despite some panic. Brother, do you think Lord Ryan can? Georgia frowned slightly. I don't know either, Fandral said, feeling unsure of the situation for the first time. If it were a county-level force, Fandral wouldn't be particularly worried, but Luther was different. His strength alone could easily destroy the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Furthermore, the other party's noble background would likely make Lord Ryan cautious. Even if the other party killed him, and the others, Lord Ryan wouldn't antagonize them for a small group of Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. If Fandral believed that he was truly dead, then even if Lord Ryan didn't avenge him, he would probably take good care of his sister and the other members of the group. In the sky, Luther, aboard the 2-headed chimera, was rapidly advancing towards the small town of Ogala. According to information Ryan had shared with him over the past 2 days, the Black Flame cult's high priest and several of its higher-ups had been killed. Therefore, he immediately returned to Marne City and organized the recapture of 3 counties, including Auvergne County. Without a high-end force comparable to his own, the Black Flame cult's recapture efforts were unstoppable, and the outcome was quickly secured. This instilled in Luther even greater gratitude towards Ryan. The recapture of these 3 counties would have a profoundly positive impact on the Snyder family's prestige within the Marne province. It would also protect his father, Duke Snyder, from further Empire prosecution. Half a day ago, after learning that Ryan had gone to Howling Fjord, he immediately decided to rush over to meet him. After all, Ryan had helped him and the Snyder family immensely, so he had to show some appreciation. Additionally, the collaboration regarding the Calasius Lair gold mine made Luther realize that young Lord Ryan was someone he and the Snyder family must befriend. At that moment, the lion-headed chimera's nose twitched, and it growled. "Carini, you said you smell the blood of a powerful creature down there?" Luther asked, slightly surprised. Roar! Luther had naturally noticed what appeared to be two groups confronting each other below, but he was so anxious to find Ryan that he naturally didn't care about the trivial matters happening here. However, for even Carini to sense the scent of a powerful and threatening creature's blood was something else entirely. A legendary creature, worthy of everyone's attention. So, Luther controlled the chimera beneath his crotch and spiraled down towards Fandrel's position. Huh? Is this the Dollar family crest? Luther caught a glimpse of the pattern on one side's armor from the corner of his eye. As the second son of the highest official in Marne province, Luther was naturally familiar with the crests of the powerful families in each county within the province. By the way, Count Dollar contacted me yesterday and said he had prepared a gift I'm sure I'd be interested in. Luther muttered to himself, suddenly remembering something. He descended toward the Dollar family group. Lord Luther is here so soon. Could it be that he guessed what our gift is? Count Dollar and Camacho exchanged a glance, their faces lit with delight. Clearly, this is good news. This suggests Lord Luther is very interested in the gifts they prepared. Father, it seems we may have avoided unnecessary casualties. Honestly, this Ice Claw Bear mercenary group is quite powerful. If we were to forcefully eliminate them, we'd surely suffer heavy losses. But with Lord Luther here, the situation would be very different. Upon seeing Lord Luther, they might not even have the courage to resist. The middle-aged man, with a mustache, said happily. Yes. That's right. Let's go and greet Lord Luther. Earl Dollar smiled, dismounting the carriage first and heading quickly towards the descending two-headed chimera. Camacho followed closely behind. Huh? Earl Dollar is here too. Luther's eyes lit up, slightly surprised. A county governor has come here specifically. Clearly, something important has transpired. Haha, Lord Luther, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon, Earl Dollar laughed heartily. At the same time, he glanced at the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. However, to his slight disappointment, they were not panicking, despite some commotion. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. Lord Luther, the gift we prepared for you is on their cart, Earl Dollar said meaningfully. A few dozen meters away, Spencer, observing the scene, was horrified and exclaimed, "This is over. This Lord Luther is really here to support the Dollar family. Brother, what should we do? Lord Ryan isn't here. If this Luther makes a move, we—" Georgia said anxiously, her pretty face etched with worry. Although she believed that if Ryan were present, no one would be able to take the items from the cart, the problem now was that Lord Ryan was not there. Georgia, you and the others go ahead. I stay here. Brother. Georgia's eyes widened, clearly understanding what her brother meant. Captain, the other shouted. I'm only preparing for the worst. If anything happens to me, you must report this to Lord Ryan. I'm sure Lord Ryan will take care of you. Fandrel waved his hand. Fandrel, the Lord Ryan you're talking about, could it be the same Lord Ryan who killed the proto-dragon Caraxes? Spencer, standing by, was stunned. At this point, Fandrel naturally had no need to hide it from his old friend anymore, so he nodded. Fuck. I told you. How did you get so lucky? It turns out Lord Ryan killed all of them. Spencer suddenly understood everything and shouted. The powerful Luther, not far away, heard every word of this conversation. Hearing this news, Luther's face turned strange. Chapter 363. After a moment's thought, he didn't question Count Dollar, but immediately headed towards the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. You said that Lord Ryan killed these things and entrusted you with transporting them to Main City? Luther asked the rather nervous Ice Claw Bear mercenaries. Yes, Lord Luther. Fandrel stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Nonsense, Fandrel. You clearly said before that you were lucky and found them, and now you're suddenly changing your story. Camacho interrupted immediately. My brother is not talking nonsense. We were all there when Lord Ryan killed him, Georgia said, her pretty face flushing. Lord Luther, what he said is not to be believed. Wait! Luther waved his hand, stopping Camacho from saying anything else. Luther turned to Georgia with a friendly expression and asked, Young lady, tell me how Lord Ryan killed the deep-sea giant commander, Dune. Count Dollar's face changed upon seeing this. He recalled a recent rumor about a man named Ryan, who had killed the proto-dragon Courageous. Lord Luther, Lord Ryan transformed into a gigantic, how should I put it? Dragon man. Georgia blushed with excitement at seeing the Chimera Knight Luther willing to listen to her account of the events. Nonsense! How could a human transform into a dragon? Camacho couldn't help but grumble. Humph! If Lord Ryan were here, you wouldn't dare say such a thing. Georgia snorted heavily before continuing her story. So Lord Ryan not only killed Duin, but also the high-ranking Poseidon wizard, Shadow Heartburner Havuz, and the high priestess of the Slitherblade Naga, Ursula? Luther couldn't help but feel both astonished and delighted. He was astonished by Ryan's immense combat prowess. After all, killing the proto-dragon Courageous was a one-on-one fight. But killing Duin and the other three was a one-on-three battle, far more challenging. From the young woman's description, Ryan dispatched the three legendary warriors with ease. Luther was also delighted that Ryan had resolved the Poseidon cult's threat in Howling Fjord, effectively doing the Snyder family a great favor. Yes, Lord Luther, Georgia nodded heavily. There should be a limit to bragging. Everyone knows that Dune and the other three possess legendary strength. Even Lord Luther wouldn't dare claim to be able to take on three at once. And you just mentioned Lord Ryan, can you? Camacho was no fool. He immediately spotted what he saw as a flaw. No, I believe her. Before Georgia could even speak, Luther nodded confidently. Lord Ryan has the ability. Lord Luther? Camacho sensed something was amiss. Why was Lord Luther speaking for an outsider? Clatter! Thandril approached the two carts at the back and lifted the coverings. A bloody smell filled the air. Two figures, like murals, were etched onto two lumps of earth compressed to the limit. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Even the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, who were in charge of transporting the goods, were still shocked upon seeing the scene again. After a long moment, the white-haired Earl Dallaire came to his senses, stepped forward, and said grimly, Lord Luther, I think the key question is, even if the facts are as they claim, how can they prove that the items on the cart were commissioned by Lord Ryan to be transported, and not stolen? Lord Ryan is so powerful, why would he need them to transport them? That doesn't make sense. Instantly, Luther's eyes sharpened as he looked at Thandril. The aura of a legendary powerhouse made everyone present gasp. Stealing Lord Ryan's spoils will be atoned for with blood. Lord Luther, I completely agree with you. Camacho, standing beside him, smiled brightly. He was impressed by both his father's quick wit and Luther's recent statement. I agree with what Lord Luther just said. At this moment, Thandril, with a smile on his face, pulled two items from his pocket. One was a round emblem as transparent as a diamond, and the other was a letter. Thandril handed the round, transparent emblem to Luther and said, Lord Luther, Lord Wren has obtained the sorcery he sought and is returning to Winterhold College. Also, this is the certificate Lord Wren gave me. He instructed me to present his Swordbearer emblem upon arrival at the Swordbearer branch in Marne. This? Camacho was stunned. He hadn't expected the Thandril before him to actually be commissioned by Lord Wren. Lord Luther, you should be aware of Lord Wren's strength. I believe that unless Lord Wren gives it to us, we will never obtain this emblem. That's possible. The little girl just mentioned that Lord Ryan transformed, and perhaps this emblem fell from him. Earl Dallaire's eyes flickered as he continued his argument. Clearly, he wasn't willing to let this matter end like this. What about this letter? It's proof that Lord Ryan is on official business in the tundra. Thandril handed the letter to Luther. Luther opened it, and saw that it was signed by Admiral Edward of the Munster Swordbearers. Clearly, the letter's authenticity was undeniable. Furthermore, for a master of Ryan's power, missing one item wasn't impossible, but missing two simultaneously was practically impossible. Furthermore, Thandril had also mentioned that Lord Ryan was seeking the sorcery. So, the whole situation was now crystal clear. Count Dallaire, so this is how you prepared the gift for me? Luther said, looking at Count Dallaire and Camacho with a stern tone. Robbery? And the spoils were taken from my friend, Lord Ryan? Well, Lord Luther, please listen to my explanation. This is all a misunderstanding. Even Count Dallaire was in trouble, and beads of sweat immediately formed on his forehead. Camacho had never expected that the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, whom he considered a piece of lucrative meat, actually had a backer. And this backer was quite powerful. Yes. Lord Luther, I think this is all a misunderstanding. Camacho, after coming to his senses, frantically explained, but anyone could hear the feebleness of his explanation. If Lord Luther hadn't arrived just now, you would have attacked us and taken Lord Ryan's spoils. Georgia, watching this scene from the side, couldn't help but feel delighted. However, seeing the other party still trying to argue, she couldn't help but shout a sharp rebuke. Count Dallaire, I deal with you about this later. Besides, this matter will inevitably reach Lord Ryan's ears. Think about how to explain it to Lord Ryan. Every one of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, I arranged the rest of the itinerary. Luther turned to Fandral and the others and smiled. Admiral Halley of the Swordbearers of Marne City is a good friend of mine. I contact him in advance and report Lord Ryan's spoils as quickly as possible. Then I trouble you, Lord Luther. Fandral was slightly taken aback, then immediately agreed happily. With the Chimera Knight Lord Luther escorting them, their safety would naturally be assured. Even if the Dollar family had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare attack Lord Luther. Winterhold College. In Anna's room, the bathroom wall collapsed. Ryan apologized to Anna with a look of regret. Anna, I'm so sorry. I just tried a new spell, so... New spell? Anna looked at Ryan with doubtful eyes and said, Is it that new second-level spell, Cutting Web? Ryan nodded. You're kidding. You only got it half a day ago, and you've already learned it. That's a second-level spell? Anna rolled her eyes at Ryan, clearly disbelieving. After all, no matter how talented one is, it's unheard of to learn a second-level spell in just half a day. For the average wizard, it would take a month or even several months of research and exploration. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Anna, are you okay? Melita's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Clearly, she had heard the wall collapsing and rushed over immediately. I'm fine, Anna replied quickly, seemingly worried that Melita might come in at any moment, tightening her robe around her. Miss Anna, what happened just now? Melita asked doubtfully from outside the door. All right? But there was such a loud noise just now. Is she really okay? Could someone have gotten in and taken Miss Anna hostage? Melita wondered anxiously. Anna, at a loss for words, whispered to Ryan, Ryan, what should I say? Hey Melita, I used too much force just now, causing damage to the wall. We need to repair it tomorrow, Ryan said with a wry smile. Lord Ryan is here too? But isn't this Miss Anna's room? Melita was startled at first, but then a deep sense of relief washed over her. That's all right. With Lord Ryan here, Miss Anna's safety will be guaranteed. At most, she suffer a minor setback. Okay, Lord Ryan, I'm relieved to have you here. Melita's slightly cheerful laughter rang from outside the door. Soon, the sound of light footsteps faded away. It's all your fault. I've embarrassed myself in front of Melita. Anna couldn't help but think of something, her fair face flushing instantly as she pouted to Ryan. But Anna had forgotten that she was in her most beautiful state, and her soft, delicate pouting made her incredibly alluring to a man. Anna felt her mouth immediately blocked, and she felt suffocated. A few minutes later, they separated. Anna, let me help you dry your hair, okay? A sound barely louder than a mosquito purred from Anna's throat. At that moment, Anna lowered her head, her beautiful eyes misting over, her cheeks flushed, perhaps from the kiss or the excessive heat in the bathroom. Hearing Anna's consent, Ryan's face lit up with joy. He embraced Anna again, and cast the fire spell, High Temperature Force Field. Anna naturally felt the shifting energy around her, but at that moment, she simply felt limp and comfortable in Ryan's embrace. As long as he didn't do anything else, she was willing to let him hold her like this forever. Moreover, Anna felt a special sense of security in Ryan's embrace, a sense of security that neither Aunt Delana nor anyone else could give her. Ryan gently shook Anna's hair. Under the influence of the high temperature force field, the rapidly flowing hot air quickly dried Anna's damp hair. Ryan, what kind of magic did you just cast? The warm breeze feels so comfortable. Anna half closed her eyes, lying in Ryan's arms, like a kitten being caressed. It's a high temperature force field. Fire magic? It won't singe my hair, will it? Anna said, her soft tone betraying no worry. Of course not. I control the temperature. Anna's beautiful eyes narrowed. Are you comfortable? Your bathrobe is a little damp too. Let me warm it up for you. That? Anna instinctively felt a little uncomfortable, but she didn't know how to refuse Ryan, and hesitated. Ever since their arrival in Goldhire, she had always had a crush on Ryan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have returned from Ferdinand Forest to find him. So, facing Ryan, the girl didn't want to say anything in response. Ryan glanced at the shy girl, knowing it was time for him to take the initiative. Some things simply weren't feasible for Anna, the always shy and reserved, to agree to. And sometimes, a girl's silence and shyness were the best possible confession. Don't worry, I helped dry your bathrobe, Ryan said, something like, I just rub against the doorway, I won't go in. But Anna believed him, and immediately hugged Ryan tightly, deeply touched. Ryan, your hands are so warm, the girl said, trembling slightly. At this moment, Anna realized she seemed to have made a decision that invited a wolf into her house. It's good to be hot. How can you dry a bathrobe if it's not? But Ryan, why are your hands moving higher and higher? The girl twitched her slender body nervously and said coquettishly. Well, then I go down a little. Go down? Anna was still pondering the meaning of the word when the scorching hand suddenly moved downward. There. Don't. The girl suddenly shuddered and cried out softly. So sensitive? Ryan's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized that Anna was a treasure girl. Although there had been various signs before, only now was he completely certain. If you don't put it down there, then I put it up there? Ryan said with a smile, unhurried, like a big bad wolf facing a little white rabbit. Yeah. Anna's head was already groggy, and thinking that as long as Ryan's hand stayed away from there, she nodded in agreement, not really hearing what he said. But then, Anna couldn't help but tremble violently. So, the tower had been stolen. You can't put it here. Then I put it back? Ryan said, a sly glint in his eyes. The girl naturally assumed that Ryan meant to put his hand back on her waist. While a woman's waist shouldn't be touched casually, it was better than putting it on the tower. Yeah, okay. Your hand. Why is it down there again? Anna suddenly felt as if she had been electrocuted. After a few minutes, Anna couldn't help but cry, feeling humiliated. I really didn't mean it. Anna looked at Ryan, feeling almost mortified with shame. Ryan gently kissed the girl's forehead and said, You don't understand. You have a treasure physique. I found the treasure. Huh? Treasure? Anna asked, tears streaming down her face. She didn't quite understand the connection between her and the treasure. Absolutely true. Ryan's words immediately put Anna at ease. Ryan, I'm going to change into a bathrobe. This one won't last. Anna shyly tried to get up. No, don't forget, I have a witchcraft high-temperature force field that can dry it. Okay then. Anna shifted, realizing her body was indeed sore and weak, and immediately gave up. But within 2 minutes, Anna began to tremble again, pouting, It's not drying. Not drying? Huh? Anna didn't quite understand what Ryan meant, but soon she understood. And so, some things just happened naturally. Chapter 364. Anna also transformed from a druid into a wizard specializing in water, showering Ryan with crystal raindrops. Ryan naturally reciprocated Anna's kindness. Hours later, the entire battlefield was in disarray, and Anna, like a boiled shrimp, occasionally trembling. Thankfully, Anna had already been promoted to a full-fledged druid, and thanks to her extraordinary physique, she slowly began to feel alive again. Anna discovered that the bed had become a waterbed where her fingers touched, leaving almost no dry spot on the sheets. This instantly embarrassed the young girl so much that she could have dug the Earl's mansion with her toes. Ryan, standing by, naturally wouldn't let Anna be left alone in such an awkward situation, and immediately offered comfort. It was only after a long time that Anna realized that she had what was known as a treasure physique. Ryan, do you really like me like this? Of course. I should say, no man wouldn't. Ryan nodded confidently. This eased Anna's already lingering anxiety a little. Afterwards, after Ryan spent a considerable amount of time thoroughly expressing his affection through actions, Anna finally untangled her feelings and gradually responded with actions. For a moment, silence spoke louder than words. The next morning, Ryan arrived at the Winterhold Academy's sorcery power testing room. Of course, Melita had thoughtfully arranged an unoccupied private room for him. Since the last test didn't reveal the exact power of his sorcery-killing moves, this time, Ryan planned to test them more precisely. Understanding one's own combat prowess is crucial in battle. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Ryan silently chanted a spell, and instantly, the metallic energy particles around him began to fluctuate violently. Cutting net. Sharpness. As Ryan continued to cast spells, a large, dark metal net suddenly appeared before him, illuminating with a rich silver light. Witchcraft killer move, Deadly Cut. A silvery gleaming metal net blasted toward the large metal cylinder directly ahead. A sharp cutting sound echoed. The silver net instantly embedded itself into the cross-section of the multi-ton metal cylinder in front of him. The previously smooth surface of the metal block was instantly punctured by a web of crisscrossing cuts. At the same time, the multi-ton metal block oscillated back and forth along the rails. However, the movement wasn't significant. This wasn't because Ryan's magic was weak, but rather because his killer move, with its attack attributes of sharp and slicing, had concentrated and compressed its power to a certain degree. On the nearby stone slab, A large 3-digit number appeared. 111. It's over 100. Although Ryan already knew the answer, he was still surprised to see it. You have to know that this already exceeds the limit of a typical second-level spell. Typically, the power of a second-level spell ranges from 60 to 100, while the power of a third-level spell ranges from approximately 120 to 200. The power fluctuates significantly depending on the type of spell, the various magical items, and other factors. Thus, Ryan's move wasn't much different even from a third-level spell. It truly lived up to its name as a killer sorcery move, a single, decisive weapon in a battle between wizards of the same level. However, Ryan had just had a strange feeling. His metal transfiguration seemed to mesh with the same killer sorcery move, Deadly Slash. Of course, it was just a feeling, or rather, Ryan had grasped only a hint, a thread. Just as he had unleashed his first-level innate spell, Metal Transfiguration, transforming the hardened adamantium in his hand into metallic wire, he had inexplicably sensed a natural connection with the two spells he unleashed quickly afterwards. This made Ryan ponder for a moment. His first-level innate spell was Metal Transfiguration, a type of metal spell that was neither defensive nor offensive. It was practically unheard of among modern wizards, even among ancient wizards. This made Ryan's situation almost unique. In other words, Ryan had no information anywhere similar to his. Now, he faced a question. If his first-level innate spell was Metal Transfiguration, what killer moves could he create? Ryan frowned slightly, pacing back and forth in the testing room with his arms folded across his chest. If I were to research this on my own, it would be a massive undertaking. Ancient wizards, for example, would have spent decades, if not longer, to create a single killer move. Soon, feeling rather unwilling, he attempted to cast the 3 spells in quick succession. Metal Transfiguration, Cutting Web, Sharpening. After several attempts, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Host has mastered the prototype of a liquefied killing move. Do you want to spend 28 gold skill points to perfect it? Is this even possible? Perform? Ryan's eyes widened in surprise. Instantly, he was overjoyed and chose yes without hesitation. Instantly, memories of the combined performance of 3 sorceries flooded into Ryan's mind. For a moment, it felt as if Ryan had practiced these 3 sorceries in some mysterious dimension for a century. When Ryan opened his eyes again, his understanding of the 3 sorceries was completely different. He had a clear understanding of how to coordinate these 3 sorceries and release them continuously, thus integrating them into a killer move. Ding! Deduction successful. Host has mastered the metal-based liquefied killing move Multiple Slicing Net. Multiple Slicing Net? Ryan couldn't contain his excitement and immediately began to experiment. Metal Transfiguration, Cutting Net, Sharpness. With a flick of his right hand, Ryan suddenly saw 3 tightly packed metal nets appear before him. Almost simultaneously, they glowed with a rich silver light. Witchcraft killer move, Multiple Cutting Nets. The 3 gleaming silver metal nets attacked another metal cylinder directly in front of them, one after another. She. The previously smooth surface of the giant metal block was instantly covered in a series of crisscrossing straight lines. On the nearby stone slab, a number that nearly stunned Ryan. 143. Hiss. This has reached the power of a third-level sorcery. For several days, Ryan familiarized himself with his new liquefied killing move while touring the magnificent glaciers near Winterhold College with Anna. Until this morning, Ryan received a message from the white-haired bear priest Yeruzan. Meanwhile, in Munster, beneath the Swordbearer branch, the intelligence hall was brightly lit, and dozens of staff members were bustling about in a bustling atmosphere. Colin, a bald, middle-aged man with a bulging belly, was in his office, sipping tea contentedly. Master Colin, since Master Ryan arrived in our branch, intelligence work has become much easier, a charming, uniformed female employee said, bending over to make a cup of Jotun black tea for her Undersecretary of Affairs, Colin. Yes, intelligence work is still quite busy, but not as urgent as before. The Black Flame cult was annihilated by Lord Ryan, and the Secret Snake cult was also defeated by Lord Ryan, temporarily refusing to invade Munster province. Now, only the Sea God cult along the coast of Rosby County and Maester County can still cause any trouble. Colin nodded in agreement. Just as the female employee was about to say something to flatter her boss, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A blonde female employee, clattering in her small leather boots, quickly approached Colin's office door and knocked. Come in. Sir Colin, here is an important official letter from the Swordbearers branch in Marne province, The blonde female employee reported in a somewhat hurried voice. Marne Province? Colin was stunned. There was no Marne Province anywhere near Munster Province. Could it be the Marne Province in the far north of the Empire? The one in the northern border? Yes, Master Colin, it's the Marne Province in the Howling Tundra. The blonde female staff member nodded confidently. Why are they sending us official letters? Reading? Colin rubbed his already bald forehead, quite puzzled. You know, he had been the deputy director of the branch intelligence department for many years, but he had never received any official letters from the Marne Province. Most of them were inquiries or reports from nearby provinces. Dear Munster Swordbearers, your diamond-level swordbearer, Lord Ryan, has cleared the Poseidon stronghold in Howling Fjord in Marne Province. He has killed the Poseidon High Priest, Havuz, nicknamed Shadowheart Burner, the Deep-Sea Giant Commander, Dune, and the Slippery Blade Naga High Priest, Ursula, 3 legendary enemy warriors in total. He has also helped resolve Marne Province's pressing needs, along with other near-legendary warriors, such as the thick-shelled lobsterman Chieftain Akaran. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to you, Swordbearers of Marne Province. Signed by Admiral Howie. This document is in duplicate, with the other copy sent to Swordbearers headquarters. The blonde woman read aloud with clear, articulate voice. Holy crap! When did Lord Ryan go to Marne Province? And he even killed 3 Poseidon legendaries? Colin jumped up from his spacious chair in shock, unaware that his scalding Jotun tea had spilled all over his belly. At that moment, Colin's head was buzzing, and he couldn't quite believe what he had just heard. Read it again, Colin said hurriedly to the blonde female employee in front of him, his eyes widening as he calmed his breath. As you command, Master Colin. Forget it, don't read it. Give it to me. I read it myself. Colin stepped forward, took the official letter, and began to read it himself. Wow. Impressive. Lord Ryan actually killed 3 legendary masters in Marne Province. Colin couldn't help but gasp. The 2 female staff members nearby exchanged a look of shock. They naturally understood what a legendary master was. They hadn't expected that Master Ryan, from their own branch, could be so powerful. Does anyone know when Master Ryan went to Marne Province? Well, there is a situation. A few days ago, Deputy Minister Alina from the Mission Hall sent a message saying that Master Ryan was on official business in Marne Province. The person who signed it was Admiral Edward. By the way, Master Colin, you were resting that day, so you might not have noticed. The female staff member, who had just poured tea, thought for a moment, then recalled something and explained. No wonder. Colin nodded with a smile. He read the official letter over and over again, feeling inexplicably happy. Wait! Not good. Colin's expression suddenly changed, and he gasped. What's wrong, Lord Colin? Lord Ryan has really made our Munster Swordbearers branch famous this time. Why is that bad? The blonde female staff member blinked her beautiful eyes, puzzled. Yes, Lord Colin, Lord Ryan is so powerful, isn't that a good thing? The female staff member pouring water was also confused, wondering why her boss was so shocked. Lord Ryan's killing of 3 legendary masters is naturally a great thing, but the Swordbearers branch in Marne Province has also copied this news to the Swordbearers headquarters in the Imperial capital, Colin said with a serious face. You mean? The blonde's eyes suddenly widened, a thought dawning on her. I see. Headquarters will immediately take notice of Lord Ryan, and then... Oh no, wouldn't that mean a transfer order from headquarters will be coming soon? Another female staff member instantly understood the key point and understood why her boss hadn't said anything. That's right. I'm afraid Admiral Edward is powerless this time, Colin sighed. Colin knew full well that the Imperial Capital Swordbearer headquarters had sent a transfer order regarding Lord Ryan not long ago, but at that time, headquarters still considered Lord Ryan a potential diamond-level sword-bearer. At that time, Admiral Edward had politely declined, citing Lord Ryan's youth, lack of strength, and need for training. Headquarters didn't delve into the matter. But this time, it seemed like no one could stop him. To be able to kill 3 legendary warriors, what's the point of training? The highest-ranking adamantine sword-bearer at headquarters is only at legendary strength, perhaps even inferior to Lord Ryan. You, the Munster Sword-Bearer branch, are still training this kind of talent, this kind of strength? Are you really asking for trouble? Just when the 3 of them were sensing something was wrong, another female staff member arrived at the door again, knocked, and said hurriedly, Director Colin, here's an urgent transfer order from Imperial Capital Headquarters. Read. Colin immediately had a bad feeling. It can't be this soon, right? Diamond-level sword-bearer Ryan Kalin of the Munster branch is hereby promoted to adamantine-level sword-bearer. Report to Imperial Capital Swordbearer Headquarters within 1 month. Dragon Empire Swordbearer Headquarters, signed by Marshal Alfred. What? Really? Colin was shocked and sank down into his chair, looking distraught. And it was signed personally by Marshal Alfred. Sigh. The Munster branch finally had Lord Ryan, and now he is leaving, Colin muttered. He knew all too well the role Ryan played in the Munster Swordbearers. He was the backbone. With Ryan, the Munster Swordbearers had a pillar of strength at the top end, a source of deterrence. Now, that pillar was being taken away by headquarters. Clinging the 2 official letters, Colin couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Forget it, let Admiral Edward handle the headaches. As the top leader, he was the one with the biggest headaches. Colin tugged at his few remaining hairs again, a look of annoyance on his face. Immediately report the official letter from Marne Province, and the urgent transfer order from headquarters to Admiral Edward. Okay, Lord Colin. The blonde female clerk beside him bowed slightly, then hurried off, her slender waist twisted. Chapter 365. Admiral Edward's Office. This is too much. Alina's eyes widened, her face filled with shock as she gazed at the first official letter. Lord Ryan was truly formidable. He had actually slain 3 legendary Sea God cult members in a single battle in Marne Province. Furthermore, Lord Ryan's rate of strength increase was even more terrifying than even the godsons of the Goddess Church. However, this was clearly a good thing. So why did Admiral Edward look so solemn? Alina pondered. When Alina saw the second official letter, she couldn't help but exclaim, Admiral, is this Lord Ryan about to leave our branch? She finally understood why Admiral Edward had asked her to come to the office so early in the morning. It turned out that Lord Ryan's achievements in Marne Province had been made known to the Imperial Swordbearers headquarters, and they had issued a transfer order. Well, that's why I asked you to come here. Alas, I knew I'd lose Ryan eventually, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Admiral Edward sighed. Sir, is there no chance at all? Can we contact the Duke to delay a little longer? Alina frowned, thought for a moment, and asked. The transfer order was signed by Marshal Alfred himself, Admiral Edward said, shaking his head. Hearing Admiral Edward's answer, Alina knew the matter was a done deal. For a moment, a momentary silence fell in the room. Alina, while Ryan's transfer is a huge loss for the branch, it's actually a good thing for Ryan. Contact him as soon as possible, and have him return to Munster to make preparations. Okay, sir, I contact them right away, Alina nodded. Indeed, this transfer order is a good thing for Lord Ryan. He's been promoted 3 levels in a row, from Diamond-level swordsman to Adamantine-level swordsman. At the same time, his salary and other aspects have been significantly improved. Furthermore, there are more special items available for exchange at headquarters. Given Lord Ryan's talent, his strength will likely increase further. Alas, I just hope Lord Ryan will come back to Munster more often in the future. Alina thought. Howling Fjord. On the coast near the wreckage, waves lapped the sand in a rhythmic rhythm. On the beach, numerous fiddler crabs were foraging near their respective burrows. Suddenly, as if sensing something, they scurried into the narrow cave. On the shore, a large, shimmering mass of water suddenly rose nearly 2 meters, then quickly transformed into the form of a human woman. If this kind of manipulation was possible for most water wizards, then the scene that followed was truly jaw-dropping. Suddenly, as if undergoing some kind of material transformation, the other person's body, once crystal clear and composed of seawater, transformed from seawater into a truly flesh-and-blood human woman. Even the black robe she wore seemed composed of silk. If anyone witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim it was a miracle. In fact, it truly was a miracle, for it was the manifestation of a wisp of the will of Hela, the goddess of the underworld. A few minutes earlier, during prayer at the Poseidon cult headquarters, Hela, having regained consciousness, discovered that the power of her faith in Howling Fjord had dissipated significantly, including that of one of her most cherished followers, the deep-sea giant commander, Dune. So, she used the prayer ritual at the Poseidon cult headquarters to project a ray of willpower. The black-robed girl glanced around with her beautiful eyes, then, with light steps, arrived at the site where Ryan and the Poseidon cult's powerful warriors had fought. However, the place was not deserted. Rather, it was quite bustling. At this moment, the central area was occupied by the Dollar family's private soldiers, while the outer ring was filled with various mercenaries, searching for spoils that Ryan and the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries hadn't been able to take away, such as weapons and accessories from the Sea Tribe's powerful warriors. The black-robed girl observed from a distance. It seemed that because she had deliberately restrained her presence, Hella's arrival hadn't alerted anyone. In a flash, she approached a private soldier standing guard nearby, bearing the Dollar family crest on his chest. Before he could react, several thin lines of black water pierced his ears, nose, and mouth, and then penetrated his brain. As the private soldier's eyes rolled back and his entire body twitched involuntarily, a series of memories flashed through the black-robed girl's eyes, like a slideshow. Camacho? Hella pondered. To find Ryan, who had killed so many of her followers, Hella knew the easiest way was to question the most powerful person in the area. Most importantly, her projection consumed energy every moment, something not even a true god could sustain for long. Therefore, she needed to find Ryan quickly. The next second, she appeared over 10 meters away, and within a few blinks, she was out of sight. The town of Ogala. In one of the most luxurious mansions, originally the residence of the town's mayor, Camacho, representing the Dollar family, had arrived, and the mayor had tactfully offered his seat. Inside the banquet hall, Camacho was seen embracing two charming dancers, his face flushed as he guzzled wine. This incident had completely gone awry. After being severely reprimanded by his father, Count Dollar, Camacho was feeling quite depressed. The problem was that Luther's words before leaving had left him feeling apprehensive, and he didn't know what would happen next. Lord Ryan, what a worthless lord. He's just an outsider. Lord Luther is actually helping an outsider instead of our Dollar family. Camacho cursed as he drank. At that moment, a black-robed girl suddenly appeared from the half-open doorway. Tell me where Ryan is. A clear voice called out. If Camacho hadn't been drunk, he would have noticed the difference in the voice, but the problem was, he had already drunk too much. You're asking me, but who should I ask? Upon hearing that he was asking about Ryan, the drunken Camacho was furious, not even turning his head. But the next second, he realized that no one should be able to enter without his permission. So who had come in? Camacho turned quickly to see a beautiful, black-robed girl he had never seen before standing at the door. How did you get in? Camacho asked, perplexed, after a quick glance. It doesn't matter. Tell me where Ryan is. The black-robed girl, Hella's incarnation, stepped closer. Do you know Ryan? You have too many questions. Let me answer them myself. Hella took a step forward, suddenly appearing before Camacho. The next second, thin threads of black water sank into his mouth, nose, and ears. Camacho was completely unable to move, his eyes rolled back, and his whole body was shaking violently. Images of Camacho's confrontation with the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries flashed before Hella's eyes, including the subsequent appearance of Luther. The bodies of the three, Dune, Marne City. Ren, Winterhold College. Hella glanced northwest, nodded slightly, and immediately turned and left. However, this violent memory search seemed to have some after-effects. The usually astute Camacho was now like a man with epilepsy, his mouth twisted, drooling, and his whole body shaking uncontrollably, struggling to even stand. The two dancers, scantily clad and glamorously made up, had already fainted nearby. Meanwhile, in the Acme Glacier Valley near Winterhold College, over 10 streams, fed by glacial meltwater, flow through this valley. Because of these streams, lush meadows and shrubs grow along its banks, creating a breathtakingly beautiful landscape. This beauty is only apparent for a few months after the moon of flowers. In the following seasons, the cold weather will prevent the snow from melting, and these streams will quickly dry up. Ryan, holding Anna's hand, strolled through the picturesque scenery. Ryan, is the gold mine on track? Yes, the Nortons have arrived and are already smelting the gold. Ryan nodded. Urizen's letter reported the general progress. Hearing this news, Anna asked with a puzzled expression, hasn't Ragnar returned yet? Just as Ryan was about to say something, he suddenly turned and glanced behind him. A black-robed girl suddenly appeared over 20 meters behind him, causing him to narrow his eyes and become extremely alert. You know, he had just been promoted to a level 2 liquefaction wizard, and his perception had greatly increased, but he was strangely unaware of the girl's approach, even though he had relied on his danger sense to detect her approach. Clearly, something was amiss with her. Huh? Hella couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. The girl's perception was sharp. But that didn't matter. Who are you? Ryan released Anna's hand and quickly turned around, wary. Anna immediately noticed the tenseness in Ryan's body, a state of mind as if facing a formidable enemy. This made her look at the black-robed girl with confusion. She didn't know why Ryan was so nervous. Yes, nervous. A word Anna didn't think should be used for Ryan. You've chosen a wonderful place, a beautiful one. Resting here would be a blessing. Hella lifted her bare foot and stepped into the nearby stream. Just as Anna was still pondering her words, she froze, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared blankly at the scene before her. The long stream suddenly appeared cut off in the middle. For hundreds of meters, the stream bed was devoid of a single drop of water. Now, behind the black-robed girl, the water had transformed into a figure Ryan was all too familiar with. The 10-meter-tall deep-sea giant commander Dune, cult of the sea god. The other party hadn't chanted a single spell, yet had accomplished this effortlessly, a feat far beyond Ryan's expectations. No, not the Poseidon cult. I'm their god, the black-robed girl said with a faint smile. Before she finished her words, the stream-like Dune strode towards Ryan, a torrent fist the size of a water tank crashing down. Bang! Water and mud flew everywhere. Ryan dodged, sending Anna aside. But as he prepared to strike back, he was suddenly struck in the waist by a slender, white, bare foot. Ryan was instantly sent flying like a cannonball, flying dozens of meters. You killed my followers. If you're willing to surrender, I can spare your life. Surrender or die. Hela gently retracted her bare foot and chuckled. A majestic and imposing aura, echoing Hela's words, swept over them. For a moment, it seemed as if the black-robed girl was the only one in the world. It hurt so much. Ryan felt as if his lumbar spine was about to break. But despite the pain, after taking that kick, Ryan discovered a problem. The opponent's power didn't seem as formidable or unrivaled as he'd imagined. After all, if it were truly a true deity, he would have been dead long ago. Furthermore, Ryan knew that when the Emperor ascended to demigod status, several true gods descended as mere avatars. So, the one before him probably wasn't an avatar either. The answer was obvious. Either the opponent was a saint descending, or merely a shadow of his will. But either way, it didn't seem like a dead end for him. But, he still had to clarify. Sorry, I'm not choosing either, Ryan said, rubbing his waist and squinting at the black-robed girl. You hit me so hard, I have to hit you back. Hela, the goddess of the underworld, was stunned. Although her fleeting projection lacked the full wisdom of her true form, she was momentarily taken aback by Ryan's words. A god hits a mortal like you, and you actually want to hit back? Is that even logical? Isn't this guy in front of me a lunatic? Ryan ripped off his white wizard robe, revealing a muscular build. Then, his entire being underwent a drastic transformation. Ryan's body suddenly expanded, his skin rapidly turning gray and thick. Palm-sized dragon scales emerged from the surface. Simultaneously, his once human nails became sharp and slender, like those of a velociraptor. A powerful tail, several meters long and covered in dragon scales, rapidly grew from his tail vertebrae. Ah! As Ryan transformed into a dragon general, he roared and charged at the black-robed girl. Huh? A dragon? Are you a descendant of the dragon royal family? Hela was quite surprised by this scene. She hadn't expected that the one who killed her followers in the Howling Fjord region would be a descendant of the Dragon Empire's royal family. But even Carlos Dragon wouldn't be so disrespectful to a true god. But before she could finish her words, Ryan, in his dragon general form, transformed the hardened adamantium in his hand into a heavy hammer and brought it down heavily on Hela. Dune, in his stream form, hurriedly blocked, but Ryan's blow shattered his right arm. You? Hela raged. She pointed her toes and delivered a lightning-fast punch to the abdomen of the 8 or 9 meter tall Ryan. Bang! In an instant, Ryan, who stood 8 or 9 meters tall, was knocked back more than 10 steps by the opponent's extremely concentrated force. His abdomen was now in excruciating pain, but a glint flashed in Ryan's eyes. Just now, he had obviously deliberately provoked the opponent. The opponent's attack, after being provoked, was only this powerful, which proved that his previous judgment was correct. The opponent was most likely just a projection of his will. In other words, this battle was worth fighting. Ryan looked at Hela with a look full of fighting spirit. The next second, he rushed towards the black-robed girl in Hela's incarnation again. Hela, on the other hand, was particularly annoyed by the look in Ryan's eyes. It was an eager look, filled with curiosity, surprise, and other emotions but lacking awe. This made Hela even more infuriated. She stretched out her hand and plunged it into the body of the water giant Dune. Suddenly, the water from Dune's body, as if drawn by some immense force, surged toward Hela's body. Meanwhile, Hela's black-robed figure expanded like a balloon. As one grew, the other receded. A 10-meter-tall black-robed girl appeared before Ryan. Chapter 366. Mortal, you are merely a stronger ant in the eyes of a true god. The black-robed girl, Hela's eyes, cold as she launched a powerful punch at Ryan. Due to her enlarged body, Hela's blow was far more powerful than her previous one. However, This enlargement also had its disadvantages. While her overall energy remained constant, her punches were slightly slower, allowing Ryan to barely track her trajectory. Ryan crossed his arms in front of him, doing his utmost to block Hela's blow. Bang! Layer upon layer of gentle, immense force, emanating from Hela's flowing fist, was transmitted to Ryan's forearms. Bang, bang, bang. Ryan's body unsteadied as he retreated 5 steps, each one leaving a massive footprint nearly half a meter deep in the river valley. But he finally took the blow. Hela had originally thought that, if not breaking both of his arms, Ryan would at least be knocked to the ground by that blow. But she hadn't expected Ryan's force-dissipating technique to be so refined. He was actually able to weaken the concentrated yet gentle force of her punch layer by layer through his footwork, the vibration of his muscles, and the undulation of his scales. Unbeknownst to Hela, close combat was the specialty of Ryan's epic class, King of 1,000 Blades. Even in ancient times, the number of battle masters in the ancient Troll Empire who could earn the title of King of 1,000 Blades was limited to a handful, all possessing extremely strong wills and exceptional combat skills. Like the sword masters of humans, they dared to face the gods, wielding their weapons and fighting. Although Hela was surprised, she didn't stop her attack. The next second, a 4 to 5 meter long water spear suddenly appeared in her hand, and she hurled it towards Ryan. Swish! Ryan narrowed his eyes, and the enchanted thorium in his hand instantly transformed into a shield, blocking it in front of him. The metal transfiguration was performed smoothly, as if flowing water. Although Ryan blocked it in time and in place, the kite shield was still pierced. The immense force attached to the water spear forced him to take 2 more steps back. However, passively taking a beating was not Ryan's style. The hardened gold essence in Ryan's hand also transformed into a spear. With a twist of his hips, he hurled it towards Hela. A fierce sound of piercing the air resounded. A large hole was immediately pierced through the waist and abdomen of the black-robed girl transformed by Hela, but it healed in an instant. It looked as if Ryan's attack had achieved little, but in reality, it had touched the sore spot of Hela, the goddess of the underworld. She hadn't expected this ant-like mortal before her to dare swing his weapon at her. "Mortal, how dare you?" An angry female voice echoed through the valley. As soon as the words left her mouth, Hela suddenly manifested a water knight's long sword, which instantly stretched several meters and slashed towards Ryan. Ryan, however, stacked several shields, bent his knees slightly, and leaned forward to block with all his might. Bang! Hela's strike shattered 3 of Ryan's enchanted thorium shields, but Ryan, using the momentum to bend his knees, instead of retreating, rushed forward and engaged Hela in a fierce battle. At the beginning of the battle between the 2 behemoths, the violent commotion was so intense that even at Winterhold Academy, dozens of miles away, many people were vaguely aware of it. In one room, Batalov, who had just recovered from his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "What a powerful aura! No, this aura is..." Batalov, his hair and beard all white, swiftly rushed out of the room. In the next room, the beautiful Vice Dean of Winterhold Academy, Welty, appeared in the corridor with a look of horror on her face. "Dean, did you feel it too?" Welty asked with a hint of panic. Although the power was far away, the fleeting aura and pressure sent a chill through even Welty, a veteran level 2 liquefaction wizard. It was the natural fear of lower life forms facing higher life forms. It was like the tremors caused by an elephant's walk causing panic in the ants, who all thought it was an earthquake. Well, if I'm not mistaken, it's likely an incarnation or projection of a certain deity has descended, heading towards the Akhmai Glacier Valley. Batalov's face darkened, and he nodded. But strangely, it seems this projection of a strange deity is engaged in battle. Its aura is fluctuating violently. Batalov frowned, puzzled. Because a deity, even a projection, could intentionally conceal its aura, it would be impossible for them to detect it given their power. The violent ups and downs just now made them clearly aware of the other party's presence. Huh? Fighting? In the Akhmai Glacier Valley? Oh no, it seems Lord Ryan is over there. The beautiful woman, Welty, suddenly realized something, her face paled, and she exclaimed in shock. What? Batalov cried out in surprise. Melita, who had hurried over, also heard Welty's last words and nodded emphatically. Teacher, Vice Dean Welty is right. These days, Lord Ryan likes to take Miss Anna for walks in the Glacial Valley. What happened over there? Batalov, who had been avoiding the scene as much as possible, now frowned, his face thoughtful, but he soon made a decision. Let's go! Let's take a look. Also, notify the Academy to be on full alert. Activate the defensive magic formation. Although many methods and preparations are useless against gods, even projections can be effective. Soon, led by Battleov, the group, riding several giant ice owls, flew rapidly towards the Akme Glacier Valley. Because of the close proximity, the valley was within sight in less than half a minute. To everyone's astonishment, two enormous black and gray figures were now engaged in a fierce battle within the scenic glacial valley. The once smooth, emerald-green meadow had long since become riddled with potholes, one after another, at least dozens of them. 7 or 8 trickling streams had dried up, some dried up due to large pits upstream, causing the water to converge, while others had vanished into thin air. As for the two dark gray figures, even from their perch atop the ice owl, their immense size was palpable. The speed of the clash between the two was lightning fast. So, aside from Dean Battleov, to everyone at Winterhold College, all they saw was two massive, blurry figures engaged in a fierce exchange. "It's Lord Ryan, and he seems to be at a disadvantage," the beautiful woman, Welty, exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. As a veteran level 2 liquefaction wizard, she could only barely discern one of them, a vaguely transformed version of Ryan. The other, a stranger, couldn't distinguish their faces. Melita, on the other hand, couldn't make out either person's figures, let alone their faces. Indeed, Battleov, his hair and beard all white, gazed solemnly at the two before him and nodded. "Teacher, who else in the Frost Tundra could fight Lord Ryan so well?" Melita asked, puzzled. Melita hadn't heard the conversation between her mentor and Welty, and with her limited experience, she naturally couldn't judge the other's origins by their aura. To Melita, both Ryan and Hela were several levels above her. "They're not in the tundra, but they're from above," Battleov said solemnly, pointing to the sky above. "Are you saying the other party is a deity?" Melita exclaimed, her eyes widening after a moment's thought. "Indeed, I cannot mention the other party's name, but it must be from the ocean." Battleov was a man of great experience. He had already roughly grasped Hela's origins from her appearance as a black-robed girl, her absorption into a dried-up stream, and her masterful water magic. But at the same time, this also caused a wave of turmoil in the heart of the Winterhold Academy. Is Hela, the goddess of the underworld, gradually reviving? Doesn't that mean the situation in the Empire is about to become even more unstable? At this moment, if one adjusts the perspective to overlook the picturesque Akme Glacier Valley from the sky, the scene is quite eerie. A 10-meter-tall, black-robed girl and a massive dragon man, slightly shorter by half a head, were engaged in a fierce battle. Although Hela dominated Ryan almost the entire time, Ryan, relying on his mutant dragon man bloodline's supreme gift of steel and the protection of his dragon scales, remained tough and sturdy. Minutes passed, and although wounds abounded, many of his dragon scales were shattered and bloodied. His injuries were not serious. At the same time, Ryan's previously acquired rapid healing talent, gained from his increased blood concentration, was also playing a significant role. Tissue granulations were sprouting from his wounds, rapidly healing. Bang! Hela's powerful, flowing sword strike was blocked by Ryan's shield, but he still retreated several steps. However, this time, Hela did not pursue. There was a brief pause in the battle between the two giants. "Nice talent, mortal. I give you one last chance. Submit to me. I can forgive your recent disrespect." Hela's gaze towards Ryan now held an inexplicable meaning. In the distance, the group from Winterhold Academy, perched midair, watched the scene in shock. Melita, in particular, had never imagined that the deity battling Ryan would be such a beautiful, black-robed girl, albeit one whose stature was truly enormous. And what had she just heard? Lord Ryan had received a divine offer? Oh my god! If it were her, she'd probably immediately become a devout believer. This was an olive branch extended by the gods. "Submit? Perhaps, if you submit to me, I consider it," Ryan said calmly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ryan wasn't deliberately provoking him, but rather, he'd stumbled upon a weakness. The man before him seemed accustomed to being superior, with a very low tolerance for any provocative words or actions. When enraged, his attacks became disorganized and far less accurate, making him much easier to deal with. But to an outsider, Ryan's words didn't seem so. Hearing Ryan's domineering words, even Whitebeard Battleov, a level 3 crystallized wizard, was stunned. Listen, is this the way a human should speak? Faced with Hela, the goddess of the underworld, demanding his submission, Ryan instead demanded her submission. Putting aside his strength, just considering this kind of domineering response, who else in the entire Dragon Empire could match him? "You ignorant ant! You've angered me." Hela's incarnation of Hela trembled with rage as she shouted. With a single wave of her hand, hundreds, even thousands, of water arrows pelted Ryan like a torrential downpour. Iron Wall. The hardened adamantium in Ryan's left hand rapidly transformed, instantly transforming into a tower shield. He simultaneously activated the ultimate shield technique, Iron Wall, to shield his body. Metal Barrier. At the same time, for enchanted thorium kite shields blocked various vital points on his body. The fluidity of the metal sorcery being unleashed was breathtaking. Bang! 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 A dense barrage of water arrows bombarded the tower and kite shields, the relentless force forcing Ryan back. But as time passed, Ryan could clearly sense the opponent's power weakening. This was evident from the black-robed girl's height change, which gradually shrunk from 10 meters to 9 meters, almost as tall as Ryan. Sure enough, even the projection of a true god will rapidly weaken with the passage of time and the release of energy, Ryan thought to himself with a chuckle. Faced with Hellas' weakening power, Ryan once again concentrated on restoring his stamina. As his mental power rose to 89 points, a sudden surge of warmth surged through his heart, and he felt a surge of vigor and strength. The next second, Ryan stomped his toes onto the ground, and the meadow exploded. The immense recoil propelled Ryan's powerful form straight towards the black-robed girl, Hellas' incarnation. The shield in his hand quickly transformed into a razor-sharp knuckle. Ryan prepared for hand-to-hand combat. Shadow Step. Heavy Punch Combo. Rapid Cut. For a moment, Ryan, in his dragon general form, recklessly unleashed his ultimate techniques, overwhelming the black-robed girl, Hellas' incarnation of the underworld goddess. This scene stunned everyone at Winterhold Academy. This, teacher, if I'm not mistaken, Lord Ryan has the upper hand? Melita was so shocked that she stuttered. Overpowering a god. I'd never seen anything like this. Battleov was also horrified, not listening to a single word Melita asked. It wasn't like he hadn't fought alongside Ryan before, but he remembered that when he battled the proto-dragon Courageous, his metal magic was somewhat flawed, not matching his superb close combat skills. But now, not only was Ryan's metal magic significantly more powerful, but it was also so fluid that it practically merged metal magic and close combat into a perfect fusion. The weapon in Ryan's hand constantly transformed, occasionally slicing into or shattering Hellas' massive water-formed form. Though seemingly ineffective, Ryan could sense that the reassembly took some energy. Furthermore, each of Ryan's strikes seemed to infuriate the almighty deity before him, further derailing his sanity. At this point, the opponent's stature was less than 8 meters, even half a head shorter than his Dragonman general form. The tide had turned. Blasphemer. Die! Hela cried, seemingly completely enraged by Ryan's counterattack. At the same time, a powerful energy wave emerged, and most of her body transformed into a massive, conical water drill, blasting directly towards Ryan. Iron Wall. Metal Barrier. Shadow Step. The 5 shields in front of Ryan shattered, and a bull-sized penetrating wound appeared on his chest and abdomen, pierced by Hela's blow. However, the black-robed girl Hela had transformed into was also struck in the head by Ryan's punch, exploding with a bang, sending water splattering everywhere. Just when Ryan thought she would condense her water body once more, she vanished without a trace. The alarm bells that had been ringing in his heart gradually subsided. Could it be that the projection's energy has run out? Ryan wondered, glancing around. After several minutes of cautious vigilance, Ryan finally confirmed that the other person was gone. Who? Ryan quickly released his dragon general form, breathing heavily, and the bloody hole in his chest rapidly began to grow granulation tissue. He had almost run out of ammunition and food, and had used up all his remaining attribute points. If the fight had continued any longer, the outcome would have been uncertain. Chapter 367. Ryan made up his mind. Next time, he must accumulate more attribute points. At this moment, Battleov and the others, watching the battle from afar in the sky, quickly controlled the ice owl and slowly descended. Anna, standing nearby, also hurried over, arriving at Ryan's side first. Anna anxiously surveyed Ryan's injuries, then immediately stopped, chanting a spell. A flash of green light emanated from her hands, and leaves emitting a pale green glow began to linger around Ryan's body, like a green vine spiraling upward. The next second, green leaves automatically covered Ryan's still unhealed wounds. The green light was particularly intense at the penetrating wounds on his waist and abdomen, where granulation tissue was growing. The area was covered with the most green leaves, and the green light was the most intense. Ryan felt a subtle coolness spreading across the wounds throughout his body. He looked down and saw that even the most serious, penetrating wound in his waist and abdomen was now rapidly scabbing thanks to the combined effects of Anna's natural magic, healing, and his own top-tier talent, rapid healing. The injury was no longer serious. Lord Ryan, are you alright? Melita had already hurried over to Ryan, asking with concern. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Ryan waved his hand. Dean Batalov, Ms. Welty, why are you all here? Lord Ryan, there's so much noise on your side, how could we not have noticed? The beautiful Welty squinted at Ryan, and said with a wry smile, this young man, barely half her age, had just fought and defeated a projection of a god head-on. Sir Ryan, I suggest we return to the Academy first. Winterhold Academy is protected by a high-level magical array, so even a projection of a deity wouldn't be able to easily gain entry, Batalov said, stepping forward. No, I appreciate your kindness, Dean Batalov, but I don't want to cause trouble for Winterhold Academy, Ryan said, waving his hand. Just now, the other party claimed to be the deity worshipped by the cult of the sea god, Dean Batalov. That person, I suppose, must be Hela, the legendary goddess of the underworld. Ryan mentioned Hela's name bluntly, not fearing any trouble from the other party. After all, the recent battle had already created a deep grudge between him and the other party. Ryan didn't think the other party would let him go. In that case, what was there for him to be afraid of? Yes, it must be her. Batalov's face grew serious, and he nodded. I've seen some records about him in ancient texts. The person just mentioned fits all the descriptions perfectly. Black robe, girlish form, proficiency in water magic, and so on. Plus, considering what Lord Ryan said, and the other person's personal admission, it must be him without a doubt, Batalov added. Ryan nodded. He had also heard that gods disdain to lie to mortals. Well, it seems I need to return to the core territories of the Empire as soon as possible. Anna, let's go now. Ryan turned to Anna and said. At the Munster Sword Branch, Ryan had researched some information on the gods. One secret was that gods with overlapping portfolios in a certain area were generally sworn enemies. So, if Hela, the goddess of the underworld, wanted to descend into a city with temples dedicated to the monsoon and ocean goddesses, it would be difficult. Once it descended, it would undoubtedly quickly attract the attention of the monsoon and ocean goddesses. Of course, if it were in the imperial capital, relying on human strength alone would also greatly intimidate Hela, the goddess of the underworld sea. The double-digit imperial guardians would put her, who hadn't yet fully recovered, in a difficult position. Furthermore, there was also the unfathomable power of His Majesty the Emperor of the Dragon Empire, who had successfully ascended to demigod status, but was seriously injured. Ryan, shouldn't we go to the Norton tribe to find Ragley? Anna couldn't help but ask. It's not appropriate to go now, Ryan shook his head. The gods' methods were mysterious and unpredictable. If he bore some hidden mark of one of them, then going to the Norton tribe would bring disaster to the barbarian tribe and Ragley. Ryan didn't want to take that risk. Melita, help me go to the Norton barbarian tribe and find a girl named Ragley. Ryan thought for a moment and instructed. A few minutes later, Batalov and the rest of the Winterhold Academy rode their ice owls back to Winterhold, while Ryan and Anna, riding their bloodfeather hippogriffs, sped toward the southern horizon. At that moment, a transparent humanoid figure suddenly emerged from a stream within the glacial valley and instantly transformed into a black-robed girl. It was Hela, whose presence had greatly weakened. Just now, she hadn't died or dissipated. She had simply left the center of the valley and hidden within the trickling stream. This was because the projection's energy had been depleted to a mere tenth of its original value. Hela knew that even if she continued to fight, she would be powerless against Ryan, and would only bring humiliation upon herself. A deity deliberately concealing itself, and having no intention of attacking was naturally impossible for Ryan to detect with his current strength. At this moment, the black-robed girl, transformed by Hela, gazed at the blood-feather hippogriff flying off into the horizon, her eyes flickering, her thoughts unsettled. South? Her figure sank into the stream again, reappearing the next second several miles away. The direction, surprisingly, was also south. Furthermore, her speed was several times greater than that of the blood-feather hippogriff. Meanwhile, on the blood-feather hippogriff's back, Ryan was reviewing the previous battle prompts. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful foe and earned 24 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your Thousand Blades King, epic, class level has been increased. With the conclusion of his battle with the projection of the underworld goddess Hela, the Thousand Blades King, epic, class successfully reached level 12, granting Ryan another 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Subtracting the 2 attribute points he used in battle, his total remaining attribute point was 1 and his remaining skill point was 5. This made Ryan frown slightly, because these attribute points were so few. However, it wasn't difficult to increase them. Since changing his job to tailor, He hadn't had time to level up properly, and was currently only Tailor level 1. This meant that within a short period of time, Ryan could gain a considerable amount of attribute and skill points by increasing his tailoring class level. As for gold skill points, after spending 28 last time, he still had 16 remaining, and this time he gained another 27, bringing his total to 40. After a moment's thought, Ryan decided he needed to go to Marn City first, at least to inform Luther of what was happening there. Not to mention that Luther and he were partners in the gold mining business. The Snyder family had been operating in the Marn province for many years, and this matter might be of great significance to them. Also, he wondered if Lager would immediately depart for Munster to join him after receiving the news. If Lager would remain here for a while, he would also need Luther to take appropriate care of the Norton tribe. The barbarians were not lacking in physical strength and fighting ability, but they lacked good weapons and sufficient food. If they could be helped in this area, the combat effectiveness of the entire Norton tribe would be further enhanced. So Ryan controlled the Bloodfeather Hippogriff, slightly adjusted its position, and sped southwest. On the Hippogriff's back, Anna asked worriedly, "Ryan, was that person just now truly an incarnation of a deity?" It wasn't really an incarnation, but merely a projection of Hela, the goddess of the underworld worshipped by the Poseidon cult. To comfort Anna, Ryan naturally downplayed the situation. But Anna was even more worried. Even in Ferdinand Forest, in the Druid Circle, even the powerful elven elders remained solemn and cautious when discussing the gods. After a long pause, Anna said softly, "Ryan, even if your enemy truly is a god, I will stand by you." Ryan's heart warmed at these words, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Anna, are you trying to be sweet to me?" Ryan's teasing smile made Anna's fair face flush. Even though she and Ray had already had an intimate relationship, she remained quite shy. However, facing Ray's teasing, Anna's initial worries were somewhat alleviated. Soon, the Bloodfeather Hippogriff flew over the city of Marn. At this moment, 2 patrolling Griffin Knights in the sky quickly approached. However, one of them, upon seeing the purple-blue hippogriff at Ray's hip, couldn't help but mutter, "Huh, why does it look so familiar?" "Flying Knight, please state your identity or origins." Another Griffin Knight shouted. "I am Ray, a swordsman affiliated with the Munster branch." "What? You are Lord Ray?" The 2 men's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The other muttered to himself, "No wonder, this is the Bloodfeather Hippogriff." Seeing the 2 Griffin Knights' expressions of shock, both Anna and Ray were puzzled. After a quick conversation, the 2 finally understood. It turned out that a day earlier, the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries had safely escorted the head of the deep-sea giant Dune, along with the bodies of the sea god cult's high priest Havers and the Slyblade Nanda high priest Ursula, to Marn City. Under the guidance of the Chimera Knight Luther, Duke Snyder took this matter very seriously and organized a parade in Marn City. As a result, nearly everyone in Marn City had heard of Ryan's name. "Perfect. I have an urgent matter to discuss with Lord Luther. Could you please lead the way?" "Of course, Lord Ryan, please follow us." After hearing Ryan's words, the 2 naturally dared not delay and immediately led the way, flying towards Duke Snyder's residence. Half an hour later, inside Duke Snyder's mansion. "What?" Luther looked at Ryan with a look of inexplicable shock. "Sir Ryan, what did you just say? You fought that man from the Poseidon cult?" Even with Luther's strength, hearing this news was a head-spinning mess. After all, that was a god. Even with just a hint of his will, he didn't think he had the slightest chance of defeating him. But Ryan had done it. "Yes, Sir Luther, you heard me right. How could I possibly joke about such a thing? By the way, please notify the head of the Swordbearers branch in Marn province as soon as possible. I believe this news is extremely important to them. I share the details with you once they arrive." "Of course, Sir Ryan, I sent someone to notify the Swordbearers branch in Marn province right now." About a quarter of an hour later, the resounding cry of a griffin echoed above Duke Snyder's mansion. A burly middle-aged man, about 40 or 50, dressed in the uniform of an imperial admiral, swiftly leaped off the griffin, followed by a man and a woman. "Sir Ryan, this is Admiral Howie, and these 2 are the heads of the Swordbearers branch of the Marn province." "Admiral Howie, this is the Sir Ryan I mentioned. Sir Ryan, I've long heard of you," Admiral Howie said, taking Ryan's hand warmly. "Sir Ryan, hello." The man and woman behind General Howie also bowed slightly, and said respectfully. Ryan nodded. Although he felt the 2 men seemed overly respectful toward him, they were, after all, the heads of the Sword-Bearer Department. Such respect for a sword-bearer from the distant province of Munster was unnecessary, even though he was a diamond-level sword-bearer. Half a day later, a slender, Black-robed girl arrived at the Beverly Mountains. She glanced at the towering Beverly Mountains and the occasional wind rocks soaring overhead, then nodded slightly. This is it. With a flicker of her figure, she quickly advanced toward the giant wind rocks nest deep within the Beverly Mountains. Surprisingly, facing this clearly alien being, all the wind rocks felt an instinctive fear, daring not to approach, much less attack. Even the more powerful male hunting wind rocks, upon seeing the other approach, immediately made way. And the even rarer mutant wind rocks, quite humanely, bowed slightly and lowered their heads. The black-robed girl also slowly made her way to the deepest part of the Fompung lair. Great goddess of the underworld, what brings you here? The Queen of Fompung was startled upon seeing her, her anthropomorphic expression showing considerable surprise. But then she recovered and spoke. I'd like you to do me a favor. A human is about to pass through Beverly Pass. Help me kill him. The Queen of Fompung was clearly puzzled. The underworld goddess Hela before her was far more powerful than she, yet she actually wanted her help in killing a mortal. But due to the ancient covenant of the Fompung clan, the Queen of Fompung had no right to refuse. Hela carries a trace of my aura on him. With this, I can sense his location. Hela extended her white hand, and a thumb-sized crystal, condensed from black water, flew up from thin air and slowly drifted towards the Queen of Fompung. Crystal of divine power? The Queen of Fompung's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed with delight. Chapter 368. But the Queen of the Wind Pung, her sharp, almost glowing eyes, pondered for a moment before shaking her head and saying, Great goddess of the underworld, although I cannot refuse your request according to the ancient covenant, I also have an agreement between the Dragon Empire and me, and cannot personally help you eliminate this human. Therefore, I am unworthy of accepting your divine power crystal. Although the Queen of the Wind Pung is powerful, and a peak-level epic-level powerhouse, for the Dragon Empire, which boasts over a dozen dragon riders, her strength is not the key. The key is her speed. The Queen of the Wind Pung is nicknamed Lightning Walker, and her speed is unparalleled. Trist, the Lightning Walker, is renowned among all epic-level powerhouses, which is why the Wind Pung clan is able to establish its nest in the Beverly Pass area. The Empire is no pushover. After several unsuccessful attempts to encircle and suppress them, it reached an agreement with the Queen of the Wind Pung. Trist, this divine power crystal is a gift from me. You can dispatch your men to deal with this human. I hope you won't give me a half-hearted answer. Hela, the goddess of the underworld, gave Queen Windrock a deep look and said, By the way, this human can transform into a dragonman and excels in close combat. As soon as she finished speaking, the black-robed girl Hela had conjured suddenly disintegrated into a wisp of black smoke and vanished from Queen Windrock's sight. Excellent in close combat? That's exactly what my people are good at dealing with. Queen Windrock Trist muttered to herself as she picked up the divine power crystal floating in midair. She finally understood why Hela, the goddess of the underworld, had sought her out. But one question remained. What had that human boy named Ryan done to evoke such concern from a deity? After pondering for a moment, Trist shook her head, unable to comprehend the situation. She simply said, Send Merrick over? Yes, your majesty. Meanwhile, in Martin City, inside the Snyder family residence. After some pleasantries, Luther arranged a small, more private meeting room for everyone. Admiral Howie, Your Excellency Ryan, this room is enshrined with several protective arrays designed to prevent eavesdropping and spying, effectively blocking certain types of long-range observation. Ryan nodded. He had heard of these arrays. Of course, if facing a true deity, or an exceptionally powerful incarnation, these arrays would be no different from thin paper. However, if it were merely a projection of a deity, or a descended saint, they would be extremely effective. As everyone took their seats, two department heads, a man and a woman, standing behind Admiral Howie quickly pulled out their notebooks and pens and began diligently taking notes. Noticing Ryan's slightly surprised look, the capable woman smiled and said, Lord Ryan, the matter you're describing is extremely serious. According to sword-bearer regulations, any matter involving the gods must be reported immediately to sword-bearer headquarters. I see. Ryan nodded, a look of sudden realization on his face. Lord Ryan, in order to more accurately report on your situation, please excuse any inconvenience caused by Fianato and Lyanna's questions, Admiral Howie said with a smile. Of course not. I understand. It's just work, Ryan said with a smile. So, Ryan began to slowly recount his story, and everyone, including the titled Knight Luther, listened attentively. After all, this was information concerning a resurrected true god, and it couldn't be overstated. 10 minutes later, a capable young woman named Lyanna asked with a puzzled look on her face, Excuse me, Lord Ryan, You just said you rejected their offer, and they were very angry. But as far as we know, even mere projections of true gods are generally very wise. Generally speaking, they're not easily angered by a few words. So, how did you anger them? Did you say something, or did something? In response to Lyanna's question, everyone, including Admiral Howie, nodded slightly. They, too, were quite puzzled. After all, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, had been renowned since ancient times. Among the many deities recorded in the imperial annals, he was one of the most powerful. How could he be so easily emotionally unstable, thus affecting his power? That didn't make sense. Ryan hesitated. It wasn't that he forgot, but now that he thought about it, what he said at the time seemed somewhat arrogant. At least, that's how it would appear to outsiders. But after thinking it over, Ryan decided to tell the truth. After all, if what he said could reveal a weakness to the Empire, that would be fantastic. Actually, I didn't say much. The other party offered surrender or death, and I said I wouldn't choose either. I also said, you hit me hard, so I have to fight back. Then, the other party seemed very angry. Ryan shrugged. Huh? Everyone present was stunned. Even Fianeto and Lyanna, who were taking notes, paused, their pens in hand. They both looked up, eyes wide, and stared at Ryan with astonished expressions. After a few seconds, Admiral Howie was the quickest to recover, exclaiming in admiration, "Ha ha! Excellent! Sir Ryan truly lives up to his title of Imperial Adamantine-level Swordbearer." Huh? Admiral Howie, you must be mistaken. I'm still a Diamond-level Swordbearer. Adamantine-level Swordbearers are only available at headquarters. Now it was Ryan's turn to be puzzled. Ha, by the way, I almost forgot. Sir Ryan, you may not have received this news yet, Admiral Howie said, smiling and gesturing to the middle-aged man beside him. Lord Ryan, one of these is the official letter just forwarded today from the Munster branch, and the other is attached, your promotion order from Swordbearer headquarters. The middle-aged man named Fianeto respectfully pulled 2 official letters from a nearby briefcase and handed them to Ryan. Ryan raised a brow and immediately flipped through them. The first was the promotion letter, report within 1 month of your promotion. The second was the letter signed by Admiral Edward, return to Munster as soon as possible, and prepare for work. After quickly reading both letters, Ryan nodded. He finally understood why Admiral Howie and the 2 sword-bearer department heads had treated him with such respect. It turned out that he had been assigned to the Imperial Sword-Bearer headquarters and held the highest administrative rank among all the sword-bearers, the Admiral Gold rank. No wonder. Going to the Imperial capital? Indeed, I'm going. My Ironheart Advanced Meditation, Level 2, is still at the Academy. Ryan mused. He had originally planned to visit the Imperial capital of Tamriel soon, and now it seemed like a perfect time. After reading the 2 official letters, Ryan continued to describe the battle. A few minutes later, the capable young woman, Lyanna, asked again, Lord Ryan, according to your description, the opponent's final strike used most of the projected energy. While powerful, it was clearly a bit reckless. It's hard to imagine why he would do that. Did you say or do anything else? Because his behavior was completely inconsistent with the ancient records of Hela, the goddess of the underworld. In the various stories about Hela recorded in ancient texts, she appears rational, proud, and wise. But Ryan's description was completely inconsistent with that. This time, Ryan was truly embarrassed to speak. Seeing Ryan's expression, everyone became even more curious. Could it be that this Lord Ryan had done something unusual again? Ahem, Lord Ryan, if it involves your privacy and is inconvenient to disclose, then there's no need to say it. Admiral Howie coughed and offered an excuse. Although he was curious, Ryan was now an Imperial Adamantine-level swordsman, and even as the branch head, he had to show due respect. Not really. It's just that what I said was a bit arrogant. By the way, since you 2 are taking notes, please note that what I said was intended to provoke the other party. Of course, Lord Ryan. Lyanna and Fianeto nodded in agreement. Well, they tried to recruit me again, asking me to submit, but I said, perhaps, if you submit to me, I consider it. As Ryan finished the last half of his sentence, his face flushed slightly. He felt a little embarrassed to say it out loud. But Ryan had underestimated the power of his words. As soon as he finished speaking, silence fell to the point of a pin drop. This time, even the knowledgeable Admiral Howie looked at Ryan with expressions as if they had seen a bull flying in the sky, completely stunned. And Luther was roaring inwardly, "Oh my God! Lord Ryan, you're too. Is this arrogance? This is outrageous. Luther searched for the right words to describe Ryan's words. Well, remember to note that I said that to provoke them. Ryan, observing the expressions on everyone's faces, realized how shocking his words were and couldn't help but speak up to remind them. Oh, all right, Lord Ryan. The two men in charge of recording nodded repeatedly and began to write hurriedly in their notebooks, looking a little flustered. Lord Ryan, one last question. What do you think of that projection's overall strength? Fianato asked. That, it's hard to say. Judging from the energy limit it can control, it's probably not at the epic level. However, both its sorcery and extraordinary combat skills have already surpassed the limits of what a crystallized wizard or titled knight can achieve. Ryan recalled the battle and answered seriously. Excuse me, Lord Ryan, but how did you defeat him? Fianato asked, a puzzled look on his face. Because, while Ryan was strong, he wasn't an epic-level powerhouse after all. If, as Ryan said, the opponent was so strong, then it meant that except for epic-level powerhouses like the Imperial Guardian, no one else could defeat him, including Ryan. Perhaps it's because my physique is unique. My thick skin and excellent stamina make the projection consume too much energy, Ryan said, slightly taken aback. This involved a system and the addition of points to restore stamina, so Ryan could only briefly mention it. Well, I can prove this. Lord Ryan has a unique physique, as demonstrated in the battle with the proto-dragon Caraxes, Luther beside him echoed. Then there's no problem. Thank you very much for your honest information, Lord Ryan. We will report this report immediately, Fianato said, bowing slightly. By the way, Lord Ryan, your badge and official letter. At this moment, Luther, struck by something, pulled out a transparent round badge and a letter from his pocket and handed them to Ryan. The Ice Claw Bear mercenaries are still in Marne City. Would you like to meet them? Luther added. No, Lord Luther, please tell Fandral. I intend to return to Munster immediately. Ryan shook his head. His badge was still that of a diamond-level swordbearer. As for the adamantine-level badge, it could only be replaced at the swordbearer headquarters. Lord Ryan, are you planning to return to Munster province immediately? Upon hearing Ryan's plan, Admiral Howie and Luther exchanged a glance, instantly understanding why he was acting this way. Well, Lord Ryan, do you need anything to replenish? Admiral Howie asked proactively. If the Marne branch has any rare metals, I'd like to get some, Ryan said after a moment's thought. Of course, it's a piece of cake. Lyanna, please record what Lord Ryan needs to exchange and help expedite the process. Admiral Howie immediately agreed. Yes, sir. An hour later. After replenishing nearly 100 kilograms of various rare metals, such as hardened adamantium and enchanted thorium, Ryan had almost completely replenished all the rare metals he had consumed during the previous battle, and even had a lot more. It wasn't that Ryan was greedy, but rather that the size of the weapons and armor he would transform into when he was a dragon man, as well as the casting of metal-based sorceries, all required a larger reserve of metal. Luckily, the Bloodfeather Hippogriff was known for its incredible strength, and speed wasn't its strong point. A little slower didn't matter. As long as it could fly, it was fine. After bidding farewell to Luther and the others, Ryan and Anna rode their hippogriffs and flew once again towards the southern sky. In the sky above Beverly Pass, hundreds of wind rocks circled, and at the center of the flock stood a particularly large, golden-winged wind rock. It was none other than Merrick, the mutant wind rock leader nicknamed Heartbreaker. Originally, after receiving his queen's mission order, Merrick had intended to follow the guidance of the Divine Power Crystal and proactively search for his target, Ryan. But just as he was about to depart, Merrick was surprised to discover that the enemy was rapidly advancing toward Beverly Pass. In other words, there was no need for him to proactively attack. The enemy was already walking into his trap. However, Merrick would not take the Queen's mission lightly, so he mobilized thousands of his wind rocks. No matter how powerful the enemy was, as long as they were not epic-level warriors, he had absolute confidence in his victory. After all, thousands of tribesmen, each with a wind blade, could kill this Ryan. Chapter 369. Ryan, on the back of the hippogriff, was contemplating his battle with the projection of Hela, the goddess of the underworld. This was a kind of battle replay. At the beginning of the battle, the projection of Hela, unenraged by him, was exceptionally formidable, employing all manner of sorcery and extraordinary combat techniques effortlessly. The seamless connection between combat techniques and sorcery gave Ryan the feeling that he was battling a high-performance robot, and every response seemed to be within the opponent's grasp. It was only when the opponent's emotions began to fluctuate that, while the power of his attacks increased, the precise, gear-like synergy between his moves disappeared, giving Ryan the opportunity to counterattack. Thinking back, there were two key factors in his victory. The first was his tough skin and flesh, thanks to his top-tier steel physique and rapid healing abilities, the result of his mutant dragon bloodline. Secondly, after becoming a level 2 liquefaction wizard, his mental power increased further, allowing him to sense and detect the enemy's attacks. If he had remained at the level 1 level, this battle would have been much more difficult. These 2 points also determine the direction of Ryan's subsequent strengthening. First, his mental power needed to be further enhanced to accelerate the liquefaction process. This required him to quickly visit the Bishio Constructor School and apply to Instructor Maguro for the second level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. This was also a prerequisite for the class change to Dragon Vein Wizard. Thus, accelerating the liquefaction process was of paramount importance. Secondly, he needed to find opportunities to further increase his dragon bloodline concentration. This could be achieved by deliberately searching for dragons or dragonborn monsters for quests after joining the Sword-Bearer headquarters. Finally, Ryan intended to learn the fighting style of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, and further integrate metal magic into his own combat. Of course, this was a massive undertaking, and to do so, he needed to consult more tome and consider which magic and moves would best complement each other, but there was no rush. Now that he had enough rare metals, he could practice his liquefied killing move, multiple slicing net, and integrate it into his own fighting style. This would also complement his current balance between melee and ranged attacks. As time passed, the towering mountains ahead came into view. A gap in the middle of the mountains revealed a faint purple hue, marking the purple gnarled forest at Beverly Pass. Ryan immediately controlled Bloodfeather to slowly descend. The blue and purple hippogriff and Ryan's white wizard robes were so distinct, and the recent battle was still vivid in the guards' minds. They immediately realized it was the Imperial Swordbearer from last time. Soon, the Beverly Pass garrison rushed to inform their superiors. "Haha, Lord Ryan, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." A burly, bearded knight hurried over with long strides and greeted him warmly. It was Gray, the knight who had helped Ryan interrogate the Black Flame cult members the previous time, and the highest commander of the Beverly Pass guards. "Miss Anna, hello." "Hello, Lord Knight Gray," Anna said with a faint smile. "How about you two come sit with me and rest for a while?" "Lord Gray, I'm afraid we won't be able to make it this time. We must hurry on our way." Ryan smiled, declining Gray's offer. "That's a shame." "Lord Ryan, Miss Anna, I accompany you too," the bearded Gray said with a hint of flattery. Ever since witnessing the prowess of the remarkably young Lord Ryan, Gray knew that if given the chance, he must make friends and forge a good relationship with him. "That's a bother." Ryan glanced around and didn't refuse. Because at that moment, a long line of caravans and travelers were already forming outside the mountain pass, all bound for the Beverly Pass. With guards clearing the way, travel would naturally be much faster. For Ryan, the faster they could return, the better. As an Imperial combatant, this was a convenience he deserved. Hearing Ryan's agreement, Gray waved his hand with a hint of excitement. Immediately, a team of guards stepped forward to clear the way, escorting Ryan and his group through the Beverly Pass. But halfway through the journey, suddenly, a few crows flew in from the horizon, accompanied by a few hoarse cawing sounds, quickly passing over the heads of Ryan and the others. "Huh, Ryan, something seems amiss up ahead. The crows' cries say there are many wind rocks gathering up ahead." Anna frowned slightly, and turned her head to whisper to Ryan. As a druid, she was naturally well versed in various bird calls. Wind rocks gathering? Ryan looked out. This was Wind Rock territory, so the sight of so many wind rocks gathering here didn't seem surprising. However, when he observed more attentively, he felt something was amiss. A faint sense of threat reached him from both front and sides. At that moment, a dense mass of tiny gray dots suddenly appeared in the distant sky on either side of Beverly Pass, soaring into the air and swooping straight toward him. "So many wind rocks?" many guards exclaimed. The travelers and caravan guards in the passage were even more terrified. How could there be so many? Great Knight Gray gazed sternly at the sky. "Lord Ryan, this is not right. I've been stationed here for over 2 years, and I've never seen so many wind rocks attack at once." Seeing this, Ryan understood clearly that they were coming for him. "Lord Gray, they're probably coming for me. Please stay and protect Anna." After a moment's deliberation, Ryan formulated his strategy. Even an empty hippogriff couldn't outfly the speed of the wind rock. Furthermore, if the blood-feathered hippogriff was carrying both Anna and him, it would be nearly full. Therefore, running was definitely too late. Even if he could run a distance, he would be quickly caught up. Besides, he hadn't considered running. "Don't worry, Lord Ryan. Quick, escort Miss Anna to a nearby cave for shelter." Great Knight Gray immediately turned his head to his subordinates. But he himself, accompanied by a team of elite guards, stayed by Ryan's side and did not leave. Prepare the purple knot with fruit. In fact, by this time, Ryan had already begun to understand who was behind this. It couldn't be someone from the Empire. If it were, the Empire would have allowed Feng Peng to nest away from Beverly Pass. It couldn't be the Black Flame cult either. Because when he previously killed the enemy High Priest Erickson at Beverly Pass, not a single Wen Peng had come to his aid. So, it must be Hela, the goddess of the underworld, who was behind this. Besides, Ryan couldn't imagine anyone else with the power to command the Wen Pengs to attack him. Chirp! Thousands of Wen Pengs circled above Ryan's head. Soon, a golden-winged Wen Peng, several times the size of an ordinary Wen Peng, appeared above Ryan and Gray. The caravan and the Imperial garrison nearby all paled, exclaiming this is the mutant Wen Peng leader, Merrick the Heartbreaker. It's incredibly fast, and its favorite way to use its speed is to swipe across its prey's midsection. The wind blades on its wings instantly cleave its prey in half, scattering its intestines all over the ground. A caravan guard blanched as he spoke of this. That's right, that's how it is. Afterward, the prey often wails in fear and pain and dies. Hence, it's nicknamed Heartbreaker. A nearby caravan leader, also pale, echoed. Merrick, are you attacking Beverly Pass to declare war on the Empire on behalf of the Wen Peng clan? The bearded Knight Gray shouted angrily. Haha, don't threaten me with such words. The golden Wen Peng's bird head sneered, rather anthropomorphically. If war were to be declared, it would be our queen, not me, who would have taken action. Besides, do you think I don't know the agreement between our clan and the Empire? The agreement only restricts our queen from taking action without permission, but it doesn't place any restrictions on us. Leave now. Of course, if you wish to die with this human, I will grant your wish. Merrick said, his golden eyes narrowing. Sure enough, they're coming for him, Ryan thought to himself. You? The other party's provocative words made the face of the highest-ranking officer of the Beverly Pass Guard, Gray, flushed. Just as he was about to say something, Ryan patted his shoulder and said calmly, Leave this to me. Don't worry. Then, Lord Ryan, be careful. Ryan's calm words seemed to calm Gray down. He suddenly remembered the immense strength of the young wizard before him. Last time, he had done the same, easily dispatching the high priest of the Black Flame cult. Although Feng Peng was stronger this time, he was optimistic about Lord Ryan. Indeed, his presence at this moment was meaningless, except for causing more casualties. Retreat! Gray waved his hand vigorously, and the guards quickly retreated to the side. A wise choice. Seeing this, Merrick the Heartbreaker couldn't help but smirk. In its view, Ryan was already trapped. With the Imperial defenders at Beverly Pass sidelined, the enemy was even more isolated, with no chance of a comeback. Soon, it would carry Ryan's head and receive the Queen's commendation. Sure. Kill him. Wind Blade killing formation. To avoid delaying and causing any mishaps, Merrick immediately let out a resounding cry and launched his attack. At the same time, it flapped its enormous wings. The next second, two crescent-shaped streams of pale blue air, over 3 meters long, erupted from the front of the wings. Like twin bolts of cyan lightning, they struck Ryan directly. Merrick's initial attack was like a clarion call for the charge. Suddenly, dense swarms of wind rocks in the sky began chirping in unison, quickly following their leader's lead and unleashing wind blades at Ryan. Although their wind blades were limited in power, barely a meter in length, and some could only unleash a single blade, their numbers were plentiful. In an instant, Ryan's field of vision was filled with an overwhelming barrage of pale blue wind blades of varying sizes, raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. The caravan guards and travelers nearby were already trembling with fear at this seemingly unnatural scene. Even the Imperial guards, who had held considerable confidence in Ryan, were sweating profusely. As everyone watched, unblinking, to see how he would respond. Shadow Step. Metal Barrier. Instantly, Ryan cast a trail of afterimages in various forms, each so lifelike that it was difficult to distinguish between the real person and the illusion. At the same time, for dark silver, kite-shaped shields formed from demonized thorium appeared on his body. But the number of wind blades was simply too great. Even though Ryan had 9 afterimages to disperse the concentrated fire of the wind blades, in an instant, his body and his afterimages were completely saturated with a blanket attack. Each afterimage was subjected to the concentrated fire of dozens of wind blades. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous wind blades slammed directly into the surrounding ground, instantly sending smoke and dust billowing. The power was so great it resembled a cannonball plowing through the ground. Amid the crowd's exclamations, Heartbreaker Merrick nodded with satisfaction. This was its source of confidence. In its understanding, unless the opponent was a powerful being of epic caliber, facing tens of thousands of wind blades, there was no chance of survival. Ding, ding, dang, dang. At this moment, a strange sound echoed through the smoke and dust. Merrick narrowed his eyes, observing carefully through the dust. He saw that the wind blade attacking Ryan's body was almost completely blocked by Ryan's four kite-shaped shields, and the wind blade that slipped through the gap in the shield was also shattered by Ryan's bare hands. Wow, quite the speed! Heartbreaker Merrick exclaimed in surprise at Ryan's series of afterimages and movements. What he didn't notice was that with Ryan's recent movement, the vast army of wind rocks in the sky also began to move in tandem. Soon, the wind rocks formation changed from a circular formation attacking from all directions to a dense fan-shaped formation, led by Ryan, with Ryan at the apex of the fan. Seeing this scene, Ryan couldn't help but laugh. As the saying goes, it's rude not to reciprocate. Passively accepting blows wasn't his fighting style, so it was naturally Ryan's turn to strike back. Metal transfiguration. Cutting net. Sharpening. Ryan chanted rapidly, and 3 tightly packed dark metal nets appeared before him, seemingly out of thin air. In an instant, they glowed with a rich silver light. Witchcraft killing move, multiple cutting nets. With a powerful swing of his right hand, Ryan saw 3 massive metal nets, gleaming with silver light, attack the fan-shaped group of wind rocks directly in front of him. She. Ryan was a veteran of battle, and he had a perfect sense of timing for his witchcraft killing moves. It was the gap between when most of the wind rocks had already unleashed their wind blades and hadn't yet unleashed their second. Although the first metal cutting net was barely broken by the combined attacks of the wind ping's wind blades, the wind pings were completely unable to withstand the 2 subsequent metal cutting nets. The 2 subsequent, incredibly sharp silver nets slammed into the densely packed wind pungs. Instantly, the wind pungs screamed in agony, suffering heavy casualties. Broken limbs and wings, fragments of flesh and blood, and countless disheveled feathers rained down like a shower of birds. The once dense mass of wind pings was also blasted into a massive hole by Ryan's magical killing move, multiple cutting nets. Through the massive hole, the azure sky was clearly visible. Crucially, Ryan's move instantly defeated the wind pungs, forcing them to flee in panic. Instantly, the tide had turned. Great! Gray, with a beard flushed with excitement, shouted excitedly. Amazing! As expected of Lord Ryan. Lord Ryan, kill more. The other Imperial Guards couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The troops stationed at Beverly Pass naturally had no good feelings towards these wind rocks, and were eager for Ryan to kill as many as possible. You're courting death. Merrick, nicknamed Heartbreaker, saw this scene, his eyes widening and his ferocity surging. Originally, it had planned to have its thousands of wind rocks unleash a collective wind blade attack, at least to inflict wounds upon the man before it, and also to test his opponent's strength. But it hadn't expected that not only would the wind blade killing array fail to injure the opponent, but the opponent's counterattack would be so fierce. Instantly, with a single, unprecedented metal-based sorcery killing move, it strangled at least hundreds of its own wind rocks. This made Merrick's heart ache. After all, most of the wind pings under his command were related to him by blood. Some were his descendants, others his fathers. While none were as powerful as him, their loyalty was undeniable. They were all his foundation as the leader of the wind pungs. In addition, Merrick clearly sensed that the energy fluctuations from Ryan's last magical attack weren't particularly strong, roughly reaching the power of 3rd-level magic. As one of the 4 mutant wind pung leaders, Heartbreaker Merrick was naturally not afraid. Forget that the opponent wasn't a 3rd-level crystallized wizard. Even if he was, he could still cleave him in 2 with a single blow. A streak of interwoven green and gold light swooped down from the sky. It hurtled straight towards Ryan's position, swift as a streak of 2-tone lightning. Sizzle! The white ribbon of air created by Merrick's breakthrough of the sound barrier sliced the purple gnarled wood in 2. On the ground, the grass several meters away from Merrick was now plowed through like a lawn mower, leaving a strip of dirt. The sheer power of this attack was evident from this. Be careful! Anna exclaimed, her lips slightly open. Lord Ryan, be careful! Bearded Gray, seeing this, turned pale and shouted a warning. If he were to withstand this kind of power, he would definitely die. It was unclear whether Lord Ryan could withstand it. Merrick unleashed the very move that earned him the title Heartbreaker, his ultimate move. Wind Wing Slash. On each of his nearly 10-meter-long wings, a strand of intense, cyan, blade-like energy gathered. Facing the fierce attack from Merrick, Ryan's pupils shrank. The intensity of the energy on his wings surpassed that of several third-level crystallized wizards Ryan had fought, nearly reaching the peak of legendary status. Dragon General Form. Metal Transfiguration. Iron Wall. Metal Barrier. Awing! Accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, the veins in Ryan's neck bulged, his muscles expanded, and his white wizard robes instantly burst, sending shreds flying. His exposed skin began to thicken and darken, and dragon scales emerged. His eyes shifted from horizontal pupils to vertical pupils. His fingertips grew rapidly, becoming incredibly sharp, and the last segment of his tail vertebrae began to rapidly bulge, growing into a thick, powerful tail. The four kite-shaped shields of the metal barrier, and the tower shield in his left hand were arranged in a straight line in front of Ryan. Meanwhile, his right hand grasped a massive single-edged battle axe. In an instant, a ferocious dragon man, wielding an axe and shield, appeared before Merrick. Merrick showed no fear, instead accelerating further, slashing at the waist of Ryan, now in his Dragon Man general form. Merrick had unwavering confidence in his ultimate move. Once, a legendary Iron Devil Tyrannosaurus, renowned for its defense, had been slashed through the abdomen and spine by this attack, instantly killing him. Bang, bang, bang. For crisp cracks followed, and the hardened adamantine transformed kite-shaped shield was instantly severed in two by Merrick's massive wings, imbued with wind energy. Only the thick tower shield, enhanced by the ultimate iron wall, held Merrick back for a moment. But it still couldn't stop it. Just as Merrick's massive wings were about to slice through the tower shield, a massive, scaly dragon claw suddenly pressed down hard on his iron beak and head. He's giving up his hands altogether? Merrick thought to himself. Because Merrick's iron beak is where the energy for his ultimate move, Wind Wing Slash, is concentrated, and its power is greatest. Just as he thought this, a flash of silver light flashed from the base of his right wing, from bottom to top. That silver light was the result of a single-edged axe wielding the ultimate axe technique, Flash Slash. Instantly, the shield shattered, the wings snapped. As soon as the iron beak pierced Ryan's dragon claw palm, Merrick felt a sharp pain in his left wing. With his left wing severed, Merrick's balance was instantly thrown off, and his ultimate move, Wind Wing Slash, was naturally out of the question. Immediately, Merrick's speed slowed dramatically, and he felt a sudden blackness before his eyes. His head and iron beak were grasped by Ryan's claws, leaving him unable to even scream. The next second, another flash of silver light flashed by. Instantly, Merrick felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then his body felt lighter, as if something had leaked out of him. And at this moment, the scene unfolded before everyone. A gigantic, ferocious dragon man, with a single claw, grasped the upper torso of Merrick, the mutated Wind Rock leader, whose waist had been severed. On the ground lay the bloody remains of a golden Wind Rock, along with various intestines, stomach, and other organs. Although the dragon man's left claw was also dripping with blood, it did not diminish its furious aura in the slightest. Those who have their hearts broken will be broken. Chapter 370. When Ryan released his dragon claws, a heavy drop resounded. Plop! The upper half of the mutated Wind Pung leader, Heartbreaker Merrick, slammed to the ground. Even with its vitality, after being severed, its once bright eyes dimmed, a look of exhaustion. It opened its iron beak, as if about to say something, but its head tilted and it froze, its words unspoken. At this moment, Ryan looked up. The Wind Pung circling above him, seeing their leader slaughtered, dared not linger and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. After all, they were the ones attacking Ryan this time, not his nest, so their fighting spirit was weak. Soon, the Wind Pungs above Ryan's head scattered. At this point, Ryan quickly shed his dragon general form and returned to human form. Suddenly, Ryan noticed a black, translucent crystal slipping from the edge of Merrick's half-open iron beak. At first, Ryan thought it was some kind of crystal core within the creature, but with a closer look, his perception revealed that the black crystal seemed to contain some extremely condensed, high-level energy. Furthermore, the black crystal faintly exuded a powerful aura, and what moved Ryan even more was that this aura felt vaguely familiar. Huh? What's this? Ryan's eyes lit up, as if remembering something, and he immediately bent down to pick it up. As he grasped the black crystal, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Detecting divine power crystals that can enhance the liquefaction of spiritual power. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note: system absorption can eliminate impurities, and can absorb all at once. Divine power crystal? Ryan raised his eyebrows. Although he had never seen such a thing before, from the word divine power, and the familiar aura he sensed, Ryan had already formed a certain judgment. This should be something from Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Merrick must have relied on this thing to locate my location, Ryan thought to himself. After all, besides this more plausible explanation, Ryan couldn't imagine why a wind rock, even a mutant one, would possess such a thing. If it was the work of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, then it would naturally explain it. Also, regarding the system prompt asking him to absorb it, Ryan thought about it and chose yes. Because the absorption system can directly eliminate impurities and harmful elements, Ryan had no concerns about any negative effects. Also, if this thing was a locator, it would be best to absorb it as soon as possible, thus eliminating a potential risk. Instantly, the black crystal disappeared from Ryan's hand, and a wisp of black smoke rose from his palm and drifted away with the wind. At the same time, Ryan seemed to hear a fleeting female scream. He wondered if it was an impurity, or some kind of mark of Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Ryan felt an unusually scorching warmth suddenly seeping through his palms and rushing straight into his mind. Instantly, Ryan felt the silver liquid in his mind increase at a visible rate. Soon, from initially barely enough to contain the crystal, it now resembled a pool of water, with a double-layered crystal bobbing in it. His mental power had naturally become more refined. Compared to before, for the same amount of mental power, Ryan could mobilize more energy particles. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 90, 27% liquefaction 27% all at once? Ryan gasped, his eyes widening. Ryan looked at the liquefaction progress again, 27%. For a moment, it felt a little unreal. This level of improvement was too exaggerated. If the atomization of a level 1 wizard's spiritual power takes 10 years for most wizards, then liquefaction is an arduous process that takes hundreds of years. Even for a gifted wizard, reaching the level 2 liquefaction stage can take 10 or 20 years. But he'd only been promoted to level 2 for a few days? In the blink of an eye, the liquefaction process was already nearly 1/3 complete. And this was before Ryan even reached the second level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation Technique. Based on the calculation that each point of liquefaction increases spell power, the power of his current spells was nearly 30% higher than when he first became a level 2 liquefaction wizard. This thing called Divine Power Crystal, its effects are truly incredible. Ryan suddenly realized he didn't hate Hela, the goddess of the underworld, anymore. He even had a slight fondness for her. If only she could provide him with some divine power crystals next time. However, this thing was clearly extremely rare. Judging from the name Divine Power Crystal in the system prompt, it could be assumed that only a deity could create such a thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have heard of it during his time at the Swordbearer branch. After returning, he would have to go to the library and research the relevant information. If there were a way to find or exchange this item, his journey to becoming a crystallized wizard would be just around the corner. The scene Ryan had just absorbed lasted only a moment. The crowd around him were still staring, wide-eyed, at the scattered Windrock corpses and the renowned heartbreaker Merrick. However, they hadn't noticed the changes on Ryan's side. At this moment, Anna quickly stepped forward and handed Ryan a brand new set of white wizard robes. At that moment, the crowd around him finally came to their senses and immediately began to chatter. "Oh my God! Heartbreaker Merrick is dead just like that?" Many exclaimed in shock. "Hey, do you know who this gentleman is?" A traveler asked curiously. "I'm not sure how someone so young could have killed the mutant Windrock leader Merrick. He must be a powerful figure from the imperial capital. Indeed, among all the powerful figures in Caswith province, there's no one who fits this young gentleman's profile." An old caravan member nodded in agreement. "Even the more distant Mosul province hasn't heard of this powerful being," another caravan leader said, shaking his head. Having come from the more distant Mosul province, he had never heard of such a young top-tier expert. A caravan guard captain had been frowning, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked up excitedly. "Wait, I think I've heard of this lord. The Dragonman transformation just now reminded me of a friend who once told me about a young lord named Ryan in the Frostwind Tundra who transformed into a Dragonman and killed a proto-dragon Courageous." Courageous? That mutated proto-dragon? That's an ancient monster of near-epic proportions. A traveler familiar with the situation exclaimed in amazement. "Lord Grey, do you know the identity of this lord?" An elderly caravan member respectfully asked the bearded Grey beside him. After all, they had all witnessed Grey's enthusiasm just now. Of all the people present, who knew this young and powerful man's origins best, Grey was undoubtedly the one. "Of course. This is Lord Ryan, the Imperial Swordbearer." "I can't tell you the details," said the bearded Grey, his head held high, a look of pride on his face. So he's a lord of the Imperial Swordbearer. No wonder. This should be a lord from the Swordbearer headquarters in the Imperial capital of Tamriel, or from a branch. I've never heard of anyone so powerful, said an elder who seemed familiar with the Swordbearers. For a moment, the Beverly Pass passageway erupted in a bustle like a market. And Ryan, the person involved, donned his white wizard robes and, escorted by the bearded Grey and his men, quickly reached the other end of the Beverly Pass. Sir Grey, after I leave, you must be on high alert. I'm worried the Fompung clan might take their wrath out on you, Ryan thought for a moment before warning. Don't worry, Lord Ryan. I've already reported what just happened. Bearded Grey patted his sturdy chest firmly, and spoke with assurance. We're not the only ones here. As you know, there's also an Imperial Guardian stationed year-round in the nearby city of Donia, keeping an eye on the Fompung Queen. Grey whispered the last part. There's an Imperial Guardian nearby? Ryan wondered. He hadn't really known about this, but judging by Grey's expression, he'd mistakenly assumed he'd known about it for a long time. He'd been worrying too much. Then I'm relieved, Lord Grey. See you next time. Lord Ryan, have a safe trip. Ryan and Anna once again mounted their Bloodfeather hippogriffs. As Bloodfeather soared into the sky, Ryan sped toward the southern horizon. But less than 5 minutes after taking flight, Ryan sensed a streak of multicolored light from his right, hurtling toward him. Judging from its trajectory, it seemed to be coming from deep within the Beverly Mountains. Furthermore, the opponent's speed was even more alarming to Ryan. You know, Merrick the Heartbreaker's speed was no less than that of his shadow step at full power, but this multicolored light before him was more than double Merrick's. This speed and momentum. Ryan knew there was only one possibility. The one coming this time is likely the Queen of the Windpung clan, an epic-level powerhouse known as the Lightning Walker. Trist. Looks like that's the only way I can use it, Ryan's eyes flickered. Soul-Shattering Blast, derived from the Warhammer Wizard's core ability, is his current killer move, guaranteeing even the most epic-level powerhouse will be injured. Because Soul-Shattering Blast inflicts true damage, unblocked by physical or elemental energy, even an epic-level powerhouse would likely be severely injured after being struck by his Soul-Shattering Blast. At that point, he could fully activate his Dragon General form and perhaps even fight. But, facing the Windpung Queen, I naturally can't engage her in aerial combat. Just as Ryan was about to descend quickly, a resounding dragon roar suddenly erupted from a distance ahead. Awing! A massive silver creature soared into the sky, also rapidly approaching him. Ryan looked closely. It was a silver dragon, its body remarkably similar to the red dragon Thassa, the Red Queen Menia's harem, whom he had met once before, but much slenderer, more streamlined, and faster. It seemed only slightly inferior to the Lightning Walker Trist, the Queen of the Windpung clan, who was attacking from the side. A mere seconds later, two beams of light, one silver and one colorful, barely collided not far to Ryan's right. Trist, you crossed the line, a slightly aged voice boomed from the silver dragon's back. The speaker was an old man wearing gray wizard robes, holding a twisted gray wooden staff. The deep wrinkles on his forehead suggested his age. Walkermoss, are you trying to stop me? This human before us killed my commander, Merrick. He must pay. A radiant figure arrived before the silver dragon. Followed by a clear, female voice, it drifted closer. This strange situation was due to the other party's movement speed, far exceeding the speed of sound. Therefore, seeing the person first and hearing their voice later was the reason. Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the radiant figure, surprised. For it was no longer recognizable as a rock. If there was any resemblance to a bird, it was only the vibrant feathers and the vibrant feather headdress. This was a world away from what Ryan had previously imagined the Windpung Queen to look like. He had originally thought that Windpung Queen Trist was a Windpung even larger than Heartbreaker Merrick. In reality, she was a strikingly beautiful human woman. Trist had a curvaceous figure, fair complexion, and a pair of piercing eyes. Her vibrant feathered attire gave her a unique aura. Furthermore, the Windpung Queen before him should have been extremely old, yet it seemed as if time had left no trace on her. Merrick is dead? Upon hearing Windpung Queen Trist's words, the Imperial Guardian named Walkermoss looked at Ryan with a puzzled expression. He had naturally noticed Ryan earlier, but he had never imagined that such a young person could actually kill the mutant Windpung leader Merrick. You know, Merrick, nicknamed Heartbreaker, was a legendary being and incredibly fast. Even if he attacked personally, it would have taken quite a while to kill him. Master Guardian, I'm Ryan of the Imperial Munster Swordbearers, greeting you. Ryan then bowed to Walkermass. Huh? You're a swordbearer? Walkermass raised his snow-white eyebrows, a hint of a smile on his face. It turned out that Walker Mass was also a sword-bearer of the Empire. Of course, he was the son of a noble family, and he joined the sword-bearers at their headquarters in the imperial capital of Tamriel. But this didn't affect his initial impression of Ryan. Even among the Empire's top guardians, there were quite a few who were sword-bearers. Moreover, due to their shared experiences, they had relatively good relationships and a long-standing tradition of solidarity. Yes, sir. Ryan smiled as well. He pulled out the diamond-level swordbearer badge and a promotion order from the Imperial Capital Swordbearer headquarters, handing them to Walker Moss. Quickly scanning the information on the official letter, Walker Moss looked at Ryan with even greater admiration. He hadn't expected this young man to single-handedly wipe out the Poseidon cult's stronghold in Howling Fjord. No wonder he received Alfred's commendation and been promoted to Adamantine-level swordbearer. Such a young Adamantine-level swordbearer? Could it be that the swordbearers were about to produce another Imperial Guardian? The thought of this made Walkerma's face wrinkle with a smile. Watching this scene, Queen Finkling's heart skipped a beat. She was naturally familiar with her old rival's resume, and even his subtle expressions. How could she not understand that he valued his talent? Because the young man before her was a swordsman of the Dragon Empire, sharing the same origin as the old man. This put Queen Triss of the Wind Pung in a dilemma. If she took action, Walker Moss would undoubtedly intervene. Even if she could kill the young man, the 1,000-year-old pact between the Wind Pung clan and the Empire would be shattered. Was it worth sacrificing thousands of her own people to kill this young man? This was a question she, as the head of the clan, needed to consider. But if she retreated like this, her dignity, as the queen of the Wind Pung clan, would be completely shattered. Furthermore, she could no longer sense the divine power crystal that Hela, the goddess of the underworld, had previously gifted her, from the young man before her. But she had just visited the location of Merrick's body, and confirmed that the divine crystal was gone. What the hell? Though Triss really wanted to ask the brat where the divine crystal had gone, she knew she couldn't ask in front of the old man. If she did, it would probably backfire. Walker Moss, I grant you this favor today. Hearing this, Anna felt a little relieved. The aura of the Wind Pung Queen before her was so overwhelming that even the Bloodfeather Hippogriff was trembling in fear. Walker Moss breathed a sigh of relief. Triss, nicknamed Lightning Walker, possessed a speed even he couldn't match. If a fight broke out, he could at best hold her back, but he wouldn't be able to save the young man before him. But the next second, Triss's deep golden and blue eyes fixed on Ryan. Spiritual shock. Instantly, an invisible wave rushed towards Ryan. Suddenly, Ryan groaned, his head stabbing as if it were pricked by needles, his entire body swaying. Seeing this, Walker Mass, completely unaware of what was happening, immediately erupted in anger. Triss, you're playing with fire. Walker Moss, did you see me do it? I didn't move a muscle, Triss said, her beautiful face innocent as she spread her hands. You? Walker Mass was about to say something when Triss waved her hand, stretched, revealing her exquisite curves, and said, Walker Moss, this time we let it go, but next time, it might be different. Tell him not to come to Beverly Hills again. Triss knew that this was her current limit. If she attacked again, she might reach the old man's limit. Furthermore, she was confident in the power of her mental attack. Even a level 3 crystallized wizard would be severely damaged if caught off guard by her mental attack. Although the human boy before her was gifted, his strength was definitely not on the level of a level 3 crystallized wizard. If he were struck by her attack, he would either become an idiot or spend decades recovering. The genius had basically fallen. In this case, the purpose of her trip had been achieved. Ryan? Anna asked anxiously. Ryan shook his head. Although his head still stung, he seemed to be able to bear it. But the feeling of being suddenly hit by a heavy hammer was naturally very uncomfortable. Ryan's eyes narrowed as he watched Triss disappear. He believed it wouldn't be long before he returned to the Beverly Hills, where he would seek out the Queen of the Wind Rock for a proper chat about today's events. You were just struck by one of Triss's special talents, a mental shock. Huh? I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. It seems your willpower is extraordinary. Walker Moss looked at Ryan with surprise. He had expected the young swordsman, Ryan, to be severely injured. You know, mental trauma is much more difficult to heal than physical injuries. Unexpectedly, this young man named Ryan surprised him again. His willpower seemed incredibly strong. Ryan, you look like you're under 20, right? Truly a rare talent. By the way, you said you were from Munster? But you don't look like the offspring of Little Ferreira, the Duke of Munster's real name, Walker Moss muttered to himself, a hint of doubt on his face. Lord Walker Moss, the Duke has taken such good care of me. He's a respected elder, Ryan said with a smile. Elder? Ha ha, By the way, are you planning to return to Munster first? Remember to say hello to little Ferreira for me. The last time I saw him, he was only 14 or 15. Walker Moss laughed heartily, a look of nostalgia on his face. Also, Ryan, if you go to the Imperial capital, remember to visit the Stillwell family when you have time. This is Pascal's scale, Walker Moss said with a smile, taking out a silver-white dragon scale and handing it to Ryan. Of course, thank you, Lord Walker Moss, for your help this time. Ryan took the silver dragon scale and said respectfully. At the same time, he was also shocked by Walker Moss's age. The other party actually called the Duke of Munster, who was his grandfather, little Ferreira. The last time they saw him was at least 40 or 50 years ago. Is this how high-level wizards perceive time? How old is this guardian then? Soon, Ryan and Anna bid farewell to the Imperial Guardian, Walker Moss, and set off again, heading for Munster. Half a day later. Look, Ryan, the Hammerfall Mountains! Anna exclaimed in surprise, pointing a white finger at the gray-black peaks towering like blades ahead. Well, after passing Hammerfall Fortress, we're close to Munster, Ryan said, smiling and nodding. The last time he passed Hammerfall Fortress, something unexpected happened. Due to a lava creature uprising, he killed many lava snakes and two-headed lava dogs along the way. I wonder if everything will go smoothly this time.